Have you ever witnessed a 12-year-old girl engaging in a fierce battle against a special grade cursed spirit? Have you ever seen two individuals who, upon their first encounter, immediately began to brawl, continuing their conflict until they ultimately walked down the aisle together? Have you ever witnessed the phenomenon of resurrection? Wu Chiao Wu, Little Leezy, may I call you Little Leezy? Let us settle on that delightful decision. Shang Chuan Qing Li. There is a lunatic here. Someone quickly drag him away. Wu Chiao Wu, you are rather arrogant, aren't you, Little Easy? Shang Chuan Qing Li. No, 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 you are the one who is arrogant. You are the epitome of arrogance, Wu Chiao. Wu Chiao Wu, Little Easy, I have feelings for you. Shang Chuan Qing Li. The wind was too strong just now, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Chapter 1. She has finally met her demise. Hey, have you heard? That peculiar girl has come of age today, and her family intends to celebrate her birthday at the sacrificial hall. I heard. She is truly fortunate. Her coming-of-age ceremony is actually being held in the sacrificial hall. Sigh, if only we had better luck and full affinity. If I had full affinity, I could attend too. You must be dreaming. Full affinity only exists in her case for a century. Tisich, can I just daydream? If I could enter the sacrificial hall for my coming-of-age ceremony, my whole family would treat me like royalty. They would give me whatever I desire. A young man and woman walked side by side, whispering to each other. As they turned a corner, they unexpectedly collided with another person, and upon seeing her, their words instantly ceased, and they dared not even breathe. Before them stood a girl with an expression of utter indifference. She possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, her gaze radiant like the sun, dazzling and brilliant. Her lips were as lovely as cherry blossoms, her skin as smooth as white jade, and her waist-length ebony hair cascaded gracefully down her back, contrasting strikingly against her snow-white robe. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the girl's white robe was distinct from theirs. Theirs were merely plain white robes, while hers was adorned with intricate golden trimmings, a privilege reserved solely for the family head or the young family head. The girl before them was unmistakably the peculiar person they had been discussing, the young family head of the Si family, Si Qing Li. Si Qing Li appeared oblivious to their previous conversation, continuing her stride without pause as she passed by them. Only after she had moved on did they dare to exhale. That terrified me. She didn't even say a word, yet I couldn't bring myself to make a sound. Don't even mention it. I just exchanged a glance with her, and my heavens, her gaze was as if she viewed me as a mere figment of imagination. It was utterly terrifying. The reason others referred to her as a peculiar person was simply because she never initiated conversations and never played with anyone. She always kept to herself, leading to many labeling her as strange. Si Qing Li remained indifferent to the opinions and labels others placed upon her. She had heard far too much over time and had grown indifferent. It no longer mattered to her. In the Si family, every family member must celebrate their coming-of-age ceremony upon reaching 18, whether at home, in a tavern, or elsewhere. Only the successive young family heads are permitted to hold their coming-of-age ceremony in the sacrificial hall. On the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, the summoned beast that emerges becomes one's destined companion, thus rendering the coming-of-age ceremony of each family member exceedingly significant, particularly for the young master of the family. The grand sacrificial hall can only be accessed during the veneration of the ancestral spirits of the Si family, while ordinarily, only the family head is permitted entry. For others, this is an honor. However, for Si Qing Li, it is a burden. Only Si Qing Li knows the extent of her aversion to becoming the young master. In her youth, she too had struggled to escape this title, yet was met with a harsh slap from her mother, a moment that remains etched in her memory, along with her mother's words. If you cannot become the young master, what purpose do I have in bearing you? From that moment on, Si Qing Li dared not mention the matter again, yet her heart grew increasingly cold, pondering whether her very existence was solely to fulfill the role of the young master. How lamentable! Gazing at the majestic hall before her, Si Qing Li slowly closed her eyes and, without a trace of hesitation, stepped into the hall. Qing Li, you have arrived, greeted the head of the Si family, Si Fengyi, who stood at the forefront among 8 venerable elders in the hall's center, flanked by the 7 elders of the Si family. Family head, Si Qing Li respectfully saluted Si Fengyi. Upon her arrival, Si Fengyi exchanged pleasantries before briefly outlining her duties. thereafter commencing the coming-of-age ceremony. They began by paying homage to the ancestors of the sea family, beseeching them for the blessing of summoning a formidable beast. May the ancestors bestow their protection. Si Qingli, with a frigid expression, bowed her head in reverence to the ancestors. Subsequently, Si Fengyi and the 7 elders paired off, sitting cross-legged upon the mats, while reciting esoteric incantations and whispers. As the incantations were uttered, a summoning array materialized upon the ground, and Si Qingli stood within the array, silently awaiting the completion of their chants. Once finished, she squeezed a drop of her essence blood from her fingertip into the array and began to recite her incantation. With my body as vessel, I offer my blood and dedicate my soul to forge a pact. Upon the completion of the incantation, the entire summoning array trembled violently, distorting as it formed a colossal vortex of energy in midair. The elders held their breath in anticipation. With a resonant clang, the energy vortex vanished. Above the hall, a dazzling sphere of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by a series of resonant clangs as the sphere gradually dissipated. Si Fengyi and the others, breathless, fixed their gaze upon the sphere, and when it completely vanished to reveal its contents, Si Fengyi could not help but display an expression of exhilaration. This is a phoenix! Heavens! It is indeed the ancient divine beast, the phoenix! This heralds the grand resurgence of our sea family. Our family shall finally rise. The emergence of the phoenix signifies our family's resurgence. Ha ha ha! The elders present erupted in fervor, their excitement palpable, for Si Qingli had summoned an extraordinary entity. The phoenix, adorned with elongated tail, feathers, and plumage, bore a hue unlike ordinary birds, glimmering in resplendent crimson, intertwined with golden patterns upon closer inspection, exuding an air of regal grandeur, its call ethereal. Si Qingli gazed at the phoenix, her eyes unwavering, devoid of any trace of joy. Was this truly what she had summoned? Just as Si Fengyi and the others were captivated by the phoenix, a sudden pain pierced Si Qingli's chest. She glanced down, only to find a needle piercing her heart. The soul-extinguishing needle. Si Qingli could have evaded the fatal strike. Yet in that fleeting moment, she chose not to. If one were to inquire why, it was simply because she was weary of evasion. The soul-extinguishing needle is not only capable of taking lives, but also of obliterating souls. She had only read of it in ancient texts, and here she was, Si Qingli, most fortunate indeed. As she beheld the phoenix soaring above the hall, the instant her body collapsed, her soul shattered like fragile porcelain into countless fragments, while the phoenix simultaneously dissipated. Si Fengyi and the others finally regained their senses, rushing towards her while shouting in outrage at whoever dared to harm a member of the sea family. Is this death? How quietly it comes! How serene, indeed. In the pitch-black surroundings, devoid of any light, Si Qingli's heart brimmed with tranquility, as if the burden she bore had been lifted, leaving her exceptionally light, at ease, and even somewhat joyful, for she would no longer have to confront those individuals. She was oblivious to her surroundings, yet felt no panic, even indulging in the fantasy of her parents' reactions upon her demise, as well as the expressions of her kin. Perhaps they would feel anger, terror, despair, for she was the sole summoner with maximum affinity in nearly a century, capable of guiding the sea family to its zenith. Alas, her dreams lay in ruins, and the mere thought of it brought an uncontrollable smile to her lips. This is their dream. What concern is it of hers? If it shatters, so be it. She yearns solely for freedom, desiring to live unrestrained and carefree. However, all of this remains a mere wish, an elusive dream. She has long since lost her liberty. Si Qingli's mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, and as her consciousness began to fade, she heard an ethereal voice. You too are a soul burdened by fate. Allow me to lend you a helping hand. After that, she was enveloped in oblivion, her awareness gradually succumbing to chaos. Chapter 2. This must be a medical miracle. Oh no, the child has no heartbeat. The nurse exclaimed anxiously to the doctor. My baby, my baby. The woman, who had just given birth, nearly fainted upon hearing this, desperately attempting to rise from the bed, but her frail condition rendered her incapable, leaving her to lie helplessly. The doctor examined the infant, sighed, and was about to offer words of comfort to the mother when suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air. He quickly turned his head to find that the baby, who had just moments ago been devoid of a heartbeat, was now wailing robustly. The doctor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The infant continued to cry, and he pondered, could this truly be a medical miracle? Perhaps not, for he had not yet treated the child. Oh, but indeed, this was a miracle. The nurse, startled by the sudden outburst of the baby's cries, nearly dropped the newborn from her arms. The doctor's face was painted with astonishment and incredulity. My baby. The mother felt as if her emotions were on a roller coaster, swinging from despair to elation, only to be overwhelmed by her excitement and faint once more. That day, the hospital was extraordinarily busy, bustling with activities as they conducted various examinations on the revived infant and worked tirelessly to rescue the unconscious mother. When Si Qingli regained consciousness, she found herself cradled in a gentle embrace, a soft female voice serenading her with a lullaby. In the warmth of that soothing sound, she felt an unparalleled tranquility within her heart. Upon finally opening her eyes, Si Qingli realized that the world appeared magnified before her. Bai Yi, look. Little Qingli is awake. Before her stood a woman with a remarkably gentle demeanor, her enlarged face radiating excitement that was impossible to conceal. Forgive her for feeling a bit bewildered. She struggled to find the words to express her feelings. It was akin to the tenderness with which a mother treated her child, a warmth that enveloped her. Beside the woman stood a handsome man who playfully pinched the cheeks of the baby in her arms. Darling, look how chubby she is. The feel is exquisite, he exclaimed, as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The woman swiftly swatted his hand away from the innocent child and drew the baby closer, distancing herself from the man's frivolity. Si Qingli attempted to speak, only to find that her utterances emerged as gurgles and coos, reminiscent of an infant. She fell silent, utterly petrified and immensely shocked. What had happened? Had she truly been reborn as an infant? Wasn't she dead? What were they discussing? Had she reincarnated so swiftly? Confusion engulfed her. Once Si Qingli mastered the art of speech, she learned that in this life, she was called Shanchuan Qingli. Her father, Shanchuan Bei, was a renowned singer in Tokyo, often portraying the image of a devoted father in public while relishing in playfully teasing his daughter at home, such as pinching her cheeks or tossing her into the air without a care for her tender psyche. Her mother, Chanbenanai, was the daughter of a Yakuza family in Kanagawa. Oh, don't ask her how she knew. It was because her second birthday was interrupted by a gathering of mysterious men in black. Her mother exuded a powerful aura, reminiscent of the patriarch of the Si family in her past life, yet was gentle and supportive when it came to her. Any of her thoughts were met with unconditional trust and encouragement. Experiencing the familial affection absent in her previous life, Shanchuan Qingli cherished this bond deeply and adored her parents. Even though she could not fathom why she retained memories of her past existence, she believed she could live a different life, to become a different version of herself. And in this lifetime, she aspired to live freely and joyously. During her kindergarten years, often unable to comprehend what the teachers said, she would selectively feign innocence or express her confusion, leaving the adults around her bewildered and often prompting them to pinch her cheeks. Speaking of which, she frequently endured teasing from her mischievous father, who would playfully pinch her cheeks or toss her, thinking it amusing, completely oblivious to the terror it instilled in her, as she feared her father was attempting to harm her. There was even a day when he took her out to play and, amidst a throng of fans, forgot about her entirely, nearly losing her in the crowd. Consequently, Shanchuan Qingli vowed never to accompany her father out again. Once she entered elementary school, she quickly befriended other children, engaging in lively playdates, completely disregarding her studies and homework. When warned by her teacher that her parents would be contacted, she felt no fear, for her mother would never scold her. Ultimately, she failed her final exams, and upon receiving a score of 59, she was utterly disheartened, convinced that the teacher had intentionally marked her down. How could it be that she did not receive an additional point? Despite her academic shortcomings, when she returned home, she was not reprimanded by her parents. Well, primarily because Shanchuan Qingli was a master of charm, effortlessly winning over her mother, while her father, Anai, Qingli has failed. Shouldn't we educate her properly? Shanchuan Bei frowned as he observed his wife chuckling at their daughter's antics. Chanbenanai shot him a sidelong glance, cradling her beloved daughter and nuzzling her soft round face, a picture of contentment. Her father only enjoyed provoking the relationship between her and her mother. Shanchuan Qingli felt a surge of indignation and wrapped her arms around Chanbenanai's neck, planting a kiss on her cheek before casting a triumphant and teasing glance at Shanchuan Bei, who told her father to constantly bully her. She relished witnessing his frustration, knowing he was powerless to retaliate against her. Shanchuan Bei gritted his teeth in vexation, yet was helpless, for this was his daughter. He could neither scold nor discipline her, as doing so would bring misfortune upon him. He recalled a previous incident where he had faced the consequences of his actions, ending up sleeping in the study for a month, with tears shed over the memories. Once, Shanshuan Qingli innocently inquired of Qianben and I why she treated her with such kindness. And the answer brought tears to her eyes. You are my miracle, born after countless hardships. Had that miracle not occurred, and you had not awakened, I might never have known such a wonderful daughter. To Qianben and I, Shanshuan Qingli was a divine blessing. The doctor had previously informed her that her body was ill-suited for bearing children, and that childbirth could be perilous. Yet, she resolutely chose to bring her child into this world. The journey was fraught with difficulties, leading her to doubt she would ever bear children. Thankfully, the outcome was ultimately beautiful. The challenges of her mother's body to conceive were a hereditary trait. It was said that in an era when killing was not a crime, the Qianben family operated as an assassin organization, often fulfilling contracts to eliminate various individuals, regardless of their moral standing. Perhaps due to the numerous lives taken, it became increasingly difficult for the Qianben lineage to produce offspring. The family had once dwindled to a solitary member, but now, they no longer engaged in murder and instead operated as a Yakuza family, providing protection services, and occasionally even performing benevolent acts within their capabilities. The mother is the eldest daughter of this generation's head of the Senbon family. When she was very young, she perused the family's ancestral records, and, upon seeing the prominent characters inscribed with the words to repay the clan for one's own existence, she inquired about their meaning from her father. He recounted a tale to her, cautioning her against committing heinous acts, lest she eventually face retribution. Shanshuan Qingli found it difficult to assess this story, as in her previous life, such events were all too common. After all, the daily occurrence of death had become the norm. It's all right, mother, you have given birth to me, she thought, for I am your miracle. As the days passed, Shanshuan Qingli's life unfolded peacefully and joyfully. She had an abundance of experiences she wished to explore, filling her days with purpose. Every friend who came to know her was touched by her laughter, a genuine smile emanating from her heart, not the forced mirth of her past existence. After 6 years of elementary school, she successfully advanced to middle school, conveniently located just a short walk from her home. On that day, she donned a newly purchased dress, carried a fresh backpack, held a safety talisman lovingly sewn by her mother, wore the new leather shoes her father had bought, and sported a ponytail crafted by her mother as she made her way to her new school, the Peach Branch Private School. As she walked along the roadside, admiring the cherry blossoms blooming on either side, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a few petals to drift down. She reached out to catch one, cradling it in her palm. For some inexplicable reason, an ominous premonition gripped her, making her heart race with an intensity that felt almost unbearable. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a foreboding omen. Yet, in this life, she was an entirely ordinary person. She had once chanted the incantations from her previous life to summon beasts. But nothing had materialized. Her golden eyes were merely ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. This world was simply a commonplace realm, peaceful and beautiful, devoid of strife and monstrous entities. In the next moment, that strange feeling dissipated, as if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Shanshuan Qingli furrowed her brow slightly, then shook her head. Never mind, there's no need to dwell on such trivialities. What is meant to happen will happen in due course. On her route to school, she passed by an alleyway where her good friend, Chuanjiang Baiha, had mentioned that eerie screams often echoed, claiming it was haunted. She was advised to steer clear of that area. Initially, Shanshuan Qingli had no intention of investigating. Her curiosity was not insatiable, as she was well aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat. However, as she neared the alley, she suddenly heard a voice that was all too familiar. No, don't come any closer. That voice belonged to Chuanjiang Baiha. Overwhelmed with concern for her friend, she dashed towards the alley without a second thought. Although it was broad daylight, the alley appeared unexpectedly dark, shrouded in a grayish haze that obscured her view. Baiha, are you in there? Shanshuan Qingli whispered. But no one responded. She took a few steps forward, and a faint sound of chewing reached her ears, accompanied by noises akin to something being devoured. At that moment, her heart began to pound violently, as if it would leap from her chest. An inexplicable chill coursed through her, and a profound sense of danger engulfed her mind, urging her to flee. Danger! Get out of here! At the end of the pitch-black alley, the haze dissipated, revealing the horrific scene within. A grotesque humanoid creature, bloodied hands grasping chunks of flesh, was ravenously shoving them into its mouth. The remains of a body lay on the ground, devoured to the point where only the upper half was recognizable. It was, unmistakably, Chuanjiang Baiha. The revelation struck Shanshuan Qingli like a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Ignoring the alarm bells ringing in her mind, she murmured, Baiha. At that moment, Chuanjiang Baiha, still clinging to a thread of consciousness, seemed to hear her voice. Her eyes struggling to focus on Shanchuan Qingli. Qingli, hurry, run, but as soon as the words left her lips, her eyes dulled, losing their vibrancy. What a bore. She died so easily. A shrill voice pierced the air. Shanchuan Qingli glanced around, seeing no one else, realizing that this voice emanated from the creature before her. What are you? She demanded, fists clenched and teeth gritted, her gaze locked onto the monster. The creature, intrigued by her lack of fear, dropped its prey and grinned, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the special grade cursed spirit, Slaughter. My greatest delight lies in killing and consuming humans. Special grade cursed spirit, Slaughter? Consuming humans? In an instant, Shanchuan Qingli's perception of her peaceful, beautiful world shattered. Such entities existed within it? Whether to feel joy or sorrow was a conundrum. She was fortunate to uncover the truth on her first day of school, but disheartened by her own ordinariness. What exactly is a cursed spirit? Are there many of you? She inquired, her gaze fixed on the creature that identified itself as Slaughter. Slaughter approached her, and with each step it took, she retreated, maintaining a distance she deemed safe. We are curses born from humanity's negative emotions, created through cursed energy. Negative emotions? Curses? Shanchuan Qingli found this hard to fathom. How can negative emotions give rise to curses? What about positive emotions? Have you always existed? Why have I never seen you before? We are not visible to ordinary people. Only special grades like myself can manifest, allowing you commoners to see us, Slaughter boasted, reveling in its own significance as if it were a celebrity making a grand appearance. If ordinary people cannot see you, does that mean there are extraordinary individuals? Little girl, you smell delightful. I can hardly bear the thought of consuming you. Suddenly, Slaughter materialized behind Shanchuan Qingli, inhaling deeply at her nape. A chill ran down her spine, and instinctively, she spun around, delivering a kick, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by Slaughter. I relish the struggle of my prey just before their demise. Come now, resist. Bring me joy. Slaughter cackled with delight, seemingly confident in her inability to escape, unwilling to await her fate. Shanchuan Qingli launched an attack, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to flee, though every escape route seemed blocked by the creature. She had no desire to die. If she did, how heartbroken would her mother be? Such a wonderful mother. She could not bear to lose her. A fierce unwillingness to accept her fate, combined with her love for her mother, ignited an unfamiliar power within her. This power? Slaughter remarked, a hint of confusion in its voice. Cursed energy? A faint golden light began to emanate from Shanchuan Qingli, enveloping her in a radiant aura that exuded a sense of purity and majesty. Simultaneously, golden rays cascaded from the heavens, surrounding her. No, I must kill her. Slaughter was inexplicably gripped by a deep sense of crisis. A surge of power flowed through Shanchuan Qingli, a sensation of bliss washing over her. In the embrace of the golden light, she closed her eyes, attuning herself to this enigmatic strength. Die. Beyond the golden glow, the special grade cursed spirit, Slaughter, launched its assault. Sinful strangulation. In response, Shanchuan Qingli conjured a protective barrier with her newfound power, successfully deflecting Slaughter's attack. You actually blocked it. You've just awakened your cursed energy, and yet you know how to wield it? Even capable of withstanding its onslaught. One must remember that it is of the highest caliber. Slaughter was secretly astonished. Let us see how long you can hold out. With a cold sneer, Slaughter pressed on with the attack. Gradually, Shozen Aoi felt her available strength dwindling, the golden protective barrier dimming with each passing moment. At that instant, Shozen Aoi fervently wished for a hero to rescue her, as depicted in novels. Alas, such tales are mere fiction, and in reality, there are seldom any gallant saviors. Nor is she a heroine. She is but a mere 12-year-old child, having done her utmost against such a monstrous foe. As the protective barrier vanished and Slaughter's claws pierced through her, she realized for the first time the significance of power. She felt an overwhelming sorrow for her ordinariness and an intense yearning for strength. Strength answered her call, yet she still faced defeat. Mother, I'm sorry. She truly did her best. She really did. A single tear fell, splattering against the ground. Chapter 4. She still does not wish to die. Your blood is truly delectable. Slaughter withdrew its claw, which had pierced Shozen Aoi's heart, extending its tongue to lick the blood, revealing a twisted, malevolent grin. Shozen Aoi's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Blood gushing from the wound, pooling beneath her, staining her skirt, her backpack, and her talisman red. Just as Slaughter prepared to indulge further in this sweet prey, the lifeless body vanished in an instant. Even the blood had been erased. What? A look of shock flickered across Slaughter's inscrutable face. Such a sizable quarry had simply disappeared. Who dares to toy with me? Slaughter felt utterly insulted, The prey it had nearly captured had vanished. And if word got out, it would be utterly humiliated. Believing that another cursed spirit had stolen its quarry, Slaughter erupted in rage, shattering the remaining pieces of Kawakawa Sayuri into fragments that sprayed in all directions. After searching the vicinity thoroughly and finding no trace of its prey, Slaughter, seething with anger, departed. Shortly after Slaughter's exit, 3 individuals clad in black uniforms appeared at the scene. The residual cursed energy fluctuations they sensed emanated from this very spot. One of the dark-haired men remarked, glancing at the young man at the forefront, "Moreover, I have detected an unknown cursed spirit presence, saturated with a dense aura of slaughter. It must be a special-grade cursed spirit." The young man leading the group boasted vibrant red hair and sported silver-rimmed glasses, his narrow eyes glinting with curiosity. An unknown cursed spirit presence, and a special-grade one at that. What transpired here that could incite such fury in a special-grade cursed spirit? As if oblivious to the shattered remnants, they stood calmly in place. Suddenly, the blonde woman pointed to a pool of blood, declaring, "There is something amiss with this blood." The dark-haired man immediately approached, dipping his fingertip into the blood and enveloping it in cursed energy. "This is the blood of a sorcerer," he stated gravely to the red-haired man. "It seems this unknown special-grade cursed spirit has slain the sorcerer," the blonde woman analyzed. "Based on the residual cursed energy at the scene, it should be a grade 4 sorcerer. In addition, an ordinary person also fell victim, and these scattered remains belong to that ordinary individual." The dark-haired man retracted the cursed energy swirling around, speaking slowly. "Sorcerers, check to see if anyone has taken on a mission in this area. I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it appears," the red-haired man said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Linghui, why do you say that?" the blonde woman inquired, puzzled. "It is all too common for a sorcerer to be killed or devoured by a cursed spirit, especially when facing a special grade 1. Even grade 1 sorcerers struggle to escape unscathed, let alone those of lower ranks." The red-haired man's tone carried a hint of amusement. If the special grade cursed spirit was merely seeking to torture, there would be corpses strewn about. If it had consumed them, there would be no blood left on the ground. Upon hearing this, the blonde woman scanned the area once more. Could it be that the sorcerer is not dead? She boldly speculated. The red-haired man shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but we can hypothesize that the sorcerer may have perished, yet their body was taken by another or by a cursed spirit. Which is why this special grade cursed spirit is so furious. Could it be a clash between 2 special grade cursed spirits?" the blonde woman conjectured. "I have not sensed any other cursed spirit presence." The dark-haired man interrupted her speculation. "Enough of this for now. Let us proceed with our mission," the red-haired man stated. "It is said that in the moment of death, one experiences a fleeting montage of their life. In her previous life, she departed without any regrets, willingly embracing her fate. Yet in this life, she is laden with many attachments: mother, father, friends." Shozen Aoi relived her brief existence like a flickering lantern, her heart heavy with helplessness. After finally obtaining a mother who cherished her dearly and the long-awaited bonds of friendship, how could she possibly face death so soon? It is unbearable. Truly unbearable. She does not wish to die? Do you wish to be resurrected? A mysterious, ethereal figure materialized behind her. Shozen Aoi spun around abruptly, discovering a colossal golden avian creature, its form seemingly ablaze, emanating a formidable power that sent shivers down her spine. "This is a phoenix." Her pupils widened in shock. What is happening? How could it appear here? Wasn't the phoenix her destined summoning beast, called forth during her coming-of-age ceremony in her previous life? Why is it here now? So many questions flooded her mind. Though she did not see the phoenix's beak move, its voice resonated within Shozen Aoi's mind. "I am the phoenix. My spirit is damaged and shall temporarily reside within you. As long as your spirit endures, so shall I. Should you perish, I can aid you in achieving rebirth." Shozen Aoi lowered her gaze in contemplation. A destined summoning beast differs from the 3 types of contracted magical beasts if the master dies. The destined summoning beast does not perish. But why has the phoenix sustained damage? Could it be because she was struck by a soul-suppressing needle, and the phoenix shielded her spirit, resulting in its own injury? After a moment of reflection, she lifted her gaze to voice her thoughts. "Is your spirit damaged because of me?" "Yes, and also no. I am deeply sorry for causing you harm." Shozen Aoi bowed with heartfelt remorse. "It is of no consequence. But why did you choose to save me?" She gazed unwaveringly at the imposing phoenix, the invisible pressure bearing down upon her, yet she held her ground. The phoenix remained silent for a long while, as if sighing or lamenting. I desire to." This time, it was Shozen Aoi's turn to fall silent. For she believed that an ancient divine beast like the phoenix would not assist another without reason. However, she found nothing particularly remarkable about herself at present. Thus, what could be the motive? "Ah, you mentioned rebirth. Does that mean you can help me reconstruct my physical form? Shozen Aoi suddenly recalled the phoenix's earlier mention of rebirth. Indeed, her eyes sparkled with newfound hope, but in the next moment, her expression grew serious. What is the price? The concept of an indomitable spirit, reforming one's corporeal form, may seem effortless in theory, yet in practice, it is fraught with challenges. The necessity for an abundance of rare elixirs is but one facet. The trials imposed by the heavenly path are exceedingly formidable. Only those deemed the chosen ones, the favored of destiny, or protagonists of grand tales possess the capability to reconstruct their bodies. Countless individuals may attain the realm of an indestructible spirit, yet they find themselves incapable of bodily resurrection. Their souls drift aimlessly amidst the cosmos, or worse, are ensnared by soul capturers, transformed into soul demons, and subjected to the whims of others. She, however, does not consider herself a chosen one, nor a favored child of destiny, much less a protagonist, but rather an ordinary girl yearning for familial bonds, friendships, and freedom. You possess 90% of your spiritual power. Each rebirth requires the extraction of 10% as a medium. Endure my trials, and I shall aid you in your rebirth. 90%? Why not a full 100? Could it be that she has already expended a portion? A sudden thought struck Qi Ling, but she dared not dwell on it. She acquiesced to the phoenix's trials, and her consciousness once again plunged into a state of unconsciousness, faintly hearing the phoenix declare, "The first trial begins." Chapter 5, The First Trial. Mother, it's bad enough that my sister won't play with me. She even went and killed my silver ear beast. A familiar and loathsome voice echoed. Qi Ling, how dare you bully your brother? Do you think that as the future head of the family, you can act with impunity? A voice, all too familiar, resounded. I'm talking to you. How dare you ignore me? The moment those words were spoken, a sharp slap rang out. Smack. Qi Ling's head was struck to the side. Her tightly shut eyes filled with disappointment. Mother, I did not bully my brother. I did not harm his silver ear beast. Qi Ling's protest was abruptly cut off by her mother. Go, go, go. Quickly catch another silver ear beast. If you don't return before dark, you shall have no dinner. Her mother, exasperated, scooped up her brother and retreated into the inner room, with his back turned to their mother. Her brother made a face at Qi Ling. The silver ear beast is an exceedingly rare magical creature, resembling a rabbit with silver ears. This creature is notoriously timid. Even the slightest rustle can send it into a panic, making capture exceptionally difficult, especially alive. However, with Qi Ling's unparalleled affinity talent, such challenges were mere trifles. The primary obstacle was that these silver ear beasts were found solely in the distant radiant light forest, which lay a staggering distance from the Qi family. Qi Ling glanced at the sky. There were still 5 hours until sunset. Windbird. She silently recited an incantation, and a summoning circle slowly materialized beneath her. As she uttered the name of the beast, a magnificent, large bird appeared before her. Qi Ling, that old crone is sending you to catch those little beasts again? The windbird flapped its wings and took a couple of steps forward, clearly unperturbed. This time, it's for the silver ear beast, Qi Ling stated succinctly. What? The windbird's feathers nearly bristled in shock. What does that old hag want with a silver ear beast? There's hardly any meat on it. It wouldn't even suffice for a single bite. Honestly, that old woman delights in tormenting others. The windbird, irate, scratched the ground with its claws, its wings thumping against the earth, and its tuft of feathers quivering in agitation. Qi Ling couldn't help but laugh at the flustered windbird. After the laughter subsided, she frowned. How could she find amusement? She had long ceased to smile. Hey, Qi Ling, you laughed. You look so beautiful when you smile. Much prettier than that so-called first beauty, Xianxi. If you were to ask me, you should smile more, the windbird chattered, feeling somewhat disheartened. Qi Ling cast a cool glance at the windbird, which promptly fell silent, its feathers drooping. Observing the windbird's dejected demeanor, she too felt a pang of sorrow. She was at a loss for words of comfort, particularly for a magical beast. With a sigh, she reached out to stroke the windbird's head. The windbird nestled into her palm, its tuft of feathers perked up once more. Well, who am I? I am the illustrious windbird. How could I be bothered by such trivialities? Come aboard. I shall escort you to the radiant light forest. The windbird flapped its wings, lowering its body slightly. Qi Ling gently leaped onto its back. Hold on tight. I'm about to take off. With that, the windbird gracefully flapped its wings, lifting off the ground and soaring into the distance in an instant. The windbird, known as the swift windbird, lived up to its name. Being the swiftest avian magical creature in the Xiantian continent, its temperament was volatile, prone to aggression at the slightest provocation. Due to its incredible speed, few could hope to catch or tame it. Hence, on the market, a single windbird could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. The one now in Qi Ling's possession was saved during her pact ceremony. It had been gravely injured by a bone-eating serpent king and was on the brink of death. Qi Ling had given it a drop of her blood, allowing it to survive, and in return, it willingly became her steed. It was the only magical beast willing to enter into a soul contract with Qi Ling. The Qi family's summoning technique differs from traditional methods. It requires an initial contract with a magical beast. There are 3 types of contracts: master-servant, equal, and soul contracts. The master-servant contract is the most tyrannical, wherein the contractor injects a drop of blood into the beast's consciousness, rendering it unable to resist. Defiance results in backlash. The equal contract places the beast on an equal footing with the contractor. If one dies, the other does not necessarily perish. The soul contract binds the contractor's soul with the beast's. The death of one spells the death of the other, encompassing not only physical demise, but also the dissolution of the soul. In the Xiantian continent, there exist secret arts for cultivating the soul, which, when mastered to a certain degree, endows the soul with divine attributes. As long as the spirit remains intact, the prospect of bodily reconstruction persists. The Qi family, as an ancient lineage of summoners, has managed to maintain its standing among the 5 great families even after a decline, not only due to their exceptional summoning skills, but also because of their access to the secret arts of soul cultivation. This knowledge is reserved for the family heads and the young master, who must swear the vow of Brahma, forbidding its dissemination. As the young master, Qi Ling has naturally studied this secret art from a young age, and now her soul is even more solidified than that of Qi Fengyi. With the sun nearing its descent, Qi Ling returned home with the silver ear beast, only to find her parents and brother gathered around the dining table, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. "Mother, I'm back," Qi Ling said softly, her lips pressed together. The joyous sounds abruptly ceased, and 3 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. Whereas Qinchin's silver ear beast? Surprisingly, her mother did not deliberately make things difficult for her. Qi Ling retrieved the silver ear beast from her magical beast pouch, and the creature sat obediently in her palm, exhibiting no signs of distress. Just as her mother was about to permit Qi Ling to join in the meal, her brother spoke up. "Sister, you left at dawn and only returned at dusk. How arduous it must have been for you." Though he spoke with a smile, the malice in his eyes was so potent that Qi Ling almost believed him to be her enemy. Her mother's expression darkened immediately, her gaze fixed on Qi Ling. "You usually return within an hour after catching a magical beast. Today, you took so long. Were you off playing?" Qi Ling furrowed her brow, instinctively retorting, "I did not." "Mother, look at my sister. She dares to talk back. Having a powerful backing truly makes a difference. How unlike me, possessing nothing but my parents." Upon hearing Si Qingli's retort, Si Chun began to nitpick, and even after finishing, he did not forget to feign weakness before their parents. "Oh, how bold of you, to dare speak back. After all I have done to raise you, you still have the audacity to defy me? Go. Face the wall in the woodshed and reflect upon your wrongs. You will emerge only when you realize your mistakes." Si Mu, immediately incensed, grew increasingly agitated with every word. Meanwhile, Si Fu slammed the table and rose, glaring fiercely. "Si Qingli, do not think that having a supporter grants you the freedom to act recklessly. As long as I am here, I will not tolerate your arrogance. Now, immediately, go to the woodshed and reflect." Si Qingli, her hands clenched and then released, turned and walked towards the woodshed without uttering a word. Behind her, she heard Si Mu entrusting the silver-eared beast to Si Chun, advising him to treat it well. To which Si Chun replied that he would. Ironically, they were oblivious to the fact that the previous silver-eared beast had met its end at Si Chun's hands. Its throat slit, bleeding to death. Out of pity, she had buried it, only to be falsely accused by Si Chun of having killed his silver-eared beast. Si Fu and Si Mu disregarded her explanations, determined to believe that she was responsible for the beast's demise. Truly ludicrous. As she gazed upon the familiar woodshed, Si Qingli felt an immense ache within her heart. She had spent countless nights in the woodshed, to the point where it felt like her true home. Chapter 6. The Shattered Bow Song. The woodshed possessed a large window, and lying atop the straw, one could gaze at the moon outside. Si Qingli relished lying in the straw, watching the moonlight. In her drowsiness, she perceived a woman in labor, and then a group of figures clad in black encircled a 2-year-old child, merely to showcase the items they held. The scene shifted, and she saw the child's parents taking her out to play, the surroundings utterly unlike any place in the Fantian continent, adorned with towering buildings and peculiar garments. The child's radiant smile evoked a sense of warmth within her. She yearned for such joy. Yet, as she attempted to draw nearer to discern the child's true visage, it remained elusive. "Do you wish to know who I am? Then let us play a game. If you catch me, I shall reveal my identity." The child suddenly emerged from the scene, grinning playfully at Si Qingli before darting away. "Wait, who are you?" Si Qingli paused momentarily, her feet moving instinctively in pursuit. An innate sense telling her that this child might be connected to her. Uncertain of how long she had been running, just as she was about to seize the child, it exclaimed, "Hee hee, big sister, the game is over. I'm sorry, but you've lost." The child vanished into thin air. Seechingly jolted awake, finding Seichin standing at the woodshed entrance, cradling the silver-eared beast. "You were sleeping soundly. I spoke to you, yet you did not stir." Seichin remarked with a discontented glance. "What do you wish to say?" Seichin rose with an expressionless demeanor, accustomed to his disdainful looks. Seichin's hand, which had been caressing the silver-eared beast, paused momentarily, his eyes betraying a palpable loathing. "The master has arrived. He awaits you in the hall." "I understand." Seichin smoothed the creases of her attire, preparing to exit the woodshed. As she passed Seichin, she overheard his cold remark. "Do not entertain thoughts of reporting to the master. You know he does not concern himself with such matters." Seichin hesitated, then continued past him, leaving without a backward glance. Seichin observed her retreating figure, his grip on the silver-eared beast tightening as he forcibly yanked a clump of fur from it, eliciting a pained squeal. Every month, around mid-month, the family head, Seifengi, would come to take her to the family estate for training, from which she would not return until the beginning of the following month. Although she managed to evade Seichin's torment while training at the estate, she found herself ensnared in other predicaments. Seifengi had 3 sons, the youngest, Si Bazong, possessing the greatest talent, a level 70 affinity. He incessantly sought to challenge her, persistently inviting her to the arena to battle magical beasts, which irked her immensely, yet she was powerless to resist, as he was the family head's son. Seichin, after a few days apart, "Let me see whether you have been diligent in your training." Upon entering the family estate, she was greeted by the all-too-familiar, brash voice. "Bazong, could you possibly refrain from causing a ruckus? Qingli has only just arrived." As for his youngest son, Seifengi felt a mix of affection and frustration. For Bazong was the most talented of the 3. At times, he would turn a blind eye to his mischief. He viewed Seichin as the future head of the family, also attempting to orchestrate a union between her and Bazong. Unfortunately, Bazong, lacking in common sense, spent his days either demanding a duel with Seichin or asserting that defeating her would prove he was destined to be the future head of the Si family. "Father, I simply wish to compete with her. After all, it's merely a fight between magical beasts. It won't harm me," Bazong declared, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at Seichin, shouting boisterously. Seichin lowered her gaze to the grayish-blue tiles beneath her feet, pretending not to hear Boisong's outburst. Seeing Seichin ignore him, Boisong's frustration boiled over. "Seichin, I'm talking to you. At least acknowledge me." Seichin briefly met his gaze before returning her attention to the tiles. Boisong found her indifference infuriating. How could anyone behave so dismissively? Just as he was about to summon a magical beast to attack Seichin, Seifengi frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. "Enough. Boisong, cease your antics." Upon hearing his father call his full name, Boisong immediately shrank back, silenced. "Qingli, do not take offense. Bazong is simply like this by nature," Seifengi said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I won tea, master," Seichin responded succinctly. After Seifengi departed, Bazong resumed his arrogant provocations. "Seichin, after half a month apart, why do you suddenly hesitate to challenge me? Have you failed to contract a powerful magical beast?" "I have." Before Bazong could finish his boastful tirade, Seichin interrupted, "Then let us compete." "Ah, now that is more like it. Competing against this young master is truly something to be proud of." As Bazong prattled on, he and Seichin made their way to the arena. Training at the family estate was indeed rigorous, as Seifengi sought to cultivate her as the next head of the family. Materially, Seifengi had never deprived her. She not only dined alongside him, but also enjoyed her own little courtyard, where she was even given 2 maidservants to assist her. She began to question whether she might actually be Seifengi's daughter until one day she overheard his plans. Seifengi intended for her to marry Si Bazong once she reached adulthood, believing that a child born of a level 70 affinity and a child of maximum affinity would surely possess remarkable potential. Perhaps they might even produce another child with maximum affinity. Upon hearing this, her heart sank. It became clear that everything was merely a ploy to marry her off to Si Bazong. After all, who would sincerely invest in a child that was not their own? Even biological parents often fell short. True affection, it seemed, was a memory she had once known. Who had ever treated her with such kindness? Images flickered through her mind in disjointed fragments. She longed to see them clearly, yet they remained obscured. "No, I must remember." Si Bazong observed Seichin clutching her head in apparent distress, and could not help but exclaim, "Hey, what are you doing? Are we still fighting or not?" Seichin shook her head, indicating that there was nothing amiss. "All right then, let the competition commence." Si Baixing recited the summoning incantation with remarkable swiftness, while Si Qingli remained utterly still, not even parting her lips. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. Was she preparing to concede? Just as he was nearing the completion of the summoning spell, a colossal magical beast materialized in the arena. Wow, what an enormous emerald-hued scorpion. Wait, emerald? This is the Jade Green King Scorpion? Good heavens, isn't that a tier 10 magical beast? His astonishment abruptly halted the remainder of his incantation. Why you? When did you contract a tier 10 magical beast? Si Baixing exclaimed, gazing at the scorpion's elevated tail, his trembling hand reaching out as he uttered in shock. Moreover, you didn't even recite the summoning spell? He felt as though he might shatter into a million pieces. The highest tier of magical beast he had contracted was merely tier 7. And this Jade Green King Scorpion surpassed his creature by a full 3 tiers. It was an entirely different realm. What did that imply? Instant annihilation. If his beast dared to emerge, it would be obliterated upon appearance. What a farce this battle would be. And the most critical point was, she hadn't even recited the summoning spell. Chapter 7. The first day of school. Seeing that he exhibited no desire for battle, Si Qingli recalled the Jade Green King Scorpion and prepared to depart. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my training. Wait. You haven't answered my question. Si Baixing protested, unwilling to relent. Si Qingli continued walking, replying, yesterday. I chanted it in my heart. Yesterday? You knew I would challenge you, so you specifically sought out a tier 10 magical beast to contract? Just to confront me? Si Baixing retorted, indignant. Si Qingli paused slightly, stating candidly, I encountered it while assisting Si Chun in capturing a pet yesterday, and thus I contracted it. Implicitly, she conveyed that it wasn't a deliberate search, merely a happenstance. Si Baixing fell silent, his expression crumbling, and he was rendered utterly speechless. Happenstance. Happenstance. He incredulously exclaimed, just listen to that. Anyone who hears this would be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Magical beasts grow at an astonishing rate. With tiers ranging from 1 to 15, tiers 1 to 3 mark a threshold known as low-tier magical beasts. Tiers 4 to 6 signify mid-tier magical beasts. And tiers 7 to 9 denote high-tier magical beasts. Tiers 10 and 11 are classified as king-tier beasts, while tiers 12 and 13 are regarded as emperor-tier beasts. Tier 14 represents emperor-level beasts, which cannot be contracted, and tier 15 is a realm seldom encountered, rumored to have existed in ancient times. How old is Si Qingli? Just 15, and she is capable of contracting a tier 10 magical beast. Such talent, on the entire continent, could only be rivaled by the son of the temple. Chanting spells in her heart, was she jesting with him? Before Si Baixing could regain his composure, Si Qingli had already departed, and he relayed the incident to Si Fengyi. During dinner, Si Fengyi imparted some heartfelt advice to Si Qingli, emphasizing the need for caution and discretion, urging her not to reveal her ability to contract a tier 10 magical beast. Upon her departure, he gifted her a tome on refining her agility. That night, Si Qingli lay alone in bed, staring at the ceiling, struggling to find sleep. She had an unsettling feeling that she had forgotten something. Yet she could not recall what it was. What could it be? Why couldn't she remember? Her memory was intact. Her thoughts were jumbled. And after tossing and turning without rest, she decided to rise and step outside, settling on a stone bench beneath a tree. At that moment, the bright moon shone high above, illuminating a sky devoid of clouds. Would a daughter, absent from home, not evoke concern from her parents? Perhaps not. Sister. You've returned. The child appeared once more in her dreams. Who are you? Why do you evoke such a sense of familiarity? Without waiting for the child to speak, Si Qingli hurriedly approached to grab her. I want to tell you. You'll have to catch me first. The child giggled, darting ahead. Sister, if you can't catch me this time, there won't be another chance. The child suddenly said with an air of melancholy. For some reason, Si Qingli instinctively quickened her pace, feeling an urgent need to seize her this time. She had to discover her identity, or else Si Qingli cast aside her contemplations, focusing intently on pursuing the child. Got you. In that fleeting moment of capturing the child, a flood of inexplicable images surged into her mind. And as the child turned to face her, she realized it was her own reflection. In an instant, the figures within her memory crystallized. She was Shanchuan Qingli. She had a loving mother, a father who delighted in teasing her, numerous charming classmates. She remembered. She finally recalled. How could she have forgotten such beautiful memories? The moment she regained this recollection, she found herself back in an alternate space, as though only a few seconds had passed. Return now, it is time to awaken. With a gentle call from the phoenix, Shanchuan Qingli instantaneously reappeared at the corner of an alley. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would likely have been terrified by the sudden appearance. It was akin to conjuring a living being. Gasping, She surveyed her surroundings and drew in a sharp breath. The area was littered with shredded flesh, and it was evident that it belonged to Chuanjiang Xiaobei. It seemed her abrupt disappearance had incited a furious bloodbath. Xiaobei, rest assured, I shall avenge you, Shanchuan Qingli declared resolutely. Glancing at her watch, she discovered that only 10 minutes had elapsed, with merely 5 minutes remaining until class began. She was determined not to be late on her first day of school. With no time to spare, she hurried towards the academy. En route to the school, she observed peculiar cursed spirits scattered about, some large, some small, and even some perched upon the shoulders of passers-by. What was happening? Why was she suddenly able to see these entities? Could it be a result of encountering a special grade cursed spirit? With no time to ponder, Shanchuan Qingli chose to ignore them and pressed on towards Taoji Private School. She found herself in Class 1 of Year 1, where there were 10 classes in total, each with 20 students. Just a minute before class commenced, she successfully entered the classroom, capturing the attention of all her classmates and the teacher. The homeroom teacher promptly requested her to be the first to introduce herself. Si Qingli's mind was momentarily engulfed in confusion. How does one even introduce oneself? Suddenly inspired, she seized a piece of chalk and inscribed her name on the blackboard, then bowed to her classmates, exuding confidence and grace. Hello everyone, my name is Shanchuan Qingli. My hobbies include indulging in culinary delights, and I enjoy reading. My home is located at 137 Biyun Huanqing Avenue, and I warmly welcome you all to visit. A round of applause erupted from the class. Following this, the teacher instructed her to find a vacant seat and called the next student to introduce themselves. Si Qingli chose a seat by the window, where her desk mate, a short-haired girl with glasses, introduced herself timidly. Hello, my name is Yamazaki Mikiko. The short-haired girl glanced shyly at Shanchuan Qingli and weakly introduced herself. Si Qingli beamed a sweet smile, replying, Hello Mikiko. From now on, we will be desk mates. I look forward to getting to know you better. Yamazaki Mikiko's face flushed with embarrassment as she adjusted her glasses. Pleased to meet you. Once the introductions concluded, the homeroom teacher began distributing the textbooks for the term. After class, many students began exchanging their names and engaging in conversation. Shozen, I just heard you mention your fondness for gourmet food. What type do you particularly enjoy? A slightly plump girl, her face beaming with joy, sidled up to Shozen Kiyori. Well, I actually adore all kinds of food. If I had to choose a favorite, it would undoubtedly be desserts. Desserts are truly irresistible. I relish the sweet, indulgent sensations that linger upon my lips and between my teeth, Shozen Kiyori exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. What a coincidence. I too have a penchant for sweets. My absolute favorite is chocolate. Oh, by the way, my name is Suji Kana. You can call me Kana. All right, Kana. As the bell rang for the next class, the students swiftly returned to their seats. Shozen Kiyori intended to pose a question to Yamamoto Mikiko, but turned around just in time to avoid being startled by a lurking cursed spirit. Thankfully, her strong will prevented an expletive from escaping her lips. Why does Shozen keep staring at me? Yamamoto Mikiko, noticing Shozen Kiyori's unwavering gaze, felt her hands anxiously intertwining beneath the desk. Shozen Kiyori chuckled awkwardly, waved her hand dismissively, and said, It's nothing. I was merely captivated by your cuteness. With that wave, she inadvertently sent the cursed spirit flying. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Mikiko's face flushed deeper, her eyelashes trembling nervously. Ah, how utterly adorable, Mikiko. How can one be so cute? Shozen Kiyori mused silently to herself. Chapter 8, The Demon King and the Little Witch. After school in the afternoon, Shozen Kiyori bid farewell to her newly made friends and prepared to return home along the same route. Whenever she encountered deserted stretches, she effortlessly dispatched the cursed spirits she came across. Alas, I wonder if there are any of those repulsive cursed spirits near my mother. The mere thought of those writhing entities made her stomach churn. She had never encountered anything so grotesque in her previous life. Some magical beasts may have been ugly, but they were not as vile as cursed spirits. One could only speculate. Is this truly the manifestation of humanity's negative emotions? Shozen Kiyori thought derisively. As she turned the corner, she spotted a section cordoned off by police tape, with several inspectors investigating and discussing matters with individuals clad in black uniforms. Shozen Kiyori refrained from approaching. She wished to avoid recollecting the harrowing events of the morning, when her former friend had been slain here by a cursed spirit known as Slaughter, and she herself had nearly met the same fate. This world is not as simple as she had imagined. Her cheerful demeanor instantly darkened as she clenched her fists tightly, gazing at the corner alley. Silently vowing, she would avenge Shirayuri. Mother, I'm home. Shozen Kiyori called out loudly from outside the villa without even stepping through the gate. And only after her face was recognized was she permitted entry. Within 2 minutes, Shihan and I emerged, followed closely by Shozen Hakuya. The two mothers embraced deeply upon seeing each other, While Shozen Hakuya murmured discontentedly, "The little witch is back, and our world is once again disrupted." In response, Shozen Kiori planted a kiss on Chihan Anai's cheek and playfully said, "Mother, I crave your milfai." Chihan Anai reciprocated with a kiss on Shozen Kiori's cheek. All right. I will make it right away. How was your first day at school? Did anyone bully you? Were your classmates amiable? I found the school to be immense. I almost couldn't locate my classroom. Oh dear, mother, with my endearing charm and eloquence, which classmate would dare bully me? Today, I made 2 new friends. One is my desk mate, and the other is a short-haired girl wearing glasses. She is incredibly adorable. Additionally, there's another girl who shares my love for gourmet food. Shozen Kiori animatedly gestured to Chihan Anai, even pulling out her phone to show her pictures of the school. Shozen Hakuya watched the two, feeling ignored. As he strode into the house, filled with resentment at their retreating figures. How could I, a grown adult, have not noticed? The moment the little witch returned. She whisked away my wife. Where's the justice in this? Shozen Hakuya fumed. While Chihan Anai was preparing the milfai, Shozen Hakuya dashed over, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his head on her shoulder like a large dog. Dear, I want to eat salmon sashimi. Chihan Anai promptly swatted his hands away. You'll make it yourself. You're an adult now. You can't expect others to cook for you. That's unfair. Why should the little witch get a milfai while I have to prepare my own salmon sashimi? This is not equitable. Shozen Hakuya expressed his grievances. Chihan Anai cast him an elegant sidelong glance, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. So what would you prefer? To sleep in the study tonight? Or to sleep in the study tonight? Shozen Hakuya stood frozen, as if struck by a vehicle. No, darling. You can't treat me this way. Darling. Are you seeing another dog outside? Have you stopped loving me? Shozen Hakuya's face fell, resembling a pitiful, drenched dog. Chihan Anai raised a teasing smile and slowly uttered a single word, leave. Shozen Hakuya, feeling wronged, exited the kitchen, only to find Shozen Kiori rolling on the sofa in laughter, mimicking his words. Are you seeing another dog outside? Ah, you infuriate me. Little witch, the moment you returned, I became obsolete. How dare you laugh? I'll make you pay for that laughter. Shozen Hakuya sneered, extending his mischievous hands towards Shozen Kiori. Don't come any closer. Ah ha ha. Shozen Kiori barely finished her sentence before Shozen Hakuya's hands had already found their way to her armpits, forcing her into uncontrollable laughter. Let us see you mock me. Let us see you enjoy the spectacle. Laugh, keep laughing. Shozen Hakuya's face twisted with mock ferocity. Ha 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 ha, I'm just watching. Ha ha, I'm just watching, ha ha. Shozen Kiori laughed until tears streamed down her face, stubbornly refusing to concede, struggling to escape her father's grasp. However, her father's towering stature rendered her efforts futile. In the kitchen, Chihan Anai chuckled at the scene but did not intervene. Just as Shozen Kiori felt her face was about to freeze from laughter, her beloved mother finally emerged to halt this torment. Wah, mother, he is bullying me. Shozen Kiori cried, rushing to embrace Chihan Anai, seeking solace against Shozen Hakuya's misdeeds. Chihan Anai affectionately patted Shozen Kiori's head and turned to Shozen Hakuya, admonishing him. You, a grown man, still resorting to tickling? Having just vented his frustrations, Shozen Hakuya refrained from continuing his antics and obediently accepted the reprimand. Kiori is quite sensitive. Do refrain from tickling her in the future. I shall tickle. Shozen Hakuya thought to himself. That father, the Demon King. He would never heed his mother's advice and would surely take advantage of her absence to bully her. Shozen Kiori contemplated. Chihan Anai prepared the milfai that Shozen Kiori had craved, as well as the salmon sashimi that Shozen Hakuya desired, receiving affectionate kisses from both her daughter and husband in return. After dinner, Shozen Kiori retreated to her room and began to delve into the enigmatic power coursing through her. Was this the surge before death? Shozen Kiori took out her phone and searched for information regarding cursed spirits, only to find nothing. She tried searching for the term curse alone, but still, no results emerged. Is there truly no information to be found? Has all news or reports regarding this been suppressed? Or could there be other platforms for browsing? Shanshuan Qingli pondered earnestly for a moment, then retrieved a notebook. Reflecting on the day's events, she began to jot down her thoughts and sketches. This world is far from the simplicity I once envisioned. I must cultivate strength to prevail. Should I encounter that cursed spirit again, I would surely meet my demise once more. With determination, Shanshuan Qingli inscribed the words "become strong" in her notebook, encircling them with a deliberate flourish. Over the weekend, she planned to experiment with the techniques from her past life, uncertain whether they would hold any efficacy in this realm. She noted illusionary eye in bold letters, underlining it emphatically. This initial trial had sealed my memories, plunging me into bygone recollections. If I fail to recall during a second attempt, I may become irrevocably ensnared, unable to awaken. This trial tests the sincerity of my familial bonds and the depth of my connections with my loved ones. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Shanshuan Qingli felt a shiver of fear. Fortunately, her ties to her family were profound enough to prevent her from being trapped indefinitely. The Phoenix had remarked that my spiritual power was at 90%. Why not a full 100? Was there more to this? Suddenly, an epiphany struck, her golden eyes flickering with insight as she connected the Phoenix's words to her own situation. Yet, she resolved to dismiss such musings. Overthinking would yield no benefits. Instead, she directed her focus towards harnessing her own power, understanding that only through strength could she avert a repeat of today's harrowing encounter. Reflecting on the day's tribulations, she found herself torn between feelings of melancholy, gratitude, and awe, awestruck that her first confrontation with a cursed spirit had been against a formidable one. Disheartened by her inability to resist, yet grateful for the awakening of her extraordinary energy in her moment of despair. Though she remained unaware of the origins of this newfound energy, she was determined to explore it thoroughly, drawing upon the experiences of her past life. Closing her eyes, she calmed her mind, slowing her breath as she concentrated her mental faculties. Before her appeared a radiant golden energy, coursing through her limbs. She endeavored to consolidate this dispersed energy, investing considerable time and effort. With the aid of her mental prowess, the energy coalesced at her chest, forming a golden orb the size of a pearl. She then attempted to scatter this gathered energy, only to reunite it, repeating the cycle until she had reduced the process from half an hour to merely 10 minutes. By the time she completed her exercises of gathering and dispersing energy, she was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. After splashing her face with water, she collapsed into bed, overwhelmed by fatigue. Chapter 9. Research and Contemplation. In the darkness, she wandered aimlessly, something calling out to her. Shanshuan, classmate, why do you not? Who was calling her? Shanshuan Qingli halted, scanning her surroundings, but saw nothing. Just then, the voice grew increasingly distinct. Shanshuan, classmate, why do you? The voice emanated from behind her, familiar yet unsettling. She whirled around abruptly. Why do you not save me? Before her stood a visage both known and foreign, Kawaji Shuko. Familiar because she was a classmate, yet strange due to the disfigurement that marred her features, resembling a cursed spirit. Why do you not save me? She bellowed, her mouth agape, as if to swallow Shanshuan Qingli whole. A jolt of terror coursed through Shanshuan Qingli, propelling her upright in bed, gasping for breath as her heart raced violently. Despite her efforts to suppress thoughts of Kawaji Shuko, she could not forget. After all, it was before her that life had faded away. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, attempting to calm her tumultuous emotions. She rose to freshen up, donning athletic attire in preparation for a morning run. Running would allow her to escape all her worries. Upon returning from her jog, she found Shihan Anai already in the kitchen preparing breakfast, while Shanshuan Bei lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Seeing Shanshuan Qingli return, her hair matted with sweat, he teased, "Oh, the sun must have risen in the west today. The little witch is up for a morning run. How peculiar." Though Shanshuan Qingli usually maintained a routine of morning runs, she often succumbed to the allure of sleep, waking only with the alarm's insistence. From today onward, I shall exercise daily. I will claim first place at the sports meet, she declared with fervor. Shanshuan Bei burst into laughter at her ambitious proclamation. A sports meet? First place? The little witch must still be half asleep. With those little arms and legs, coming in last is more likely. Unfazed by Shanshuan Bei's skepticism, Shanshuan Qingli chose not to explain, as this was merely a ruse. After a refreshing shower and changing into her clothes, she joined the family for breakfast, which Chihan Anai urged her to consume promptly. Following breakfast, Shanshuan Qingli embarked on a new day. After a tranquil day had passed, she returned home and began to delve into her own capabilities. She first attempted to practice the techniques from her past life, which consisted of only 2 disciplines, one for cultivating her spirit and the other for enhancing her agility. The cultivation of her spirit aimed to enable her to contract more magical beasts. Each beast contracted meant dispersing her spiritual power, hence the denser her spirit, the better. The agility training was essential for her self-defense, as summoners dreaded close combat. Although she could not utilize the agility techniques, thankfully, she could still refine her spirit. Moreover, she sought to ascertain whether her illusionary eye from her past life still existed. What is the illusionary eye? It is a sealing artifact with mesmerizing effects, a relic passed down through generations of the sea family. The illusionary eye not only seals magical beasts, but also bewitches enemies. It is termed eye because it integrates seamlessly with the user's vision without impairing sight. When activated, a faint golden aura envelopes the eyes, ensnaring any living creature within a 5-meter radius, rendering them non-aggressive and malleable to her will. Shanchuan Qingli's illusionary eye was bestowed upon her by Fengyi. It not only melded with her eyes, but also fused with her spirit. As long as her spirit endures, none can seize her illusionary eye unless she willingly surrenders it. Now, the question arises, will the illusionary eye function in this world? Or does she even possess it? Contemplating this, a mischievous smile crept across Shanchuan Qingli's lips. It seems I must consult my dear father. Meanwhile, Shanchuan Bei, watching television downstairs, inexplicably sneezed several times in succession. You must have caught a cold from your late-night antics, Jihan and I remarked, handing him a box of cold medicine. Rubbing his nose, Shanchuan Bei, unabashedly snuggling up to his wife, quipped, Wife, I am not ill. I feel splendid. Someone must be cursing me. Keep your distance. I don't want to catch your cold, Jihan and I retorted, pushing him away from her. As Shanchuan Qingli descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of her parents sweetly interacting on the sofa. Ah, such a lovely bond, she mused. Father, I need to speak with you. Could you come here for a moment? She said, her face alight with a cheerful smile and a friendly tone. You seek me? That smile appears rather suspicious. There's mischief afoot. Shanchuan Bei scrutinized her expression, ready to rise. But just as he lifted himself from the couch, he slumped back down, exclaiming, Ah, my head feels so dizzy. I think I might faint. Jihan and I looked at him with exasperation. Wife, am I on the brink of death? My head aches terribly. Shanchuan Bei, with a sorrowful countenance, gazed at his beloved wife with tear-filled eyes, resembling a child who had truly caught a cold. Shanchuan Qingli couldn't help but twitch her lips. It was a pity that he did not pursue a career in acting. Qianben and Nai, with a gentle smile, ultimately did not allow Shanchuan Bei to finish his performance, asking, Are you longing to nap in the study again? Upon hearing this, Shanchuan Bei sprang to his feet, approaching Shanchuan Qingli with a radiant smile, and inquired, My dearest daughter, what brings you to seek my attention? His facial expressions shifted with remarkable rapidity, a testament to his theatrical talent. Shanchuan Qingli once again marveled at her father's ability to change his demeanor. Father, I wish to attend a martial arts academy this weekend, she stated, discreetly concentrating her mental energy in her eyes. Learning martial arts is an excellent choice for strengthening the body. I wholeheartedly support you, my cherished daughter. Shanchuan Bei replied, still beaming. It seems I have failed, she thought. Thank you, father. Shanchuan Bei was entirely in favor of Shanchuan Qingli's desire to learn martial arts. Splendid. The weekend will be our private time together, he thought, his heart bursting with joy like a firecracker. However, Qianben and Nai held a different perspective. Was there a reason for Qingli's sudden interest in martial arts? Could it be that someone was bullying her at school? A dangerous glint darkened Qianben and Nai's gaze. The illusionary eyes, products of a previous life, should have vanished. Shanchuan Qingli looked at the words illusionary eyes in her notebook, pondered for a moment, and slowly crossed them out. She needed to dedicate time to her training, should she encounter another formidable cursed spirit like last time. She certainly did not wish to face death again. Days passed, as she attended classes, balancing her studies with mental cultivation during the day. Upon returning home in the afternoon, she practiced her agility techniques in her room, and on weekends, she immersed herself in martial arts training, fervently absorbing combat skills. A semester slipped by, bidding farewell to her classmates, including the enchanting Mickey and the amiable Kanai, commencing a 2-month summer holiday. Despite her dual focus on studies, she achieved commendable results, ranking 7th overall. Qingli, where would you like to travel during the summer? As a reward, Qianben and Nai permitted Shanchuan Qingli to choose a city for a family vacation. I wish to see what the capital is like. Shanchuan Qingli had long yearned to visit Tokyo, but due to her young age, Qianben and Nai was reluctant to let her go alone. Dear, why don't you ask me? Shanchuan Bei said with a hint of grievance. Qianben and Nai shot him an exasperated glance, too weary to engage. With the summer travel destination confirmed, the family began preparing their belongings. Having lived in Kanagawa for so long, it was her first time leaving home for another place, making her heart race with excitement, and she struggled to fall asleep, forcing her eyes to close. As for when she finally drifted off, perhaps only the heavens knew. Chapter 10, Contracting the Cursed Spirit. Shanchuan Qingli opened her eyes again, and it was already the following morning. After breakfast, she gathered the items they were to take into the hall. Darling, how about we take my car this time? Shanchuan Bei, having not driven his beloved vehicle for a while, felt an itch of anticipation. His prized possession was a pink Bentley, which Shanchuan Qingli had critiqued on multiple occasions, while Qianben and Nai found his flamboyant taste bewildering. A grown man painting his car pink, the kind of pastel that appeals to young girls. Whenever he wants to drive, he does so alone, and those who understand why. Qianben and Nai had her own vehicle, a black Rolls-Royce, subtly luxurious and elegant, exuding a sense of class. Mother, let me carry your bag, Shanchuan Qingli offered. not wishing to ride in her father's ostentatious car. Darling, you truly do not wish to share a vehicle with me? Shanshuan Bei gazed at Qianbin and Nai with adoring eyes, attempting to win her over. Would you be willing to repaint it? Qianbin and Nai retorted. Shanshuan Bei felt as if struck by lightning, glancing between his beloved car and his wife, torn between two loves. Observing his father's melodramatic display of despair, Shanshuan Qingli remarked, Mother, is the great demon king truly just a singer? Qianbin and Nai paused, realizing, indeed. Shanshuan Qingli pouted. Hasn't he acted before? He's quite the performer. Upon hearing her words, Qianbin and Nai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Shanshuan Bei acting out his solitary performance. Ultimately, love for his wife triumphed over his affection for his car. Shanshuan Bei relinquished his desire to drive his prized vehicle, donning a conciliatory smile as he attempted to claim the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce, only to be halted by a single glance from Qianbin and Nai. Hee dear. Let me drive. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself. Shanshuan Bei offered cheerfully. Do you wish to scratch my car? Qianbin and Nai retorted, dismissing his hand that reached for the door. Reluctantly, he retreated to the passenger seat. Observing the scene, Shanshuan Qingli swiftly claimed the front seat, fastening her seatbelt with delight. You. Get down. The passenger seat is mine. Shanshuan Bei exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. With the driver's seat gone, now the passenger seat was also lost. Yay. Shanshuan Qingli rolled down the window, sticking her tongue out at him, further inciting his ire. As he grasped the door handle, ready to pull the insufferable girl out, he was met with Qianbin and Nai's gentle smile. Humph, there's nothing special about the passenger seat. The back seat is spacious. If it's uncomfortable, I can lie down. With that, he opened the back door and settled in. After this commotion, the car finally hit the road. Watching the vehicle depart from their home, traveling down the street towards the unknown, her heart brimmed with anticipation. What wonders awaited her in Tokyo? She hoped this summer would not disappoint. Shanshuan Qingli mused about the attractions in Tokyo, uncertain, yet she knew one thing. There were indeed numerous cursed spirits. While the cursed spirits in Kanagawa were few, in Tokyo, they seemed to abound, large and small, grotesque and unsightly. Thankfully, she had mastered the art of ignoring them. After silently dispatching yet another one-eyed cursed spirit lurking beside Qianbin and Nai, Shanshuan Qingli could no longer contain her weariness. Mother, I'm a bit tired. Shall we head back? She said, her face reflecting her fatigue. Assuming her daughter was simply exhausted from shopping, Qianbin and Nai readily agreed to return home. In Tokyo, Qianbin and Nai owned a quaint three-story house, a purchase made during her youth while studying there. She had arranged for regular cleaning to maintain its pristine condition. Arriving in Tokyo in the morning, they dropped off their luggage and went out for lunch. Afterward, Qianbin and Nai wished to explore the shops to buy Shanshuan Qingli some clothes. Although Shanshuan Qingli had not intended to shop for clothes, believing her wardrobe was ample and unworn, she didn't want to refuse her mother's kind intentions. Thus, she complied and spent the afternoon trying on various outfits. Meanwhile, Shanshuan Bei lamented that Qianbin and Nai had not bought him any clothes, seemingly determined to make a scene if she did not. Eventually, Qianbin and Nai, exasperated, selected a few outfits for him, prompting him to cease his antics. Upon returning to the quaint three-story villa, she placed all the newly purchased garments into the wardrobe before heading for a refreshing shower. Upon her emergence, she discovered an unexpected presence in the room, specifically, a small cursed spirit resembling a monkey. It had a disproportionately large head with a single eye occupying half of its face, beneath which lay a long seam. The creature squatted by the window, blinking its eye at Shanshuan Qingli. Startled, Shanshuan Qingli paused mid-dry, her gaze narrowing dangerously upon the one-eyed spirit, energy coalescing in her hand as she prepared to eliminate it. Yet, the spirit remained motionless, staring intently at her as if oblivious to the impending threat. Frozen in its position, just as her hand neared the creature, she abruptly halted, a new thought blossoming in her mind. What if she could forge a contract with this cursed spirit? With a spontaneous decision, she placed her hand upon its forehead, calming her mind and concentrating her mental energy. By your soul and my blood, I shall be your master, and you shall be my servant, thus binding our contract. As the incantation rolled off her tongue, a shimmering golden magic circle materialized in her palm, followed by a trickle of blood that flowed from her hand and fell upon the spirit's forehead. A complex golden pattern emerged on the creature's brow, marking it with Shanshuan Qingli's soul imprint. Once marked, unless the contract was willingly dissolved by the contractor, the bound spirit would be eternally obligated to obey its master. Incapable of resistance, this human smells delightful. A voice that did not belong to her resonated within her mind, the newly contracted one-eyed spirit. After the contract was established, the contractor could hear the spirit's voice, though it was inaudible to outsiders. echoing solely within the contractor's consciousness. Shanchuan Qingli chuckled softly, her thumb gently tapping her index finger, causing a drop of vibrant red to appear at her fingertip. The moment the crimson liquid manifested, the spirit's previously vacant eyes widened. Fixated on the blood. Blood. Such fragrant blood. I desire it. From now on, you shall be named One Eye, and your task is to guard this house. No other spirits may appear here, save for you. Do you understand? One Eye stared intently at the crimson drop, and, upon hearing her command, nodded fervently. Shanchuan Qingli's smile radiated with satisfaction as she flicked her finger, sending the droplet of blood flying into One Eye's open mouth. In an instant, the spirit, which had been no larger than a cat, grew to the size of a tiger, filling the entire window frame, its single eye now as large as Shanchuan Qingli's head, its body adorned with peculiar patterns. Thank you, my master, it expressed. Hold your gratitude for a moment. Shanchuan Qingli's smile faded as a dangerous glint entered her eyes. There are 2 individuals downstairs. You must not harm them, nor reveal your presence before them. Should I discover any breach of this directive, you shall cease to exist. In that moment, One Eye appeared to be gripped by an unseen force at its throat, gasping for breath, and could only nod desperately. I understand, I understand. Once Shanchuan Qingli had issued her warning and received acknowledgement, she returned her gaze to the task at hand. Go to work now, and remember what I have said. With her command, One Eye floated out of the room. Chapter 11. Qingli and One Eye. Shanchuan Qingli's blood possessed unique properties, capable of enhancing magical beasts. However, she had yet to ascertain whether it could also augment cursed spirits. When she descended for dinner, she noticed that several spirits that had previously been present in the living room had now vanished. It seemed that One Eye was quite diligent in its duties, much to her satisfaction. Strangely, her shoulders had felt heavy while simmering the soup, yet now they felt remarkably light. Mother, you must be exhausted from moving things today. Let me help you with a shoulder rub, said Qianben Anai, placing a rice ball on the dining table. Shanchuan Qingli smiled and approached her, guiding her to sit down before standing behind her to massage her shoulders. Anai relaxed into the chair, unaware of her daughter's earlier burdens. When Shanchuan Bei entered with the clay pot, he was greeted by the tender scene of mother and daughter, causing him to ponder silently. He couldn't recall the last time the little sorceress had offered him such assistance. Had he heard Shanchuan Bei's thoughts, he might have countered that she had indeed assisted him in his youth, but he had dismissed her efforts, deeming her too weak. Tonight's dinner consisted of tuna rice balls, ishikari nabe, fruit salad, and the desserts Shanchuan Qingli adored. She was the only one in the household with a penchant for these sweet treats, prompting Qianben Anai to invite a dessert master to teach her the art of confectionery, dedicating herself to learning solely to delight her daughter. Perhaps due to a difficult past life devoid of sweets, Shanchuan Qingli now had an insatiable love for desserts. While other girls might shun confections for fear of gaining weight, she found it peculiar that despite her indulgence, she remained petite. Shanchuan Qingli often pondered a singular issue, despite her daily meals and consistent exercise. Why did she not grow taller? Her classmates had all surpassed 1.6 meters, while she lingered around 1.5 meters, frequently mistaken for a younger student. Yet, she remained undeterred. Being small had its advantages, such as agility. Her martial arts instructor often praised her, saying, Shanchuan, while your strength may be lacking, your nimbleness is commendable, akin to that of a cunning rabbit. In response to her instructor's encouragement, Shanchuan Qingli merely smiled politely. In terms of physical capabilities, she was aware that summon masters often faced similar shortcomings. Their focus lay in summoning powerful beasts, such as the legendary phoenix, which existed only in tales. If she had not witnessed the magnificent creature residing within her soul, she might have doubted its reality. After dinner, she took a leisurely stroll around the villa, circling it twice to aid digestion. A question lingered in her mind. If she could contract a cursed spirit, did this mean her previous contracts with beasts were still valid? Yet, she dismissed the thought. Summoning those beasts could be perilous, as they were not small creatures. If she were to call one forth, she would likely find herself subject to experimentation before dawn. With a wry smile at this notion, she felt relieved that ordinary people could not perceive cursed spirits. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Were there others like her in this world? She dashed back to her room, summoning One Eye once more. I have a few questions for you. Master, please ask away. How long have you existed? I am uncertain. It feels as though I have existed for a very long time. Do you know of others like me? Yes, many. Where do they reside? In the realm of sorcery. Sorcery? Shanchuan Qingli paused, unfamiliar with the term. How do you cursed spirits refer to them? The detestable sorcerers. Sorcerers? Sorcery? What is sorcery? Some form of magic or technique. Spirits are generally classified into several tiers. Level 4, Level 3, Level 2, Quasi-Level 2, Level 1, Quasi-Level 1, and Special Grade. And what level are you currently? Level 3. And what was your previous level? Level 4. Shanshuan Qingli, having learned some information she had long sought, dismissed it. The terms curse, curse realm, and cursed spirit all contained the word curse, yet the power that had suddenly manifested within her, was it cursed energy? A grade 4 cursed spirit would typically be a common one-eyed creature, easily vanquished. A grade 3 cursed spirit would be roughly the size of that creature, and a slight exertion of cursed energy could dispatch it. As for grade 2 cursed spirits, she had never encountered one, but they should not pose much of a challenge. Grade 1 might prove a bit troublesome, but the real concern lay with special grade spirits, like the one she had encountered last time, capable of human speech, possessing its own thoughts. Cruel and bloodthirsty, and most importantly, formidable. As these thoughts traversed Shanshuan Qingli's mind, a sense of dread enveloped her. She certainly did not wish to face death again, for that experience was far from pleasant. Her desire to grow stronger reignited fervently. She must become more powerful. On that day, Shanshuan Bei took Qianbin and I out on a date, leaving Shanshuan Qingli at home, and as he departed, he flashed her a self-satisfied grin. In recent days, Shanshuan Qingli had felt content and chose to ignore Bei, allowing him to take Anai away. The moment Bei stepped out of the door, Shanshuan Qingli followed suit. She yearned to venture outside, to see if she might encounter other sorcerers and learn how they wielded cursed energy. Though her own cursed energy was functional, she felt as though something was amiss, as if she possessed immense strength but lacked the knowledge to harness it, resorting only to brute force, such as transforming her cursed energy into a protective barrier. Wandering aimlessly down the street, Shanshuan Qingli caught the attention of passers-by, who could not help but glance her way. Whose child is this? She is truly beautiful. Shanshuan Qingli paid little heed to the gazes of others, walking forward with poise until she reached an area lined with numerous residential buildings, where she suddenly noticed something odd. Strange, why are there so few cursed spirits here? She furrowed her brow. The surroundings were so devoid of cursed spirits that it was as if they did not exist at all. This was peculiar. Such streets should be teeming with cursed spirits, for where there are more inhabitants, there are bound to be more spirits. Yet here, there was not a single one to be found, not even a person. As she pondered this, a faint sound suddenly reached her ears from ahead, prompting her to approach the source. Before her stood a black-haired youth, compressing a massive cursed spirit, squeezing until it shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball. He held it in his right hand, mouth agape, seemingly ready to consume it, when a clear voice rang out from the alleyway. Are you going to eat that cursed spirit? The black-haired youth paused, astonished, glancing toward the alley. Hadn't he set up a barrier? How had she entered? Shanshuan Qingli, witnessing the youth's act of compressing the cursed spirit and preparing to eat it, was so taken aback that she blurted out her surprise. How did you get in? The youth was momentarily taken aback. Get in? What do you mean? Shanshuan Qingli fell silent, scrutinizing the youth from head to toe, his peculiar side-swept bangs, a bun atop his head, black circular earrings. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and loose black trousers, with fox-like eyes glinting with cunning and an aura of cursed energy swirling around him. Could it be? Was he a sorcerer? Chapter 12, Meeting Suguru Geto. After a moment's thought, Shanshuan Qingli replied, I just walked in. The black-haired youth's narrow fox-like eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her from head to toe, failing to detect any aura of cursed energy. Realizing he was eyeing her warily, Shanshuan Qingli extended her right hand, revealing a golden orb of light in her palm. The youth's eyes widened in disbelief. How can she control her cursed energy so effortlessly? When she gathered her energy, there was not a flicker of fluctuation. She appeared as ordinary as any other person. Yet the aura emanating from her clearly indicated her formidable strength. Could she be from one of the 3 prominent families? Unaware of the weight of the label placed upon her, Shanshuan Qingli remained oblivious to the astonishment she inspired in the youth. The ability to manifest cursed energy was a testament to her mastery. Akin to condensing a fog, one must continuously feed energy into it to maintain form. A moment's distraction would cause it to dissipate. Though the girl appeared youthful and small in stature, her level of cursed energy suggested she must belong to one of the 3 prominent families. Shanshuan Qingli, puzzled by the youth's complex gaze, inquired, Why do you want to eat cursed spirits? He was momentarily taken aback. You don't know how to manipulate cursed spirits? Shanshuan Qingli was even more bewildered. What was this cursed spirit manipulation he spoke of? His fox-like eyes narrowed. That can't be right. Someone from the 3 prominent families shouldn't be ignorant of cursed spirit manipulation. Actually, before this, I was just an ordinary person, Shanshuan Qingli confessed, not wishing to explain how she had learned the term sorcerer, opting instead to feign ignorance. The black-haired youth blinked. You recently became a sorcerer? So you were an ordinary person before? But you don't seem like a newly awakened sorcerer. After pondering, he posed his question. Shanxuan Qingli reflected for a moment before responding. I encountered a very powerful cursed spirit and nearly lost my life. In that moment of crisis, this power suddenly awakened within me. She paused briefly before continuing. I didn't know how to use this power, so I tried consciously gathering the strength in my limbs, then dispersing it, then gathering it again. Initially, it took me dozens of minutes, but now I can accomplish it in mere seconds. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes twitched. The idea of gathering cursed energy and then dispersing it again seemed simple, but in practice, it was incredibly challenging. Beyond mere control, the act of gathering cursed energy was mentally taxing. One must be highly focused to condense it effectively. The sheer magnitude of her mental fortitude to achieve this feat in such a short time was remarkable. Unaware of the extent of the youth's astonishment, Shanxuan Qingli simply wished for him to provide answers. So, are there many people like us in this world? Can you see the things around us? The power you awakened is called cursed energy, and those who possess it are known as sorcerers. The entities around us are called cursed spirits, birthed from the negative emotions of humanity. The black-haired youth seemed to recall something and added, and individuals like us, in comparison to ordinary people, are deemed anomalies. For reasons unknown, Shanxuan Qingli suddenly sensed a hint of bitterness in the youth before her. Hey, we should just fulfill our roles. We haven't killed anyone or set anything ablaze. We merely possess a bit more cursed energy than ordinary people. That doesn't make us anomalies. Shanxuan Qingli spoke. At our core, we are still human. We haven't transformed into cursed spirits, so we shouldn't be considered anomalies. I believe we are akin to superheroes in movies, heroes saving the world. How cool is that? Her eyes sparkled as she regarded Suguru Geto, her tone brimming with pride. The black-haired youth was touched by her enthusiasm, lowering his guard and offering a relaxed smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suguru Geto, as you can see, a sorcerer. I am Shanxuan Qingli. She replied with a smile. Cursed spirit manipulation is my technique. It allows me to consume and tame cursed spirits for my own use. Suguru Geto explained his technique. Consume? Does that mean? Shanxuan Qingli recalled his earlier action of preparing to eat the cursed spirit and suddenly understood. Observing the black orb in Geto's hand, she instinctively wrinkled her nose. Is that a cursed spirit? She asked. It looks quite disgusting, just a black lump. This is the cursed spirit group, formed by compressing and condensing curse energy into a luminous orb of this size, explained Suguru Geto with an air of composure. Shosuk Aoi gazed at the towering youth before her, who, despite his youthful appearance, possessed eyes that bore an unsettling blankness. May I have a taste? She suddenly inquired. You lack curse manipulation techniques, Suguru began to respond, but before he could finish, Shosuk Aoi extended a finger towards the curse orb, poked it, and then placed her finger in her mouth. A silence enveloped her as she became lost in thought, her expression gradually shifting to one of petrification. Suguru also fell into silence, questioning whether this was something one could sample so casually. Was it a testament to the girl's audacity or her ignorance? Shosuk Aoi's face contorted. It was no longer a matter of taste, but rather a repugnant flavor reminiscent of sewage and the stench of a filthy rag that had endured years of neglect. Far worse than the odor of Shosuk Bei's old socks. Observing her grimace, Suguru expressionlessly swallowed the curse orb, betraying no reaction as if consuming something utterly inconsequential. Shosuk Aoi found it hard to fathom how he could swallow it down, and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. What is a technique? She inquired, mustering all her resolve to suppress her nausea and redirect the conversation. You don't have a technique? Suguru queried unexpectedly. I don't even know what a technique is. How could I possess one? She nearly rolled her eyes at him. Techniques are essentially innate abilities, almost impossible to comprehend through practice or other means. Hence they are referred to as born techniques, Suguru elaborated after a brief pause. For instance, my curse manipulation technique has been with me since birth. Shosuk Aoi fell into a profound silence. If techniques were innate, then as a latecomer to this world, she was at a distinct disadvantage. Suguru seemed to grasp her thoughts, observing the downcast girl, and felt an uncharacteristic urge to comfort her. Although you lack a technique, you can still explore other avenues. As Shosuk always stared at the ground, a thought flickered in her mind about the contracted one-eyed spirit. Perhaps she had a solution. An immature idea took shape. Yet her desire to understand the intricacies of the curse world compelled her to keep it suppressed. May I learn about the curse world? She asked, lifting her gaze to Suguru with unwavering intensity. Suguru felt the heat of her gaze and instinctively averted his eyes, slowly recounting the details of the curse world. In just an hour, Shosuk Aoi gleaned insights about the three prominent families, the Curse Technical College, and various theoretical concepts. During Suguru's capture of cursed spirits, he had set up a barrier, but he hadn't anticipated others might inadvertently intrude, to which Shosuk Aoi admitted she was equally perplexed. Suguru, May I learn the barrier technique? You can. But if you deploy the barrier, it will attract the window, Suguru replied. What is the window? Shosuke Aoi queried with curiosity. The window is a specialized institution for training auxiliary supervisors. It is an organization of the government. Typically, those who serve as auxiliary supervisors are curse users with low power who wish to exist within the curse world. Their primary role is to assist curse users in completing tasks, Suguru explained gradually. I see, Shosuke Aoi nodded. Therefore, it is best not to use the barrier recklessly, as it will be monitored by the window, Suguru advised. Understood, she affirmed. Subsequently, Suguru imparted the incantation for the barrier to Shosuke Aoi. Thank you, Suguru. At that moment, a genuine smile graced Shosuke Aoi's face. She maintained a cautious demeanor around strangers, revealing her true smile only in the presence of family and friends. Her smile seemed infectious, prompting Suguru to reciprocate with a faint smile. Suguru, I am pleased to have met you. Chapter 13, She Acts from the Heart. Shosuke Aoi beamed with joy as she retrieved a small jar from her bag, presenting it to Suguru with an air of mystery. Suguru, I think you might find this useful. I'm not certain of its efficacy, but you can give it a try. After flashing a cryptic smile, she pressed the jar into Suguru's hands, waved goodbye, and departed. Suguru regarded the jar with a perplexed expression, opening it to reveal a pink liquid resembling colored syrup. Contemplating Shosuke Aoi's words, if it could be beneficial to him. Suddenly recalling the condensed curse spirit, he hastily procured one, compressing and condensing it. Then, with a serious demeanor, he dripped a single drop of the liquid onto it. The black curse orb transformed at a visible pace upon contact. Suguru's previously squinted eyes widened in astonishment as the orb turned white. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the white curse orb. The taste now reminiscent of a subtle passion fruit rather than the foul rag flavor. Suguru stood frozen, an unusual glimmer igniting in his formerly numb eyes. As Shosuke Aoi grew increasingly enigmatic in his perception, would he ever encounter her again? Unbeknownst to him, Shosuke Aoi had given him her diluted blood, capable of both enhancing and purifying. With mere dilution, the curse orb was trivial. Such potent blood, if discovered, would no doubt incite the greed of others. Yet who would know it was hers? They would assume it to be a unique potion. As for her reasons for gifting Suguru this, memories of her past life surfaced, where her high affinity talent had thrust upon her burdensome responsibilities, leading to a mundane existence devoid of freedom. Suguru, reliant on cursed spirits for his manipulation, had to incessantly consume them. Yet these spirits, born of human negativity, resentment, hatred, anger, were repulsive to behold, let alone consume. Thus, within her capacity, Shosuke always sought to assist him. Besides, the diluted blood merely purified the curse orb, enhancing its flavor without strengthening the spirit itself, providing her no cause for concern regarding the revelation of her uniqueness. If divulged, others might deem her foolish, yet Shosuke Aoi acted purely from her heart, and if asked why, she would simply respond, because I wish to, I shall. After bidding farewell to Suguru, Shosuke Aoi fell into a period of contemplation, pondering how to obscure the window surveillance. Each time she exorcised a cursed spirit, fear of detection loomed over her, and the emergence of the barrier had proven immensely helpful. Fortunately, on this day, a glimmer of insight dawned upon her. Born of darkness, deeper than shadow, cleanse all filth and impurity. As the incantation escaped her lips, a vast black barrier enveloped Shosuke Aoi and the surrounding area. Upon closer inspection, the black barrier was inscribed with strange characters that writhed as if alive, while the structures within the barrier appeared shrouded in a veil of black mist. The barrier restricted the movement of foes, achieving a significant effect with minimal curse energy, but at the cost of imposing other constraints, for instance, visible to curse users yet invisible to ordinary folks, allowing free passage for both, or enabling entry but not exit, or vice versa. Under the guise of her enhanced tent, Shang Qingli concealed herself from the gaze of sorcerers and ordinary individuals alike. This tent, akin to an alternate realm, was impenetrable, allowing no free entry or exit. Furthermore, the inscriptions adorning it rendered it invisible to the windows of surveillance. These inscriptions, ancient cryptic symbols from the Brahma continent, were discovered by Shang Qingli within the pages of an ancient tome, forming a formation capable of concealing oneself or others, an essential array for the act of murder. What lay ahead for her would undoubtedly astonish the entire sorcery community. Thus, it was imperative that her actions remain shrouded in secrecy. With her mind focused and distractions cast aside, Shang Qingli began to chant an intricate incantation. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, nothing transpiring as a result. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and slowly reopened them, her hands channeling sorceress energy as a towering ape-like beast materialized in her mind. Arise, celestial sky ape. In another world, within the lush confines of the Brahma continent's Luochuan forest, a figure of imposing stature, bare from the waist up, stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Suddenly, a familiar, loathed soul mark flickered to life in his consciousness, abruptly silencing his mirth. Xiqing Li, is indeed alive. Before the towering man could finish his tirade of curses, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, upon the utterance of her summoning incantation, a rift tore through the sky, and a robust man over 2 meters tall tumbled forth from it. Shan Qingli paused, recalling that the celestial sky ape was an enormous simian beast. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater and sending dust billowing into the air. As she approached to investigate, an unsettling realization washed over her. Turning around, she found the man standing unscathed right behind her. The celestial sky ape? Caught off guard by his bare torso, Shan Qingli pursed her lips, instinctively focusing her gaze on his face. It was a visage marked by wild abandon, currently wearing an expression of bewilderment as he regarded her. Xiqing Li? The celestial sky ape scrutinized her from head to toe. The girl before him bore the same odious aura as the one he despised, with striking golden eyes reminiscent of that loathed figure. However, the brilliance within her gaze was distinct. How to describe it? The gold of that detestable girl was dull and lifeless, while hers radiated with vitality, akin to a beam of light, shimmering and resplendent, evoking the envy of all beasts who longed to possess it as a treasure. Long time no see, celestial sky ape. Upon recognizing an old acquaintance, rather, an old adversary, Shan Qingli couldn't help but smile faintly. The sight of her smile sent shivers down the celestial sky ape's spine, causing goosebumps to erupt all over his body as he instinctively recoiled. If a third party were present, they would surely scoff at the spectacle of a 2-meter-tall beast frightened by a mere girl, a sight that would embarrass any self-respecting male. Why you stop smiling? It frightens me. Shan Qingli, perplexed, tilted her head quizzically. Little did she know. This was the second time the celestial sky ape had witnessed her smile, the first being an unfortunate memory. Chapter 14, Summoning the Celestial Sky Ape. As the sole royal grade beast of Luochuan Forest, the celestial sky ape was revered and idolized by countless creatures, commanding the winds and rains at will. Anyone passing through the forest was compelled to relinquish their treasures, lest they face the wrath of the celestial sky ape. Greed aside, he was also notorious for his lascivious nature, relishing in the terror and trembling of beautiful maidens, a trait that earned him widespread disdain, yet none dared oppose him. For he ruled over all beasts of the forest. One fateful day, while traversing the Luochuan forest, Xiqing Li unwittingly captured the celestial sky ape's heart. He boldly proclaimed that should she choose to accompany him, all his treasures would be hers, and he would treat her well. However, she coldly rebuffed him, leading to the celestial sky ape's first taste of defeat. Enraged and humiliated, he attempted to force her to stay, only to find himself bound by her contract. To this day, the celestial sky ape vividly recalled the icy gaze Xiqing Li had cast upon him, emanating an aura that chilled him to the bone, as if he were a mere inanimate object before her. The overwhelming affinity she exuded rendered him utterly powerless to resist, compelling him to submit to the contract. Shan Qingli, oblivious to the turmoil within the celestial sky ape, gently patted his stunned form. Startled, he realized she had somehow positioned herself directly before him, prompting him to step back in alarm. Wait, I am a 13th tier royal grade beast. Why should I be afraid? Just as he resolved to assert his dominance, he heard her voice, laced with delight. You've transformed. It appears you've reached the 13th tier. The tone of her words bore an ominous undertone. Listen here, you insolent girl. You can no longer enslave me. The celestial sky ape clenched his fists, feigning bravado. Really? Is that truly your belief? Shan Qingli mused, a smile gracing her lips, yet her voice carried a hint of menace. Even if your soul dissipates? And no. My master, you are my master. Dearest master, what is your command? The celestial sky ape hastily changed his demeanor, looking at her with eager eyes. This was not cowardice. It was merely a prudent adaptation to the circumstances before he could mount any resistance. It's nothing of grave importance, merely a little experiment. Shan Qingli smiled once more, summoning forth the single-eyed creature. What is this abomination? How does it look so hideous? The celestial sky ape's face contorted in disgust as he questioned. Shan Qingli tapped her head, pondering how to explain. I perished, yet I have been reincarnated. This is a manifestation of humanity's negative emotions in this realm, referred to as a cursed spirit. She offered a succinct explanation. In truth, she felt no obligation to elaborate. But given that this was the first being she summoned, she figured it deserved a modicum of kindness. Upon hearing her words, the celestial sky ape understood. It was as if the previous her had died, and this was her rebirth. By the heavens, her soul is so resilient. Even after death, it did not perish? And she reincarnated into another world? Is there no justice in this universe? The celestial sky ape found himself overwhelmed. Realizing that the reason the contract mark had not vanished but merely dimmed was due to her indomitable soul, which had transcended death. Before the celestial sky ape could spiral further into despair, Shang Quanqing Li commanded the single-eyed creature, "Do you see that big oaf ahead? Attack him." At her command, the single-eyed creature lunged at the celestial sky ape, only to be effortlessly swatted away by him. Shang Quanqing Li fell silent, her expression frozen in disbelief. What? Just one slap, and it's over? Rubbing her eyes in incredulity, she gazed at the single-eyed creature. It appeared that Tier 3 cursed spirits were indeed weak. Perhaps she should seek out a superior one? But where could she possibly find such a being? With a crestfallen countenance, Shang Quanqing Li concluded that this experiment must come to an abrupt end. The Azure Sky Demon Ape stood momentarily stunned, taken aback by the unexpected frailty of the cursed spirits in this world. Upon encountering the one-eyed figure so close, it instinctively swung its arm, only to be astonished when the figure was propelled away with such ease. Was it truly this weak? Before the Azure Sky Demon Ape could utter any triumphant words, the scene around it blurred instantaneously, and upon regaining clarity, it found itself back in the Luochuan forest. The Azure Sky Demon Ape thought, was it summoned at will, only to be dismissed so easily? After all, it was a majestic royal-grade beast. Could it not be afforded a modicum of respect? Deep within the glacier forest, a cacophony erupted, accompanied by the roars of the Azure Sky Demon Ape, causing other beasts to flee in terror. No, it must hasten its training. It yearned to attain the status of an imperial-grade beast and free itself from the shackles of its contract. Meanwhile, having exhausted her cursed energy, Shang Quanqing Li found herself seated on the ground in the realm of the Vientiane continent. She had previously speculated about the possibility of summoning the beast she had contracted in her past life, as her soul retained its essence from that existence. Thus, the spiritual imprints of her contracted beasts still lingered. She sought to validate whether the beasts from that realm could traverse into this world, as described in the manga of this universe, breaking through dimensional barriers. In her initial experiment, she employed the summoning incantations from her previous life. Alas, it was unsuccessful. It appeared that those summoning spells were no longer applicable. In her second attempt, she infused her cursed energy while vividly picturing the Azure Sky Demon Ape in her mind, channeling her energy to summon the beast with which she shared a connection. The strength of the summoned beast directly correlated with the magnitude of cursed energy required. This single beast had already drained her of all her energy and could not be sustained for long. What if she attempted to summon 2 or 3? Would she be rendered a mere husk? The dilemma was compounded by the fact that she had perished from a soul-piercing needle in her previous life, leading her to believe her soul would dissipate. Confounded, she shook her head in frustration, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. After a brief respite to regain some cursed energy, she dismantled the tent and hurried back home. That evening, Shang Quanqing Li pondered how she might articulate her summoning ability should anyone inquire. Yuta Takemiki's prowess in manipulating cursed spirits was termed cursed spirit manipulation, so perhaps her summoning could be aptly named summoning technique. Since she had not been born with a technique, she would simply concoct one. There were no creatures akin to beasts in this world. How could she later justify her claims if questioned? As she reflected, her gaze caught a novel on the bookshelf, and a bold idea sparked in her mind. If anyone asked, she could attribute her knowledge to the novel. After all, she had a fondness for reading, and utilizing the descriptions from literature to facilitate her summoning was undeniably thrilling. Shang Quanqing Li felt a surge of anticipation, almost wishing to enroll at the Jujutsu High immediately, but alas, she was just a first-year student, not yet of high school age. How she longed to grow up quickly and meet other sorcerers. Chapter 15. The initial encounter at the hot springs. The summer vacation quietly slipped away, and the Shangquan family returned to Kanagawa a week before school commenced. Since that day of experimentation, Shang Quanqing Li had been engrossed in methods to amplify her cursed energy, and recently, she began to find some clarity, inspired by Yuta Takemiki. If he could enhance his abilities by devouring cursed spirits, then perhaps she could also augment herself through them. Unlike Takemiki's cursed spirit manipulation, her intention was merely to convert the energy of the spirits into her own. Without hesitation, she seized a cursed spirit and began compressing it into a cohesive mass. But how to absorb it? Gazing at the orb of cursed energy before her, Shang Quanqing Li found herself in a quandary. She could not simply consume it like Takemiki, could she? Though she had purified it, she had no habit of indiscriminately ingesting things. and without cursed spirit manipulation. She could not directly swallow it. After some contemplation, she cradled the cursed energy orb in her palm, closed her eyes, and silently willed herself to absorb it. Almost immediately, she sensed a delicate flow of energy surging into her from that point in her palm, a subtle, yet palpable sensation. It truly worked. Shang Quan-Ching Li was astonished. She had not held much hope for this experiment, considering it merely a hypothesis. With the new semester upon her, she balanced her studies while diligently training, refining her soul and physical techniques, and absorbing cursed spirits. For an extended period, the number of cursed spirits in Kanagawa dwindled to an alarming few. This transformation was reported to the Jujutsu headquarters, prompting an inquiry to determine whether it was the work of a sorcerer, a curse user, or the cursed spirits themselves. Unfortunately, as the cursed spirits had nearly vanished and Shang Quan-Ching Li had settled into a focused training regimen, the investigators found no trace of her existence. As time passed, during her third year of middle school, Shang Quan-Ching Li was summoned out of the martial arts dojo by her instructor, who admitted he had little more to teach her and encouraged her to seek more advanced guidance. The final year of middle school was spent in a flurry of activity, as she had not dedicated much time to review previously and was now engaged in a frantic study schedule, leaving little room for training. Although Na Qianben was not overly concerned with Shang Quan-Ching Li's academic performance, she was determined not to settle for a mediocre score merely to appease others. She possessed her own pride and confidence. Each day was meticulously organized, to the point where she no longer engaged in playful banter with Shang Quan Baiyi, instead choosing to study alone until the conclusion of her entrance exams, after which she finally had some leisure time. Throughout her 3 years in middle school, she had built decent relationships with her classmates, yet only two could be regarded as true friends, Yamamoto Miki and Tokazaki Kana. As they parted ways, the three embraced tightly before waving goodbye. Upon leaving the Mimosi private school, she glanced back at the school sign and surveyed the students, her heart filled with a whirlwind of emotions. How swiftly time had passed. She had graduated just like that. When the results of the entrance exams were released, Shang Quan-Ching Li was pleasantly surprised to find herself among the top 10 in her grade. To celebrate her commendable achievement, Na Qianben organized a family outing to a hot spring, paired with a sumptuous meal. However, had she known that the hot spring visit would lead to an unfortunate encounter, she vowed she would have resolutely abstained from going. Their destination was the largest hot spring sanctuary in Kanagawa, Chiyo-ri, rumored to possess extraordinary properties. Initially, Na Qianben intended to enjoy the hot spring with Shang Quan-Ching Li, but then that shameless Shang Quan Baiyi, with his audacity, clung to Na Qianben, refusing to let her leave, prompting Shang Quan-Ching Li to feel embarrassed and hastily retreat from the scene. Opting for a private room, Shang Quan-Ching Li changed into her bathrobe in the dressing area, secured her hair in a bun, and with key 325 in hand, made her way to the hot spring. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a steaming pool, with a beautiful landscape painting adorning the wall nearby. After closing the door securely, she approached the hot spring, removed her bathrobe, and stepped slowly into the warm water, which alleviated her fatigue and made her feel utterly relaxed, an exquisite sensation, as she luxuriated in the warm waters. Her arms resting on the edge and her chin nestled comfortably upon them, she closed her eyes and drifted into a light slumber. After about 10 minutes, a sudden creaking sound at the door jolted her awake. To her surprise, there was someone else present. The person who pushed the door open was a tall youth, likely around 6 feet 3 inches, with striking white hair and peculiar blindfold-like glasses perched on his nose. Suspicious attire for a hot spring, one might think. Most notably, however, were his well-defined 8-pack abs and powerfully built arms. Ah, what on earth is going through your mind, Kamishiro Aoi? Is this truly the right moment for such thoughts? Kamishiro Aoi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her own foolish self for staring so intently a moment ago. How utterly disgraceful. How could she be so easily swayed by male beauty? How did you even get in here? Leave at once. Kamishiro Aoi quickly submerged herself in the water, leaving only her head above the surface, glaring fiercely at the white-haired figure before her, who was wearing blindfold sunglasses. Why should I leave? This is my private room. Watanabe Wataru replied, utterly perplexed. Nonsense. This is clearly my room. Kamishiro Aoi's anger flared, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The white-haired boy raised the key in his hand, inspecting the number 325, then stepped outside to check the room number. 325, he confirmed, returning to the private room. This is indeed my room. 325. With Kamishiro Aoi's sharp eyesight, she easily discerned the number on the key. The white-haired boy spoke the truth. It was indeed room 325, the key to her designated space. However, therein lay the conundrum. She had booked a single room, not a double. Kamishiro Aoi felt a throbbing in her temples, contemplating confronting the front desk, but alas, The individual before her showed no signs of leaving and even seemed intent on approaching her. Stop. What do you think you're doing? The white-haired boy halted, tilting his head in confusion. What do you mean? I'm here to enjoy the hot spring, he replied with an air of righteousness, as if his only intention were to soak in the warm waters. Kamishiro Aoi's expression twisted in frustration as she attempted to persuade him to leave. How about you switch to another room? I've already soaked in this one. She nearly hinted that the water was now tainted and he should vacate immediately. The white-haired boy pouted, visibly displeased. But this is my room. I paid for it. If you've already soaked, then you should get up. I still want to enjoy it. Kamishiro Aoi nearly ground her teeth in irritation. What an insufferable brat. How dare he imply that her expenditure meant nothing? Forcing her to rise? Absolutely not. Although she was clad in a swimsuit, the thought of standing before this white-haired boy filled her with an inexplicable sense of shame, as if his gaze could pierce through her very being. Were it not for the current circumstance, she would have gladly slapped him for his audacity. Chapter 16. That dreaded white-haired scoundrel. In her desperation, Kamishiro Aoi resorted to the same tactic she employed with Chihan Anai. Pouting adorably, her golden eyes misted with faux innocence. Lips pursed as she uttered words that made even her cringe. Oh dear, big brother, could you kindly move to another room? Kamishiro Aoi had often relied on her petite stature to win the affection of older siblings, but it seemed this white-haired boy was impervious to such charms. Oh, little sister. It's not that I don't want to switch rooms. It's just that this is the only one available. All the others are occupied, he shrugged, feigning helplessness. Kamishiro Aoi felt a vein in her head throb dangerously. For heaven's sake, couldn't he come up with a better excuse? Chihayakiri had over 100 single hot springs and a dozen large ones, not to mention countless double rooms. So how could he claim there were none available? Noticing the look of deep resentment on Kamishiro Aoi's face, the white-haired boy continued, and at his words, she finally lost her composure. Oh dear, little sister. Are you perhaps enamored with your big brother and wish to share a romantic bath? I know I'm quite handsome, but please, don't look at me like that. It makes me shy. His tone dripped with playful mockery, and he even placed a hand on his chest while covering his face with the other, feigning shyness as if she were pining for him. Ugh, what level of shamelessness is this? His display of faux modesty was utterly ridiculous. A man making such effeminate gestures, was that truly acceptable? And what was with the little sister moniker? Was she truly that small? She was on the cusp of high school. Kamishiro Aoi gritted her teeth, nearly biting through them as her face reddened once more. Oh dear, little sister, don't be shy. I'm not a bad person. The white-haired boy said, grinning with a greasy demeanor, exaggeratedly blowing her a kiss from afar. Kamishiro Aoi's lips twitched in irritation, her fists clenched tightly, struggling to contain her rage. I said, are you out of your mind? She ground out through clenched teeth. The white-haired boy tilted his head in confusion. Out of my mind. What's that? Is it a type of fried bread? Is it delicious? Is it sweet? It felt as though she were striking a fist into a pile of cotton. No, I mean, are you truly insane? Kamishiro Aoi exclaimed, exasperated. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm perfectly healthy, see? He said, showcasing his fit physique, an enviable golden ratio, well-defined pectorals, and an impressive set of abs that screamed strength. Damn that white-haired boy. Kamishiro Aoi, perhaps slightly dazed from the prolonged soak, found herself pinching her earlobes, forcibly redirecting her gaze toward his hair. Noticing her silence, the white-haired boy took a step closer. Wait a moment. Kamishiro Aoi quickly called out. He paused, puzzled. What now? I've already soaked in this spring. Why don't you try another one? I can pay for it. Kamishiro Aoi attempted to reason with him. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But this is the room I booked, and I've already paid for it. Why should I give it up? Well, by your logic, this is also my room. I've paid as well. Kamishiro Aoi replied, a touch of grievance in her tone. How could there be such an unreasonable person around? How about we just share? He suggested, grinning widely. Share with you? No way. Who would want to share with you? I don't even know you. Kamishiro Aoi shouted indignantly. Oh, so the little sister is curious about this handsome brother's name? Very well, I shall graciously inform you. I am. The white-haired boy struck a pose he deemed charming. Shut up. Kamishiro Aoi nearly leapt in frustration. Are all boys this self-absorbed nowadays? A sorcerer? In an instant. The girl before him exuded a faint aura of cursed energy, albeit weak, yet he sensed it effortlessly. A sorcerer capable of concealing their cursed energy. And one who evaded his detection. How intriguing. The white-haired boy mused, a sinister grin creeping onto his face as his mischievous instincts stirred. Oh, little sister. Your face is all flushed with excitement. I'm on my way. He chuckled, closing the distance without a care for personal space. Kamishiro Aoi felt her temper flare. As he approached the edge of the hot spring, she swiftly grabbed a bathrobe from the shore, draping it over herself before leaping up and securing it with a burst of momentum, landing gracefully on the bank. She had never donned clothing, or, in this case, a bathrobe, so quickly before. "Oh dear, how did you get up? I haven't even entered yet." The white-haired boy feigned surprise. Yet his words were enough to incite her fury. Of course, Kamiiizumi Aoi was precisely that person. Shanshuan Qingli glared fiercely at the white-haired individual before her. How infuriating. This little sister of hers should never have indulged in such capriciousness. It made her utterly furious. How could there be such a shameless person? Shanshuan Qingli forced a benevolent smile. Radiating an aura that suggested she would not hesitate to strike if provoked further, her entire being enveloped in a palpable sense of danger. As if she were on the brink of violence. Were it anyone else, they would certainly cower before the terrifying smile she wore. However, this white-haired individual was an exception. He nonchalantly wrapped himself in a towel and leaped into the hot spring, splashing water everywhere, even extending a gentlemanly invitation to Shanshuan Qingli. "Oh dear. Would you care to join me?" If looks could kill, the white-haired boy would have been pierced by Shanshuan Qingli's glare countless times over. With a polite roll of her eyes, she turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. The disturbance caused by the white-haired boy had thoroughly ruined her mood for a relaxing soak, and she angrily donned her half-damp robe, clutching the key to room 325 as she stormed off to confront the front desk. To her dismay, the receptionist was new and utterly clueless about the situation. Stammering in confusion under Shanshuan Qingli's interrogation, it was ultimately the manager of Chio Li who intervened to resolve the matter. It turned out that room 325 had been reserved earlier that day by the very same white-haired youth, but due to specific circumstances, the booking had been encrypted in the system, and the new receptionist, lacking the necessary permissions, mistakenly believed the room was available and assigned it to Shanshuan Qingli, inadvertently causing today's misunderstanding. The manager profusely apologized while ushering Shanshuan Qingli to the VIP lounge, fearful that her displeasure might lead to a scene. While Shanshuan Bei and Qian Anai enjoyed a blissful soak together, Shanshuan Qingli returned home with a dark scowl. That damned white-haired boy. She hoped never to encounter him again. If she did, she would surely bag him up and give him a good thrashing. Shanshuan Qingli clenched her fists, mulling over these thoughts. Chapter 17. The Invitation from Yagasidu. That afternoon, after vanquishing a second-level cursed spirit and retracting her barrier, a dapper man wearing dark sunglasses suddenly appeared before Shanshuan Qingli, nearly startling her to death, akin to someone unexpectedly materializing in front of her. "Who are you?" she inquired. The man smiled amiably, approaching her and asking, "Little one, which family do you belong to?" Shanshuan Qingli tilted her head, pondering which family he referred to. Did the underworld count? "Sir, approaching someone without introducing yourself and inquiring about their family is rather reminiscent of a human trafficker." Shanshuan Qingli sighed, delivering her words with subtlety. The term human trafficker struck at the man's heart like a dagger. He cleared his throat, steadied himself, and introduced, "I am Yagasidu, a teacher at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School." He then produced a card resembling a teacher's identification badge for her inspection. Upon examining the badge, Shanshuan Qingli confirmed it was indeed legitimate, validating his claim as a teacher at the esteemed institution. She returned the card with both hands and smiled. "Greetings. I am Shanshuan Qingli. My family is quite ordinary and does not belong to any special lineage." "Then how do you possess such curse energy?" Yagasidu queried, puzzled. "And who taught you to set barriers?" After a moment of contemplation, Shanshuan Qingli recounted her encounter with a special grade cursed spirit. "When I had just entered the first year of junior high, I encountered a humanoid monster that devoured my classmates and sought to consume me as well. In a desperate struggle, I suddenly unleashed a tremendous surge of energy that repelled the creature. After that, my memory fades. I remember someone saved me, but I could not discern their face. As for the barrier technique, that was indeed taught to me by another. To take on a humanoid form, one must either be a first-level or special-grade cursed spirit. Typically, an ordinary person would have little chance of survival." Yagasidu scrutinized Shanshuan Qingli, noting her seemingly frail appearance juxtaposed with her undeniable survival and awakening in adversity. She was a promising prospect. His gaze upon her resembled that of a treasure hunter discovering a hidden gem. "Do you possess any techniques?" Yagasidu inquired with curiosity. Shanshuan Qingli suddenly grinned mischievously, responding cryptically, "My technique is one I devised myself. Only I can wield it." Yagasidu looked perplexed. "You created it yourself? Is that truly possible?" Shanshuan Qingli extended her hand, a golden orb materializing in her palm. Gazing intently at Yagasidu, she enigmatically asked, "What do you think this orb of curse energy resembles?" Removing his sunglasses, Yagasidu studied the orb for a considerable time, but could discern no particular distinction. Not one to keep him in suspense, Shanshuan Qingli continued. "To your eyes, This orb may appear as mere golden curse energy, but to me, it resembles a bird. As her words fell, the orb swiftly transformed into a small bird, flapping its wings and taking flight. Yagasidu's small eyes widened in astonishment. 10 techniques of shadow? No, that is not it. The 10 techniques summon Shikigami using shadows as a medium, but this seems more like creating life from curse energy. This is my technique, a summoning technique that draws upon imagination. For instance, I envisioned a small bird just now, and thus, a small bird was summoned. Shanshuan Qingli continued unabated, oblivious to the profound impact her revelation had on Yagasidu. With my technique, anything I imagine can be summoned, for example, a cursed spirit. Her smile broadened as she gestured, conjuring a one-eyed cursed spirit before Yagasidu. A second-level cursed spirit. Yagasidu regarded the creature warily. Fear not. This one is obedient and 1T attack indiscriminately. The one-eyed spirit bowed, presenting its sizable head to Shanshuan Qingli, who gently patted it, as one would a cherished pet. Yagasidu furrowed his brow. Is it entirely under your command? Indeed, it is completely under my control. Whenever I wish, it can vanish. Upon her words, she waved her hand, and the one-eyed spirit disappeared, only to reappear with another gesture. It felt akin to magic, yet one could not deny the uniqueness of her technique. Yagasidu mused over this. Little one, what grade are you currently in? He asked, unable to suppress his curiosity regarding the diminutive girl before him. I've already graduated from the 3rd year of junior high. I am not a little child. Shanshuan Qingli retorted, somewhat irked by his terminology. Yagasidu chuckled awkwardly. Ms. Shanshuan, I would like to extend an invitation for you to study at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Shanshuan Qingli hesitated before responding. Our school boasts exceptional teaching resources. Attending would afford you superior education, the opportunity to learn about jujutsu, and the chance to meet other sorcerers. Upon hearing this, Shanshuan Qingli perked up. Will there be many sorcerers at the jujutsu school? Indeed, Yagasidu affirmed. Then I'll discuss it with my parents at home, and if they agree, I will contact you again. Of course, take your time to consider. They subsequently exchanged contact information. Shanshuan Qingli always set her barrier in secluded areas devoid of surveillance, ensuring that only she could enter while preventing other sorcerers from intruding. Her curiosity piqued. Aoi Shimizu wondered how Yagami-Sidu had discovered that this place had a tent. As it turned out, Yagami had merely taken a wrong turn and fortuitously encountered Aoi emerging from the tent. What a remarkable coincidence. After dinner, Aoi's brother, Shiro, was dispatched to wash the dishes, while Anai Chihan urged Aoi to sit down on the sofa. Aoi, take a look and decide which school you wish to attend. Anai retrieved several brochures from the coffee table and handed them to Aoi. Aoi accepted them, meticulously perusing the contents. Among the options were prestigious institutions such as Akamatsu Private High School, Jinrin Academy, and Kakugo High School, encompassing both Kanagawa and other cities. So, do you have a school in mind? Anai inquired. Mother, I have already made my decision, Aoi replied, placing the brochures back on the table. Which school? The Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School. Anai was taken aback. This institution was not included in the materials she provided, and the mention of jujutsu caused her expression to shift subtly, though she maintained her composure. Aoi, what motivates you to choose this school? Aoi stood and bowed sincerely to Anai, her tone earnest and her gaze resolute. Mother, there are compelling reasons for my choice, and I hope you will support me. Compelling reasons. Anai recalled Aoi's various activities since the start of her first year, including morning runs and martial arts training, all of which now seemed justified. It could be quite dangerous, couldn't it? Anai gazed at Aoi with concern, her heart unwilling to let her daughter go, yet her rational mind trusted Aoi's decisions. Aoi paused, then broke into a confident smile. Mother, although danger lurks everywhere, I will confront each challenge. Please trust me. I am not only your pride, but also your miracle. After a moment of contemplation, Anai looked at Aoi. When you are out on your own, you must take care of yourself. If you encounter anything insurmountable, please let us know. If you feel overwhelmed with studies, return home. Our home will always be your sanctuary. Anai's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Mother, Aoi felt warmth swell in her heart as tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She leaped into Anai's warm embrace, holding her tightly, as if bidding a final farewell, reluctant to part. Anai tenderly stroked Aoi's silky hair. After agreeing with Anai to pursue her studies in Tokyo, Aoi promptly responded to Yagami-Sidu, sharing his contact information with Anai. As for the conversation between Anai and Yagami, Aoi felt it was not her concern. With some time remaining before the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School commenced, Aoi stayed close to Anai, which left Shiro feeling quite frustrated. Fortunately, this state of affairs did not last long, as Aoi, amidst Shiro's joy and Anai's reluctant farewell, boarded the train bound for Tokyo. Goodbye, Mother. Chapter 18, A Duel with Satoru Gojo. Before her stood a figure with a cursed spirit perched on his shoulder, and Aoi felt her obsessive-compulsive tendencies surfacing, struggling to suppress the urge to eliminate the cursed entity. Yet, the spirit, oblivious to its impending doom, reached out towards her. Enough is enough. A young man, engrossed in a conversation on his phone, was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Curiously, he turned to see a charming girl behind him, her expression one of embarrassment as she apologized. "Pardon me, I mistook you for someone else." Aoi responded apologetically, "You resemble one of my classmates." "Not a problem." Perhaps it was his imagination, but the weight on his shoulder seemed to lift considerably. Just then, the train arrived at the station, and Aoi, with her bag slung over her shoulder, joined the throng of passengers disembarking. "Hello, Yagami-sensei, I've arrived at the station. How should I proceed?" Aoi called Yagami-Sidu. "Please hold on, Aoi-kun. Someone is coming to pick you up," Yagami replied on the other end of the line. "All right." After ending the call, Aoi waited in place, hesitant to wander too far lest her escort fail to find her. "Aoi-kun." A voice drew near, and Aoi looked up to see a familiar face. The black-haired and squint-eyed Suguru Geto. "Geto?" Aoi examined him closely, noting his sleek black uniform. "How cool." "Aoi-kun, I never expected to see you here at the Jujutsu Technical School," Geto remarked. Yagami-sensei extended a warm invitation, and I am quite eager to discover what the Jujutsu world is like, Aoi replied with an innocent expression. "I apologize for the delay. Traffic was heavy on the way here." A man with square glasses stepped out from behind Geto, looking apologetically at Aoi. "Hello, Aoi-kun. I am Akita Enki, an assistant supervisor." Adjusting his glasses, Akita bowed to Aoi. "Hello, I am Aoi Shimizu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Akita." Aoi responded politely. After a brief introduction, they climbed into the car, with Akita at the wheel and Aoi and Geto seated in the back. Before Aoi could ask questions, Geto succinctly explained the role of assistant supervisors, essentially those who assist with various tasks. They possess some cursed energy, but not much, choosing to remain at the Jujutsu school to contribute, capable of using tense and shikigami. Their organization is known as Motto, focusing on training individuals of this caliber. Throughout the journey, Aoi engaged in lively conversation with Geto, gathering the latest news from the Jujutsu realm and acquiring the address for the Jujutsu Sorcerer Forum, where she promptly registered for an account. The first thing that caught her eye was the bold title, Jujutsu Sorcerer Forum. This forum gathered all Jujutsu sorcerers, allowing them to share insights, search for information, and post tasks. The Jujutsu Technical School is publicly presented as a religious institution, thus situated in a remote area atop a distant mountain, making it nearly impossible to locate without guidance. "We've arrived, this is the place." Akita parked the car in front of what resembled a shrine's torii gate, behind which lay a winding stone staircase. Aoi, with her bag in tow, exited the vehicle and surveyed her surroundings. Desolate and uninhabited, surrounded by ancient forests, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a scene from a novel where bodies are disposed of. However, the seemingly endless staircase indicated just how secluded this school was. "Aoi-kun, Geto-kun, I shall take my leave." Akita engaged the engine, preparing to depart. "Goodbye, Mr. Akita." Aoi waved, watching as he drove away. "Aoi-kun, please wait a moment. I need to make a quick call." Geto instructed Aoi not to rush up the staircase and pulled out his phone to call. "Hello, Sensei, Aoi-kun has arrived." In truth, even without Geto's words, Aoi would not have hurried to ascend the stairs. She could sense the presence of a barrier ahead, even if it was invisible, as she was not the one who had set it. Extending her hand into the air, Aoi felt, indeed, just a meter from the shrine's torii gate, she encountered an invisible wall. There is indeed a barrier. After concluding his call, Geto indicated they could proceed. Aoi reached out once more, and the wall she had just touched vanished into thin air. "Aoi-kun is so perceptive. She must have guessed there was a barrier here," Geto remarked with a squint. "Yes, I can sense it, but I cannot see it," Aoi replied as they continued their conversation, ascending the stone steps together. "Pray tell, who has woven such an expansive barrier?" inquired Shangshuan Qingli, her curiosity piqued. At the foot of the mountain lay a barrier that enveloped the entire peak. If such a feat had been accomplished in her former world, the barrier master would have been considered quite exceptional. "It is the barrier set by Lord Tianyuan," she mused, as their conversation meandered along the path. Has Lord Tianyuan truly lived for so long? Shangshuan Qingli's expression turned skeptical. In this world, the average human lifespan hovered around 70 to 80 years, with those surpassing a century being a rarity. Witnessing someone like Lord Tianyuan, who had lived for such an extended period, was indeed uncommon. She couldn't even fathom what he must look like. However, the mere thought of someone who had experienced countless years made her lose interest. The art of immortality merely conferred eternal life, not immunity to aging. Who could say what such a being would resemble? Regardless, it was certain that he would not be pleasing to the eye. After approximately 2.5 hours of ascending the stone steps, the architecture of the Jujutsu high gradually came into view. Thankfully, her daily training had fortified her stamina. Otherwise, her previous physical condition would have left her utterly exhausted. "Hey, why have you taken so long? Is it so difficult to escort a newcomer?" Came a familiar, irksome voice, prompting her to recall the white-haired individual from that day. Before Shangxuan Qingli could complete her ascent, the owner of that voice appeared before her. "Oh, is she the last to enroll? I feel as though I have seen her before," the white-haired youth mused, scrutinizing Shangxuan Qingli closely. Where had he encountered her? The memory escaped him. Recognizing his striking white hair and suspicious dark sunglasses, she realized, this must be that white-haired fellow from that day. What a coincidence that we are now attending the same school. A warm smile graced her lips at this thought. "Have you forgotten me after such a long time, brother?" Shangxuan Qingli said through gritted teeth, placing emphasis on the last two words. The white-haired youth suddenly recalled her, dramatically leaping back in surprise. It's you. The sister who soaked in my hot spring." What did he mean by my hot spring? Had it been inscribed with his name? She had paid for her share too. Even if he had also contributed, by the principle of first come, first served, she was undoubtedly in the right. Moreover, sister was an utterly absurd term. She had no such foolish brother. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt her fists clench tighter. Indeed, she longed to take him down a peg. "What is your name? Let us have a duel." Shangxuan Qingli could no longer suppress her desire to confront him. "What? You don't recognize me?" The white-haired youth exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated disbelief, as if her lack of recognition was an affront to nature itself. His reaction was as though he were a person of great renown. Shangxuan Qingli shot him an incredulous glare, sidestepping him to complete her ascent. Crossing her arms as she regarded him from above. "Since I have yet to enroll, let us settle this quickly and have a proper fight." "Excellent. I, too, wish to gauge the strength of my peers. Should you prove too weak, I shall not hesitate to mock you," the white-haired youth declared, cracking his knuckles with a swaggering bravado. Shangxuan Qingli paid no heed to his arrogance and prepared to retort, but before she could speak, he appeared behind her and launched a punch. How swift, she thought, barely noticing how he had closed the distance. Instinctively, she dodged to the side. "Oh, your reflexes are commendable. You managed to evade my attack," Wu Tiao Wugo remarked, hands on his hips, pushing his sunglasses up with an approving smirk. Shangxuan Qingli steeled herself, no longer underestimating him, and engaged him in earnest. Meanwhile, Xiao Jie, who had been watching from the sidelines, approached, observing the duel with keen interest, refraining from intervening as though he were a spectator at a grand performance. Chapter 19. Fighting on campus is prohibited. With his long limbs and formidable strength, the white-haired youth launched powerful strikes. Initially, Shangxuan Qingli managed to hold her ground, even catching him off guard with a well-placed kick. However, as time passed and he adapted to her fighting style, the tables began to turn dramatically. She found herself desperately evading his relentless onslaught. "Be cautious, for I am about to unleash my true power," Shangxuan Qingli warned, preparing to counterattack, only to find her limbs ensnared by the white-haired youth. "So do you concede?" he whispered triumphantly into her ear, his tone brimming with arrogance. The warmth of his breath against her skin made her instinctively lean forward, and she yearned to slap him, yet realized she was already trapped. How infuriating, she fumed, her face flushing red. "I refuse to concede. Let me go," Shangxuan Qingli protested vehemently. "What? I have bested you, and yet you refuse to accept it?" Wu Tiao Wugo replied, bewildered by her defiance. "I simply refuse. Release me immediately," she protested again, straining against his grip, but he tightened his hold on her wrist. Just as Xiao Jie prepared to intervene, footsteps echoed from the school entrance. Ye Jingdao had assumed that Xiao Jie, being mature and composed, would handle the situation without issue. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance, he nearly fainted at the sight, only to be steadied by the nearby Jiaru Nico. "Wu Tiao Wugo, cease this instant." The white-haired youth released her as if nothing had happened, greeting Ye Jingdao with casual friendliness. "Hello, teacher. What a coincidence. Are you here to welcome the new students as well?" Shangxuan Qingli shot Wu Tiao Wugo an indignant glare, adjusting her disheveled attire, and then fell into contemplation. "Wu Tiao? Wu Tiao Wugo, the head of the illustrious Wu Tiao clan? No wonder he is so arrogant. He is a scion of a prominent family. Wait, Wu Tiao Wugo?" Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had recently seen a post on the Sorcerer Forum while in the car, detailing the current head of the Wu Tiao clan, Wu Tiao Wugo, the wielder of the six eyes and the possessor of limitless techniques, hailed as the strongest in the realm of sorcery. How audacious. The head of a prestigious clan bullying a mere girl like me. And so brazenly too. He shall pay for this. Shangxuan Qingli resolved, her thoughts simmering with indignation. Meanwhile, Ye Jingdao was chastising Wu Tiao Wugo. "Wu Tiao Wugo, You ought to be ashamed. You bully the new student before she even steps into the school. Are you attempting to rebel? Unjust, teacher. She challenged me first. Wu Wugo protested, feigning innocence. Look at my handsome face. It bears the marks of battle. Yaya Jingdao examined the minor injuries on Wu Wugo's face, then glanced at the slightly disheveled Shanchuan Qingli, almost believing Wu Wugo's antics. Just as he was about to continue reprimanding Wu Wugo, Shanchuan Qingli approached and bowed respectfully. Teacher Yaya, it was indeed I who initiated the challenge. I lost and must concede to superior skill. Yaya Jingdao, gazing at the petite girl who barely reached his chest, felt a headache coming on. What vendetta do you harbor that leads to such a spectacle? Nico, please assist her with some treatment. Of course, teacher, Jiaru Nico replied. It was only then that Shanchuan Qingli noticed the girl beside Yaya Jingdao, with her short brown hair and tall, poised figure. The slight beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure, giving her the air of a knowledgeable older sister. Jiaru Nico utilized a reversal technique to heal Shanchuan Qingli, and she instantly felt revitalized, her previously reddened wrist returning to normal. Thank you. My name is Shanchuan Qingli, but you may call me Qingli. It is a pleasure to meet you. Shanchuan Qingli expressed warmly, always fond of beautiful girls. I am Jiaru Nico. She replied with a gentle smile. Yaya Jingdao then led Shanchuan Qingli to complete her enrollment procedures, reiterating to Wu Wugo that fighting on campus was strictly prohibited. Teacher Ye, how many people are there in our class? Shanquan Qingli inquired with a smile. With you included, there are 4 of us, Yaeri Shinju replied, somewhat sheepishly. Which school has only 4 students in a class? It's simply absurd, Shanquan Qingli thought to herself, bemused. She assumed most of them were just starting. But to her surprise, aside from her recent enrollment, Suguru Geto, Nagi Himejima, and Satoru Gojo had already been attending for a month. Furthermore, the Jujutsu High had its own uniform, though it seemed a tad oversized. Shanquan Qingli detested pencil skirts, finding them rather peculiar, so upon receiving her uniform, she sought Yaeri Shinju's approval to make alterations. Then, under Suguru Geto's guidance, she toured the entire school, culminating in a visit to the student dormitories. Each student had their own room within the same building. Upon learning her room number was 311, Suguru Geto flashed a knowing smile. After escorting her to room 311, he pointed to the left, saying, "That's Nagi's room," then gestured to the right, "And that's Satoru's." Just beyond his mind. With so many rooms, why did they all have to be clustered together? And why was her neighbor Satoru Gojo? Shanquan Qingli felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Politely thanking Suguru Geto, she proceeded to her dormitory. The room was spacious, seemingly dozens of square meters, featuring a small balcony with a distant view, a wall-sized wardrobe, a study desk, and a large bed, though it lacked a private bathroom. According to Suguru Geto, bathing required a trip to the communal bathhouse. Shanquan Qingli had only brought a backpack to school, appearing carefree, yet she had stashed her belongings elsewhere. Tunton Mouse, come forth, she summoned, requesting the creature to retrieve her stored items. As the name suggests, Tunton Mouse loved to hoard things and possessed a storage space capable of holding countless items, a must-have for any domestic or travel endeavor. After tidying her dormitory, she began to meticulously arrange her new home, as she would be residing there for the next 3 years, certainly deserving of a refined setup. Once finished, she examined her school uniform with great scrutiny. The pencil skirt was definitely out, as she disliked it, and long skirts were impractical for combat. So she decided to emulate Suguru Geto and wear harem pants instead. With this thought in mind, Shanquan Qingli rummaged through her belongings, selecting a pair of appropriately fitting black harem pants and a black cropped skirt, trying them on and feeling quite pleased with her reflection. The harem pants were ideal for training, while the cropped skirt was suitable for daily classes. After organizing her things, she lay down on the soft bed and sent a message to Nai-Qianben. Mother, I have successfully arrived at school and checked into my dormitory. My dear daughter, are you satisfied with the school? Are your classmates amiable? Have you been bullied? And Nai-Qianben replied, the school is enormous. My classmates are quite nice. Don't worry. Mother, no one can bully me. Shanquan Qingli typed, secretly thinking, except for that certain white-haired individual, who is not only difficult to get along with, but also has a terrible attitude. My darling, please take good care of yourself there. If anything happens, make sure to tell me. Of course, mother. After her conversation with Nai-Qianben, Shanquan Qingli took her toiletries to the bathhouse and then went to bed. Chapter 20. How can one be infatuated? Fortunately, classes commenced at 10:00 a.m., otherwise, Shanquan Qingli would have had to stage a performance of arriving late on her first day. Hey, why does your uniform look like that? Why is it different from ours? How can it be cooler than ours? The tone was unmistakable. As soon as the white-haired individual entered the classroom, he spotted Shanquan Qingli's unique uniform and immediately began to complain. Luckily, The teacher arrived just in time to rescue her. Otherwise, on the very first day, she would have been forced into a love-hate relationship with her classmates. At Jujutsu High, students were required to study not only the standard high school curriculum, but also courses in Jujutsu theory, history, and techniques, alongside a series of practical training sessions and tasks to fulfill their academic requirements. In their first year, only the 4 of them were present, as all other second and third year students were out on missions. The vast classroom housed just the 4 of them, with Yaeri Shinju as their homeroom teacher, along with a teacher for the general subjects. However, it is worth noting that here, one could indulge in sleeping in. Classes were straightforward, divided into 2 segments, 2 hours in the morning from 10 to 12 o'clock, and 4 hours in the afternoon from 1 to 5 o'clock. With the remaining time free for relaxation, students could visit the library for research or engage in basketball games, allowing for flexible arrangements. Of course, attendance in the morning cultural classes was optional, provided one could guarantee passing the final exams without failing. The afternoon belonged solely to teacher Ye. The first-year students had a dedicated group chat where Yaeri Shinju would announce the afternoon classes in advance, which could include jujutsu skills, history, or practical lessons. Unfortunately, their first afternoon of enrollment coincided with a practical lesson. In the training field, aside from Nagi, who is not required to participate, the rest of you must join. I need to assess your practical experience, Yaeri Shinju stated, his expression serious. In front of him stood Quan Qingli, Nagi Himejima, Satoru Gojo, and Suguru Geto, aligned in a neat row. Satoru, Suguru, you 2 spar. I want to observe, Yaeri Shinju instructed, his gaze fixed on the 2 boys, serious as he added. And refrain from using cursed energy. Relax, teacher. I'm confident I can handle Suguru, Satoru Gojo exclaimed, dramatically placing one hand on his hip while giving Yaeri Shinju an okay gesture with the other. Well, let us just say he is rather arrogant. One might feel compelled to teach him a lesson, Quan Qingli thought. Satoru, we haven't even started yet. Being this confident isn't wise. Suguru Geto remarked with a friendly smile, his demeanor amiable. Had she not seen Suguru Geto's fingers cracking ominously, Quan Qingli might have believed he was entirely unbothered. Noticing the 2 were poised to engage, Quan Qingli quickly pulled Nagi Himejima away to stand 5 meters under a large tree, leaving the 2 boys and Yaeri Shinju in the center of the training field. You 2 don't need to run so far, Yaeri Shinju called out. Huh? Nagi responded. Well, better safe than sorry, Quan Qingli replied. Nagi, who do you think will win? She asked, raising her eyebrows at Nagi Himejima, leaning against the tree. Nagi Himejima glanced at the sparring boys with little interest. It's a 50-50 chance. Ah, indeed, it's a toss-up. Either Satoru or Suguru could win. Quite the 50-50 situation, Quan Qingli mused in silence. As a pure support type, Nagi Himejima's lack of interest in fighting was understandable. His technique, known as reverse technique, was a rare ability that could be used on others. Reverse technique, a manipulation of cursed energy, operates by applying energy in a multiplicative manner, transforming negative energy into positive energy to achieve a healing effect. Quan Qingli comprehended the origins of the reversal technique, yet when it came to practical application, she faltered, failing to heal the experimental subject and instead exacerbating the injuries. However, that was a matter for another time. After exchanging a series of blows in the training grounds, Wudo, is that all you've got? You're already sweating. While panting, Suguru Geto provocatively challenged Wudo, his narrow fox-like eyes glinting with mischief. Upon hearing this, Wudo adjusted his sunglasses down his nose. What? Geto, what are you talking about? Am I incapable? I could battle you for 300 rounds. That was merely a warm-up. Now I'm truly getting serious. With that, he removed his sunglasses and, without a glance, tossed them towards Quan Qingli. Her heart raced as she focused intently on the sunglasses arcing through the air, and only after successfully catching them did she exhale in relief. In that moment, however, a question surfaced in her mind. Why on earth did she catch the sunglasses of that insufferable white-haired brat? As she examined the sunglasses in her hand, she pondered whether to toss them on the ground or pretend to accidentally drop them. Ultimately, she decided against it. After all, it was the obnoxious white-haired one who had annoyed her, not the sunglasses themselves. The sunglasses seemed to say, thank you. In the blink of an eye, the 2 resumed their fierce sparring. Not far off, Yaga Yoshinobu was engaged in a phone conversation, the content of which was unknown, while Ajichi Naoya leaned against a tree. Engrossed in his phone, Quan Qingli, clutching the sunglasses, watched the duel with great interest. Why do the eyes of that insufferable white-haired brat have to be so captivating? If he were to fight her without his sunglasses, she would undoubtedly be distracted. Those eyes are simply too unfair. Wudo's eyes, known as the 6 eyes, were akin to a clear blue sky, bright and pure, with a layer of mist that earned them the moniker eyes of the celestial sky. His white eyelashes were distinctly defined, and his chiseled profile, along with his prominent nose, made her question her own thoughts. Wait, what was she doing? How could she be swooning over him? That insufferable, white-haired brat, Shang Quan Qingli lamented, clutching her head, her eyes shut tight in despair. This is hopeless. How could she allow herself to be distracted by male beauty? Shang Quan, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Upon seeing Shang Quan, Qingli suddenly crouched down. Clutching her head in distress, Ijichi Naoya approached her with concern. Shang Quan Qingli opened her eyes and smiled at Ijichi. I'm fine, Naoya. She stood up and bounced lightly in place to demonstrate her well-being. That's good to hear. If there's anything wrong, you must tell me. You can't keep it a secret. Understand? Ijichi gently patted her shoulder. Yes, yes. Shang Quan Qingli obediently replied. By the way, you can call me Qingli. She gazed earnestly at Ijichi. It's too formal to call me Shang Quan. We're going to be classmates living together for 3 years. Ijichi was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a bright smile. Alright. Qingli. Chapter 21. Sparring with Wudo and Geto. When Yaga Yoshinobu returned from his phone call, the duel between the two had reached its conclusion. After a stunning sweep from Wudo, they ceased their combat. Enough, enough. I'm exhausted. Wudo wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow while waving his hand dismissively. Geto remained silent. Silently grabbing a bottle of water that had been prepared nearby, taking one for himself and handing another to Wudo. In quick succession, Wudo finished the bottle of water and energetically approached Yaga Yoshinobu, launching into a tirade. Teacher, why is it that only Shang Quan Qingli's uniform is different? It's not fair. I want a new outfit. I want a new outfit. Teacher, why aren't you responding? Yaga Yoshinobu had no intention of engaging with him, but Wudo persisted. Buzzing around like a persistent bee. A new outfit? What do you want to change it to? A skirt like mine? Shang Quan Qingli could no longer hold her tongue. Huh, why would I change to a skirt? I'm not a girl. Wudo exclaimed, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Shang Quan Qingli couldn't help but smirk. You just said you're not a girl, so what do you want to change it to? A pencil skirt? Shorts? Bell-bottoms? Or perhaps something like what Geto wears? Those balloon pants? Wudo fell silent for a moment, unusually refraining from countering Shang Quan Qingli's retort. Ultimately, he ceased his pleas to Yaga Yoshinobu for a new uniform. Then, Yaga Yoshinobu instructed Shang Quan Qingli and Suguru Geto to spar. Geto, don't go easy on her just because she's a girl, Wudo teased. Humph. Shang Quan Qingli snorted. Removing her jacket and handing it to Ijichi, revealing her white shirt, she approached Suguru Geto, feet positioned confidently, left hand extended. Right hand resting behind her back in an elegant stance. Geto, there's no need for chivalry. I'm not some fragile girl. Shang Quan Qingli stated seriously as Geto stood still. Observing the determination in her eyes, Geto squinted slightly, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Then let's see what you're capable of. With that, he initiated the attack. Shang Quan Qingli calmly evaded and retaliated with a sweeping kick. As the two sparred, they were intermittently interrupted by the raucous commentary from Wudo. Geto, are you even capable? Getting hit by a girl? How embarrassing. Yes, that's it. Good. Ha ha ha. Geto, you have your comeuppance today? Come on. Hit her. Shang Quan Qingli desperately wished to rush over and cover his mouth, silencing his incessant noise. Compared to Wudo, Geto's attacks were more agile, though difficult to counter. They were certainly more manageable. Fighting Wudo felt like an insurmountable challenge. As a girl, her punching power and defensive capabilities couldn't possibly match his, especially with his long limbs and surprising strength. Not to mention, he had a cheating artifact. In combat with him, she had to be unpredictable, never letting him anticipate her next move, lest she be the one to suffer. Geto, you're quite impressive. Shang Quan Qingli gestured for a pause, resting her palms on her knees, gasping for air while complimenting him. Geto, having fought 2 rounds in quick succession, was also panting heavily. You're quite impressive yourself for being able to withstand my barrage. Hey, Shang Quan Qingli, why don't we have a match? Wudo looked at her excitedly, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Shang Quan Qingli shot him a glare, accepting the bottle of water Ijichi offered. She gulped it down and let out a long sigh of relief. Class is about to end. What do you want to spar for? Come on, I want your acknowledgement. Wudo implored, his misty celestial eyes fixed on her eagerly. Ugh, how unfair. Shang Quan Qingli's heart raced, and she forcibly averted her gaze, refusing to meet those unfairly captivating celestial eyes. Did we not just spar yesterday morning? You're too strong. I couldn't withstand your attacks at all. No way. That was yesterday morning. Today is today. We can't compare the two, Wudo insisted, shaking his finger with utmost seriousness. Shang Quan Qingli's lips twitched. Did he really want to fight her that badly? This was too strange, far too strange. It felt like a conspiracy. In the end, she could not resist Wudo's persistence. Agreeing to his request was not due to his incessant chatter about whether she was afraid, but rather, the incessant buzz would continue until she did. What? You must show compassion towards the delicate. Now it is the turn of Suguru Geto to tease Satoru Gojo. Geto, I harbor no peculiar preferences. I do not delight in trampling on fragile blossoms. I merely treat everyone equally, Gojo replied, surprisingly maintaining a normal tone for once. And besides, she is so weak that I only need to exert 3/10 of my strength. Ah, dispelling the earlier illusion, the insufferable white-haired fool was far too arrogant. She was determined to give him a good thrashing. Shozen Aoi displayed a hypocritical smile, gesturing towards Gojo with an international sign of friendship, her middle finger raised, the other 4 fingers neatly together. Oh my, does Shozen think she can defeat me with such bravado? Gojo's smile was carefree, yet his tone bore a hint of danger. Aoi remained silent, flashing him a bright smile. Excellent. She had successfully ignited Gojo's fighting spirit, and in turn, she had acquired a formidable opponent. Albeit at the cost of her entire body aching, it seemed Gojo had been holding back during their previous altercation. Fortunately, this fellow knew not to strike the face, otherwise, she would have truly fought him with all her might. Aoi gritted her teeth against the pain, planning to seek treatment from Iria. But that damn white-haired one insisted on pestering her, inquiring who was stronger between him and Geto. Ignoring him, she attempted to leave, but he would not let her pass. You're strong, all right? The words were spat through clenched teeth, nearly biting into Gojo himself. Satisfied with having heard what he wanted, Gojo relented, allowing Aoi to depart, only to turn and approach Geto, radiating the exuberance of a kindergarten child proudly showcasing a sticker to their parents after receiving a reward. Geto, did you hear? She said I am stronger. Gojo's tone was dripping with self-satisfaction. Gojo, are you a kindergarten child? It was not a question, but a statement of certainty. That night, Aoi dreamt a splendid dream. She envisioned herself soundly thrashing Gojo. Gojo, will you dare speak to me so arrogantly next time? Aoi stood triumphantly on Gojo's back, hands on her hips, her smile wild and unrestrained, her tone dripping with an air of invincibility, epitomizing the essence of a little demoness. I wouldn't dare, I promise. Spare me, I beg you. Gojo lay prostrate on the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. From now on, keep your distance. Should you dare act so arrogantly before me again, beware of my wrath. Aoi leaned down, poking Gojo's head with her finger. Yes, yes, I promise I will not. I will never dare again. Gojo responded hastily. Aoi, in her mercy, allowed him to leave. As she watched Gojo tremble away, she even threatened him, causing him to stumble in fright, nearly falling. Aoi erupted into laughter. Dingling. The sound of a bell rang, abruptly waking Aoi from her slumber. She blinked awake, puzzled. Where's Gojo? Upon looking around, she realized, oh, it was just a dream. How disappointing. Chapter 22. Is she feeling pity? Aoi pouted, washed up, changed into her high school uniform, and prepared to head to class. Just before leaving, she grabbed a piece of bread, intending to munch on it as she walked. As she stepped outside, the adjacent door swung open. Gojo emerged, yawning. And upon seeing Aoi tear into her bread, he executed a stealthy ambush from behind, snatching the bread from her hand. Given that they were in a jujutsu school protected by a barrier, Aoi was taken off guard, nearly scared to death when a hand shot out from behind. By the time she realized what had happened, her bread was already ruined. Good morning, Aoi. Thank you for your bread. You are too kind to bring me breakfast. Gojo declared, raising the half-eaten bread in his hand, his tone devoid of gratitude. Thank you, my foot. How shameless can you be? This bread is mine. Aoi fumed, her head nearly steaming with anger. She had never encountered someone so audacious. No, wait, there was one. She amended. She had never met anyone more brazen than Shozenbei. Aoi's eyes narrowed slightly, her light golden gaze shimmering with a deceptively innocent smile as she softly inquired, is it tasty? Gojo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding, thinking to himself, wow, she isn't angry? Aoi's smile broadened, and suddenly she leaned in closer to Gojo, gazing up at his sunglasses, grinning like a mischievous child as she whispered, you know, this bread is actually expired. I was just about to throw it away. You really did me a huge favor by eating it. Before Gojo could process her words, Aoi dashed off, as if pursued by a fearsome beast. Gojo instantly found the bread in his mouth unpalatable, even contemplating spitting it out, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not. Damn little brat. Just wait. Frustrated, Gojo tossed the bread into a trash can, then yanked open the nearby window, effortlessly leaping onto the windowsill before jumping down. As Aoi dashed down the stairs, she suddenly spotted someone falling from above, nearly colliding with them, and she hastily hit the brakes. What the hell? Jumping out of a window, how shameless, she thought. No matter how fast Gojo chased her, he would not catch up. Who could anticipate that he would jump from the window? All right, he is truly angry now. Gojo landed with style, clapping his hands together, producing a sound that echoed ominously, exuding an intimidating aura. Why have you stopped running? I allowed you to run ahead. You should be further away by now. Run? I would love to, but you're blocking the way. Aoi rolled her eyes, unbothered by him. She was not afraid. Having fought him before, even though their teacher, Yaga, had forbidden her from doing so. Gojo, stung by her retort, became even angrier. When had he, Satoru Gojo, ever endured such indignities? She needed to be taught a lesson. Just as Aoi prepared to engage in battle, a voice emerged from the dormitory behind them. What are you two doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? It was Iria's voice. Iria, Gojo is preventing me from attending class. Aoi quickly turned, feigning innocence as she clung to Iria, her voice dripping with feigned grievance, as if Gojo had committed some heinous act. Iria glanced at Gojo, then gently patted Aoi's back, soothingly saying, "It's all right, let us head to class." All right. Gojo could fight Aoi, but he could do nothing against Iria. During the morning cultural class, the teacher primarily covered key concepts, discussing them only once, necessitating attentive listening. Any lapse in concentration would result in missing crucial explanations, leaving students to research the material on their own. The Jujutsu High School, like any ordinary school, allowed weekends off, and students were only permitted to leave on weekends. Unless assigned a mission, teachers would assign tasks based on students' levels, allowing them to earn rewards through task completion. Can't you two settle down? Suguru Geto sighed, observing the two grappling in front of him. It was obvious, without needing to guess, that Aoi and Gojo had once again begun to brawl. No, no. The two shouted in unison, momentarily breaking apart before diving back into chaos, the scene devolving into utter pandemonium. With a look of helplessness, Suguru Geto glanced at the side where Kirara Goju was engrossed in her phone, raising an eyebrow. Kirara, are you not worried about Aoi? Upon hearing this, Kirara cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals engaged in a brawl and coolly replied, I have faith in Aoi. You possess such confidence, Kirara? Suguru's fox-like eyes widened slightly. Because the teacher has arrived, Kirara stated, promptly stowing her phone away. Wakaba, Gojo Aoi. How many times have you two fought without permission this month? Do you even care about the school rules and regulations? Yaga Mazumichi, distressed, never anticipated that while Goju was incorrigible, Aoi would also exhibit such rebellion. She was such a well-behaved child. Why did she have such a penchant for fighting? All the blame fell squarely on Goju. 1,000 faults, all attributed to Goju. Upon hearing Yaga's voice, Aoi retracted the elbow she had aimed at Goju and stood at attention, looking at Yaga with a face full of grievance. Teacher, Goju is bullying me. Hey, you little brat. Who's bullying whom? My arms are covered in your marks. Goju exclaimed, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his scarred arms. You little imp. When you can't win, you resort to tricks. Oh, how tragic. Suguru was taken aback, his fox-like eyes widening in alarm. Teacher, I didn't mean to, Aoi said, lowering her head, her demeanor downcast, pouting as if on the verge of tears. I just have long nails. And who knew he was so fragile that my nails could hurt him? Teacher, you must uphold justice for me. Goju clung to Yaga's arm like a noodle being shaken. Yaga's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to deliver a punch to Goju. He firmly withdrew his arm, and, glancing at the pitiful Aoi, found it hard to chastise her. Coughing lightly, he stated, regardless, fighting without permission is wrong. There must not be a next time. He then lightly dismissed the matter. Teacher, how can you do this? You must punish her severely. She should be made to think twice about fighting me again. Goju was dissatisfied with this outcome, refusing to let Yaga leave, clearly intent on not budging unless Aoi was reprimanded. With a thud, Goju received a solid punch from Yaga. Let go. I'm the victim here. Why am I the one getting hit? I've been wronged. Aoi looked at the despondent Goju, akin to spotting a stray kitten, her heart inexplicably fluttering. Strange. Was she feeling sympathy for him? Chapter 23, The First Mission. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since she began her studies at the Jujutsu High. On this day, Yaga sought her out privately, presenting her with a task, a graded mission, marking her first assignment. As she hailed from a non-jujutsu family, she had not been graded prior, resulting in her initial enrollment form indicating a level of 4. A level 3 mission? Aoi scrutinized the task card in her hand, slightly furrowing her brows. Can I apply for a level 2 or level 1? Yaga paused in his paperwork, unable to resist lightly tapping Aoi's forehead. You haven't even passed a level 3 mission yet, and you wish to jump to level 2 or 1. Aoi nodded eagerly, full of expectation. Dream on. Yaga replied in a stern tone. Why not? I have the ability to exorcise level 2 and level 1 curses. Aoi brimmed with confidence in her abilities. Yaga shook his head. I believe in you, but this is the decision of the board of directors. The board of directors? Aoi frowned. According to Goju, the board comprised a group of idle elders who enjoyed controlling the jujutsu world. Goju referred to them derogatorily as old oranges, disapproving of their rigid adherence to tradition and their intolerance for uncontrolled power. Had they grown suspicious of her? Aoi pondered, perplexed. And as she made her way back to the dormitory, she nearly collided with an oncoming figure. "Oh, you little brat, are you here to curse me? My precious cream-filled pastries, bought after a long wait." Hearing this frantic voice, Aoi snapped back to reality, gazing ahead. Gojo wore a heartbroken expression as he stared at the pastries strewn across the ground, as if they were his treasures. I'm really sorry for knocking your pastries over. I'll compensate you," Aoi said, feeling guilty. In an instant, Gojo leaned closer, gripping her tightly, excitement evident in his expression. "You said it. I said I would compensate you. And I never lie," Aoi replied, fixated on Gojo's sunglasses. "Then I want 10. No, 50. Gojo released Aoi and stepped back, a smug expression on his face. Fine. I'll get you 50. I only eat the cream-filled pastries from Kisaragi. Don't buy the wrong ones." I got it. 50, remember. You promised me." Yes. I promise. Make sure to buy them. If you don't, humph, you're in big trouble. You're so annoying. If you keep nagging, I won't buy them." Finally, under Aoi's threats, Gojo ceased his incessant chatter. The next morning, the window sent an auxiliary supervisor to escort Aoi to her mission destination, and it happened to be Akita and Ryu, the very person who had brought her in. "What a coincidence, Mr. Akita," Aoi said, pulling the car door open, surprised to see him. "I was assigned to you." Akita explained briefly. "I see," Aoi nodded. "Aoi, let me briefly explain this level 3 mission. The location is in a town in the Arakawa district, where there stands an uninhabited villa said to be haunted. The buyer of that villa fled within 3 days of moving in, vowing never to return. Over time, it fell into disrepair, and local residents moved away from it," Akita explained as he drove. Aoi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, and without a second thought, remarked, "It sounds like a ghost story. Why did the board classify it as level 3? Is there a curse?" News reports indicated that several adventure bloggers lost contact while exploring a villa in Arakawa, Akita continued. "Yes, that aligns with the mission's destination," Aoi affirmed confidently. "Correct. We have initially determined that there are several level 3 curses involved, one of which is a quasi-level 2 curse. The board does not wish for them to proliferate." Akita clarified. "I understand," Aoi nodded. After approximately an hour, they arrived at the destination. "Aoi, if you find yourself overwhelmed during this mission, please retreat promptly and do not push yourself," Akita continued with his usual protocol. If she couldn't handle even a level 3 curse, then perhaps it was time for her to start anew. Akita watched as Aoi entered the domain, quietly waiting for her triumphant return. The moment she stepped into the domain, darkness enveloped her, revealing a dilapidated mansion ahead. A chilling silence loomed, vines crawling up the walls, which were marred with cracks, giving the impression that a gentle push could bring it crashing down. A thick layer of dust coated the ground. Though Aoi had previously exorcised level 3 curses, she remained vigilant as she cautiously stepped into the estate. Silence enveloped the air, a silence so profound it stirred a sense of unease within the heart. Shozen Aoyuki scanned her surroundings with vigilance, discerning no anomalies. She gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior revealed an expansive hall, flanked by 2 dilapidated columns on either side. Directly ahead loomed a Y-shaped spiral staircase, adorned with 2 angelic sculptures, while a painting hung ominously in the center, leading to the second floor, shrouded in darkness and obscurity. As she crossed the threshold, the door behind her slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if compelled by an unseen force, plunging the already dim surroundings into deeper shadows. Aoyuki raised her hand delicately, conjuring a flicker of magical energy that she cast forth, illuminating the vicinity with a cascade of golden light. The sound of her petite leather shoes tapping against the tiled floor echoed sharply in the vast hall. In a moment, Aoyuki ascended the staircase. Let me ponder, where might the little darlings be? She feigned contemplation before deciding against it, opting instead for swift resolution. Snow Spirit Butterfly. With an outstretched palm, she summoned a surge of magical energy, which coalesced into a gigantic butterfly, larger than her entire form. Its wings a soft azure adorned with peculiar patterns, and possessing a visage reminiscent of a human's. The Snow Spirit Butterfly, a high-tier magical beast of the 7th rank, should not be underestimated despite its exquisite appearance. Its wings were remarkably resilient and sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through ordinary weaponry, and it could traverse distances of 1 to 2 meters with each powerful flap. "Have you sensed the other creatures here? Eliminate them," Aoyuki commanded. "Yes, my lady." The Snow Spirit Butterfly responded, its light blue wings fluttering as it sped towards the sensed targets. Aoyuki gently closed her eyes, channeling her mental energy into the butterfly for a shared consciousness. In the corridor, a 3rd-tier cursed spirit wandered aimlessly when the butterfly appeared before it, swiftly cleaving it in twain before it could emit a sound, causing it to dissipate. The third-tier spirit was no match for the snow spirit butterfly. It required several blade strikes from the butterfly to vanquish a quasi-second-tier spirit. Aoyuki retracted her mental energy from the butterfly as it returned, obediently perching before her. Return, she instructed, and without awaiting a reply, the butterfly vanished from sight. After the butterfly's departure, Aoyuki assessed her remaining magical energy. Previously, summoning the blue sky demon ape had drained her reserves without slaying any spirits, but this time, summoning a 7th-tier beast, albeit one of lesser rank, proved more efficient than before. Upon seeing Aoyuki emerge unscathed, Akita Yuki glanced at his watch, surprised that only 5 minutes had elapsed. Let us proceed, Mr. Akita. On her return journey, Aoyuki purchased 50 servings of edamame cream cakes. Disregarding the curious gazes of onlookers as she and Akita placed the bags into the trunk of the car. My dignity is at stake. I shudder to think of how others perceive me. Consuming such a quantity, she hoped it would choke that insufferable white-haired brat. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, ultimately crushing the plastic water bottle in her grip. Akita Yuki wiped an imaginary bead of sweat from his brow, reflecting, truly, one can see why you are a classmate of Satoru Gojo. Remarkably fierce. Chapter 24, The Capricious Duo. However, it is worth noting that since the last mission when Aoyuki brought 50 servings of edamame cream cakes for Satoru Gojo, he had ceased to harass her as frequently. Gojo, try this, it's delicious. Aoyuki offered a small cake to Satoru, who bent down and devoured it in one bite. Hey, not bad at all. What is the name of this cake? His eyes sparkled with delight. It's a specialty cake from my hometown, Aoyuki replied, beaming with pride. As they conversed, Suguru Geto observed Aoyuki and then Satoru, turning to inquire of Kinji Hikari. Hikari, when did those two become so close? Hikari pondered before responding. Perhaps during our absence? Geto's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. As Satoru's close friend, he felt a twinge of regret for missing out on the gossip. In truth, the bond between them had blossomed thanks to their mutual love for desserts. Aoyuki adored sweets, and so did Satoru, leading them to conspire daily on how to sneak out for cake without being detected. The Jujutsu high school was rife with the escapades of the dessert-loving duo. On the other hand, Masamichi Yaga approached with a stern expression, an aura of darkness radiating from him, prompting the chattering duo to fall silent. His gaze swept over Geto before settling on Aoyuki and Satoru, his demeanor grave. Did you two sneak out of school again last night? Yaga's piercing stare bore down on them. Aoyuki blinked innocently. Teacher, I was sleeping last night. How could I possibly leave the school? Teacher, it's unjust. I was in the dormitory all night. Yuki can attest to it, Satoru chimed in, feigning sorrow while discreetly tugging at Geto's sleeve. Teacher, I report that Satoru sneaked out last night. Geto interjected with a smile, delivering a verbal jab to Satoru. Geto, don't spread falsehoods. We were busy completing Tokyo Curse record last night. You can't frame me just because I finished, and you didn't. Satoru retorted, indignation evident in his voice. Satoru, lying is a game for children, Geto replied, his smile unwavering. Geto, you are the child here, Satoru shot back. Yaga felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. Satoru was truly incorrigible, still arguing. He pulled out a stack of photographs. Teacher, did you capture my handsome self? Satoru exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he gazed at the photos in Yaga's hands. Aoyuki's keen eyes recognized the images, herself with Satoru from the previous night when they had gone out for cake. Who on earth snapped these shots of me? Seeing Satoru eagerly lean in to examine his handsome photo, she felt a surge of irritation, contemplating delivering a punch. He hadn't even comprehended the situation. Teacher, where did you acquire these photos? This is from when Satoru and I went to buy cake, right? That shop is incredibly popular, with long queues every time we go. Aoyuki pointed at the photograph, playing the fool. At that moment, Satoru caught on, adding, yes. The cakes from that shop are notoriously hard to get. People wake up at dawn just to line up. I had to pay extra to cut in line. Though the shop is pricey, the cakes are truly exquisite. The vanilla ice cream cake is bursting with flavor, and the strawberry Swiss roll is delightful, with the sweetness of fresh strawberries. As the two engrossed themselves in their conversation, Suguru and Kinji discreetly stepped back. A loud thud followed, confirming their suspicions. The duo was in trouble. Aoyuki and Satoru covered their heads, obediently falling silent, not daring to utter another word. For this lesson, you two shall compete against my cursed corpse, and you are forbidden from using any cursed energy. As Yi Zheng Dao concluded his incantation, he produced several cursed corpses and placed them upon the ground. Oh, are those animated dolls? Although Shang Quanqing Li was unfamiliar with Yi Zheng Dao's techniques, the formidable appearance of the cursed corpses compelled her to swiftly retreat behind Wu Tiaowu. Wu Tiaowu, what are these? They are cursed dolls, also known as cursed corpses. My teacher's technique is a form of puppet mastery. allowing the corpses to move autonomously through the infusion of cursed energy, Wu Tiaowu explained, deftly dodging the attacks of the cursed corpses. I see. So these dolls come to life with the infusion of cursed energy, much like my contracted magical beasts. What a convenient technique. The more cursed corpses one possesses, the stronger one becomes, akin to an army of cursed corpses? Shang Quanqing Li pondered thoughtfully. Suddenly, one of the cursed corpses lunged forward with a punch. Just as it was about to make contact with Shang Quanqing Li, she flickered and vanished from her original spot, reappearing a meter away. Having battled Wu Tiaowu numerous times, she had honed her extraordinary skills, and dealing with these minor cursed corpses was hardly a challenge. With a provocative gesture, she beckoned with her index finger, as if calling a small dog. The cursed corpse seemed to comprehend her signal. Its face contorted with anger as it swung its fist toward her, while others began to close in. Hey, why are they all surrounding me? Shang Quanqing Li exclaimed, hastily evading their attacks. Wu Tiaowu, are you just going to stand there? Aren't you going to help? Wu Tiaowu blinked and wore a playful smirk. Oh, I believe you can handle them on your own. I'm merely here to enjoy the show and won't steal your thunder. Shang Quanqing Li retorted, you insufferable performer. After sending one cursed corpse flying, a cruel smile crept across her lips. Very well, if he refuses to assist, she would unleash her ultimate technique. Dancing away from an incoming attack, she swiftly grasped the arm of a cursed corpse and hurled it towards Wu Tiaowu. The cursed corpse halted just 10 centimeters from him, unable to advance further. I forgot about Wu Tiaowu's limitless technique. How infuriating. Shang Quanqing Li gritted her teeth and seized another cursed corpse, tossing it in his direction. With an air of ease, Wu Tiaowu stood his ground. His expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, oh dear, why can't you throw the cursed corpses my way? Are you unable to? Shang Quanqing Li clenched her teeth, nearly crushing the cursed corpse in her grasp as it struggled helplessly against her iron grip, feeling as though she were clutching Wu Tiaowu's neck instead. What does your anger have to do with me? Why are you grabbing me? I'm truly at a loss. And thus, the once amicable duo transformed back into adversaries. They frequently sparred at the school, yet occasionally sneaked out together to buy cake. In summary, they were both rivals and sweet companions. Chapter 25. Wu Tiaowu has lost his mind. Teacher, why are they allowed to take S-level tasks while I am restricted to these C and D-level tasks? Shang Quanqing Li questioned, glancing at the C and D-level task list in her hand before casting a disgruntled gaze at Yi Zhengdao, who stood behind the podium, observing Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia with their S-level task lists. Yi Zhengdao cleared his throat and replied, it is because you have not previously undergone the sorcerer level assessment. Thus your rating is set at D level, allowing you to only take C and D level tasks. While Wu Tiaowu and Xiaoyu Jia are classified as A level. Fine, Xiaoyu Jia is A level, but Wu Tiaowu really? Shang Quanqing Li exclaimed, her tone tinged with irritation. Hey, how can you say I can't be A level? If those old men hadn't delayed my assessment, I would have been a special grade by now. Wu Tiaowu scoffed. Shang Quanqing Li scrutinized him with a look that said, a special grade? You? As expected. Wu Tiaowu bristled. Are you provoking me with that expression? D-level sorcerer? The last 5 words were like a drumbeat in Shang Quanqing Li's mind. Her fists clenched with anger. Wu Tiaowu's constant antagonism seemed to unsettle her deeply. Teacher, how is one assessed? I want a reevaluation. If Wu Tiaowu can be A level, then I must be A level too. Shang Quanqing Li declared, thumping her chest with pride. Little Qing Li, are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Wu Tiaowu remarked, his expression one of bemusement at her aspirations. Wu Tiaowu, do you want to fight? Just say so. No need to provoke me. Shang Quanqing Li stood up abruptly, finger pointed at him with fierce determination. In response, Wu Tiaowu fearfully clung to the desk of Xiaoyu Jia, exclaiming, Jia, look at little Qing Li. She's so fierce. I'm so scared. Xiaoyu Jia squinted his eyes into a thin line, patting Wu Tiaowu's hand to signal him to let go. Then turning to Wu Tiaowu, he said, Wu, why do you always speak such candid truths? Hey, can't I speak the truth? Wu Tiaowu replied with a bewildered expression. Do you want to fight? Shang Quanqing Li's fists cracked ominously. Little Qing Li, with such violence, you'll never get married. Wu Tiaowu teased with a grin. Meanwhile, Jiaru Niaozi leaned lazily against her chair, calmly observing the unfolding drama. Just as Shang Quanqing Li's temper was about to erupt, Yi Zhengdao finally lost his composure. All of you out. As they exited the classroom, Shang Quanqing Li shot Wu Tiaowu a fierce glare. Oh, little Qing Li is glaring at me. Jia, look, she's actually glaring at me. I'm Wu Tiaowu. How dare she glare at me? Wu Tiaowu whined to Xiaoyu Jia, his expression a comically exaggerated portrayal of grievance. Shang Quanqing Li rolled her eyes at him, grabbing Jiaru Niaozi as if to escape a plague, hurrying away. Wu, why do you always bully Qing Li? Xiao Jie thought his friend truly deserved a reprimand. Wu Tiaowu crossed his arms behind his head, walking casually while muttering. Who told her not to respect the great Wu Tiao? Besides, which girl has such a terrible temper, always wanting to fight with me? Xiao Jie sighed. Rubbing his forehead, his friend was hopeless. On the other side, Jiaru Niaozi pulled out a cigarette, preparing to light it, when Shang Quanqing Li unexpectedly offered her a lollipop. Niaozi, would you like a lollipop? Jiaru Niaozi paused for 2 seconds, stuffing the cigarette back into her pocket. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the lollipop under Shang Quanqing Li's expectant gaze. It's sweet. It can help you forget all your troubles. Shang Quanqing Li encouraged. Jiaru Niaozi gazed at the lollipop in her hand, and after a while, she unwrapped it and placed it in her mouth. Quite sweet. A smile graced Jiaru Niaozi's lips. The sweetness enveloped her senses, inexplicably lifting her spirits. In the conference room of the Director's Council, Shang Quanqing Li, D-level sorcerer? High level 3. The surname Shang Quan is quite rare. Is she from a family of sorcerers? I've never heard of them. Just wait until you see her technique. Is it a summoning technique? It appears somewhat similar to the 10 Shadows technique. Her parents were both ordinary individuals, and she herself had led an unremarkable life until her encounter with a special grade cursed spirit during her middle school years. Surviving that harrowing experience awakened her innate techniques. In a high-level conference room, several shadowy figures congregated around a circular office table, their features obscured by darkness. Resembling apparitions at first glance. Logically speaking, it seemed improbable for her to have survived an encounter with a special grade cursed spirit, especially considering she had been an ordinary person at that time. Indeed, this situation is rather peculiar. Could it be that members of the Panqing sect or the Q organization have infiltrated? One member speculated. That seems unlikely. Neither the Panqing sect nor the Q organization has any formidable individuals who would dare to infiltrate the Jujutsu High, another countered. Then which organization do you suggest she belongs to? Apart from the Panqing sect and the Q organization, I can hardly think of any others, came the retort. Unable to refute the point, the 7th member fell silent, begrudgingly closing his mouth. Very well, let us conclude this discussion, announced the 1st member, who sat at the center of the table. Regardless of whether Kiyoshi Arida is an adversary or an ally, if we cannot control her. He left his statement unfinished, the implication understood by all present, eliciting knowing smiles. Kiyoshi Arida had invited Ai Neko to her dormitory for an afternoon tea. Preparing to sip some black tea when she was suddenly caught off guard by 2 powerful sneezes, nearly spilling her drink. She set her teacup down, rubbed her nose, and exclaimed with irritation, "It must be Wataru Fushiguro cursing me from behind." Neko, taking a sip of her coffee, replied with a straight face. "What if Wataru is actually thinking about you?" "Wait, he? Thinking about me?" Kiyoshi Arada's expression turned to one of disdain, as if she had heard something unsavory. As if, with the kind of relationship we have, if he were to think of me, it would only be to consider my cake. Neko merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, Wataru Fushiguro and Suguru Geto sat cross-legged on a sofa, furiously pressing buttons on their game controllers. Before them loomed a large electronic display, depicting 2 characters engaged in fierce combat, one of which, controlled by Wataru, had more health than the other. "Ha ha ha, Geto, you're about to lose." Wataru laughed, his face alight with smugness. "Not necessarily," Geto replied, his eyes twinkling as he focused on the screen. Just as Geto's character's health was nearing depletion, Wataru suddenly sneezed twice, nearly dropping his game controller. When he looked up again, he found his character sprawled on the ground, health bar empty, with a large KO flashing on the screen. Wataru was left dumbfounded, his composure shattered. "Ah!" His frantic cries echoed through the dormitory, even reaching the ears of Kiyoshi Arida and Neko next door. Is he going insane? Kiyoshi Arida raised an eyebrow, a hint of schadenfreude evident as she glanced at Neko. Perhaps, Neko mused thoughtfully. "Thank you, everyone," Wataru exclaimed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, come on. If you want to treat us, just say so. Why pretend?" Geto chuckled, draping an arm over Wataru's shoulder. "Who pretended? It's just a treat. Wataru has plenty of money, so eat whatever you want," he declared, crossing his arms with bravado. "Then let us go out for a feast this weekend," Geto suggested with a grin. "Absolutely. Wataru will cover the whole thing," he boasted. Chapter 26. Wataru Fushiguro treats. "I meant to treat you to dinner." Neko is one thing, but why is she here too? On a certain street, a nearly 1.9 meter tall boy with white hair confronted a black-haired boy with squinted eyes and a slanted fringe. Beside the squinty-eyed boy stood 2 girls, Kiyoshi Arida and Ai Neko. "Wataru, whether you treat 1 person or 2, it's still a treat. Having more people 1T empty your wallet," Geto remarked, his eyes crinkling with mirth. "Like a sly fox," Kiyoshi Arida mused. Though for Wataru, this amount of money was mere pocket change. The sight of Kiyoshi Arata beaming brightly as she linked arms with Neko, glancing around excitedly, inexplicably irked him. This is amazing. Neko, look! Kiyoshi Arata exclaimed, pulling Neko towards a Fubare's plush toy shop, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the toys behind a glass. Wow! I never would have guessed you liked such childish toys. Wataru exclaimed, his disbelief exaggerated. Kiyoshi Arata merely pouted, uninterested in engaging him, and tugged Neko, who was distracted by her phone, into the store. Welcome, my lovely ladies. How may I assist you today? The elderly shopkeeper greeted them with a warm smile as they entered. The shop was immaculate, with 2 large display cabinets filled with various plush toys directly opposite the entrance. A round carpet lay before a massive plush toy, while more cabinets flanked the entrance, showcasing an array of toys that seemed to await being taken home by eager customers. These toys are so adorable. Kiyoshi Arata gazed longingly at the array of plushies. So fluffy. I want to touch them. Wataru, look at her. Doesn't she resemble a child who isn't grown up yet? He nudged Geto with his elbow, casting a knowing glance at Kiyoshi Arata. Geto moved a bit further away from Wataru, chuckling. Wataru, I'm not saying you're any better than her, he teased. Are you looking for a fight, Geto? Wataru challenged, his fists clenching. I'm ready for whatever you throw at me, Geto replied, undeterred by Wataru's bravado. Geto, don't expect me to go easy on you. Wataru threatened, cracking his knuckles with a wicked grin. As if you've ever shown mercy to anyone, Geto laughed. Kiyoshi Arata squeezed the cat plushie in her arms. Observing the escalating tension between the 2 boys, unable to hold back, she interjected, can you 2 stop bickering? We finally managed to get out to have some fun. So could you focus? At her words, Wataru made a silly face at Kiyoshi Arata. I am paying attention. He protested. Geto's smile widened as he regarded Wataru. Arata? Kiyoshi Arata took a moment to process before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Geto, I'll take you down. Wataru lunged at Geto, and the 2 engaged in a playful tussle. Even Neko couldn't help but laugh at the spectacle. At that moment, sunlight streamed down upon the 4 of them, creating a beautifully picturesque scene. Later that afternoon, at a dessert shop. Hey, Kiyoshi Arata, what are you doing? That's the dessert I wanted. Wataru protested, clearly displeased as she snatched away his coveted treat. I got it first, so it's mine, Kiyoshi Arata declared, taking a spoonful and popping it into her mouth. The delightful combination of chocolate and hazelnut, paired with creamy ice cream, was simply divine. As she closed her eyes in bliss, she opened them again to find an additional spoon in front of her. Wait, I still have my spoon, she exclaimed, confused. Looking up, she followed the hand holding the spoon back to its owner. How dare you desecrate my delicious dessert with your filthy paw? You're done for, she declared, ready to retaliate. I'll have a taste too. Witlessly, Satoru Gojo scooped a generous spoonful, instantly reducing the dessert by half. Well, he has found his path to demise. TSK, it feels rather bitter. It's not particularly sweet. Gojo sampled the treat and voiced his critique. You might as well consume plain sugar, Suguru Geto suddenly interjected. Why? Gojo queried. His feline curiosity piqued. Because granulated sugar is 100% sweet, Geto replied, taking a bite of the petite cake before him. However, sugar can also lack sweetness. Shoko Yeri remarked listlessly as she sipped her coffee. Speaking of which, why do you have such an affinity for sweet confections? A question that Aoi Tsubaki had longed to ask, observing Gojo with a hint of curiosity. It's because I often engage my mind. I indulge in sweets to replenish my energy, Geto answered on Gojo's behalf, propping his chin with one hand. Oh, consuming sweets can actually restore energy? That seems somewhat plausible. By the way, what about you? Why do you fancy sweets? Could it be that you merely follow my lead because this handsome fellow enjoys them? As Gojo spoke, he struck a pose, exuding an air of charm and confidence. Unable to restrain herself, Tsubaki delivered a punch, rolling her eyes in an exceedingly ungraceful manner. In this world filled with countless others, you are not the sole aficionado of sweets. Besides, why should I not indulge in what I love? I simply enjoy it. He. Tsubaki made a face at Gojo. Oh dear, you've made yourself ugly to me. Step away, keep your distance from the illustrious Gojo. Gojo feigned an exaggerated expression of disdain. Even at my worst, I am still more pleasing to the eye than you, Tsubaki shot back, unapologetically raising her middle finger. What did you say? I'm ugly, Gojo declared, fiercely defending his own allure. Yes, you are the ugliest, Tsubaki replied dismissively. Are you looking for a fight again? Tsubaki. Gojo was so incensed that he could hardly enjoy his dessert. What? Can't win an argument, so you resort to violence. Tsubaki regarded Gojo with a look of disdain, as if to say he was beneath her. In an instant, Gojo seemed to wilt. I, the magnanimous Gojo, shall not stoop to quarreling with a mere little one like you. He huffed, lifting his chin defiantly, and returned to his dessert. You're merely a tad taller than I. What is there to be proud of? Tsubaki shot him a glare, clearly irritated. Indeed. It's just a difference of over 30 centimeters, Gojo retorted, straightening his posture and looking down at Tsubaki with pride and self-satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Are you out of your mind? Keep your distance. I don't want to catch anything from you. Tsubaki's lips twitched as she resolved to ignore him, subtly shifting her chair away. Observing this, Gojo also inched closer. Hey, I'm telling you, Tsubaki, I'm not sick. How could the illustrious Gojo fall ill? Get lost. Who are you calling Tsubaki? Tsubaki's forehead twitched. Addressing her as Tsubaki made it sound as if they were intimately acquainted. Oh, you don't like that? How about I call you Little Aoi instead? Gojo mischievously suggested. Get lost. Tsubaki snapped, her tone far from pleasant. Little Aoi? Little Tsubaki? Or perhaps Little Ching? Gojo continued to dance on the edge of provocation. Do you wish to die? Tsubaki wore a deceptively sweet smile, her fists cracking ominously. Oh dear. I'm so scared. Gojo feigned terror, clutching himself in mock fright. Tsubaki maintained her benevolent smile before reaching out and giving Gojo's waist a firm twist. Gojo let out an odd, pained scream, drawing the attention of passers-by. You're truly a flower-crushing little monster, Tsubaki, Gojo lamented, clutching his waist. A woeful expression adorning his handsome face as he looked at Tsubaki. Tsubaki scooped a spoonful of ice cream and stuffed it into Gojo's mouth, urging him to quiet down. If he continued this ruckus, the ice cream would melt. Upon hearing this, Gojo sprang into action, snatching the ice cream from Tsubaki's hand without a shred of remorse. Tsubaki, disinterested in further banter, picked another flavor of ice cream and began to savor it. Across the table, Shoko Yeri and Suguru Geto exchanged knowing smiles, having quietly observed the playful banter. As today was Gojo's treat, Tsubaki mercilessly ordered him to buy everything expensive, but alas, for the affluent Gojo, who had wealth to spare, it could be summed up in a single phrase. Easy come, easy go. Chapter 27, Tsubaki's Confidence. Ever since the last time Gojo called her Little Aoi in the dessert shop, he has incessantly taken delight in addressing Tsubaki as Little Aoi, much to her annoyance. If he merely called her Aoi, it wouldn't be so bad. But he insists on adding the diminutive, making it seem as though they were quite familiar, as if they were on the verge of a brawl. Gojo, I beseech you, please refrain from calling me Little Aoi, will you? After Gojo had repeated Little Aoi countless times, Tsubaki could no longer endure it. At that moment, Gojo sat with his hands clasped behind his head, legs crossed, tilting his head to gaze at Tsubaki with that familiar, irritating grin. No way. Tsubaki truly wished to kick this bothersome fellow away, but alas, the teacher had arrived, forcing her to relent. Today, we shall discuss functions, a tedious mathematical topic that she was not particularly eager to hear about. Tsubaki sat through the lesson with little enthusiasm. Yet there was always that one person who enjoyed causing mischief. Hey, Little Aoi, do you know how to solve this problem? Gojo extended his long leg, nudging Tsubaki's chair. I don't know, Tsubaki replied bluntly. Gojo looked unconvinced. I can't believe you don't know. Come on, explain it to me. My math grades are lower than yours, and you're asking me? Are you joking? Tsubaki replied with irritation. I just wanted to test you. I never expected you wouldn't be able to solve such a simple problem. Gojo shrugged with a look that clearly conveyed his disbelief in her intelligence. The problems you can solve, how could I possibly not be able to? Hand it over. I'll show you. Tsubaki snapped, her displeasure rising. Just as Gojo was about to pass the problem to her, Tsubaki reached out, only to see another hand snatch it away. Why is there another hand? Tsubaki and Gojo exchanged glances, both looking at the extra hand. It belongs to the teacher. Two students, I understand you are fond of mathematics. But could you refrain from discussing problems during my lesson? I find it quite disrespectful, the teacher said with a smile. I apologize, teacher, we will pay attention. Gojo quickly admitted his fault. I'm sorry, teacher, please continue with the lesson. Tsubaki added, feeling a bit embarrassed. The teacher nodded with a smile and resumed the lecture. Fortunately, Gojo did not bother her for the remainder of the class, granting her a rare moment of peace. After the morning lessons concluded, it was time for lunch. Tsubaki ordered her desired dishes and sat down with Shoko Yeri at a randomly chosen table. Shoko, you're eating so little? Tsubaki glanced at the meager portions on Shoko's plate and compared it with her own heaping serving, suddenly realizing how much food she had taken. I don't have much of an appetite, Shoko replied, picking up a piece of sushi. Hey, but I think this dish is quite good. You should try it. As Kamiiizumi Aoi gazed at Yeri Shiruko with eyes brimming with anticipation, she eagerly inquired about the taste. It's quite delicious, Yeri Shiruko remarked. Just how delicious? Allow me to have a taste. A pair of chopsticks intruded between the two girls. Without needing to turn around, Kamiiizumi Aoi knew exactly who it was. Only the audacious and fearless white-haired fool would dare to snatch food so brazenly. It's just average, Satoru Gojo commented while smacking his lips. Kamiizumi Aoi chose to ignore him and resumed her lunch, prompting Gojo to sit beside her and chatter incessantly. Typically, after lunch, students would retreat to their dorms for a nap, and Kamiizumi Aoi was no exception. After a refreshing slumber, she felt considerably more alert, especially since the morning math class had been rather dull. Glancing at the group chat, she noted that the next class would be on Jujutsu history. Just as she was about to step out of the classroom, a ghostly face suddenly appeared beside her. Startled, Kamiizumi Aoi jumped, and upon recognizing Satoru Gojo, her irritation flared. She retaliated by stepping forcefully on his foot, applying a heavy pressure. "Are you insane? How utterly tiresome. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Gojo yelped, hurriedly retracting his foot and hopping around like a startled fowl, clutching his calf. "Serves you right," Yuri Shiruko chuckled. "TSK, TSK, TSK, Gojo truly behaves like a child." Suguru Geto shook his head, unable to watch any longer. Throughout the afternoon, Kamiizumi Aoi maintained a frosty demeanor towards Satoru Gojo. After Yaga Yoshinobu concluded his lesson and permitted self-study, he called Kamiizumi Aoi out of the classroom. "Yaga-sensei, did you summon me for a specific matter?" Kamiizumi Aoi, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned that Yaga Yoshinobu had something important to discuss. Adjusting his sunglasses, Yaga Yoshinobu replied earnestly, "Your recent missions have been executed exceptionally well. Thus you are eligible for an assessment to advance to a grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer." Kamiizumi Aoi pondered for a moment. "May I apply for the grade 2 Jujutsu sorcerer assessment?" Yaga Yoshinobu was momentarily taken aback. A grade 2 assessment? Such an advanced challenge has no precedent. Noticing his discomfort, Kamiizumi Aoi continued, "Then, could I take the grade 3 assessment first, and subsequently pursue the grade 2 assessment?" Theoretically, it was not permissible. One must first complete the rating task and receive approval from the director before undertaking an advancement assessment. Yet, Kamiizumi Aoi seemed to sense Yaga Yoshinobu's thoughts and flashed a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, Yaga-sensei, the director will surely grant approval." Yaga Yoshinobu, observing the confident smile of Kamiizumi Aoi, suddenly recalled her illustrious family background. She was the granddaughter of the current head of the Kumo clan, the daughter of Kamiizumi Byakuya. The Kumo clan, steeped in history, wielded considerable influence, and although they no longer engaged in underworld dealings, those in the underworld sought the Kumo clan's counsel before proceeding with their endeavors, demonstrating the clan's formidable power. Moreover, Kamiizumi Byakuya was the sole heir of the Kamiizumi family, which commanded a third of the nation's economic lifeline, with ancestors who had even served as ministers of administration, a veritable aristocratic lineage. Unfortunately, both families remained exceedingly discreet, rarely presenting themselves in public, and it was only due to a past incident that their prominence had come to light. Given such a background, the director would surely weigh the consequences carefully. "Hamura, what progress have you made?" An elderly figure cloaked in black robes inquired from his prominent position. Upon closer inspection, he appeared to be merely a shadow. The individual known as Hamura was a young man clad in a black suit, trembling slightly as he held a stack of documents. "These are the findings from our investigation." Komatsujo Hamura distributed the materials to the assembly. "When I first heard the name Kamiizumi Aoi, it struck a chord, but I couldn't place it. To think she is the daughter of Kamiizumi Byakuya. Most importantly, her mother is Kumo Anna, the only daughter of the current head of the Kumo clan, the clan's heiress. Curse it, how did the Kumo clan become allied with the Kamiizumi family? Why were we not informed? They must have married in secret. Otherwise, we would have received some word." "Yaganoji, what is your perspective?" the elder suddenly asked. Catching Yaganoji off guard, unfazed, he stated, "I believe we need not concern ourselves with her, and if necessary, we might even offer her some assistance." "Not concern ourselves? What if she was sent to assassinate us?" "Indeed, that's far too perilous. I suggest we prevent her from entering the Jujutsu high school altogether." "And do you think you can afford to offend the Kumo clan? Or the Kamiizumi family?" Yaganoji astutely pointed out. The elder council fell silent, realizing the gravity of their situation. Both families were formidable in their own right, one a historic clan of assassins, the other controlling a significant portion of the nation's economy. Provoking either would invite dire repercussions from the government. "Let us proceed as Yaganoji suggests. Ensure your subordinates remain vigilant," the elder concluded, his shadow flickering before vanishing. The elders exchanged glances, bewildered. "Are we truly allowing her to attend the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School?" One elder expressed dissent. "The higher-ups have approved it. What more do you desire?" Another elder retorted sharply. The dissenting elder found himself at a loss for words. Thus concluded the meeting of the directorate. Chapter 28. The Jujutsu Sorcerer Assessment. The following day, an auxiliary supervisor arrived at the Jujutsu High School to escort Kamiizumi Aoi. Accompanied by two unfamiliar supervisors, one youthful and the other more seasoned, the younger supervisor scrutinized Kamiizumi Aoi. "Miss Kamiizumi, greetings. I am Kumo Nabahiko. The young man introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Kumo," Kamiizumi Aoi replied with a slight nod. "I am Hiyori Tanichi, the auxiliary supervisor for this grade 3 Jujutsu sorcerer assessment," the older man said politely, bowing slightly. "Greetings, Mr. Hiyori," Kamiizumi Aoi returned the gesture with a warm smile. They then boarded a vehicle, en route to their destination. Hiyori Tanichi drove while Kamo Nabahiko sat in the passenger seat, confirming the assessment details with Kamiizumi Aoi. "Miss Kamiizumi, following the directorate's resolution, you may first undertake the Grade 3 Jujutsu Sorcerer assessment and rest for a few days before proceeding to the Grade 2 assessment," Kamo Nabahiko explained. "Mr. Kamo, may I complete both assessments in a single day?" Kamiizumi Aoi countered. Taken aback, Kamo Nabahiko quickly added, "Of course, that is entirely possible." "Very well." Kamiizumi Aoi nodded in agreement. "Miss Kamiizumi, confidence is admirable, but one must act within their capacity," Kamo Nabahiko advised gently. Kamiizumi Aoi smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and closed her eyes to feign slumber. The Grade 3 Jujutsu Sorcerer assessment required the exorcism of 50 Grade 3 cursed spirits, set in a remote valley where the spirits were confined within a barrier, preventing their escape. "Are you entering with me?" As Kamiizumi Aoi prepared to enter the barrier, she noticed Kamo Nabahiko following her. He smiled and explained, "I am the recorder, tasked with documenting your performance during the assessment. I will not interfere with your evaluation." "Just don't hinder me," she replied. Upon casting a glance at Kamo Nabahiko, Kamizukura Aoi turned and stepped into the barrier. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the cursed spirits rushed towards her like famished beasts drawn to a delectable feast. Summoning the spirit of the shadow cat, she conjured a creature resembling a feline, yet distinctly different due to its tail, which manifested as a black, bony whip. The shadow cat was cloaked in darkness, moving with astonishing swiftness and landing soundlessly, capable of approaching its enemies undetected before striking with its razor-sharp claws or whip-like tail. In the blink of an eye, the shadow cat had dispatched all the cursed spirits in her vicinity, causing the remaining ones to scatter in terror. "Leave not a single one alive," Kamizukura Aoi commanded calmly. The shadow cat nodded in agreement and pursued those cursed spirits that had yet to flee. Kamo Nabahiko stood in a daze, captivated by the spectacle before him. Is this what a summoning technique entails? The ability to conjure such formidable creatures? And they can comprehend her words? Kamizukura Aoi, having observed Kamo Nabahiko's bewilderment, kindly explained. "My technique is a summoning one, and what I summon is referred to as a spirit." "Spirit?" Kamo Nabahiko marveled internally. Unperturbed by his astonishment, Kamizukura Aoi continued. "It will be over soon." No sooner had she spoken than the shadow cat materialized before her like a specter, silent and swift. "Master, all threats have been neutralized," it reported. Kamizukura Aoi affectionately patted the shadow cat's head, instructing it to return. Gradually, the shadow cat diminished in size before vanishing entirely. Could she truly be someone who has just awakened her abilities? How could she so effortlessly eliminate 53rd-tier cursed spirits? Once back in the vehicle, Kamo Nabahiko occasionally glanced at Kamizukura Aoi through the rearview mirror, still in awe of her summoning prowess. Upon entering the car, Kamizukura Aoi closed her eyes to rest, wishing to avoid Kamo Nabahiko's gaze, which felt as though he were observing some rare treasure, an unsettling sensation. Meanwhile, she focused on recuperating her expended cursed energy in preparation for the upcoming assessment. Summoning the shadow cat had indeed drained some of her energy. Although it was a 5th-tier magical beast in the realm of Brahman, the longer it remained summoned, the greater her energy depletion would be. This was a significant flaw. Should she ever deplete her cursed energy completely, it would spell disaster. For now, however, she could devise no better solution and decided to take things one step at a time. As she pondered, they arrived at the location for the 2nd-tier sorcerer assessment. An abandoned automobile factory long forgotten. "Miss Kamizukura, the requirement for the 2nd-tier sorcerer assessment is to exorcise 22nd-tier cursed spirits, with an additional 2 being 1st-tier. Hinode, Tenny stated solemnly. "Understood, Mr. Hinode," Kamizukura Aoi replied politely. "Please exercise caution, Miss Kamizukura. If necessary, you may withdraw from the assessment," he added. Concern etched on his face. Having served as an auxiliary supervisor for many years, he had never witnessed anyone attempting 2 sorcerer assessments in a single day, hence his worry. "Rest assured, Mr. Hinode, I will be just fine," Kamizukura Aoi declared with a confident smile. "Besides, Mr. Kumo will be accompanying me. If I were to encounter any trouble, he would certainly not stand idly by," she said, casting a bright smile in Kamo Nabahiko's direction. "You need not worry, Miss Kamizukura, I will ensure your safety," Kamo Nabahiko assured her, though internally he harbored doubts. If anything were to happen to her, how would he explain it to the directorate? Upon entering the barrier, they were greeted by a dim sky, a stark contrast to the clear blue beyond the barrier. Summoning the spirit of the snow butterfly, she conjured a creature larger than herself, a butterfly of pale blue adorned with peculiar patterns and bearing a head reminiscent of a human's. Kamiiizumi Aoi was well aware of the snow butterfly's abilities. Snow butterfly, use your song to draw forth those lurking in the shadows, she commanded. As you wish, master. The snow butterfly responded. Komo Nobuhiko stood frozen, intending to inquire about the summoning, when he suddenly saw Kamiiizumi Aoi clutching her ears. A resounding cry erupted, akin to a baby's wail, piercing and jarring. Komo Nobuhiko felt a throbbing pain in his head, the sound echoing relentlessly in his ears. Strangely, the previously hidden cursed spirits emerged, seemingly drawn out by some unseen force. Eliminate them all, leave none alive, Kamiiizumi Aoi ordered. At once, the snow butterfly replied. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The snow butterfly flitted gracefully, a beautiful yet lethal creature, slaying cursed spirits without shedding a drop of blood. In a matter of moments, the snow butterfly returned, landing lightly before Kamiiizumi Aoi. Master, do you have any further instructions? It inquired. Return, she commanded, snapping her fingers, causing the exquisite yet dangerous creature to vanish into thin air. Miss Kamiiizumi, I am at a loss to describe what you summoned, Komo Nobuhiko admitted after a long contemplation. Kamiiizumi Aoi regarded him with a knowing look, as if contemplating his thoughts. He bore an expression that begged for clarification. A being of human form, with wings of snow, possessing intelligence akin to that of a human. This is the snow butterfly, she fabricated, unconcerned whether he would believe her. Truly remarkable, Miss Kamiiizumi, Komo Nobuhiko remarked with a smile. Now that I have successfully completed both assessments, I am eligible for second-tier tasks, correct? She asked assertively. Komo Nobuhiko paused momentarily before responding. The results of today's assessments will be submitted to the directorate. Once approved, we shall update your sorcerer level in the records, and you may check your status on the sorcerer app at any time. Kamiiizumi Aoi felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. This was akin to submitting an exam to a teacher for grading. Speaking of which, shouldn't her instructor, Yaeko, be the one to evaluate her? Was the directorate really so idle? It was as if the Education Bureau had taken it upon themselves to grade her papers instead of her own teacher, a superfluous step. On the return journey, Kamiiizumi Aoi, much like on the way there, closed her eyes to rest, while Komo Nobuhiko busied himself with his phone, seemingly messaging someone. And Hinode Tenny focused intently on driving. An unbroken silence lingered until Hinode Tenny finally spoke. Miss Kamiiizumi, we have arrived at the Sorcerer Academy. Kamiiizumi Aoi opened her eyes and gazed out the window at the familiar scenery, an inexplicable sense of relief washing over her. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Hinode. It was no trouble. It is my duty to serve you, and I am honored to do so, he replied humbly. Until we meet again, Mr. Hinode, Mr. Komo, she said as they parted ways. Shang Quan Qingli bestowed a gentle smile, waved her hand, and turned to step into the barrier of Jujutsu High. Ah, I strike. I strike, I strike. Behold, witness my shadowless kick. I evade. Oh, you cannot touch me. In the room, two tall young men were cozied up on the sofa, fervently engrossed in their game, their fingers dancing over the controllers with fervor. It was none other than Wataru and Suguru. Wataru's hands moved ceaselessly, his gaze locked onto the large screen before him, muttering incantations as he maneuvered his character. In contrast, Suguru, whose eyes were normally but slits, had now opened them slightly wider, equally fixated on the screen. The health points of their characters were nearly equal, both dwindling, leaving the outcome dependent on superior skill. Why hasn't Qingli returned yet, at this late hour? Suguru casually remarked, causing Wataru to pause momentarily. In that fleeting moment, Suguru flashed a sly smile, narrowed his eyes, and executed a seamless combo that eliminated Wataru's character. Suguru, you're cheating. This round doesn't count. Upon realization, Wataru knew Suguru had deliberately distracted him, and in a fit of frustration, he tossed the controller onto the carpet. Suguru remained grinning, his words deliberately provocative. Yet, I emerged victorious. Wataru flailed his limbs dramatically, collapsing onto the sofa like a petulant child, while Suguru assumed the role of the stern parent who indulged him not. This round doesn't count. Let us have another go. Wataru, you can't possibly be a sore loser. How pathetic. Suguru's tone dripped with disdain. You're the one who is pathetic. I see you're merely afraid to face me again, terrified of losing to me this time. Wataru retorted defiantly. This round has already determined a victor. Why would we play again? Suguru replied, slightly widening his eyes. I've declared it doesn't count. This round is void. Wataru exclaimed excitedly. Wataru, do you know what you resemble at this moment? Wataru looked at Suguru with a puzzled expression. Suguru grinned and continued, like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. I am not throwing a tantrum. You were the one who purposefully distracted me. Wataru protested vehemently. Yet to me, it appears you are indeed being unreasonable, Suguru stated solemnly. Suguru, you're in trouble. Just as Shang Qinli intended to flaunt her prowess to Wataru, she pushed open the door only to find Wataru perched atop Suguru. One hand resting on Suguru's shoulder while the other was raised. Suguru, with his back turned to her, was oblivious to her gaze. OMG, what is happening here? Shang Qinli blinked in surprise, her curiosity piqued by the scene. Wataru's raised hand was poised to strike Suguru's handsome face. Wait, Wataru, are you serious? Suguru interjected, blocking Wataru's fist. The sudden opening of the door drew both young men's attention towards the entrance. Shall I just pretend I never arrived? Shang Qinli innocently blinked, her expression one of feigned innocence. Wataru nonchalantly released Suguru and strode over to Shang Qinli. As Wataru approached, she instinctively slammed the door shut, only to have it halted by Wataru's quick reflexes. Hey, why didn't you knock before entering? Wataru locked his cerulean eyes onto her. Shang Qinli averted her gaze, retorting stubbornly, what if I didn't knock? And you didn't knock when you entered my room. Their mutual fondness for sweets often led Wataru to raid her fridge, stocked with an assortment of pastries. She glared at him, warning that any rebuttal would result in her cakes being off limits. Wataru awkwardly looked upwards, feigning interest in the ceiling. Ah, the ceiling is quite white. Wataru, Qingli, when did your relationship become so amicable? Suguru approached, draping an arm over Wataru's shoulder, teasingly. When are we ever amicable? Shang Qinli interjected disapprovingly. Me? With that brat? Wataru responded with a look of disbelief directed at Suguru. Suguru chuckled. I thought you two were quite close. It seems I misjudged. That expression of yours suggests otherwise. Shang Qinli glared at Suguru, indignant. Brat, returning so late, you didn't fail your assessment, did you? If you flunked a mere level 3 assessment, I shall mock you for eternity, Wataru grinned, his familiar mischievous smile appearing. Shang Qinli raised her chin defiantly, her expression one of pride. I am now a level 2 Jujutsu sorcerer. What? A level 2 sorcerer? TSK, I thought you'd ascended to special grade. Turns out you're merely level 2, Wataru exclaimed with exaggerated disbelief. Shang Qinli's lips twitched, her fists clenched in frustration. Let us compete to see who becomes a special grade first, she declared, pointing accusingly at Wataru. Wataru lowered his sunglasses, his azure irises reflecting Shang Qinli's figure, and teased, all right, but what if I win? Shang Qinli shot him a fierce glare. I shall not allow you to win. She was determined to outpace Wataru and claim the title of special grade for herself, to diminish his pride. Suguru stood as the sole witness to this impending rivalry. Chapter 30. Extracurricular practice. Unbeknownst to them, half a semester had slipped by at Jujutsu High, and Shang Qinli had come to understand the personalities of her peers and instructors with clarity. Wataru was an annoying child at heart. Suguru was a cunning fox. Natsuki was a gentle and wise beauty, and Teacher Yaga, though appearing fierce, was actually quite kind. Ahem. Teacher Yaga caught sight of Shang Qinli lost in thought and cleared his throat twice, signaling her to return to focus. Just then, a playful elbow jabbed her side. Ouch! Shang Qinli snapped back to reality, glaring at the perpetrator. Wataru grinned mischievously. Little Qingli, pay attention in class. Ignoring him, she turned her smile towards Teacher Yaga, and when he was out of sight, she swiftly pinched Wataru's side. To her surprise, he had little flesh to grasp. How infuriating, I cannot pinch him, she lamented inwardly. Simultaneously, Wataru retaliated by tugging at her hair, feigning ignorance to their antics. Teacher Yaga promptly introduced the day's agenda. Today's class will focus on extracurricular practice. Extracurricular practice? Shang Qinli inquired with curiosity. Teacher, can we go out for fun? Wataru interjected, clearly distracted by the prospect. Teacher Yaga replied earnestly. Extracurricular practice aims to cultivate teamwork and familiarize yourself with each other's techniques. Teamwork, huh? Shang Qinli glanced at Wataru on her left and Suguru on her right, contemplating silently. Both of them were level 1 sorcerers, easily capable of handling curses without her assistance. How would this foster any teamwork skills? Teacher Yaga seemed to perceive her thoughts and continued, Wataru, Suguru, during this extracurricular practice, you are not permitted to use your techniques. Wataru's eyes gleamed behind his sunglasses, and a broad grin spread across his face as he agreed enthusiastically. Oh my, that smile is quite terrifying. Shang Qinli silently edged closer to Suguru. Suguru Geto wore a smile, completely unfazed by the requests of Yaga Yoshinobu. However, Kinji Hikari seemed somewhat disinterested. Teacher Yaga, Natsuko is joining us, right? Abruptly inquired Aoi Jukiyama, just as Yaga was about to suggest that Natsuko remain at school. He observed Aoi talking to herself. How could we embark on extracurricular practice without Natsuko? We are all from the same school, the same grade, and the same class. As the saying goes, we share both fortune and adversity. Abandoning any one of us would weigh heavily on our conscience. As Aoi spoke, her radiant golden eyes dimmed slightly, and she pressed a hand to her heart, feigning an expression of deep sorrow. Yaga felt that if he dared to insist on leaving Natsuko behind, he would be branded as heartless. Very well, Natsuko can join us, he conceded with resignation. Oh yes, that's wonderful, Aoi exclaimed, leaping with joy and playfully slapping Wataru Fushiguro. Ouch, why did you hit me, you little rascal? Wataru retorted, his expression darkening. Aoi blinked her eyes innocently, gazing intently at Wataru. I'm so sorry. Unprepared. Wataru was momentarily blinded by the warmth of the golden sunlight that spilled forth, pure and radiant, evoking a desire to disrupt her otherwise serene demeanor. Aoi, oblivious to Wataru's thoughts, assumed his silence meant he accepted her apology. With rare enthusiasm for a group activity, Aoi eagerly dragged Natsuko out of the school gates. Aoi, slow down, Natsuko said with a resigned expression, watching Aoi cling to her arm. Aoi turned back with an adorable pout, sticking out her tongue. Hee, Natsuko. I'm just so excited, I'm sorry. Despite her words, her pace gradually slowed. Natsuko smiled indulgently. Wataru, with his hands behind his head, strolled casually alongside Suguru, engaging in light banter. Suguru, have you completed the latest level of Subway Escape? He asked. Not yet, Suguru replied nonchalantly, his hands tucked in his pockets. What? You haven't played it? Suguru, you've fallen. Wataru exclaimed dramatically. Wataru, I think you are the one who has fallen, Suguru retorted, squinting. But it's Subway Escape. It's all the rage. Suguru, you've never played it? That's so lame. Wataru made a comical face. Suguru remained unfazed, his smile unwavering, yet his words betrayed a different sentiment. Wataru, if you keep this up, I will have to inform Teacher Yaga about your late-night dessert escapade. Suguru, are you a child? You'd report that to the teacher? Wataru's voice trailed off as he realized Yaga was right behind them. Wataru, a soft voice called from behind. Wataru turned, ready to plead for mercy. Teacher, I promise I won't sneak out for desserts again. Truly, more genuine than pearls. How many times have you made that promise? Yaga scolded, giving him a light smack on the head. Watching Wataru squirm was a source of amusement for Aoi. Outside the barrier, a vehicle awaited, Yaga's car, tasked with driving. Yaga noted that the back seat could accommodate only 3 individuals. Aoi initially intended to push Wataru into the passenger seat, but despite her and Natsuko's seating arrangements, Wataru stubbornly squeezed in beside them. Are you out of your mind? There's an empty seat in the front. Why are you cramming in here with us? Aoi shot Wataru an annoyed glare. It's so lively back here. It's dead up front. No one to chat with, Wataru retorted, sticking out his tongue. You're finished, Wataru. You actually said Teacher Yaga isn't human. Aoi exclaimed as if she had caught him in a trap. I never said that. You said it yourself. Wataru protested vehemently. The chatter in the car continued unabated as Yaga drove straight to a shopping mall. Hospitals and schools are often breeding grounds for negative emotions, with malls coming in a close third. Today's practical exercise involved rescuing 3 ordinary individuals who had gone missing within the mall. Following an investigation through the window, it was revealed that there was 1 grade 1 cursed spirit and 2 grade 2 cursed spirits within the premises. Your task today is to collaboratively locate the missing individuals. If any have perished, please retrieve their bodies. Moreover, no demolishing of the mall is permitted, especially you, Wataru, Yaga instructed, his gaze fixed sternly on Wataru. Teacher, you're making me so sad. Wataru feigned a heartbroken expression. Yaga shot him a disapproving glare. Understood, Teacher Yaga, Aoi responded with an obedient demeanor. Suguru nodded in agreement. Natsuko, you stay outside with me while they go in, Yaga instructed Kinji. Rest assured, Teacher Yaga, if anything happens to me, Natsuko will be perfectly safe. I promise to protect her with my life. Aoi declared confidently, positioning herself protectively behind Natsuko. Yaga intended to voice further concerns but, upon witnessing Aoi's determination and Natsuko's eager expression, he relented. Chapter 31, Purification of the Faceless Infant. Yaga made a gesture, preparing to release the tent, only to observe Aoi skillfully reciting the incantation for its release. Born in darkness, deeper than the dark, all filth and impurity, be entirely exorcised. A black barrier materialized above them, spreading outward until it enveloped the entire mall. This barrier is quite intriguing, Wataru remarked, his 6 eyes concealed beneath sunglasses. Noting the unusual nature of the barrier, Suguru, his eyes narrowed, partially opened them. It was worth noting that the tent was something he had taught. Aoi, this tent must possess more than meets the eye, Wataru asserted, leaning against the car door with crossed arms. Indeed, my 6 eyes have detected its peculiarity, yet regrettably, while my powers are vast, I cannot decipher its secrets, for it is inscribed with ancient runes from the Brahma heaven continent. Even I cannot fully interpret it. I can only replicate the formation. Aoi smiled, casually remarking, actually, I am a barrier master. Her declaration instantly drew a skeptical expression from Wataru. Huh, you're a barrier master? If you were, then spell Sugiru's name backward. Believe it or not. I'm just saying it casually. Aoi shrugged innocently. Suguru chuckled, pulling Wataru closer. Wataru, why don't you use your own name? Just as Wataru was about to respond, Yaga sensed that their banter might escalate into a quarrel, so he swiftly intervened, ushering them into the tent. Inside the tent, the sky appeared overcast, as if dusk were imminent, and the air felt oppressively thick, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. The entire shopping mall is oval in shape, with the floors designed as circular rings, creating a hollow space in the center. From the 2nd to the 8th floor, one can glimpse the jewelry on the 1st floor. The mall comprises 8 levels. The 1st floor is dedicated to jewelry, the 2nd and 3rd to clothing and shoes, the 4th to bags, the 5th to cosmetics, the 6th to home appliances and digital devices, the 7th to toys, and the 8th to food. Leading the group is Satoru Gojo, with Shoko Yeri behind him, Aoi Tadu positioned diagonally to the left of Shoko, and Suguru Geto diagonally to her right, forming a protective circle around her. It seems that Teacher Yaga did not mention where those 3 individuals disappeared. Aoi Tadu suddenly recalled. It appears something is approaching. Satoru Gojo abruptly halted. A sound reminiscent of a baby's cry emerged, albeit sharper than that of an infant. Aoi Tadu pulled Shoko Yeri behind Satoru, cautiously peering out. Before them floated a cursed spirit that resembled a child, albeit in quotes. This cursed spirit bore no eyes or mouth, an entirely faceless entity, its ghostly form drifting above the ground. This is the faceless infant, Suguru Geto remarked, his slender brows knitting slightly. Satoru Gojo remained unperturbed, while Shoko Yeri regarded the cursed spirit with a serious expression. Aoi Tadu, bewildered, glanced between her companions and the diminutive cursed spirit. The so-called faceless infant was aimlessly drifting when, suddenly, it began to float toward them. Don't worry, Shoko. I will protect you, Aoi Tadu declared, positioning himself in front of Shoko, his cursed energy surging as he prepared to exorcise the spirit. He kept a vigilant eye on the faceless infant, ready to act at the slightest hint of danger. Hey, do you know why it's called the faceless infant? Satoru Gojo asked, casually pinching the faceless infant in his hand and prodding its expressionless face with his other hand. Infant? Baby? Aoi Tadu shivered, a disquieting thought dawning upon her. Could it be the negative emotions generated by a deceased newborn? It is indeed the negative emotions of an infant who has just passed away. Suguru Geto remarked, a hint of sympathy in his tone. Although Aoi Tadu had gathered some insight, she remained profoundly shocked, her emotions a tangled web. Had a miracle not occurred, might she have become such a faceless infant herself? Looking up, she saw Satoru Gojo still poking the faceless infant. And she swatted his hand away. It's already pitiful enough. Must you poke it? Aoi Tadu glared at him. Satoru, you're being quite cruel. Shoko Yeri added in support. Hey, Geto, you must help me out here. She's actually glaring at me over a cursed spirit. Satoru pouted dramatically, feeling hurt that Shoko had come to Aoi's defense. Suguru Geto stepped aside, disdain evident on his face. You're bullying a low-level cursed spirit, Satoru. Have you just graduated from kindergarten? I didn't bully it. I merely poked it a few times. Satoru replied nonchalantly, almost as if it were his right. It's still a baby. How can it withstand your poking? Aoi Tadu retorted, exasperated. But it is a cursed spirit. I showed it mercy by not exorcising it. Besides, aren't we sorcerers? Isn't it our duty to exorcise cursed spirits? Satoru questioned, puzzled. Aoi Tadu reached out to touch the faceless infant, feeling its jelly-like texture, and sensed no malice emanating from it. True, it is a cursed spirit, but do you truly believe such a feeble spirit could cause harm? Furthermore, was it its choice to become a cursed spirit? Aoi Tadu gazed into Satoru's sunglasses, as if peering directly into his eyes. His golden irises shone like the rising sun, making him unable to look away. For once, Satoru Gojo did not retort. Becoming a cursed spirit is not its desire. As sorcerers, while exorcising cursed spirits is indeed our responsibility, Aoi Tadu paused before continuing. But why must we exorcise? Can't we purify them instead? Purify? Satoru exclaimed incredulously. Yes, purify. Aoi Tadu affirmed with a nod. Suguru Geto recalled the vial of liquid Aoi Tadu had given him earlier, his expression thoughtful. Shoko Yeri looked on, curiosity piqued, eager to witness this purification she spoke of. Just like this, Aoi Tadu said, gently placing her hand atop the faceless infant's head. Born of emotion, transforming negativity into positivity, restoring its essence, holy light purify. As she spoke the incantation, a radiant platinum light emanated from her palm, cascading down. causing the cursed spirit's color to shift from dark to light until it transformed into a pure white. The previously expressionless face now bore eyes and a mouth. Floating in midair, the purified faceless infant bowed in gratitude towards Aoi to do. Thank you, esteemed sorceress. The voice, childlike and sweet, resonated. Aoi to do smiled, gently patting its head, and the faceless infant obediently allowed her touch. Moments later, its form began to gradually dissipate. Esteemed sorceress, I must fade away. Thank you once more. The faceless infant bowed again. Goodbye, Aoi to do waved with a smile. I hope you have a wonderful rebirth. Chapter 32, The Limits of Tolerance. Observing the faceless infant transform into a multitude of small white lights, most of which scattered into the heavens. Aoi to do noted that a few tiny lights entered her body, tokens of gratitude from the faceless infant. What a delightful little being, Aoi to do mused. Turning to find Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto crossing their arms, regarding her with eyes wide, as if they had discovered a new world. Shoko Yeri looked at her with eager anticipation. How about we discuss this later? We still have people to save, Aoi to do suggested, feeling shy under their collective gaze. No way, I want to know right now. Satoru protested, relentless in his curiosity. We're not in a rush. Let us locate the others first, Suguru insisted, pulling Satoru along. Her purification technique is fascinating. I couldn't discern how it was formed. Geto, don't you want to know? Satoru asked, hands behind his head, still unwilling to drop the subject. Suguru walked along casually, hands in his pockets. We'll find out sooner or later. For some reason, Aoi to do noticed that from the first to the second floor, there were no formidable cursed spirits, only level 3 and 4 spirits, all of which she purified as she passed. How about we split up? Searching layer by layer is rather slow, Aoi to do proposed. If you encounter any danger, remember to call for the dashing Satoru Gojo. Satoru chimed, grinning mischievously. Aoi to do rolled her eyes at him, uninterested. I'll team up with Shoko. Don't overreach if you encounter a cursed spirit you cannot handle, Suguru cautioned, concern lacing his words. Don't worry, Geto. I'm quite strong. Aoi to do assured him with a smile. I'll take the top 2 floors. I'll see you later, Satoru declared, waving flamboyantly as he strode away. I'll handle the 6th and 5th floors. Until next time, Suguru replied. See you later. Aoi to do said, leading Shoko Yeri toward the staircase to the 3rd floor. Shoko, are you scared? She inquired curiously. Shoko Yeri smiled gently. With you by my side, I'm not afraid. I trust you'll keep me safe. Aoi to do felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. With such lavish praise from Glass, she felt compelled to muster her utmost spirit to safeguard Glass. Otherwise, Teacher Yaga would certainly not permit Glass to accompany her any longer. With this thought in mind, Aizawa Akiri concentrated, channeling her golden curse energy, which then ascended from her palms to her head, radiating outward to form a faint golden protective barrier. This provided her with a sense of reassurance. As long as it was not a grade 2 cursed spirit, her protective barrier would remain unbroken. Aizawa Akiri felt both confident and proud. Akiri, be cautious. A moment's carelessness can lead to calamity, Glass reminded her. Indeed, I shall be vigilant. Aizawa Akiri replied as she and Glass ascended to the 3rd floor, beginning their search at the clothing store on the left. They scoured each shop, yet found no trace of the missing individuals. After thoroughly examining the dressing rooms, the cash registers, and even the lockers for clothes, as well as the storage room for garments, they concluded that the missing persons were not on this floor. Glass, let us investigate the 4th floor, Aizawa Akiri suggested. All right. Glass nodded in agreement. As Aizawa Akiri led Glass towards the staircase, she pondered the presence of grade 5 cursed spirits on the 3rd floor. However, the moment she set foot on the stairs, an eerie and potent aura of cursed energy assaulted her senses, causing the steps below her to warp and twist. Oh no! Aizawa Akiri gasped in alarm, and without hesitation, she summoned the Windbird, taking Glass onto its back as it took flight. Upon glancing back, she saw that the very spot where she had just stood had transformed into a towering grade 2 cursed spirit. It had appeared so suddenly, and she had been completely unaware of its cursed energy. Truly unfortunate. Just as I declared that as long as it was not a grade 2 cursed spirit, one appears right before me. I am not even one to possess the misfortune attribute. Aizawa Akiri felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Glass, equally startled, clutched Aizawa Akiri's attire tightly, her expression a mixture of curiosity and trepidation as she gazed at the cursed spirit. Glass, hold on tight, Aizawa Akiri urged gently. Akiri, please be careful, Glass responded with concern. Fear not, everything will be fine, Aizawa Akiri reassured her with a smile. The Windbird interjected. Are you two going to chatter indefinitely? Shall we not engage in battle? It flapped its wings in irritation. Aizawa Akiri patted the Windbird's head, pointing at the grade 2 cursed spirit. Do you see that hideous creature? Just strike it. The wind bird retorted, "What is this place you summoned me to? This creature is so unsightly. I, the magnificent one, cannot allow myself to be affected by its ugliness." With that, the wind bird unleashed a powerful gust, directing 2 razor-sharp wind blades toward the grade 2 cursed spirit. The massive creature clumsily attempted to evade, but the wind blades were too swift. It was struck, leaving 2 deep gashes that oozed dark crimson blood. Roar! Roar! The grade 2 cursed spirit seemed enraged, leaping into the air, its mouth agape as if to devour the wind bird and its riders. "Stay away from me, you hideous beast!" the wind bird exclaimed. Without granting the cursed spirit a chance to close the distance, the wind bird soared higher, while the cursed spirit, missing its target, let out an unwilling roar and plummeted to the ground floor, sending dust flying. Such a commotion could not go unnoticed, and it soon caught the attention of Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. "Ah, Akiri's summoning technique is quite fascinating," Satoru Gojo remarked. Leaning against the marble railing of the 8th floor, one hand in his pocket and the other adjusting his sunglasses, his interest piqued by the giant bird. Beside him, Suguru Geto lounged comfortably, his legs dangling over the edge, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of someone pushing him from behind. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Aizawa Akiri looked up to see her peers watching them with amusement. Not wishing to be the subject of their entertainment, she gently patted the windbird's head and urged, "Let us make this swift." "Hey, stop patting my head," the windbird squawked indignantly. "Mind your manners. Address me as Aizawa Akiri," she retorted. "Of course, Miss Aizawa Akiri," the windbird replied, albeit with a hint of sarcasm. Aizawa Akiri, too fatigued to correct its flippancy, merely smiled gently. The windbird, sensing the gravity of the situation, focused on the cursed spirit, unleashing a flurry of wind blades as it evaded and retaliated with a spittle attack. "Yuck! What a disgusting creature! Spitting saliva? I, the noble bird, shall not tolerate such behavior," the windbird exclaimed. "If you don't deal with it quickly, I swear I'll pluck your feathers," Aizawa Akiri threatened. The windbird felt a shiver run down its spine at her words, nearly losing its footing. "All right, I'll handle it immediately." As time passed in this realm, the windbird required more curse energy, hence Aizawa Akiri urged for a swift resolution. This bulky grade 2 curse spirit, lacking agility, was no match for the windbird's renowned swiftness, and it was dispatched in no time. "Let us ascend." Aizawa Akiri signaled for the windbird to take them to the 8th floor where Satoru Gojo was located. The windbird complied, carrying Aizawa Akiri and Glass to the 8th floor, landing just outside the railing. "Enough of this spectacle. Have you found those 3 individuals after watching for so long?" Aizawa Akiri glared at Satoru Gojo. "Not yet," he replied innocently, shrugging nonchalantly. "What a pity," Suguru Geto lamented. "Though we Haven T found the people, we did discover a grade 2 cursed spirit." Aizawa Akiri stroked her chin in contemplation. Teacher Yaga had mentioned a grade 1 cursed spirit and 2 grade 2 cursed spirits. Now that both grade 2 spirits had been vanquished, only the grade 1 spirit remained undiscovered. However, every floor had been searched. Where could the grade 1 spirit be hiding? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she narrowed her eyes at Satoru Gojo. "Don't you possess the 6 eyes? Surely you must know where the grade 1 cursed spirit is located." Satoru Gojo, hands in his pockets, replied coolly, "I do know. But why should I divulge that information to you?" The 3 missing ordinary individuals had likely been concealed by the grade 1 cursed spirit, and it was imperative that they find them swiftly. Aizawa Akiri looked earnestly at Satoru Gojo. "They are just 3 ordinary people. Don't take this so seriously, Akiri. By now, they may have already fallen prey to the cursed spirit," he teased half-heartedly. "Regardless of life or death, we must locate them. This is a directive from Teacher Yaga. Are you prepared to defy her orders, Satoru Gojo?" Aizawa Akiri glared at him, her expression resolute. "Who am I to defy? My loyalty to teacher is as clear as day." Satoru Gojo feigned a heartfelt expression. Aizawa Akiri felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Sensing her curse energy dwindling, she dismounted from the windbird with Glass, waving her hand as the windbird vanished from sight. "Wow, it disappeared with just a wave. How magical. Surely, your technique is akin to sorcery," Satoru Gojo exclaimed, leaning in with exaggerated curiosity as he scrutinized her hands. "This is not a magical incantation. It is a summoning technique." Kamiiizumi Aoi patiently corrected him. "Well, it's a magical incantation," Satoru Gojo countered, as if he had a rebellious streak, deliberately contradicting Aoi. Aoi had every reason to suspect that Gojo was being obstinate. He insisted on calling it a magical incantation despite her clear assertion that it was a summoning technique. Much like a troublesome cat, observing her lack of reaction, Gojo was about to tease her further when his gaze sharpened, and he instinctively reached for Aoi. But it was already too late. The ground beneath them shattered in an instant. "No way. Not again." Aoi's heart raced. Unlike before, the entire shopping mall was crumbling, as if an earthquake had struck, collapsing around them. As her body plummeted rapidly, Aoi's heart pounded fiercely. She instinctively attempted to summon her wind bird, only to realize that the remaining cursed energy was insufficient to maintain the summoning. This is bad. Am I really going to die from this fall? Such an embarrassing way to go, she thought anxiously, eyes shut tight. Just then, her wrist was grasped by someone, and she instinctively clutched the fabric of their clothing. The familiar scent revealed it was that annoying white-haired boy. Aoi's eyes flew open to meet Gojo's gaze. The azure sky above was clear and beautiful, captivating at first glance. Of course, this was contingent on the owner of those eyes remaining silent. Hey, how long are you going to stare? Gojo's slightly irritable voice interrupted Aoi's thoughts. Realizing she had safely landed, Aoi noticed she was still gripping Gojo's shirt, staring blankly into his eyes. Flushing, she awkwardly averted her gaze and touched her nose in a feigned nonchalance. What is wrong with looking? You're so handsome. Can't I admire you a little longer? Aoi retorted defiantly. I know I'm quite handsome, but please, don't look at me like that. I wouldn't fall for a shorty, Gojo replied with a teasing tone. Your temper is so foul. Who would ever like you? If it weren't for your pretty eyes, who would even look your way? Aoi's face turned from red to deep crimson in exasperation, suddenly recalling her dear friend, Inoma Natsuko. She quickly scanned the area and spotted Natsuko standing atop a cursed spirit resembling a devil fish, alongside Suguru Geto. Aoi instinctively exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Natsuko was unharmed. If anything happened to her, Aoi knew that next time, their teacher Yaga would never allow Natsuko out again. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as a colossal creature made its grand entrance. Before them loomed the Grade 1 cursed spirit, resembling a gigantic octopus, its countless tentacles flailing in the air, threatening to drive anyone insane. Indeed, the missing individuals were in the clutches of this Grade 1 curse. Aoi watched with concern as the three individuals floated helplessly amidst the writhing appendages. What a disgusting creature, Suguru mused, narrowing his fox-like eyes. The octopus-like curse emitted a thunderous bellow, raising its numerous tentacles to strike the four on the ground. Natsuko. In that split second, Aoi dashed towards Inoma, shielding her from harm. Simultaneously, Suguru summoned a long serpent to encircle Aoi and Natsuko. How dare a mere Grade 1 curse act so brazenly? Gojo scoffed, dismissing the octopus spirit's assault with ease. Cursed technique, idle death gamble. A massive surge of cursed energy struck the octopus spirit, which was unable to react in time, being pierced through its entire body, leaving it severely wounded. You're too reckless, Gojo, Suguru remarked, his expression one of exasperation, as he maneuvered the serpent to catch the three individuals falling from the sky. Incredible, truly incredible. The Sorcerer's Forum had long recognized Gojo as the strongest, but Aoi had never fully grasped this until now. She realized just how formidable he truly was. Oh dear, Aoi. That look of admiration in your eyes, just don't fall for me. After all, I'm merely a legend, Gojo said, striking a pose before Aoi. This guy must be insane, Aoi thought, a slight smile gracing her lips as she maintained a friendly demeanor. You're the one who is insane. Stay away from me. Just as Gojo prepared to make another jest, he sensed a shadow drifting into the enclosure. Gojo Satoru. Ahaha. Good evening, Teacher Yaga. What a coincidence to see you here. Gojo greeted Yaga with a cheerful smile. Yaga's already dark expression deepened further as he stepped into the enclosure. What did I say? Gojo blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. Yaga surveyed the chaotic surroundings, showing no hint of the fact that this had once been a shopping mall. If it weren't for the enclosure he had set up, who knew what catastrophic mess Gojo would have caused? Wait until I deal with you when we get back. Yaga glared at Gojo with a fierce expression. Chapter 34. Are you even a man? Hey, did you hear? The Jujutsu shopping mall was blown up. What? Blown up? What happened? Tell me everything. On the street, two girls were shopping, and one suddenly pulled the other aside, speaking in hushed tones, while the other girl looked on with wide-eyed excitement. I heard from my cousin that the Jujutsu mall was closed a few days ago because some customers went missing. And then, it turns out someone hid explosives in the mall and blew it up completely. Who blew up the Jujutsu mall? Was it a terrorist organization? Were the three missing people found? Not sure. It seems the perpetrator hasn't been found, but the missing individuals have been located. Reportedly, they were barely alive. Oh my gosh. That is terrifying. I was planning to go buy my favorite dress once the Jujutsu mall reopened. Ugh, I finally saved enough money. And now this cursed terrorist organization. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, at the Jujutsu High, in Teacher Yaga's office, Aoi, Natsuko, Gojo, and Suguru knelt before Yaga. The office was initially enveloped in silence until an abrupt sneeze shattered the stillness. Everyone turned to look at the sneezer. Ah, my apologies, just sneezed, Gojo said without a hint of embarrassment. Gojo, explain why you used the technique, Yaga asked calmly. Gojo rambled on, emphasizing how he saved Aoi in a critical moment and defeated a grade 1 curse, rescuing everyone. Unfortunately, Yaga's focus lay elsewhere. Aoi, what sort of technique is purification? I've never heard of it, Yaga inquired curiously. Aoi, having anticipated this question, had prepared her explanation. Cursed spirits are born from negative emotions. So I merely transform those negative emotions to achieve a purifying effect, Aoi stated earnestly. I recognize each word, but why does it fail to make sense when combined? Moreover, how can she transform negative emotions? Is she some sort of miniature converter? Even I cannot perform such a complex transformation, Gojo pondered aloud. How can you transform? What does transformation entail? Aoi, displaying a look of disdain, proceeded to demonstrate right there on the spot. Born from emotion, transforming negativity into positivity, returning to one's true self, and purified by the holy light. A faint glimmer of illumination flickered in his hand before dissipating. With an innocent expression amidst the crowd's confusion, he remarked, "That's just how it is." Even Satoru Gojo began to doubt whether his 6 eyes had faltered, for how could an incantation be obscured from such sight? 2 incantations. Sugurageto cast a meaningful glance at Aoi Tsukiguni. Aoi Tsukiguni responded with a look of innocence. However, such an incantation must surely consume an immense amount of cursed energy, right? Yoshinobu Knight asked. It's manageable, while purifying cursed spirits does deplete my cursed energy. The purified spirits also replenish some of it back to me, Aoi Tsukiguni replied earnestly. Ultimately, the energy expenditure outpaced the replenishment, rendering her unable to even execute summoning techniques. Little Tsukiguni, you're rather pathetic, Satoru Gojo proclaimed disdainfully. So what? You can't even use purification techniques. Aoi Tsukiguni shot back angrily at Satoru Gojo. Nonchalantly, he shrugged. Why should I bother with purification? A direct exorcism suffices. You. Aoi Tsukiguni glared at Satoru Gojo. In a childish manner, he made a face, teasingly saying, "Nye, nye, nye. Satoru Gojo, you want to die?" Aoi Tsukiguni clenched her fists, feeling as though they would soon collide with Satoru Gojo's face. Sandwiched between them, Shoko Yeri and Sugurageto could only hold their heads in exasperation. It was quite a sight to behold, with the two of them bickering right in front of him. Sensing an impending clash, Yoshinobu Knight quickly intervened. Enough. Stop arguing, he declared sternly. Aoi Tsukiguni hastily withdrew her fists, sitting up straight. Entirely devoid of the earlier fury she had directed at Satoru Gojo, adopting a demeanor of a dutiful girl. Women can be so fickle, Satoru Gojo mused silently. Tsukiguni. When employing purification techniques, one must be mindful of their limits, Yoshinobu Knight cautioned gravely. Aoi Tsukiguni flushed, recalling how her attempt to use purification had left her devoid of cursed energy, necessitating Satoru Gojo's intervention. Rest assured, teacher, such an incident will never occur again, Aoi Tsukiguni declared resolutely, her gaze fixed on Yoshinobu Knight. After their discussion concluded, Aoi Tsukiguni exited the office, her previously tense emotions beginning to unravel. Indeed, it was still rather taxing for her to employ purification techniques with her current level of cursed energy. Aoi Tsukiguni felt a wave of dejection wash over her. Little Tsukiguni, I saved you today. Isn't there any gratitude to show? Satoru Gojo, seemingly oblivious to her discontent, leaned closer, peering at her, already in a foul mood. Aoi Tsukiguni found his presence aggravating. A forced smile crept onto her face, revealing a disingenuous grin. Satoru Gojo, let us settle this with a fight. Want a brawl? Beg me, and I might reluctantly agree to a spar. Satoru Gojo replied teasingly. If you want to fight me, then you're not a man. Aoi Tsukiguni taunted. Shoko Yeri and Sugurageto exchanged bewildered glances. Tsukiguni, perhaps you should consider your words, Shoko Yeri advised with a sigh. Sugurageto, reveling in the unfolding drama, grinned and suggested, should I summon the teacher to intervene? What a dilemma. If little Tsukiguni is so eager for a beating, I suppose I could oblige. Satoru Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, revealing his piercing azure eyes, his tone dripping with danger. Aoi Tsukiguni, undeterred, met his gaze defiantly. Let us head to the training ground. As the office door creaked open, Yoshinobu Knight emerged with a frown, delivering a sharp rap to both Aoi Tsukiguni and Satoru Gojo's heads. You two are to stay behind and copy the school rules 100 times. You want to leave until you finish. What? Aoi Tsukiguni exclaimed, clutching her head in shock. What? Satoru Gojo echoed, equally stunned. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Yoshinobu Knight admonished, exasperated. Observing the duo's shared expressions of dismay, Aoi Tsukiguni and Satoru Gojo trudged back to the office in sync, while Shoko Yeri and Sugurageto exchanged knowing glances before bursting into laughter. Simultaneously, Atsue Tsukiguni and Satoru Gojo turned their gazes, their eyes dark with indignation, towards the two who were reveling in their misfortune. As Yoshinobu Knight monitored them while they copied the rules, he stepped out to take a phone call, activating the cursed corpses he had created to supervise the two. Should the corpses determine that they were not diligently copying the rules, they would unceremoniously deliver a lesson of tough love. The school rules of Jujutsu High were extensive, prohibiting everything from defacing property to engaging in brawls, encompassing nearly 100 stipulations. The act of writing them once already felt like a feat, let alone the requirement to replicate them 100 times. From afternoon till evening, they toiled away, and by the end, Aoi Tsukiguni found herself utterly disoriented, having dozed off mid-writing, only to be roused by a reprimand from a cursed corpse. Observing Aoi Tsukiguni being chastised, Satoru Gojo could only smirk at her plight before facing his own moment of educational intervention. As Atsue Tsukiguni reached the end, her head was spinning, her eyes fluttering in exhaustion. With a final effort, she completed the last word before collapsing onto the desk, succumbing to slumber. Chapter 35, Little Cat Tsukiguni. As she drifted into sleep, Satoru Gojo poked Aoi Tsukiguni's cheek, discovering it was pleasantly soft, and couldn't resist prodding a few more times, even pinching it lightly. She murmured, shifting uncomfortably. Well, she does look rather adorable when asleep, Satoru Gojo mused, stroking his chin in thought. After all, their encounters typically devolved into arguments. Hey, wake up. You can return to sleep later, he urged, nudging her shoulder. However, Aoi Tsukiguni remained oblivious. Even as he pinched her nose, she's sleeping like a log. I can't be bothered, Satoru Gojo sighed, resigning himself to leave the office. Just as he took a few steps, he inexplicably turned back. If I ignore you, Shoko and Geto will definitely admonish me. Well, I'll let today's provocation slide, he muttered, approaching her again. Grabbing the back of her collar, he hoisted her onto his shoulder as if she were a sack of potatoes. In her dreams, Aoi Tsukiguni appeared to be having a nightmare, struggling and muttering, "Get off me, Satoru Gojo." Satoru Gojo's expression darkened. He was merely trying to return her to her dormitory. Yet she had the audacity to tell him to leave? A firm smack on his backside stilled her, and she ceased her protests, successfully transporting Aoi Tsukiguni to the dormitory. Satoru Gojo felt no guilt as he pushed open the door to her room, casually tossing her onto the bed. Watching her lie there defenseless, slumbering sweetly, a wicked notion crept into his mind. He reached out, fingers brushing against her smooth cheek. After indulging in his mischief, he took several photos with his phone, feeling quite satisfied before departing, even closing the door behind him. The following morning, Aoi Tsukiguni finally awoke, surveying her room, struggling to recall how she ended up in the dormitory after having been in Yoshinobu Knight's office copying school rules. Did that white-haired brat really bring her back? Could he possibly possess such kindness? With a sense of skepticism, Shozen Aoi rose from her slumber, preparing to freshen up. As she passed by her desk, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the mirror resting atop it, and her heart sank in shock. Her face. How could it have transformed in such a manner? A character resembling the Chinese character for king adorned her forehead, while feline-like whiskers graced her cheeks, and the tip of her nose was smeared with black. Likely the handiwork of a marker. She resembled a cat. Wataru. Fuming, Shozen Aoi dropped the basin she held, her anger causing her long, silky hair to defy gravity as it flared around her like a furious feline. Without a doubt, this was the doing of Wataru. Last night, it was only she and Wataru together. Who else could it be? From the adjacent room, Wataru, having heard Shozen Aoi's wrathful outburst, erupted into gleeful laughter, showing no regard for her feelings. Abandoning her intentions to wash her face, Shozen Aoi stormed out of her dormitory and kicked open the door to Wataru's room. Wataru, are you insane? Without a moment's hesitation, she swung a punch at him. Wataru effortlessly caught her fist, then pulled her forward, causing her to stumble into his embrace. In the early morning, little Aoi rushes to cuddle, he teased, looking down at her with a playful smirk. Shozen Aoi's face flushed crimson. Let go of me. With her right hand restrained, she could only push against him with her left. Wataru blinked, contemplating. If I let you go, what if you hit me? I won't hit you, Shozen Aoi gritted through clenched teeth. I don't believe you. Unless you buy me a month's supply of Sendai's specialty edamame cream cake. Wataru pressed on with a smirk. Fine. Shozen Aoi was seething, wishing to unleash her fury upon this infuriating white-haired boy. What on earth are you two doing so early? Came the voice of Suguru Geto from behind. Wataru, don't bully Aoi, added Kinji Hikari. Shozen Aoi dared not turn to face them, feeling an acute sense of embarrassment. Wataru, seemingly unaffected, released his grip on Shozen Aoi's hand and, like a showman, pulled out his phone from his pocket. Let me show you something amusing. He scrolled through his album, revealing a photo of Shozen Aoi transformed into a flower-patterned cat face from the previous night. Kinji Hikari disapproved, stating, "Wataru, this is wrong. Wataru, if you keep bullying a girl, and she ends up crying, it won't end well," Suguru Geto observed with a smile, glancing at Shozen Aoi. Wataru followed his gaze, noticing Shozen Aoi, standing with her back to them. Though he possessed 6 eyes and knew she hadn't cried, he could tell she was indeed furious. "I was just joking. I don't need you to buy me a month's worth of cake," Wataru said nonchalantly. Shozen Aoi still ignored him, crossing her arms in a huff. Wataru cast a pleading look at his friend Suguru Geto, who shrugged in a manner that suggested helplessness, then turned to Kinji Hikari, who conveyed a "you're-on-your-own" expression. Eventually, the two of them tacitly pushed Wataru away and closed the door to the dormitory. Reluctantly, Wataru approached Shozen Aoi. All right, little Aoi, don't be mad." He spoke with an unusual sincerity. Yet, Shozen Aoi remained unresponsive. How embarrassing. To be seen by Geto and Hikari. Oh, it's so humiliating. No, I must teach that insufferable white-haired boy a lesson. He must never dare to tease me again. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she began to recall her past life, the favoritism of her parents, the bullying from her brother, and the indifference of her kin. Her eyes grew warm, the tears welling up, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Suddenly, she found herself gazing up at Wataru, caught off guard. How to describe it? It was akin to an abandoned kitten, lost and yearning for home, gazing at its owner with tearful eyes, silently accusing them for their neglect. Upon meeting those piercing azure eyes, the tears that had been held at bay finally streamed down her cheeks. Her once pristine reputation was utterly shattered. All because of Wataru. As she lamented this, her tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string, plummeting into Wataru's palm. Wataru recoiled as if scalded, hastily withdrawing his hand. Don't cry, don't cry. I was wrong, all right. How about this? I want to ask you to buy me a month's worth of edamame cream cake." He attempted to console her. Shozen Aoi had no intention of listening to Wataru's words. "How about I buy you a strawberry cake? A month's supply of strawberry cake." Wataru suddenly recalled her mentioning that it was her favorite. Shozen Aoi halted, her eyes still glistening, resembling rain-soaked earth, as she looked at Wataru with lingering tears. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "Absolutely. I promise, a month's worth, and I'll never go back on my word," Wataru assured her with a thump on his chest. Upon hearing this, Shozen Aoi's tears ceased, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. "That is what you said. A month's supply of strawberry cake, but I only want the Antori strawberry cake, nothing else." She crossed her arms defiantly. Wataru mused. "Why does it feel like I've been tricked? Also, you must delete all the photos in your album." Shozen Aoi added. Fine. But are you sure you want to go out looking like this?" Wataru reminded her kindly as he noticed her preparing to leave. Shozen Aoi shot him an indignant glare. "Isn't it all your fault? I'm utterly humiliated." Wataru handed her a pack of wet wipes and couldn't help but laugh, pointing at her face. "Ha. You look like a little flower cat when you cry." Shozen Aoi's face turned stormy. "Laugh all you want. I'll make you pay for this," she growled, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Though she didn't injure Wataru, she at least vented some of her pent-up frustration. Chapter 36. Wataru, Young Master. It was Saturday, and she had initially planned to rise early to discuss plans with Kinji Hikari, but Wataru's antics had derailed those intentions. Shozen Aoi slumped over her desk, staring blankly at the trinkets before her. "Forget it, I'll change my clothes and go find Hikari." Shaking her head to dismiss the unpleasantness of earlier, she opened her wardrobe to select an outfit suitable for an outing. The weather was pleasantly mild, perfect for a stylish sweatshirt paired with trendy cargo pants and black Dr. Martens boots. With her long hair tied back in a high ponytail, she felt undeniably chic. After slinging a small bag over her shoulder, she stepped out and knocked on the door of Kinji Hikari's room. "Hikari, the weather is lovely today. Let us go out and have some fun," Shozen Aoi said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sure," Kinji Hikari readily agreed. "It seems a large amusement park has opened up in Shinjuku, and they're currently running events. It's bustling. Let us go there," Shozen Aoi proposed. "Sounds great." Kinji Hikari smiled back. As Jaira Shoko finished changing her clothes, Kamiizumi Aoi linked arms with her and cheerfully descended the stairs of the dormitory, calling out to Suguru Geto along the way. "Why didn't you bring me along for the outing?" A familiar voice rang out from behind before they had even exited the building. Without needing to turn around, Kamiizumi Aoi could tell who it was. Who else could it be but that annoying white-haired boy? "Shoko, Geto, run. That pest is coming," Aoi exclaimed, tightening her grip on Shoko's wrist and pulling her forward as they sprinted ahead. Shoko had not yet fully registered the situation when Aoi dragged her along. Seeing this, Suguru Geto joined in the chase, laughing as he called out to Satoru Gojo, "Gojo, that's not how you pursue girls." "Geto, what nonsense are you spouting?" Gojo retorted, visibly annoyed. Geto merely chuckled in response. Don't follow us, Gojo. Aoi shouted back at the relentless pursuer, quickening her pace. You guys won't take me along. How ungrateful. Gojo continued to chase after them, lamenting his exclusion. What a bunch of immature children, Yaga Mazumichi mused. Observing the four of them racing from the third floor of the office building, Aoi, with Shoko and Geto, dashed to the school gate, where she summoned her wind bird and leaped onto it with Shoko. The wind bird soared upward, leaving Gojo and Geto behind, unable to follow. Oh, it seems only Gojo can't join us. Geto has cursed spirit manipulation and can command flying spirits, Aoi noted. Hey, are you targeting me? Gojo exclaimed, a hint of indignation in his voice. Aoi made a playful face at him. Of course we are. What is it to you? If you have the ability. Come up here. You're getting a bit too cocky, Aoi. How dare you speak to me like that? Gojo crossed his arms, feigning displeasure. Shoko, I'm telling you. Someone so arrogant will eventually trip up, Aoi remarked, tilting her head toward Shoko. He already tripped up on you, Shoko replied with a smile. Want to join us up here, Gojo? Geto asked with a grin. Geto is the best. Unlike some people, Gojo retorted, gesturing dramatically. Aoi shot him an exasperated glare. Beg me, Geto teased, grinning slyly like a cunning fox. Indeed, he resembled one. Geto, are we still good brothers? Gojo fumed, dancing in place with frustration. Not anymore, Geto shrugged, his tone laced with mock regret. Delighted at Gojo's predicament, Aoi watched as he bantered with Geto for a while longer before they finally took Gojo along, riding on the wind bird to the foot of the mountain. After summoning the wind bird back, Aoi turned to Gojo and asked, Hey, can you ride a bicycle? Gojo displayed an expression of mock superiority, declaring, Don't underestimate me. I, Gojo, am capable of anything. What about Geto and Shoko? Aoi inquired. I can. Both Geto and Shoko replied. Aoi responded with a mysterious smile, snapping her fingers as a palm-sized hamster-like spirit appeared in her hand. Dun Dun, bring out 4 bicycles. She gently patted the spirit's head. Dun Dun nodded, emitting a beam of white light from its belly that materialized into 4 bicycles on the ground. This little creature is quite impressive. It can store items. Can I play with it? Gojo reached out with a mischievous grin, attempting to take Dun Dun from Aoi. Sensing the malicious intent, Dun Dun climbed up Aoi's arm to her shoulder, squeaking in distress. It knows to hide. Interesting, Gojo chuckled. Aoi, hurry and let Dun Dun go back. He's terrifying. He'll scare me to death. Dun Dun squealed. Aoi quickly returned Dun Dun to safety, fearing Gojo might seize it and dismantle it. Dun Dun is my summoned spirit with a storage space. As you can see, it can hold items inside, Aoi explained succinctly. Your spirit is truly convenient, Geto remarked with a smile. Hey, let me borrow Dun Dun for a bit. Don't be stingy, Gojo pressed, still insistent. Aoi rolled her eyes at him, choosing not to engage, and simply selected a bicycle to ride. Forget him. Let us go, she urged, with Shoko and Geto following closely behind. Hey, wait for me, Gojo called out as they prepared to leave on their bicycles. The newly opened amusement park in Shinjuku was not far, just a half-hour subway ride away. However, Aoi hadn't ridden a bicycle in a while, so she decided to cycle there to enjoy the scenery of the city. Along the way, they had a small race to see who could ride faster. Aoi pedaled furiously, but she still couldn't catch up with the infuriating Gojo, nearly kicking him off his bicycle in her frustration. They set off around 9 o'clock, and after a playful journey, they arrived at the amusement park at around 10:30. At that hour, it was typically the time for cooking dinner, yet upon seeing the throngs of people at the park, Aoi lamented, so many people? How long will we have to wait? Suddenly, Gojo erupted into laughter, and as Aoi wondered what was amusing him, a group of men in black suits with bow ties approached, flanked by security personnel who began isolating the surrounding visitors, forming a protective barrier around Gojo. Aoi recognized this scene, having witnessed it countless times when she accompanied her brother, Aoi Bei, to his concerts, where hundreds of bodyguards would shield the area from the crowd. Realizing the situation, Aoi exchanged knowing glances with Geto and Shoko, and the 3 of them discreetly stepped back, distancing themselves from Gojo. Then, the entourage bowed in unison, loudly exclaiming, Young master. Oh dear, what a spectacle. Had Aoi not been at the center of the crowd, she would have likely clapped in amusement. The appearance of security had already drawn attention, but their loud greeting attracted even more onlookers, who flocked to take pictures. Wow, that young man is so handsome. They call him Young Master. Which family does he belong to? Does anyone have information about him? A reward of 10,000 yen for any details. Mom, that brother is so handsome. When I grow up, can I marry him? Hey, look at that girl over there. She looks a bit familiar. Aoi's heart raced, and she quickly pretended to cough, smoothly retrieving a mask from her bag to wear. The entire routine was seamless, indicating she had practiced it countless times. Although Aoi regularly wore a mask at her brother's concerts to avoid recognition, it was still wise to take precautions. The The tourists around them chattered incessantly, driving Gojo to frustration. I said not to call me young master when we're out. Do you not have ears? Gojo scolded, looking exasperated. I'm sorry, young master. The men in black responded loudly once more. Will you dare do it again? Aoi mused inwardly. All right, enough of this. Let us head inside already, Gojo said impatiently. The men in black hastily directed the security personnel to clear a path into the amusement park. After you, young master. As Satoru Gojo turned his head, he glared at his three contemporaries, his frustration boiling over. Shozen Aoi, observing the similarly masked Kinji Hikari and Suguru Geto, flashed a mischievous grin at Gojo. We won't steal your spotlight, Gojo-san, she teased. Such a nauseating name. Aoi, I could vomit my dinner, Gojo retorted, feigning a gagging expression. Aoi scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Then by all means, throw up, young master. Hey, can you please refrain from calling me young master? Gojo exclaimed. Aoi responded with a taunting smile. Young master, young master, young master, young master, young master. She even made a silly face for emphasis. Are you looking for a fight? Gojo shot back, glaring at her. Unfazed, Aoi met his gaze defiantly. What, are you afraid? Oh dear, here they go again. Kinji and Suguru exchanged resigned glances. Young master, you shouldn't hit a girl. That's not gentlemanly. One of the anxious men in black suits interjected, clearly worried that a brawl might erupt. Mind your own business. Both Gojo and Aoi snapped in unison, turning their eyes toward the man, a testament to their uncanny synchronicity. They exchanged a heated glare, then crossed their arms, striding off in opposite directions as if to say that the sight of one another was utterly vexing. You two really can't go out without starting an argument, Kinji sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. All right, you can stop following us, Gojo commanded the men in black, noticing their persistent presence. Yes, young master, enjoy your time. The men in black replied in unison before dispersing orderly. Surrounded by curious onlookers, some even approached with phones in hand, hoping to obtain Gojo's contact information. Realizing his contemporaries had made a swift exit, Gojo's demeanor shifted from jovial to frantic. Hey, don't leave me behind, he shouted at their retreating figures. Aoi ignored him, simply continuing to run while laughing. What are you laughing at, you creep? Gojo's voice echoed behind her. Suddenly, he caught up, much to Aoi's surprise. Weren't you surrounded by those girls? How did you break free? She asked, puzzled. With a haughty expression, Gojo replied, I'm far too formidable to be trapped by mere girls. Aoi rolled her eyes at his boastfulness. Since you've caught up, shall we proceed down this path? Aoi suggested. I'm fine with whatever, Gojo shrugged nonchalantly. Sounds good. Kinji chimed in. I have no objections, Suguru added with a grin. With unanimous agreement, they made their way to their first stop, the sky battle. In essence, it was merely a roller coaster, albeit a more elongated and elevated one. The line was rather lengthy, and Aoi, not keen on being interrupted while waiting, insisted Gojo wear his mask. My stunningly handsome face obscured by a mask. How many girls will be heartbroken? Gojo boasted shamelessly, eliciting an eye roll from Aoi. When their turn arrived, only the last row with 4 seats remained. Kinji, are you scared? Shall I sit beside you? Aoi asked. Not at all, Kinji replied calmly. Aoi took Kinji's hand and settled into the left 2 seats, while Gojo and Suguru occupied the right 2. Once securely strapped in, they awaited the ride's launch. This amusement park's roller coaster was reputed to be the longest in the country, stretching over 3,000 meters and soaring to a height of 200 meters, presenting a winding, spiraling ascent. As the roller coaster began to move, Aoi pressed herself tightly against the seat, silent and tense. Come on, Aoi, show some expression. Smile for the camera. Gojo's voice broke the silence, his laughter grating on her nerves. Slowly, Aoi turned her head, delivering a glare that could kill. The first drop was a steep 90-degree plunge, serving as the roller coaster's thrilling introduction. Aoi gripped the armrests tightly, her heart racing as she faced the descent. Riding a mythical creature was vastly different from this. With her familiar, she felt secure in the skies, but on a roller coaster, an accident could spell disaster. Suddenly, Kinji grasped Aoi's hand, and she turned to see his reassuring smile, warming her heart. However, as they plummeted, her pulse quickened, the sensation of falling leaving her breathless. That was so fast, so exhilarating. I might die? Aoi thought, gripping Kinji's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. The spirals made her dizzy, and the screams of the girls in front pierced her ears. Say cheese, Gojo exclaimed, pulling out a phone, grinning widely as he aimed it at her. One hand making a peace sign. Isn't that against the rules? The staff said no phones on the ride. Aoi retorted, but then remembered that this entire amusement park belonged to Gojo, which explained everything. Seriously, Gojo, enough already. Aoi's irritation flared as he continued to take pictures, even pulling her hand into a peace sign for the camera. Feigning innocence, Gojo looked at her with wide eyes and shouted, Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you over the wind. Taking a deep breath, Aoi shouted back. I said, enough. Her voice resonated above the cacophony of the girls' screams. Drawing their attention, calmly, Aoi let them stare, unfazed. After Gojo's antics, the tension within her eased. The cold wind whipped against her face, tousling her hair. Yet her heart felt warm. Though Gojo was annoying and insufferable, she recognized that he was skillfully diverting her attention, preserving her dignity without exposing her fear. Once they disembarked from the sky battle, Gojo gleefully showed Suguru the photos he had just taken. Look at Aoi. Her expression is priceless, like a condemned prisoner. Gojo laughed, slapping his thigh in amusement. Suguru, however, took the phone and examined the image, completely disregarding Aoi's disgruntled demeanor. How dare he rob me of my earlier gratitude? He only seeks to capture my unflattering moments. That insufferable, white-haired brat. I will not let this go. Chapter 38. The Endless Infernal Sea. This time, Satoru Gojo truly angered Aoi, and for the entire day, she refused to acknowledge him. Little Rico, would you care for an ice cream? Itadori Wataru leaned closer to Kamiizumi Aoi, gently nudging her arm with his elbow. Aoi, maintaining her icy demeanor, stared straight ahead, dismissing Wataru's attempt at conversation. It's strawberry flavor. Wataru exclaimed, presenting the ice cream before her, shaking it slightly. The pink and white swirled together in a delicate dance, adorned with bits of strawberry that made it exceedingly tempting. Without hesitation, Aoi reached for it and took a bite. Heavenly, it's so sweet. Absolutely delicious. Wataru beamed with pride, boasting to Suguru Geto, look, I have successfully won over little Rico. With a smile, Suguru replied, Wataru, you are truly hopeless. Kaido Natsumi nodded in agreement. After savoring the ice cream gifted by Wataru, Aoi's mood lightened slightly. In light of your generous offering, I shall be magnanimous and overlook your faults. However, you must delete all those unflattering photos from your album. Aoi crossed her arms, chin tilted slightly upward, her golden eyes shimmering with a mix of pride and defiance. Delete them if you must. As if anyone would care, Wataru muttered, pulling out his phone. Aoi, wary of Wataru's intentions, insisted on overseeing the deletion of the photos herself. As the gentle rays of the setting sun enveloped the two, casting a golden glow upon them, they exchanged playful banter, resembling two kittens nestled together, playfully pawing at one another, embodying a scene of perfect harmony. Yet, this tranquility shattered when Aoi glimpsed a particularly hideous image of Wataru's phone album, igniting her fury. She shot Wataru a fierce glare before storming away, leaving behind a bewildered Wataru. Wataru, you truly are incorrigible, Suguru remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Natsumi, with a serious expression, chastised Wataru, you have gone too far this time. There must be limits to your jokes. With that, she dashed after Aoi. Suguru patted Wataru on the shoulder and followed suit, leaving Wataru in a state of confusion. Am I really that out of line? It's just a few photos. It's not like I'm losing flesh, he thought, though he still hurried after them. Cursed white hair. Infuriating. All you do is take unflattering pictures of me. Aoi fumed, kicking a discarded water bottle down the street, sending it flying far away. The neighborhood felt aged and desolate, with surrounding buildings exuding a sense of nostalgia, devoid of any other souls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Aoi felt an inexplicable sense of dread creeping into her heart, which prompted her to activate her barrier. As if something sinister had gripped her ankle. Looking down, she was met with the chilling sight of a skeletal hand clasping her ankle. To think you still draw breath. A raspy, ominous voice whispered, laden with the anguish of countless souls. Aoi shuddered, her gaze snapping forward. Slaughter. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. A surge of emotions stormed within her. She vividly recalled the day it had taken her life, its claws piercing her heart, the sensation of vitality ebbing away, the fear of death and a desperate yearning for power. She refused to endure that again, as Slaughter contemplated whether to feast upon her head or her arms. Aoi unexpectedly smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. I've been searching for you, and here you are, Slaughter. You failed to take my life that day. Today, however, you shall perish. Aoi's lips curled into a cold, emotionless smile as she shattered the skeletal hand that held her ankle. Slaughter scoffed dismissively, extending its claws in a mock gesture of extracting a heart, then licking them with its elongated tongue. Let us see whether your bravado or your flesh proves more resilient. In an instant, Slaughter materialized behind Aoi, its claws lunging toward her back. With a swift motion, Aoi executed a graceful backflip, landing behind Slaughter. With a snap of her fingers, the Qing Tian demon ape was summoned. Aoi, I was rather busy. The Qing Tian demon ape materialized in humanoid form, its bare chest marred by prominent red claw marks. Aoi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the marks. I apologize for interrupting your leisure, but if you could eliminate that creature for me, I shall allow you to return. I am not your errand boy, summoned at your beck and call. The Qing Tian demon ape glared at Slaughter. Is this the best you can muster? It derided, surveying Slaughter with disdain. Slaughter sensed the contempt emanating from the creature. Igniting its fury. Human, you shall pay for your ignorance. Slaughter lunged with its claws aimed at the Qing Tian demon ape. Human, I am a noble beast. The Qing Tian demon ape retaliated with a powerful punch. Although it could only exert a fraction of its strength, it was sufficient to contend with Slaughter. Damn! How is this human's physique so resilient? It leaves no trace. After being repelled once more, Slaughter prepared to unleash its skills, crossing its hands and slicing downward. Sinister execution. The Qing Tian demon ape did not evade, instead opting to meet the attack head-on. Little one, are you merely tickling me? It taunted, flicking its hands as if brushing off dust. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Slaughter seethed, repeating the curse thrice. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Aoi furrowed her brow, realizing her cursed energy was nearly depleted, urging the Qing Tian demon ape to conclude the battle swiftly. The Qing Tian demon ape scoffed. You dare command me? You truly are insufferable. Slaughter, having momentarily forgotten Aoi's presence, declared, It seems I must eliminate you first, extending its tongue to lick its lips. Grinning maliciously, Death's gaze. Slaughter's eyes emitted a strange red light directed at Aoi. Not good. The Qing Tian demon ape rushed towards Aoi. Death's gaze rendered Aoi immobile, rooted in place. Boundless sea of infernal purgatory. The sky turned blood red, the ground morphing into a dark crimson sea, reeking of rust, instilling nausea. As Aoi broke free from Death's gaze, she found herself sinking into the blood sea, a hand gripping her ankle, dragging her deeper. Qing Tian demon ape. Kill it. Aoi shouted desperately, her cursed energy waning. The Qing Tian demon ape, compelled by Aoi's plea, complied. Prepare to witness my signature move, the celestial blue mountain strike. The Qing Tian demon ape leapt high and crashed down onto Slaughter, its fists raining down like a meteor shower. A wave of blood surged forth, drenching Aoi. Qing Tian demon ape, you did that on purpose. Aoi nearly exploded with rage. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. Slaughter cackled with glee. Chapter 39, A Sense of Unease. Why won't you die? Why won't you die? Help me, save me. Come, come, let us descend eternally into hell together. Ow. It hurts so much. Do not approach me. From the depths of the blood sea, an unending cacophony of voices emerged. Some moaning, some in agony, others wailing or cursing. These voices seemed intent on dragging her into the boundless crimson abyss. Yusuji Qingli struggled fiercely, refusing to succumb to this infinite sea of blood. Qingli, I am in such pain. Why won't you save me? Why won't you save me? A chill crept over Yusuji Qingli as she recognized the voice. It was Kawakawa Sayuri. How could she? It must be an illusion. Surely it is but a trick of the mind. Yes, it must be an illusion. Were we not good friends? Good friends should stand by each other. Qingli, I feel so alone. After all this time, you have not come to see me. It breaks my heart. No, it is not like this. Yusuji Qingli shook her head in confusion, increasingly burdened, as if many souls were hanging on to her, dragging her deeper into the blood sea. No, do not. See Qingli. You abomination. You are not my child. Begone. It was the voice of Simu. Sister, the silver-eared beast you gave me has died. When will you catch me another? That was the voice of Si-chan. Qingli, you are a member of the Si family, and more importantly, the young master of the Si house. You must prioritize the greater good. The voice of Si Fengyi, the head of the Si family. Si Qingli, the position of young master must be mine. The voice of Si Bazong. A torrent of voices flooded her mind, threatening to burst her head, while the weight upon her grew ever heavier. Ultimately, Yusuji Qingli could not withstand the pull and was drawn into the blood sea. She reached out, desperate to grasp something, yet her fingers closed around nothingness. As her vision blurred, and darkness enveloped her, a powerful hand seized hers. The blood sea vanished, replaced by a familiar aura. What a sight you are. Having fallen into such disarray after only a brief absence. Wu Tiaowu furrowed his brow as he regarded the young girl in his arms, her body marred by corrosive wounds. Some so severe that bone was exposed. Had he arrived but a minute later, Yusuji Qingli would have been entirely consumed by this domain. Ah, how delectable. The butcher licked his lips, his gaze upon Yusuji Qingli akin to that of a famished man who has just spotted a piece of meat, greedy and eager. His body, previously wounded by the celestial demon ape, had now fully recovered, and his cursed energy had increased significantly since then. Wu Tiaowu paused momentarily, rising to present the unconscious Yusuji Qingli to Yagajia, removing his sunglasses to reveal a sinister smile, yet his azure eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lugon, you are Wu Tiaowu. The butcher seemed to finally comprehend that the white-haired man before him was the legendary Six Eyes, the possessor of limitless potential, Wu Tiao Wu. The cursed spirit harmed my little Chili. Prepare to meet your demise. Wu Tiao Wu uttered these words with a piercing gaze fixed upon the butcher, as if in his eyes. The butcher's fate was sealed. What of it if you are Wu Tiao Wu? I have just absorbed the most exquisite delicacy. My strength has increased, the butcher proclaimed, his claws elongating unnaturally as they lunged towards Wu Tiao Wu. Wu Tiao Wu stood unmoving. The butcher's claws could not advance beyond an arm's length. Damn this boundless limit. The butcher snarled furiously. Technique, reverse azure. Wu Tiao Wu raised his hand, and before the butcher could react, a beam of blue cursed energy pierced through his form. The butcher had no time to utter a final word before he was exorcised. Meanwhile, Ijiri Shoko utilized the reversal technique to treat Yusuji Qingli's wounds. Gazing at the numerous injuries adorning Yusuji Qingli's body, Ijiri Shoko felt a deep pang of sorrow. Intensifying the output of her reversal technique until her own cursed energy was entirely depleted. Shoko, take a moment to rest. Yaga Jia observed that Ijiri Shoko's cursed energy was exhausted and spoke up. Very well. Ijiri Shoko smoothed Yusuji Qingli's bangs and stood, swaying slightly as she did. The three exchanged silent glances. Wu Tiao Wu regarded Yusuji Qingli's tightly shut brows and felt guilt stir within him for the first time. If he had not angered Yusuji Qingli, would she have not encountered the special grade cursed spirit alone? At Jujutsu High, in the infirmary, Yaga Jia looked upon the unconscious Yusuji Qingli, then glanced at the three who were seated obediently, his expression grave. You went out to play, and yet one of you returned grievously injured? Who will explain what transpired? The trio fumbled for words, and finally, Wu Tiao Wu weakly raised his hand. Teacher, it happened like this. We visited the amusement park today, and I took a picture of Chili. She became angry and ran off, so we pursued her. The old town is filled with alleys, and when I sensed Chili's domain with my 6 eyes, we rushed there only to find her ensnared by the domain of a special grade cursed spirit. I pulled her out and vanquished that cursed spirit. But Chili had lingered too long within the domain, and the corrosion was rather severe, Wu Tiao Wu explained, his tone heavy. Yaga Jia rubbed his forehead in frustration. If her parents were to discover this, Jujutsu High would surely be dismantled. You all truly are incorrigible. Can none of you give me a moment's peace? Yaga Jia lamented, exasperated. Teacher, I am sorry. I did not foresee that Chili would encounter a special grade cursed spirit. Had I known, I would have never allowed her to wander alone. Wu Tiao Wu expressed his sincere remorse. Enough, enough. Save your apologies until Chili awakens. Wu Tiao Wu, it was your anger that drove her away. You are to care for Chili properly in the days to come, Yaga Jia instructed before rising to depart. Chili. Ijiri Shoko grasped Yusuji Qingli's hand, which trembled slightly, unable to bear the sight of the grievous wounds. Unable to comprehend how the girl who once smiled and reassured her not to fear now lay upon a hospital bed. If only she could have found Qingli sooner. Then Qingli would not have suffered such torment. Yaga Jia looked upon Yusuji Qingli's wounds, lost in thought. Shoko's reversal technique should be able to heal wounds inflicted by cursed spirits. Why then does Qingli's recovery seem so sluggish? Suddenly, the butcher's words and his greedy expression echoed in his ears. Connecting that with the pink liquid she had given earlier, a bold hypothesis surged forth. Wu, come with me, Yaga Jia beckoned gravely, leading Wu Tiao Wu outside the infirmary. Ijiri Shoko, unaware of their discussion, noticed a slight change in Wu Tiao Wu's demeanor upon his return. Shoko, you should return to rest. I will take care of things here, Wu Tiao Wu said. Ijiri Shoko glanced at Wu Tiao Wu, then at Yaga Jia, who nodded reassuringly. Very well, I shall change Chili's clothes and return tomorrow, she acquiesced. Agreed. Wu Tiao Wu and Yaga Jia exited the infirmary once more. Jia, am I truly that terrible? Wu Tiao Wu suddenly inquired. Yaga Jia cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tiao Wu, a sly smile gracing his lips. It is good that you recognize it. Wu Tiao Wu leaned against the railing of the infirmary corridor, gazing at the dim sky. Lost in thought. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on you. The path of a sorcerer is inherently perilous, and death can come at any moment. All we can do is strive to protect those around us. Yaga Jia leaned against the corridor wall, watching the curtains drawn over the infirmary window, as if peering into the room where Yusuji Qingli lay. Satoru Gojo has always believed that the weak are unworthy of protection from the strong. Yet now, gazing at Aoi Tsukino lying in a hospital bed, he finds himself inexplicably unsettled, unable to articulate the sensation that envelopes him. Perhaps he should not have been so irritable with her. In Chapter 40, titled Strawberry Lollipop, Tsukino is admonished by her mother, Aoi, keep your distance. You are a prodigy. And we, mere commoners, are unworthy of your noble status, young master. Her parents, alongside her brother, stand united in their disdain, their expressions piercing her like daggers. Darkness then descends around her, and fear compels her to reach out, grasping at the void. No, don't go. Satoru, seated with his eyes shut in contemplation, opens them at the sound of Tsukino's voice. Her hands flail in the air, her brow furrowed deeply. He gently takes her hand into his own, while his other hand tentatively brushes her hair, whispering, "Aoi, do not fear. I am here." Her grip tightens around him as if clutching a lifeline, a manifestation of her terror. As Tsukino lies unconscious, her features gradually relax, surrendering to sleep. Gojo lays back down, closing his eyes. Although typically vibrant due to his six eyes ability, he unexpectedly finds solace, akin to being ensconced in a warm, comforting bath. When he next opens his eyes, it is already the following morning. Had he truly fallen asleep? For the first time since birth, he had drifted into slumber, his six eyes dormant, oblivious to the surrounding world. Gojo regards Tsukino with a complex expression as Shoko Yeri takes over her care for the day, followed by Suguru Geto. Their collective efforts hasten the healing of her grievous wounds, yet Tsukino remains in a deep sleep until the 5th day, when she finally awakens. Upon seeing the familiar faces before her, Tsukino smiles softly. "Shoko, do not be so sorrowful. I am not dead." Shoko, rarely displaying emotion, responds, "Do you have any idea how worried I was? I rushed out after you that day, but you ran too swiftly, and when I finally found you," her voice quivers, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tsukino embraces Shoko, gently patting her back. "Shoko, this is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is me for wandering off. Do not reproach yourself. Look, I am quite well." She releases Shoko and stretches her arms. "Moreover, I must thank you for aiding my recovery." "Thank you, Shoko." Tsukino gazes intently into Shoko's brown eyes. "Next time, do not run off like that. It is perilous," Shoko chides, blinking her eyes. "All right, I shall heed your advice." Tsukino replies with a smile. Seeing Tsukino's radiant smile restores Shoko's peace of mind, confirming that she is indeed all right. She then calls Gojo and Geto. In no time, Gojo and Geto appear in the infirmary. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Aoi. I personally prepared this chicken soup for you. Do try it." Gojo presents a lunchbox to her. Tsukino gazes at him, perplexed, then turns to Shoko, questioning her sudden benevolence. "It's fine, just drink it." Shoko assures her with a comforting look. Unable to decipher Gojo's ulterior motives, but unwilling to waste the soup, Tsukino takes a tentative sip. The flavor bursts forth. "Exquisite and delightful. I cannot believe you made soup," Tsukino remarks, regarding Gojo with an expression of surprise. Gojo lifts his chin with pride, declaring, "Satoru Gojo is capable of anything. It's merely soup, a trivial matter." Tsukino feels a slight embarrassment. What about that special cursed spirit? Was it exorcised? Tsukino suddenly recalls the carnage and inquires hastily. Of course, with Satoru Gojo on the case, no cursed spirit can escape purification. If he had a tail, it would likely be soaring high in the air. "How long have I been lying here?" Tsukino asks curiously. 5 days, Geto replies. "What? 5 days?" Tsukino exclaims, astonished. The severity of her injuries must have been profound for her to remain unconscious for such an extended period. It seems that as her flesh was devoured, her mental fortitude was also compromised, leading to a decline in her bodily immunity and subsequent slumber. "I am profoundly grateful to all of you for caring for me during these days." Tsukino expresses her heartfelt appreciation. "We are classmates. It is only natural to help one another," Geto responds with a smile. After lying down for so long, Tsukino nearly stumbles as she rises, but Gojo swiftly supports her. "Be careful," he cautions, gently pressing her back onto the bed. "Why are you in such a hurry to get up? It would be wise to remain resting to avoid another fall. Seriously, is this how one offers comfort?" Tsukino forces a smile. "Thank you for your reminder. I understand. You are quite the oddity, setting up such peculiar barriers that even when distant, I cannot sense their presence," Gojo remarks, pausing to regard Tsukino earnestly. "Do not set such barriers again. Do you not realize how worried Shoko was? She was nearly in tears." "Gojo, what are you saying?" Shoko interjects with a smile. Gojo grins innocently. She was genuinely about to cry. There's no shame in admitting it. "You are insufferable. You've disturbed my rest," Tsukino exclaims, noticing Shoko's ears turning red, prompting her to intervene. "Gojo, Aoi has just awakened. Do refrain from your incessant chatter," allowing her to rest well. Geto playfully drags Gojo away. As the two depart, the infirmary returns to tranquility. Observing the faint dark circles under Shoko's eyes, Tsukino feels a surge of warmth in her heart. Shoko must have been extremely worried about her, to the point of sacrificing her own rest. "Shoko, would you like a lollipop?" Tsukino calls forth her familiar and retrieves 2 lollipops. Shoko's eyes light up. "Yes, please. This is my favorite strawberry-flavored lollipop." "Do give it a try." Sakino unwraps one and hands it to Shoko, who accepts it without hesitation this time. Actually, I do not particularly enjoy sweets, Shoko admits. Sakino blinks in surprise, but understanding dawns upon her as she observes the complexity of Shoko's expression. Everyone harbors their own unspoken secrets. Much like herself. Perhaps Shoko had endured a bitter past, having never tasted sweetness, thus cultivating a love for it in this life. That is perfectly fine. Not disliking sweets does not equate to hating them. Thus, indulging occasionally is entirely permissible. Sakino beams with a bright smile. Is it permissible to indulge occasionally? Shoko ponders, staring at the lollipop in her hand, before ultimately savoring it. The sweet flavor of strawberry floods her senses, deliciously rich and reminiscent of past joys. Chapter 41. The fiery training after her recovery, Yusuji Aoi meticulously reflected on the battle with the slaughterer. Ultimately, she realized that her reliance on magical beasts was excessive. The longer the summoned beasts remained in this realm, the greater the toll on her spell power. Once her spell power was depleted, the beasts would be forcibly returned to the realm of Brahman, and the higher their rank, the more formidable their suppression would be. Leaning on the railing, Yusuji Aoi gazed up at the azure sky, as if peering through it to discern something beyond. Was it the heavenly path that maintained the balance? Just as this thought flickered through her mind, a sudden bolt of lightning struck down from the otherwise clear sky, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder that reverberated through the heavens. The unexpected storm seemed to serve as a warning to Yusuji Aoi, cautioning her against probing the divine order. Little Aoi, why are you lying here? What is so fascinating about the sky? Wataru Gojo looked bewilderedly at the heavens, then turned his gaze to Yusuji Aoi. Suddenly, Yusuji Aoi turned her head to face Wataru Gojo, slowly articulating, Gojo, I wish to request that you train me earnestly. Huh? Wataru Gojo exhibited an exaggerated expression of astonishment. Yusuji Aoi's eyes lowered slightly, revealing a semblance of dejection, yet her tone remained resolute. I want to grow stronger. Just as Wataru Gojo was about to launch a mocking retort, he found Yusuji Aoi swiftly removing his sunglasses, gripping his arms, and gazing directly into his eyes. I desire to become stronger. I do not wish to suffer injuries anymore. I do not want to worry Natsuko, nor do I want you all to be concerned. This request may be somewhat selfish, but you are universally acknowledged as the strongest. I trust that you can help me become more formidable. Her golden eyes shone with a divine brilliance, radiant and mesmerizing. It was a request that should have been easily dismissed. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to refuse. Well then, considering we are contemporaries, I will begrudgingly agree, Wataru Gojo replied with an unnatural tone. Since that day when Yusuji Aoi asked Wataru Gojo for training assistance, she found herself ensnared in a grueling regimen. For instance, at the break of dawn, while Yusuji Aoi was still ensconced in slumber, Wataru Gojo would burst through her door, dragging her from her bed and urging her to go for a morning run. Additionally, he demanded that she perform frog jumps around the training field 5 times, maintain a horse stance for 5 hours, and spar with him for 3 hours. Among other inhumane training routines, Yusuji Aoi had ample reason to suspect that Wataru Gojo was avenging his grievances through these training sessions. I can't take it anymore. I truly cannot go on. Please, let me rest. Yusuji Aoi lamented, sprawled out on the training ground in a most ungraceful manner. Wataru Gojo, with his long strides, approached Yusuji Aoi, looking down at her from his towering height. Here I am, sacrificing my pleasant weekend time to train with you. How can you betray my good intentions? Get up. Yusuji Aoi lay there, defeated. Wataru Gojo, possessing seemingly boundless stamina, attacked ceaselessly, leaving Yusuji Aoi struggling merely to defend herself while occasionally taking a hit or two. In retrospect, during their previous skirmishes, Wataru Gojo had never truly unleashed his full strength. Observing Yusuji Aoi in her defeated state, Wataru Gojo's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Little Aoi, if you don't get up soon, I shall take an embarrassing photo of you. Upon hearing this, Yusuji Aoi sprang up with a sudden burst of energy. How dare you threaten me, Gojo? Is this a threat? It is merely a bitter remedy, Wataru Gojo replied, shaking his index finger playfully. As the two resumed their sparring, Natsuko was seated nearby, engaging in lively conversation with Suguru Geto. Geto, aren't you going to join them in training? Natsuko inquired, with a look of mock regret. Suguru Geto replied, Natsuko, I have no intention of playing the third wheel. Natsuko chuckled softly. So, how many watts do you think you would be as a light bulb? After pondering for a moment, Suguru Geto concluded, at least a 1,000,000-watt bulb. This rigorous training continued until the conclusion of the first semester, when the Jujutsu High School announced a 30-day summer break. Mother, our school has commenced summer vacation for 30 days. Yusuji Aoi exclaimed after concluding a phone call with Ainen Shihan. She began to pack her belongings, preparing to return home. As she stepped outside, She noticed Natsuko standing in the corridor, still clad in her school uniform. Natsuko, why are you still in your uniform? Aren't you heading home? Natsuko smiled faintly. School is my home. Though Yusuji Aoi was unaware of Natsuko's past, she refrained from prying further. Staying at school for too long is rather dull. Come over to my house. My parents are truly wonderful people. My mother not only looks beautiful, but also cooks delicious meals. Yusuji Aoi spoke with unrestrained enthusiasm about Ainin Shihan. Sure, I have always wanted to visit Kanagawa. Natsuko's eyes sparkled with longing. Then hurry and pack your things. I will wait for you, Yusuji Aoi urged, prompting Natsuko to gather her belongings before sending a message to Ainin Shihan, informing her that she would bring a friend home. In the afternoon at the Yusuji residence in Kanagawa, Aoi's mother adjusted her dress and asked, Shiroya, how does this outfit look on me? Aoi's brother, Shiroya, rested his head on her shoulder, sighing dramatically. Dear, it's just a classmate of the little witch coming over to play. Why must you dress so elegantly? Natsuko shot Shiroya a disapproving glance. Aoi has only been in school for a semester and is already inviting friends over. What does that imply? Shiroya pondered for a moment before teasingly suggesting. It implies that the little witch has found someone she likes. Natsuko retaliated with a sharp elbow to Shiroya. It means Aoi's classmates are trustworthy. Rubbing his side where he had been struck, Shiroya pouted childishly. Ding. Your precious daughter has returned. The software on the phone notified Ainin Shihan as it detected the villa's front door opening. Ah, Aoi's back, Ainin Shihan exclaimed, pushing Shiroya aside as she headed towards the door. Alas, the moment the little witch returns, my status plummets. How vexing. Shiroya sighed, trailing behind Ainin Shihan. In front of the villa was a quaint garden, adorned with orchids of every hue and variety, tended to daily by dedicated caretakers. As Shiroya surveyed the four individuals before him, he fell into silence. Weren't we expecting just one classmate? Why are there three? Yusuji Aoi explained. I initially planned to bring Natsuko, but Gojo insisted on joining, and so did Geto, resulting in this situation. Mother, allow me to introduce my dear friend Natsuko. Yusuji Aoi linked arms with Natsuko, presenting her to Ainin Shihan, before introducing Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto. Hello, Auntie, Uncle, Natsuko, Wataru, and Suguru greeted in unison. Welcome to our home, Ainin Shihan replied with an elegant smile, her gaze subtly sweeping over Wataru Gojo's striking white hair. With the arrival of Natsuko and her companions, the previously quiet villa became lively and vibrant. Chapter 42. The dinner prelude to prevent Wataru Gojo from causing chaos in the house. Yusuji Aoi laid down 3 rules. Firstly, no violence of any kind was permitted in her home. Secondly, any discussion of jujutsu-related matters was strictly forbidden. Lastly, all instructions would be followed without question. As soon as the third clause was proposed, it was met with a rebuttal from Satoru Gojo, who simply dismissed it with the remark, fine, if you disagree. Then don't go. Reluctantly, Satoru Gojo acquiesced to the 3 chapters of the agreement. The first and third floors were designated as guest rooms, allowing everyone the liberty to choose their preferred chambers. After guiding everyone to their rooms, Aoi Asakura took Koko Jo into the second floor. Koko, I have a room next door, why don't you stay beside me? Aoi Asakura cheerfully opened the door, ushering Koko Jo into the room. Upon entering, Koko Jo realized this was clearly the master suite, complete with a vanity, an en-suite bathroom, a walk-in closet, and even a small balcony. The floor was adorned with a thick wool carpet, and a small coffee table was set with a few books, while several cushions were scattered about. In one corner, there was even a teardrop-shaped swing, perfect for curling up with a book or taking a nap. Aoi, this is the master bedroom, isn't it? I should stay here. Koko Jo began to voice her concerns, but her words were swiftly silenced. Koko, who are you? Aoi Asakura inquired with a serious expression. Koko blinked, taken aback, and replied. I am Koko Jo. And who am I? Aoi continued to probe. You are Aoi Asakura, Koko answered. Then what is our relationship? Aoi pressed on. Classmates. Koko responded without hesitation. Wrong. You are my dear sister, my good friend. Aoi Asakura cast a somewhat melancholic glance at Koko Jo. Koko was momentarily stunned. But soon she grasped the sentiment and beamed. Yes. Good sisters, good friends. So, you can rest easy here. This house is mine. No one can drive you away. Aoi Asakura declared triumphantly, not even Satoru Gojo. Upon hearing this, Koko Jo shook her head in resignation. Once Koko settled her belongings, Aoi took her on a tour of the entire villa, even showing her the study. Have you read all these books? Koko Jo gazed in astonishment at the bookshelf. Aoi Asakura's expression was one of pride, almost radiating an air of superiority. Of course, just look at who I am. Yes, yes, our lovely, beautiful, and intelligent Aoi. Koko Jo enthusiastically chimed in. Indeed, our lovely, beautiful, and intelligent Aoi. A sarcastic voice echoed from the study's entrance. Aoi turned to see. Oh, it's that insufferable white-haired brat. Satoru Gojo, this is my home, not Jujutsu High. Aoi Asakura remarked coldly, her eyes glinting with ire. If looks could kill, Satoru Gojo would have been slain 1,000 times over by now. This individual had a peculiar penchant for sarcasm whenever he laid eyes on her. It was either ridicule or mockery. Could he not engage in civil discourse? It was fortunate for him that he possessed considerable strength. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly beaten into submission long ago. Look at her. She once begged me to train her, and now she's turned her back on me. My heart is truly shattered. Satoru Gojo feigned a sorrowful expression. Suguru Geto, grinning, sauntered over to Aoi Asakura's side. Gojo, your twisted sense of humor is rather tiresome. Geto, you abandoned me, and now you stab me in the heart? Satoru Gojo clutched his chest, as though grieving a lost lover. Suguru Geto made a gagging gesture, as if he had consumed something foul. Gojo, that's revolting. Stop your theatrics, I can't bear it. Satoru Gojo rolled his eyes, withdrawing his exaggerated expressions and boldly entering the study. Oh wow, this is impressive, he exclaimed, marveling at the multitude of books, pulling one from the shelf to peruse. Aoi Asakura shot a look of exasperation at Suguru Geto, communicating silently. Has he always been like this? Suguru Geto responded with an equally expressive glance and gesture. Yes. He is beyond redemption. Aoi Asakura sighed, her eyes rolling in defeat as she led Gojo out of the study. That evening, to welcome Aoi Asakura, Enai Senbon prepared an extravagant feast filled with dishes that Aoi adored. Wow, there's even buttered potatoes. Satoru Gojo exclaimed in amazement as he surveyed the table. Upon hearing the mention of buttered potatoes, Aoi Shirakumo perked up. You like buttered potatoes too? Yes indeed. I absolutely love them. Satoru Gojo responded. A kindred spirit. You must eat plenty. Aoi Shirakumo was eager to serve him the dish, nearly thrusting it into his hands, were it not for Enai Senbon's watchful gaze. Our household has no such formalities. Everyone can feel at ease. Enai Senbon smiled gently. Soon, everyone began to partake in the meal. Halfway through, Enai Senbon stood, raising her glass. To my dear students, I toast you. Please take good care of Aoi. Auntie, Aoi is our classmate and also our dear friend. For the coming years, we shall face challenges together. Gojo was the first to rise, raising her glass towards Enai Senbon. Even without your prompting, we shall look after Aoi. Suguru Geto chimed in, pulling Satoru Gojo along with him. Ah yes, Geto is right. We will all take good care of little Aoi, Satoru Gojo chuckled, scratching his head in a carefree manner. Indeed, we do take care of her, especially when it comes to being on the receiving end of a beating. And that's always one-sided. Aoi Asakura silently lamented. You've returned just in time. There's a lantern festival happening at the Yinshui Tianjia. You should go and enjoy it, Enai Senbon suggested cheerfully. Okay, mother. Aoi Asakura signaled an okay with her hand. However, you must return before midnight. Enai Senbon added pointedly to Aoi Asakura. Yes, rest assured, I promise to be back before midnight. Aoi Asakura assured her with a firm pat on her chest. With that, Aoi Asakura led her classmates out. Enai Senbon, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly wore a frosty expression. That white-haired boy, could he belong to that family? Dear, what are you thinking? Aoi Shirakumo emerged after tidying up the dishes, noticing his wife deep in thought. Shirakumo, don't you think that white-haired boy seems somewhat familiar? Enai Senbon gently pushed away Aoi Shirakumo's attempted embrace. Aoi Shirakumo pouted in discontent at being rebuffed, his handsome face falling into a frown. Satoru Gojo. Of the Gojo family, of course. Who else could it be? Indeed, he is from the Gojo family. It appears that Satoru Gojo is the once-in-a-century six-eyed sorcerer. Six-eyed sorcerer Enai Senbon gazed out at the cerulean sky, lost in contemplation. Fear not. Regardless of whether he is a six-eyed sorcerer or an eight-eyed sorcerer, if he dares to bully my little witch, I, Aoi Shirakumo, shall be the first to oppose. Aoi Shirakumo declared, silently adding to himself, only I can bully my little witch. Enai Senbon shot him an exasperated glare. That's not what I meant. The birth of the six-eyed sorcerer has disrupted the balance of the entire sorcery world. I worry that Aoi's close contact with Satoru Gojo may lead to unforeseen consequences. Being a sorcerer is far more perilous than being an assassin. Those unseen dangers are incredibly treacherous. Don't worry, my dear. I am here, after all. The government wouldn't want an economic crisis to sweep half the country. Aoi Shirakumo said nonchalantly as he embraced Enai Senbon. Chapter 43. Aoi's Disappearance Technique. Coco, look at that little rabbit. How adorable. Aoi Asakura exclaimed, pointing at a lantern shaped like a rabbit, addressing Gojo. Yes, it's so cute, Gojo agreed. Oh dear, my two little sisters. This happens to be the last rabbit lantern of the day. Seize the moment, for if you hesitate, it may vanish. Chuckled the vendor. I'll take it. How much? Inquired Kamishiro Aoi. Not expensive at all, just 500 yen, replied the vendor cheerfully. Wakaba Wataru was about to interject, but was restrained by Suguru Geto. Wataru, it's rare for us to be out having fun. Do refrain from your dampening remarks. Wakaba Wataru crossed his arms and snorted dismissively. Meanwhile, Kamishiro Aoi paid no heed to the two behind her and promptly produced a handful of coins from her pocket, turning to Iari Natsuko. Natsuko, do you have a preference? Choose one. Natsuko's gaze swept over the myriad of lanterns, finally settling on the goldfish lantern. Kamishiro Aoi retrieved 2 coins adorned with Polonia patterns and handed them to the vendor. Upon seeing Aoi complete her purchase, the vendor's smile broadened. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. Aoi and Natsuko each held a lantern, with the 2 boys trailing behind, reminiscent of 2 young ladies flanked by their bodyguards. Hey, Suguru, why do I feel like we're just the sidekicks? Wataru muttered to Geto, frowning slightly. Geto maintained his composure, gazing ahead, and gently pushed Wataru's head aside. That's merely your delusion. I feel no such way. Natsuko, look. There's an acrobatic performance over there. Let us hurry and check it out. Aoi exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting a distant troop. Natsuko tightened her grip on the goldfish lantern and quickened her pace to match Aoi's. TCH, what's so fascinating about an acrobatic show? Wataru remarked disdainfully. It's just a cacophony, utterly annoying. If you find it noisy, you can stay here. Geto patted Wataru's shoulder and strode towards Aoi. Wataru glanced at the throng of spectators, hesitating for a moment, and muttered to himself, well, it's not that I want to watch that tedious performance. I promised Aoi's mother I'd look after her. What if something goes awry during the act? That would be breaking my word. As Aoi approached, a scantily clad woman was walking a tightrope on stage, and the crowd was hushed, fearful that even the slightest sound might cause her to fall. A man donned in a clown mask, with a humorous tone, exclaimed, Hey, folks, there's no need to be so cautious. Jessica is a professional. So don't worry about her falling. You can speak freely. Once the clown concluded his statement, the previously silent crowd erupted like a droplet hitting water, sending ripples through the audience. The woman named Jessica not only walked the tightrope, but performed somersaults, one-legged flips, and handstands, astonishing the spectators below. Wow, that's incredible. Aoi gasped in awe. Before long, Jessica concluded her performance, and the clown stepped to the center of the stage with a microphone, bowing alongside her. After Jessica's bow, the clown snapped his fingers, and a long box materialized in the center of the stage. For the next act, I need a volunteer. Is there a kind soul willing to assist me? He called, scanning the audience. The front row was filled with eager children, all clamoring to be chosen. Pick me. Pick me. They shouted enthusiastically. Oh, dear children, this next performance might be a tad frightening. What if it scares you to tears? The clown teased. At the mention of fear, the children hesitated, exchanging glances, unsure whether to step forward. Finally, a burly man volunteered to assist the clown. The clown opened the box for all to see, then requested the man to lie inside. The man complied, and the clown closed the box over him. Rest assured, folks. The box has an air vent. This gentleman can breathe just fine, the clown reassured. To the crowd's astonishment, the clown returned from behind the stage wielding a saw. My goodness, what are you going to do? A woman in the audience gasped, clearly apprehensive. Fear not, beautiful lady. This is merely a performance, the clown replied. Then began sawing the box with great effort, causing the audience to shield their eyes in trepidation. What childish antics. This is hardly worth watching, Wataru scoffed. Seeing through the ruse. Well, watching doesn't hurt, Geto replied with a grin. If you're not watching, then just close your eyes. Aoi quipped. As they spoke, the clown had already sawn through the box, revealing its contents to the audience. There was not a trace of blood, and the audience could see the man's upper half waving to them, with his lower half still concealed within the box. Eek, his upper and lower halves are separated. Aoi shuddered, rubbing her arms in discomfort. The clown then reassembled the box and proceeded to saw it horizontally in half. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of speculation, convinced the man was doomed. After sawing, the clown lifted the top half of the box and opened it, revealing the man standing inside, completely unharmed. See, I'm fine. He bellowed with laughter. The audience erupted into applause. For the next act, the clown rolled out a box resembling a wardrobe from backstage. Jessica, the tightrope walker, returned to the stage. This next performance is called the Vanishing Act. The clown announced, opening the box to reveal it was completely empty. He even wheeled it around the stage to assure the audience of its emptiness. He instructed Jessica to step inside the box, then closed the door and began his incantation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to witness the miracle. The clown flung open the door, and it was completely vacant, causing a stir among the crowd. He closed the door again, then reopened it, and Jessica reappeared, much to everyone's astonishment. Hey, Wataru, do you know how they do that? Aoi nudged Wataru with her elbow, her curiosity piqued. Wataru grinned mischievously and leaned closer to Aoi, whispering, I want to tell you. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Aoi exclaimed, exasperated, as she punched Wataru playfully. Would this lovely lady care to give it a try? The clown suddenly approached Aoi, inquiring, Me? Really? Aoi looked around, seeing the encouraging expressions on the faces of the crowd, and somewhat dazedly stepped onto the stage. As she entered the box, she watched the door close slowly, plunging her into darkness, her mind racing with thoughts of how she had ended up there. A strange fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and her consciousness began to fade. Meanwhile, the clown opened the door, revealing the box was indeed empty, and did not reopen it. Wataru lowered his sunglasses, his expression turning serious. Something's amiss with this individual. Geto narrowed his eyes slightly, while Natsuko's countenance turned grave as she gazed at the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this performance has come to an end. May our paths cross again, the clown declared, and as he finished speaking, his body seemed to dissolve, leaving only a pile of clothing behind. Damn it, I've been played. Wataru cursed, leaping onto the stage and flinging open the door, confirming that the box was indeed empty. The audience below assumed that the girl who had just performed alongside the clown was part of his entourage. Thus, when the clown vanished into thin air, they did not express much concern. However, upon witnessing Satoru Gojo and his companions rush onto the stage, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The girl was not an accomplice of the clown. After the clown made her disappear, she had not reappeared, and the clown had, in fact, vanished in plain sight. A chilling realization dawned upon them. Someone had committed a crime under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chapter 44. The Rival of Shirayuki Uka. The audience showed no inclination to assist Satoru Gojo and his allies, dispersing like frightened birds. Fortunately, Gojo and his companions had not anticipated any help from them. Gojo, can't your 6 eyes discern how Qingli vanished? Asked Shoko Yeri, her brow furrowed in concern. Gojo, feeling somewhat helpless, explained, earlier, when that clown didn't open the door for Qingli, I instinctively sensed something was amiss. However, at that moment, Qingli was still inside. Subsequently, after the clown uttered those words, he vanished, and so did Qingli, without any warning. If it weren't for my 6 eyes, I wouldn't have even known when she disappeared. It was as if it were magic, poof, and she was gone, right? Suguru Geto remarked, his elongated eyes revealing no emotion. Exactly. You've captured the essence perfectly. Gojo commended, giving a thumbs up. Yeri slapped Gojo's thumb away, exasperated. What are you doing joking around at a time like this? Hurry and find Qingli. How will we explain this to her parents later? Gojo, as if struck by lightning, suddenly remembered his earlier vow to take good care of Uka Shirayuki. Feeling the sting of his own words. Oh, who took Qingli? Show yourself. He yelled, tearing at his hair in frustration. Qingli hadn't been gone for long. Even if someone had taken her, she couldn't have escaped too far. Let us split up and search. We'll reconvene here in an hour, Geto suggested calmly. The 3 soon dispersed, but despite their thorough search of the surroundings, they found no trace of Uka Shirayuki. How will I face Qingli's parents? Gojo lamented, pushing his elbow against Geto's side. Geto shrugged helplessly. What else can we do? We'll just have to make do. Meanwhile, at the Uka family villa, so, Qingli vanished along with that clown, did she? An intriguing smile played on Anai Senbin's lips. Although she smiled, an unsettling sensation lingered in the air. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gojo scratched the back of his head and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, Auntie. But rest assured, we will bring Qingli back. Just as Anai was about to respond, her phone rang abruptly. After a brief conversation, her demeanor shifted from warm to razor-sharp. Nishimura, do not forget your own identity. Know what you should and shouldn't do, she said before abruptly hanging up. Auntie, what should we do now? Yuri began to inquire. Good child, you needn't worry. Everything is fine. You 3 should go upstairs and rest. Qingli is safe. She is merely catching up with an old acquaintance, Anai reassured, patting Yeri's shoulder gently. Despite her words, Yeri remained anxious. Once the 3 had retired to rest, Shirayuki Uka pulled Anai into an embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder, and complained, Darling, when did you acquire an old acquaintance? I was unaware. Anai's lips curled into a slight frown. What old acquaintance? It's just Nishimura, my father's disciple. He is 5 years younger than me and has clung to me since he could remember, like a stubborn burr. Upon hearing this, Uka's expression darkened. Oh, that is quite alarming. He is indeed your rival. Fear not, my love. Allow me to deal with this bothersome leech. How dare he pursue my wife? Nishimura, your days are numbered. Uka revealed a sinister smile, unseen by Anai. However, Anai interrupted Uka's malevolent grin. Leave the matters of the Sunbon family to those of the Sunbon family, she declared resolutely. Meanwhile, at Nishimura's residence, have you lost your mind? How dare you abduct Miss Qingli from the Sunban family in broad daylight? I'm not insane. I merely wish to meet Nis' daughter. You've all met her. So why shouldn't I? Isn't it true that you avoided the full moon banquet to escape witnessing the affection between the young lady and Shiryuki? Be quiet. That is not it. Shiryuki awoke to the incessant chatter, but remained still, straining to listen to the conversation around her. I advise you to return Miss Qingli promptly. If the patriarch learns of this, you'll face dire consequences. The man conversing with him seemed to contemplate for a long while before responding with difficulty. I fear Ni is already on her way. What? I informed Ni that Qingli was with me. Looks like you're courting death. If the young lady gets angry, I won't be able to contain her. You're on your own. Then there was the sound of footsteps followed by the door slamming shut. After a moment, slowly opened her eyes, her emotions a tangled web. Is this a member of the Sunban family? They possess quite the audacity to abduct me. If grandfather finds out, he'll flay him alive. Checked her pocket and discovered her phone was still there. She promptly dialed Ni to inform her of her safety and relayed the conversation she had just overheard verbatim. Mother, what should we do now? Inquired. She could easily leave now, but escalating this matter would mean abducting the granddaughter of the Sunban family patriarch, an act of provocation, a grievous offense. Even if the intent was merely to meet her, such a method was utterly inappropriate. Qingli, we are nearly there. Do not concern yourself with this. Allow us to handle it. Ni stated just as heard the honk of a car outside the window. Peering outside, she was astonished to see Nis' Rolls-Royce. Meanwhile, Nishimura had already assembled people at the gate. Mother, your efficiency is astounding. Exclaimed, wide-eyed. As soon as the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, Nishimura rushed forward to open the door for Ni. Glared menacingly at Nishimura as he followed Ni out of the car. Ni, clad in a sleek black suit, with her lustrous black hair cascading down her back, stood nearly 180 centimeters tall in her 12 centimeters heels, towering over Nishimura. Her features were delicate, with almond-shaped eyes that usually exuded warmth and tranquility, now sharp with unbridled fury as she fixed her gaze on Nishimura. Nishimura, you must understand that Qingli is of utmost importance to me. Ni appeared emotionless, yet her eyes burned with unquenchable rage. I understand my mistake. Nishimura quickly knelt and bowed his head in apology. It seems some individuals are simply incorrigible, remarked with a sardonic tone. Xiangong Nishimura, in a fit of annoyance, glared up at Shanjin Bei, provoking a peculiar exclamation from him. Though he stood taller than Qianbin Ni, he resembled a child, cowering behind her and clutching her arm. Looking up at her with a pitiful expression. Wife, he glared at me. Chapter 45, The End of Summer Vacation. Qianbin Ni's gaze sharpened. Akin to two flying swords aimed directly at Xiangong Nishimura, an invisible aura pressing down upon him as he knelt in supplication. It seems you've forgotten all decorum. I believe it's time for a refresher course on the rules. Miss, I was wrong. Please, have mercy and spare me. Upon hearing this, Xiangong Nishimura began to tremble violently. As if gripped by fear, Qianbin Ni remained silent, her cold stare fixated on him. Suddenly, the shadow of Xiangong Nishimura, sprawled on the ground, began to distort. His fear intensified upon witnessing this, as from within the shadow emerged a figure clad entirely in black, revealing nothing but a pair of eyes. The cloaked figure offered a strange bow to Qianbin Ni, before dragging Xiangong Nishimura into the depths of that shadow. His subordinates, witnessing their leader's abduction, dared not utter a word, terrified that they too might meet the same fate. Following this incident, Shanjin Qingli returned home unscathed. It was nearly 2 or 3 in the morning, and wishing not to disturb Jerry Shoko and the others, she refrained from intruding and retreated to her own room. As soon as she entered, she was enveloped by a slightly cool body, just as she contemplated breaking free from the embrace. She focused her gaze and was taken aback to find it was Jerry Shoko. It seemed she had been waiting for a long time, her body radiating a chill. Yet, despite this coldness, Shanjin Qingli's heart felt warm. Shoko, I'm back. I'm sorry to have worried you, Shanjin Qingli said, returning the embrace and gently stroking Jerry Shoko's back. Jerry Shoko scrutinized Shanjin Qingli from head to toe, confirming that she was unharmed, and earnestly stated, Qingli, I'm glad you're safe. It's so late, and you waited for me. Shanjin Qingli was so moved that she nearly twirled around with Jerry Shoko in her arms. I'm truly touched. Jerry Shoko chuckled helplessly, responding gently, I couldn't sleep. So I went to the balcony to stargaze. Then I saw your parents leave in the car, and I figured they must have gone to fetch you. And indeed, you returned safely. Shoko, stop. If you keep this up, I fear I might just fall in love with you, Shanjin Qingli teased, winking playfully and flashing a joyful smile. Jerry Shoko, seeing this, smiled in delight. The following morning, Shanjin Qingli rose as usual for breakfast and encountered Wu Tiao Wu and Xie Jiao on the first floor. Good morning. Qingli, greeted Seiyojia with a beaming smile. Little Lee, why are you only just getting up? The sun is practically scorching your backside. Wu Tiaowu teased as usual. Shanjin Qingli smiled and greeted Seiyojia before turning to Wu Tiaowu, offering a courteous smile that barely concealed her annoyance. Wu Tiaowu and Seiyojia didn't linger at Shangin's home for long before departing, leaving only Jerry Shoko, who was compelled by Shanjin Qingli to spend the entire summer vacation together. As summer vacation drew to a close and they returned to Jujutsu High, it wasn't long before Yaya Zhengdao notified them of an upcoming sister school exchange meeting. This exchange meeting, an annual event between the Tokyo Metropolitan and Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High Schools, involved students from every grade. The seniors had been dispatched on missions abroad and would not return in time, leaving only the second and first-year students, including Shanjin Qingli, to participate. When they were to gather at the barrier entrance, only Shanjin Qingli and her 3 companions arrived, with not a single second-year student in sight. Teacher, let me go to the exchange meeting alone. I can take on Tokyo Prefecture by myself. Wu Tiaowu leaned against the car with an air of arrogance. Or we could set off without them, Seiyojia suggested with a smile. Yaya Zhengdao glanced at the time and reassured them, don't worry, they'll be here soon. Just as Yaya Zhengdao finished speaking, 2 girls appeared from a side path. One, dressed in a Miko outfit of white and red, said, sorry to keep you waiting. Humph. Wu Tiaowu scoffed mockingly at her apology. Let me introduce you. This is JJK, and this is Mingming, your seniors. Yaya Zhengdao introduced them to Shanjin Qingli and her friends. Hello, seniors, they greeted politely. Shanjin Qingli, Jerry Shoko, and Seiyojia smiled. But Wu Tiaowu acted as though he had not seen them at all, declaring, now that everyone's here, can we depart? Yaya Zhengdao was about to introduce Shanjin Qingli and the others to JJK and Mingming when Wu Tiaowu interrupted, receiving a sharp glare from Yaya Zhengdao. This is Wu Tiaowu, Seiyojia, Shanjin Qingli, and Jerry Shoko, Yaya Zhengdao introduced in order. Hello, JJK and Mingming replied. Shanjin Qingli and her companions exchanged faint smiles, remaining silent, as they had scarcely met at school and were unsure of what to say. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Yaya Zhengdao cleared his throat and suggested, since we are all here, let us set off. Shanjin Qingli, Jerry Shoko, Seiyojia, and Wu Tiaowu shared one vehicle, while JJK and Mingming joined Yaya Zhengdao in another. Shanjin Qingli pulled Jerry Shoko along, while Seiyojia settled into the back seat. With a swift motion, Shanjin Qingli closed the car door, turning to Wu Tiaowu with an apologetic expression. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. There's no room left. You can sit in the passenger seat. Ah, so you're excluding me, are you? Wu Tiaowu protested, clinging to the car door, unwilling to relent. Enough of the delays. Get in. We're just waiting for you. Shanjin Qingli retorted dismissively. Jia, are you just going to watch her exclude me? Are you still my good brother? Wu Tiaowu grumbled, indignantly pulling at the passenger door. Seiyojia crossed his arms, his tone playful as he replied, Wu, when have we ever been good brothers? I wasn't aware of it. Do you wish to be my little brother? Wu Tiaowu turned sharply from the passenger seat, glaring at Seiyojia with a fierce expression. No way. You're the little brother. I'm the elder. Seiyojia shrugged, speaking in a tone that was infuriatingly casual. You're only a year older than me. Do I really have to call you brother? That would be quite the loss for me. I'm not old. I'm at the prime of my youth. Wu Tiaowu declared defiantly. Shanjin Qingli erupted into a fit of uncontrollable laughter, then mischievously remarked, oh dear, at the prime of your youth, are you? Don't laugh at Wu Tiaowu. He might just jump out of the car. Jerry Shoko gently nudged Shanjin Qingli, seemingly defending Wu Tiaowu, yet actually teasing him. Wu, how could you? Wu Tiaowu feigned heartbreak, clutching his chest dramatically. You're all ganging up on me. I'll tell Teacher Yao on you. Oh dear. I'm so scared. Shanjin Qingli exaggeratedly clasped her hands over her mouth, adopting a comically frightened expression while her tone remained teasing. But tell me, do you think Teacher Yao will believe you or us? Wu Tiaowu glanced between Shanjin Qingli, Jerry Shoko, and Seiyojia. The 3 had evidently formed a small faction intent on excluding him. I'm going to lose my mind. This is infuriating. Wu Tiaowu exclaimed in exasperation. Seated in the driver's seat, Akita Yuan wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, subtly shifting aside, apprehensive that some resentful individual might unleash their frustration upon him. Following this brief interlude, the journey to Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School proceeded smoothly. Unlike the Tokyo counterpart, the Kyoto school surprisingly stood not in the mountains, but rather boldly in the heart of the city. A rather impressive feat at the entrance, a maid welcomed them at the shrine and guided them to a nearby stone tablet, where she respectfully bowed before departing. Hey, Raquenji, we've arrived, said Yaga Yoshinobu, holding his phone and addressing the person on the other end. Shortly thereafter, a barrier behind the stone tablet opened. Welcome, esteemed guests from Tokyo, to the inter-school exchange meeting. Chapter 46. The Inter-School Exchange Meeting. After mutual greetings, the principal of Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School arranged for one of their teachers to escort Izumi Aoi and her companions to their accommodations. The exchange meeting was set to last 3 days, necessitating a 2-night stay at Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Honestly, what could be resolved in a day is stretched over 3. The old man from Kyoto is truly dragging his feet. Gojo Satoru expressed his dissatisfaction with the principal's arrangements. Yaga adjusted his sunglasses and replied sternly, Satoru, refrain from speaking carelessly. That is the principal of Kyoto Prefectural. We are here today to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. With his hands clasped behind his head, Gojo ambled along in a nonchalant manner, scoffing, familiarize ourselves? I could knock out the Kyoto students with my eyes closed. Just as he finished speaking, a male voice interjected. Sometimes, excessive confidence can be detrimental. Izumi Aoi turned to see 3 individuals approaching. One of whom was a striking young man with vibrant red hair, the speaker among them. Oh, I thought it was someone noteworthy. Turns out it's the illustrious Kurizawa family's young master, Kurizawa Rinkai, Gojo remarked mockingly. Satoru, at least Rinkai is your senior. How can you speak so disrespectfully? Protested the blonde girl beside Kurizawa. Izumi Aoi quietly inquired of Kamitachi Shoko and Suguru Geto. Is this guy really that unpopular? It feels like he's at odds with everyone. Geto chuckled. With Satoru's personality, who could possibly tolerate him? Shoko nodded in agreement. Satoru, you haven't changed at all, Kurizawa Rinkai remarked, sounding quite familiar with Gojo. Such pretentiousness is utterly nauseating, Gojo retorted, clearly disdainful. Yaga, with a stern expression, approached to prevent Gojo from further disparaging Kurizawa and awkwardly smiled at the Kyoto teacher nearby. Kurizawa, wearing an expression of feigned humility, bowed and departed gracefully. That person hasn't changed at all, still as affected as ever. Gojo couldn't hide his contempt. Hearing him utter the word affected, Izumi Aoi couldn't help but chuckle. Hey little Aoi, what does that expression mean? Gojo turned his attention toward her. Izumi smiled slightly and made an international gesture of goodwill. Just as Gojo was about to retort, he noticed Yaga approaching with a serious demeanor. Yaga-sensei, don't be angry. It'll only age you, he joked. Shoko, that guy is definitely going to receive a thump from Yaga-sensei, Izumi said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. True to her prediction, Yaga swiftly delivered a sharp rap to Gojo's head, reiterating that no trouble should arise during the exchange meeting. Reluctantly, Gojo agreed, his gaze wandering, responding with utmost nonchalance. The remainder of their group proceeded smoothly to their accommodations. After assigning rooms, Yaga convened a brief meeting. The next day's exchange meeting would consist of individual matches and team competitions. The individual matches would feature 5 participants, with each round allowing each school to send forth 1 student. The victor would earn 3 points, while the loser would receive 1. With no student permitted to compete more than once. Yaga used Gojo as an example when explaining the rules. The Kyoto school simply cannot play fair. They're too afraid to let me take them all on single-handedly, Gojo scoffed. If you were to take them all on alone, what would we have left to play for? Izumi countered without hesitation. Gojo, hands in his pockets, boasted, I'm not trying to belittle you, little Aoi. But you can't even defeat me or Geto, and you think you can take on the whole Kyoto team? You must be dreaming. Izumi's jaw tightened, her teeth grinding in frustration. That insufferable white-haired fool has no concept of humility. She fumed, just as Gojo was about to add more. He felt a piercing gaze upon him. Gojo, this is a meeting, Yaga stated sternly, though his eyes remained fixed on Gojo, as if to say, I'm watching you closely. Gojo seemed unfazed, responding cheerfully, of course, sensei. What a thick skin, Izumi thought to herself, suppressing a smirk. The individual matches would be 1v1. While the team competitions would test collaboration, with each school sending 5 participants. Victors would earn 10 points. The team competition involved cursed energy shooting. There was no hidden meaning. It was quite literal. The venue for the team competition was a forest, wherein 5 types of colored origami cranes, red, white, blue, gold, and purple, were placed. Before entering the competition, students needed to select one of these colors to wear as a badge on their chests. Shooting at cranes of the corresponding color would earn 1 point, while shooting at a crane of a different color would result in a point deduction. Additionally, students could shoot each other. Successfully hitting an opponent's badge would eliminate them from the competition, transferring their points to the shooter. However, badges of the same color could not shoot each other. For example, a blue badge could not target another blue badge. Only badges of different colors were permissible targets, and no points would be deducted from missed shots. Furthermore, the use of techniques and domains was prohibited during the team competition. Any violations would result in a complete loss of points and immediate disqualification. This not only tested teamwork, but also aimed to strengthen the camaraderie between the 2 schools. The total score from the individual matches would be combined with the team scores. with the highest scoring school emerging victorious in this inter-school exchange meeting. The individual matches would feature Suguru Geto first, followed by Aoi, Izumi, Gojo as the final competitor. And for the team competition, Aoi, Gojo, Geto, Izumi, and Mei would participate. With a mischievous smile, Gojo hooked his arm around Geto's neck, winking as he said, "Geto, this team competition sounds like a blast. Let us go hunt the Kyoto students tomorrow." Geto, coolly pulling away Gojo's arm, placed his hands in his pockets and replied, "Satoru, friendship comes first, competition second. We can't let Kyoto win too embarrassingly. What if Principal Rakuenji ends up sputtering blood?" Gojo was about to retort that it would be better if he did, only to catch Geto's wicked smile. "Shall we wait for them to accumulate some points before embarking on the hunt?" Walking behind the two towering figures, Shows and Aoi exchanged a glance with Yeri Shoko, their eyes reflecting a silent understanding that at least they were not adversaries of these two. The duo seemed to be conspiring some nefarious scheme, their laughter dripping with malice, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 47. The Passionate Individual Battle. Perhaps it was the sudden arrival in a new locale that rendered Shows and Aoi restless in her bed. Unable to find solace in sleep, she tossed and turned, her eyes sealed shut, yet her mind buzzed with an unusual vigor, akin to the effects of a stimulant. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any peculiar sounds, save for her faint breaths. After yet another restless turn, she ultimately opened her eyes, gazing at the delicate moonlight streaming through the window, her spirit somewhat adrift. Memories of her past life flooded back, recalling the nights spent in solitude within a woodshed, where the only company she had was the flickering moonlight alongside the firewood. The next morning, she was jolted awake by a thunderous knocking at the door and someone's voice calling out like a soul in distress. "The sun has risen. Get up, little Aoi. If you don't hurry, you'll be late for the individual competition." "Hey, are you a pig? How can you sleep for so long? You must be a pig. Jay, come help me wake Aoi up. Don't just stand there." Just as Fushiguro Megumi contemplated kicking the door down, it swung open from the inside. Shosen Aoi shot a disgruntled glare at Fushiguro Megumi before addressing Suguru Geto. "Wait for me a moment. I need to wash my face and change." Watching the door close before him, Fushiguro clutched his chest, an expression of mock sorrow etched on his face. How utterly heart-wrenching. Here I am, kindly waking Aoi, and she has the audacity to glare at me. Where is the justice in this world? Suguru Geto, uninterested in Fushiguro's melodramatic antics and childish remarks, turned away and left him behind. "Hey, Geto, where are you going? Wait for me." The individual competition was held at the Kyoto Prefectural Training Ground. The principal of Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School delivered a brief opening remark before officially commencing the individual matches of the two schools. The first representative from Kyoto was a somewhat slender boy, a first-year student named Takai Shin. "Geto, if you lose, I shall take great delight in mocking you," Fushiguro stated with utmost seriousness. Geto stretched his wrists, his fox-like eyes curving slightly. "Worry not, I shall not grant you the pleasure of ridicule." The banter before the match was truly unparalleled. Shosen Aoi mused silently as she observed the two. "Geto, do your best." She cheered as she saw Suguru Geto preparing to step into the arena. Geto smiled and waved his hand, turning to stride into the training ground. Although termed a training ground, it resembled more of a football or basketball field, with the central area designated for combat and a surrounding tiered seating arrangement. The left side of the aisle was occupied by the Kyoto students, while Shosen Aoi and her companions settled on the right. After exchanging greetings, the Kyoto representative, Takai Shin, made the first move, which Suguru Geto effortlessly dodged. It was evident that the first student from Kyoto relied on agility, delivering rapid and precise strikes with impeccable defense. Yet, Suguru Geto appeared utterly unfazed by the risk of losing this individual battle, countering with ease. "Geto, why are you dawdling? Put that skinny monkey out of his misery," Fushiguro called out, unable to contain himself. The students from Kyoto turned to glare at Fushiguro, seemingly displeased by his audacity. In contrast, Fushiguro wore a smug expression, as if to say, "What? Don't like it? Come at me." "Enough of your narcissism. Focus on the match," Shosen Aoi remarked with an exasperated expression. Just as Fushiguro was about to retort, he was pierced by the icy gaze of Yaga Yoshinobu, causing him to chuckle sheepishly and retreat into silence. On the field, the tide of battle shifted. Takai Shin appeared to be growing weary, struggling to evade attacks, while Suguru Geto still had ample stamina. With a sudden and unexpected straight punch, Suguru Geto sent Takai Shin tumbling to the ground. The first individual match concluded with a victory for the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School. The second match featured the elegant and Kageheim against the towering first-year opponent. Observing the stark difference in their physiques, Shosen Aoi felt a pang of anxiety for Anne. However, to her surprise, Anne managed to hold her own against the imposing male student. The second individual match ended with a victory for Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu High School. Rising to stretch her limbs, Shozen Aoi noticed a girl standing up from the left side of the bleachers. It was the blonde girl, Chihiro Suki, who had accompanied Kurizawa Rinkai the previous day. "Little Aoi, you've got this," Fushiguro called out in a deliberately annoying tone. Shozen Aoi shot him a glare, as if to say, "Is this really the time for your antics? How childish." Once in the arena, the two faced each other. "Please teach me," Shozen Aoi greeted politely, her gaze drawn to Chihiro's exquisite features. Chihiro narrowed her eyes slightly, and in the next moment, she launched a beautiful straight punch aimed at Shozen Aoi's side. Reacting instinctively, Shozen Aoi dodged backward, causing Chihiro's punch to miss, immediately transitioning into an elbow strike. Shozen Aoi grit her teeth and absorbed the blow, seizing Chihiro's arm, pulling her aside while delivering a knee strike to her lower back. "Wow, you return an elbow strike with a knee strike? Are girls really this ferocious in a fight?" Fushiguro remarked, astonished. After exchanging several blows, Shozen Aoi momentarily created some distance between them. Just then, Chihiro launched a sudden flurry of attacks, compelling Shozen Aoi to evade with considerable effort. "I cannot remain on the defensive any longer," she thought to herself, before the next attack could land. She dodged at an unorthodox angle and struck out with a palm, enveloped in a gust of wind. Sensing the danger, Chihiro swiftly moved aside. As the palm strike missed, Shozen Aoi transformed it into a punch, channeling her energy as she leaped into the air, her fist propelled by the wind. Chihiro, unfazed, raised her arm to block the blow, but to her surprise, Shozen Aoi's fist opened and firmly grasped her arm, pinning her to the ground before she could react. Their positions were rather precarious. Shozen Aoi held Chihiro's arm secured against her chest with one hand while the other locked her wrist, effectively immobilizing her legs. Chihiro's eyes flickered with surprise. She hadn't anticipated being subdued herself. This odd posture did not last long. As Shozen Aoi released Chihiro, her tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she inquired, "Are you all right, senpai?" Chihiro regarded Shozen Aoi with a glimmer of admiration. "You are quite impressive." The third individual match concluded with a victory for the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu High School. For the fourth match, the senior Mei entered the arena, facing off against Kurizawa Rinkai, whom she had encountered the day before. Mei presented an image of grace and composure, yet when the battle commenced, she displayed remarkable agility and control, advancing and retreating with poise. Reflecting on Kurizawa Rinkai, one cannot help but wonder if he is simply yielding to Mingming, as every gesture he makes exudes an air of gentlemanly grace. It appears somewhat ostentatious. Wataru Gojo cast a fleeting glance his way and immediately lost interest. It must be said that Rinkai, this senior, indeed gives off a somewhat pretentious vibe. If it's a battle, then let it be a battle. What is the point of walking with hands clasped behind his back? Does he believe it enhances his elegance or gentlemanly demeanor? Despite Rinkai's affectation, his prowess is undeniable, as evidenced by the final few moves that culminated in a swift chop to the side of Mingming's neck. "I concede," Rinkai smiled and bowed. In the fourth personal match, the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School emerged victorious. Ordinarily, the fifth personal match should have proceeded, but the Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu Technical School chose to forfeit outright. Wataru Gojo, eager to unleash his fury upon the Kyoto team, was left bewildered by their surrender. Alas, the grand finale of Wataru Gojo's anticipated appearance was snatched away, resulting in raucous laughter. In Chapter 48, Wataru Gojo found himself facing the indignity of a title being stripped away. In the personal matches, the Tokyo school achieved a score of 3 wins and 2 losses, totaling 11 points, while the Kyoto school recorded 2 wins and 3 losses, amassing 9 points. Following the conclusion of the morning's personal matches, a period of leisure ensued, permitting students to meander around the campus or explore the vicinity of Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu Technical School, provided it did not interfere with the team match schedule for the following day. Aoi Yusuji and Shoko Yeri opted to return to their rooms for a midday rest, whereas Wataru Gojo and Suguru Geto, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, wore mischievous grins that suggested nefarious intentions. What mischief they were up to was likely known only to the two of them. "Rinkai, Wataru Gojo is truly overstepping," exclaimed Chiyosuke. But her words were abruptly silenced by a mere glance from Kurizawa Rinkai. "Great achievers do not concern themselves with trifles. It matters not," Rinkai responded with a smile. In stark contrast, Wataru Gojo beamed with anticipation for the impending team match. Little did he know, he was about to be stripped of his title. "Old man, what do you mean by this? Why can't I participate?" Wataru Gojo clenched his fists and stormed up to confront the principal of Kyoto Prefectural Jujutsu Technical School, a frail old man named Yoshikawa Jashin, with the intention of delivering a thrashing if he could not articulate a valid reason. "Simply because you possess the 6 eyes," Yoshikawa Jashin said, his brow furrowed and his tone slightly irked. Wataru Gojo bristled at this. What? Just because I have the 6 eyes, I am barred from participating? What is the point of holding an exchange event then? Might as well turn it into a child's game. Yoshikawa Jashin's wrinkled face twitched. He wished to retort, but ultimately remained silent. Seizing the opportunity that the old man offered by not countering him, Wataru Gojo mocked. So, you want us to compete 4v5? Or do you intend for Shoko to join the fray? Yoshikawa Jashin gritted his teeth and replied, since the Tokyo team only has 4 participants, we shall adjust the competition to a 4v14 match. Thus, the Tokyo team consisted of Aoi Yasuji, Suguru Geto, Kanu Riku, and Mingming, while the Kyoto team featured Kurosawa Rinkai, Noera Yoshika, Takagi Hayato, and Yoshida Arako. The 8 participants were awarded medals. Geto, little Rico, you must do your best. Don't get eliminated, or I shall mock you mercilessly, Wataru Gojo teased. Suguru Geto narrowed his fox-like eyes and replied casually, fear not, we shall not lose. Without you, we can still secure victory, Aoi Yasuji declared confidently, arms crossed. Just then, a sarcastic voice intruded, anyone can boast. Aoi turned to see Yoshida Arako from the Kyoto team, his expression dripping with disdain as he looked down upon her. You'll find out whether it's boasting shortly, Aoi retorted with a knowing smile. Humph. Yoshida Arako clearly dismissed Aoi's words, sizing her up before scanning the others. None of you are my match. Your arrogance is well matched with your physique, but alas, your intellect barely reaches your ankles, Suguru Geto remarked with a smile. Yoshida Arako's muscles tensed, seemingly ready to strike. Enough. The team match is about to commence. All students, please prepare yourselves, Yoshikawa Jashin warned, casting a sharp glance at Yoshida Arako. The 8 competitors would be randomly transported to various locations within the forest, with a time limit of 4 hours, and the rules of the match had been clearly outlined beforehand, with points determining victory or defeat. Aoi Yasuji found herself transported to the bank of a small river, where a multitude of floating origami cranes in red, white, blue, gold, and purple fluttered gently in the air. Among them were the very cranes she required. Her medal was blue, so she aimed to shoot the blue origami cranes or target students from the Kyoto school adorned with other colored medals. Am I truly this fortunate to arrive and find so many origami cranes? Aoi counted and was astonished to discover 8 blue cranes. Had she not been on Kyoto's turf, she might have suspected foul play. Aoi swiftly took down the easily shot cranes, adding 5 points to her score. However, 3 cranes remained. 2 blue cranes were perilously close to others, making it easy to hit the wrong one, and one was even overlapping with a gold crane, resembling a pair of lovers. This is a bit troublesome. Aoi rubbed her fingers together, then focused her attention, channeling her cursed energy into threads to navigate around the other colored cranes while maintaining a steady output. Upon striking one blue crane, she did not pause but pressed on to shoot another blue crane. Finally, only the overlapping blue crane with the gold crane remained. Aoi squinted at the 2 entwined cranes, pondering their stubbornness in remaining together. After a moment's contemplation, a mischievous grin spread across her face as she picked up a small stone, approached the riverbank nearest to the affectionate cranes, and hurled the stone, forcibly separating them. Ha ha ha, the rules state one must shoot cranes of the same color. It never mentioned one could not use stones to strike cranes of other colors. Aoi smirked before targeting the blue crane. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Yoshikawa Jashin, along with Yaga Yoshinori and others, monitored the competition through the medals worn by the students. They witnessed Aoi using a stone to separate the love-struck origami cranes. Anju, there appears to be a flaw in your rules, Yoshikawa Jashin remarked nonchalantly. The man standing beside him, Anju Haruki, was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to exploit such a loophole. Principal, Anju began to explain, but Yoshikawa Jashin interrupted. Never mind, let it be. He raised his hand to signal Anju not to elaborate. Yaga adjusted his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with approval beneath the shades. At that moment, Aoi Yasuji stood at the top of the leaderboard with 8 points, pulling ahead of second place Takagi Hayato by a 5-point margin. Aoi was undoubtedly the luckiest, already shooting cranes while others were still searching. Yet, paradoxically, Aoi Yasuji also bore the weight of being the unluckiest. From the perspective of the map, 2 students from the Kyoto school surrounded her, and they did not bear the blue insignia, signifying that an imminent confrontation would erupt should they cross paths. Meanwhile, the closest Tokyo school student to Kamiiizumi Aoi was the southeast-bound Suguru Geto. In Chapter 49, Persuasion and Division, Kamiiizumi Aoi was utterly unprepared for the revelation that there would be live updates on the team competition standings. The rules had not stipulated any such announcements. This was undeniably a ploy against her. As of 9 a.m., the rankings revealed that Kamiiizumi Aoi of the Tokyo school was in first place with 12 points, followed by Takai Kigen of the Kyoto School with 7 points, Suguru Geto of the Tokyo School with 7 points as well, followed by Yoshihara Ryoka of the Kyoto School with 4 points, and Yoshida Arako of the Kyoto School with 2 points. The sweet mechanical voice echoed 3 times before ceasing, as if to ensure that everyone was aware of her 12 points. The team competition commenced at 8:30 a.m., and the first report at 9 a.m. led Kamiizumi Aoi to deduce that updates would occur every half hour, indicating that the highest scorer would become the target of envy for others. Kamiizumi Aoi rubbed her forehead in frustration, sensing that the impending hours would be arduous. She needed to either locate allies swiftly or risk being found by the Kyoto students while remaining isolated. At that moment, a furious voice echoed from a nearby part of the forest, brimming with exasperation. Damn it! How did that shorty manage to score 12 points so quickly? She must be cheating. I'll report her as soon as I'm out of here. Yoshida Arako vented as he slammed his fist into a tree trunk, scattering leaves all around. Achoo! Achoo! As Kamiizumi Aoi continued her path, she unexpectedly sneezed twice. Ugh, it must be that Kyoto crowd cursing me, she mused, connecting her recent broadcast to the likely source of their disdain. Well, luck is a part of strength too. If I'm fortunate, what can I do about it? She mumbled to herself. Your misfortune is imminent, a voice murmured ominously. A chill ran down Kamiizumi Aoi's spine as her cursed energy surged, enveloping her in a protective barrier just as a sharp force of cursed energy struck against her shield. Takai Kigen observed Kamiizumi Aoi with a smirk that hinted at malicious glee. Why was Takai Kigen grinning in such a manner? Because, in addition to him, Yoshihara Ryoka had also arrived, effectively trapping her between them. Ah, so you're going to offer a sweet promise before delivering a slap? Once luck runs out, misfortune follows. Kamiizumi Aoi yearned to let out a defiant howl to the heavens, yet the current circumstances forbade such an outburst. Hey, don't you think it's unfair for two of you to gang up on me? She maintained her energy output while attempting to distract them with words. Takai Kigen fixed his gaze upon her. You're the first place holder with 12 points. Why should we let you escape? Submission is inevitable. We can still allow you to leave with some dignity. Yoshihara Ryoka readied his cursed energy for an attack. Kamiizumi Aoi's lips twitched in annoyance. What did he mean by leave with dignity? His words implied she was on the verge of defeat, which was quite unpleasantly phrased, showcasing his lack of eloquence. Ryoka, let us not be so brutish. When dealing with a lady, we should appeal to reason and emotion. Takai Kigen expressed his discontent towards the aggressive Yoshihara Ryoka. Have you lost your mind? This is a competition. She is from the Tokyo School, our adversary. Yoshihara Ryoka often found it difficult to comprehend what his junior was thinking. Takai Kigen, enamored by beauty, would pursue any chance to engage in conversation, only to find himself rebuffed. Yet he would still lament the fragrant foot that had kicked him away. Yoshihara Ryoka seemed to harbor disdain for his peer's behavior. Observing the two boys embroiled in a verbal spat, Kamiizumi Aoi quickly chimed in. Yes, indeed. How can you be so uncivilized? What about your gentlemanly decorum as a man? No girl would ever like you if you continue like this. What use is gentlemanly decorum in a competition? I intend to defeat you and claim your points. Yoshihara Ryoka's resolve was unwavering, making him resistant to persuasion. Having failed in her attempt to sway them, Kamiizumi Aoi devised another strategy. All right. I must be the unluckiest person to encounter both of you at once. Let us just say the points are yours, she conceded with a hint of regret, as if lamenting the whims of fate. Exactly. The sooner you surrender, the less pain you'll endure, Yoshihara Ryoka smirked, wearing an expression that suggested he deemed her wise for recognizing her predicament. Kamiizumi Aoi removed the blue insignia from her chest, poised to relinquish her protective barrier, only to retract it, her expression laden with concern. But how will you divide the points between the two of you? Who will be the one to defeat me? This was Kamiizumi Aoi's second ploy, to sow discord between them. Upon hearing her words, Yoshihara Ryoka thumped his chest, declaring, let me handle it. Takai Kigen bristled at this notion, questioning, why should it be you? Why can't it be me? Yoshihara Ryoka, after a moment's contemplation, came up with an utterly absurd justification. Because I'm taller than you. Takai Kigen shot him a baffled glance, bewildered by the foolishness of his contemporaries. As Yoshihara Ryoka noticed Takai Kigen's gaze, he assumed it signified competition and warily warned, Kigen, you better let me have the points. And why should I concede my points to you? Well, Yoshihara Ryoka stammered, then nonsensically added, because I'm older than you. So you must yield to me. Kamiizumi Aoi nearly burst into laughter at his absurdity. What kind of reasoning was that? It was ludicrous. Shouldn't the older person yield to the younger? Takai Kigen's lips twitched in exasperation, clearly troubled by Yoshihara Ryoka's thought processes. Realizing the absurdity of his previous statement, Yoshihara Ryoka awkwardly suggested, let us just rely on our own skills then. He faced Kamiizumi Aoi, undeterred by the incredulous looks from his peers. At that moment, Kamiizumi Aoi prepared to make her escape, only to find that the two of them were not falling for her ruse. Damn it. Why aren't they taking the bait? She thought, frustration mounting as she witnessed them gearing up to strike. Suddenly, feigning excitement, she exclaimed, "Geto, you've finally arrived." Indeed, upon hearing this, they immediately halted and turned to look, only to find nothing. Seizing the opportunity, Kamiizumi Aoi pivoted and sprinted away without a moment's hesitation. As she fled, Takai Kigen promptly followed suit, while Yoshihara Ryoka, realizing too late that he had been duped, chased after them, gritting his teeth in frustration. What a cunning woman, he muttered as he hastened to catch up. In Chapter 50, eliminating Takai Kigen, a comical scene unfolded in the forest. A girl, encased in a protective barrier, was sprinting ahead, seemingly fleeing for her life, pursued by two towering male figures who were launching attacks as they chased her. The one fleeing was indeed Kamiizumi Aoi. "Stop chasing me. Aren't you tired?" Kamiizumi Aoi called back over her shoulder. "If you submit to us, we'll stop pursuing you," Yoshihara Ryoka shouted in reply. Kamiizumi Aoi did not respond but accelerated her flight, conveying through her speed that she would never concede. Even if her legs were to break. Having run for quite some time, why have I yet to encounter a single familiar face from my school? Where on earth is Jay? Come to my rescue, please. Perhaps the heavens have heeded her silent plea, as a familiar figure materialized before her. "Jay!" Shochiwan Qingli called out at the top of her lungs. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" she exclaimed with fervor. Quickly, she dashed behind Suguru Geto, using his body to shield her chest where her emblem rested. "Jay, you have no idea what I've endured. I was pursued by those two for a whole 20 minutes. I was on the brink of exhaustion." Shochiwan Qingli grasped the sleeve of Suguru Geto's attire, lamenting her ordeal. She was merely fortunate, so why had she become the target of such relentless pursuit? Yahaba Yoshizumi and Takai Kigen halted upon spotting Suguru Geto. The emblem adorning Suguru Geto was white, the same hue as Takai Kigen's, indicating that they could not engage one another in combat. Damn, of all people. It had to be Suguru Geto, Yahaba Yoshizumi muttered, unable to contain his frustration. Suguru Geto, renowned for his unique curse manipulation techniques, was quite famous in the realm of sorcery, and his physical prowess was nearly on par with Satoru Gojo's. Thus, Yahaba Yoshizumi's expletive was a natural reaction upon seeing him. Suguru Geto, his usual squinty-eyed demeanor replaced with a glimmer of mischief, slightly opened his eyes and remarked with a hint of amusement, "I appreciate your efforts in chasing after Qingli for so long, but I have little to offer in return. How about you relinquish your points to me instead?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his fist, imbued with cursed energy, hurtled towards Yahaba Yoshizumi. Yahaba quickly shielded his emblem, but his right chest took a heavy blow, sending him staggering back several paces. Seeing Suguru Geto seeking vengeance for her, Shochiwan Qingli leaped into the trees, concealing herself among the branches, leaving only her eyes visible as she peered down below, careful to shield her emblem to prevent any surprise attacks. "You find joy in bullying Qingli, do you?" Suguru Geto smiled, delivering punch after punch without granting Yahaba Yoshizumi a moment to react, leaving him to fend off the onslaught with great difficulty. Yahaba Yoshizumi was at a loss, tears unshed. Meanwhile, Takai Kigen, witnessing Yahaba Yoshizumi's predicament, prepared to deal with Shochiwan Qingli first. "Shochiwan Qingli, you'd best submit to my elimination," he said confidently as he ascended the tree. "Are you so certain you can claim my 12 points?" Shochiwan Qingli retorted fearlessly, leaning against the trunk, her demeanor nonchalant as she scrutinized Takai Kigen. Just then, an announcement echoed through the air. "It is now 9:30 a.m. Currently in first place is Kurizawa Ryohei from Kyoto School with 13 points. Second is Shochiwan Qingli from Tokyo School with 12 points. Third is Suguru Geto from Tokyo School with 10 points. Seventh is Yahaba Yoshizumi from Kyoto School with 5 points. And eighth is Yoshida Arako from Kyoto School with 3 points. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Satoru Gojo openly mocked. "Do all of you from Kyoto resort to such despicable tactics? Surrounding one person with two? How utterly shameless." Yaga Yoshinobu let out a cold snort. "Well, she can only blame her bad luck. Yaga, you should be grateful that I have no intention of laying hands on anyone at this moment." Satoru Gojo's tone dripped with an unspoken threat. Yaga Yoshinobu's expression darkened visibly, while Anjo Rin behind him shot a glare at Satoru Gojo, signaling him to cease his remarks. Unfazed, Satoru Gojo continued unabated. "If the supervisors were to learn of this incident, do you think they would allow you to keep your position as principal?" "Enough, Satoru." Yaga Yoshinobu could no longer contain his ire, commanding him to stop. Satoru Gojo suddenly leaned in with a cheeky grin, his demeanor brash. "Old man, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Come on, say it again." Yaga Yoshinobu shot him a glare and turned to the indifferent Nagi Yoshikawa. "Night Owl, aren't you going to rein in your student?" Nagi Yoshikawa adjusted his sunglasses and replied earnestly, "Apologies, Principal Yaga, but you know how Satoru is. He has quite the handful. Why don't you handle him instead?" Yaga Yoshinobu felt a surge of frustration. If he could manage Satoru Gojo, he wouldn't have to endure this indignity. At that moment, Suguru Geto was preoccupied with holding Yahaba Yoshizumi at bay, while Shochuan Qingli stood her ground against Takai Kigen. Suguru Geto was too occupied to concern himself with you. "Tell me, who else could possibly save you?" Takai Kigen declared, his intention to claim Shochuan Qingli's points evident. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you." Shochuan Qingli's eyes gleamed with determination as she swiftly advanced, targeting Takai Kigen's emblem. Takai Kigen leaned back, then leapt down from the branch, gazing up at Shochuan Qingli from below. He hadn't expected her to be so swift despite her seemingly frail appearance. He had underestimated her. Standing atop the tree, Shochuan Qingli looked down at Takai Kigen and sighed slightly. "Do you happen to know the saying?" She paused for a moment before continuing with a hint of joy in her voice. "One must not judge a book by its cover." With that, she leapt down, striking directly at Takai Kigen's emblem. Takai Kigen staggered back, and Shochuan Qingli followed up with another blow without hesitation. Her attacks were fierce and relentless, targeting the emblem directly. Although it offered some protection, it was not impervious. As Takai Kigen attempted to distance himself from her, Shochuan Qingli lightly tapped the ground with her toes, darting towards him like a swift swallow, her cursed energy coiling into a fine thread that shot towards his emblem. This strike pierced through Takai Kigen's defenses, making direct contact with the emblem. "I can't believe I've been eliminated." Takai Kigen seemed caught off guard by Shochuan Qingli's decisive action. As Takai Kigen was eliminated and transported away, the sweet mechanical voice announced once more. "Takai Kigen from Kyoto School has been eliminated by Shochuan Qingli from Tokyo School, with all points transferred to Shochuan Qingli, bringing her total to 19 points. No way. They even announce eliminations? This is bad. I'm bound to be targeted now." Shochuan Qingli sensed that the next 3 hours would be far from pleasant. Chapter 51, The Sneeze Trio. After eliminating Takai Kigen, Suguru Geto was on the verge of finishing off Yahaba Yoshizumi. However, that underhanded scoundrel resorted to throwing a handful of sand at Suguru Geto, catching him off guard. "Jay, are you alright?" Shochuan Qingli asked, gripping Suguru Geto's arm as she noticed his tightly closed eyes and gently blew away the fine grains of sand from his eyelids. Suguru Geto's thick lashes fluttered slightly before he slowly opened his eyes to meet Shochuan Qingli's gaze and reassured her, "I'm fine." Upon examining his eyes and confirming that he was indeed unhurt, she finally felt relieved. How despicable of Yahaba Yoshizumi. Shochuan Qingli fumed, wanting nothing more than to give him a thorough beating. Just then, she unexpectedly sneezed. "Are you alright, Qingli?" Suguru Geto inquired with concern. Shochuan Qingli rubbed her nose and waved her hand dismissively. "Jay, I'm fine. It's probably just that Satoru Gojo is cursing me." Hearing her accurate quip, Suguru Geto shook his head in resignation. Although Gojo may have a foul mouth and a less than pleasant disposition, he is still someone worthy of trust. Stopping in her tracks, Shochuan Qingli turned to Suguru Geto, her eyes sparkling with an unreadable light. "Jay, why do you say such things to me?" Suguru Geto replied with a cheerful smile. "After all, we will be studying together for 3 years. You two can't possibly spend the entirety of high school fighting and bickering, can you?" Well, as the vivid imagery of bickering and brawling with Satoru Gojo flickered through Aoi Kiyori's mind, she found herself unable to look directly at such a beautiful yet chaotic scene. Yet, who could blame her? He was such a relentless bully. How could he not give her a break? That insufferable white-haired brat. With this thought, Aoi Kiyori couldn't help but kick a pebble at her feet, sending it soaring through the air before it crashed into the thicket. A sharp and abrupt cry echoed, catching the attention of both Aoi Kiyori and Suguru Geto. "Who is there?" Aoi Kiyori shouted, channeling her cursed energy toward the source of the sound. Out of the underbrush emerged Ryuju Noera, wearing an awkward smile and waving his hands. "I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose." It turned out that after throwing sand, Ryuju Noera immediately regretted his actions, fearing he might ruin Suguru Geto's eyesight and thus become a villain himself. So, he had been lurking nearby, curious to see how Suguru's eyes fared. Upon recognizing Ryuju, Aoi Kiyori donned a friendly smile. "Did you just throw sand at Suguru?" Ryuju Noera took a cautious step back, replying, "I didn't mean to throw it." It was a moment of desperation. Desperation justifies such underhanded tactics? Suguru Geto grinned, closing the distance to Ryuju Noera with deliberate steps. "I truly apologize. Please forgive me." Ryuju Noera exclaimed, his face a portrait of remorse. Suguru Geto, still smiling, replied, "If you give us your points, I might consider forgiving you." Ryuju Noera halted, his mind racing with thoughts of whether to offer an apology or to strategize for his school. Or perhaps, you should just let me be eliminated. Aoi Kiyori suggested with a smile. Ryuju Noera appeared to make a decision, glancing around for an escape route, but unfortunately, Aoi Kiyori and Suguru Geto advanced upon him like hunters closing in on their prey. Just then, Ryuju Nohara's reinforcements arrived. "Help me, Kurosawa-senpai," he cried out upon spotting Kurosawa Ryuki, tears of relief welling in his eyes. Indeed, it was Kurosawa Ryuki, a member of the Blue faction, which meant Aoi Kiyori couldn't attack him, leaving Suguru to handle Kurosawa while Aoi focused on Ryuju. "Ryuju, are you prepared to face your demise?" Aoi Kiyori stood defiantly before him, her gaze unwavering and a smirk gracing her lips. Though it was summer, Ryuju felt an uncanny chill creeping up his spine. In a swift motion, Aoi Kiyori threw a punch, catching Ryuju off guard. Although he evaded the first strike, the subsequent one came too quickly. "You two were quite pleased to corner me earlier, weren't you? Did you think I would be an easy target?" Aoi Kiyori taunted, landing a blow. "Don't hold back now. You were so eager before." Ryuju Noera, on the verge of tears, thought to himself, "Where does this girl get all this energy? After being chased for so long, how can she still hit me?" If Aoi Kiyori had heard his thoughts, she might have remarked that she had undergone rigorous training with Satoru Gojo. If she were to collapse now, she would surely become the subject of his ridicule. Her attacks quickened, and ultimately, she executed a feint that swiftly eliminated Ryuju Noera. The announcement rang out. Ryuju Noera from Kyoto has been eliminated by Aoi Kiyori from Tokyo, with all points awarded to Aoi Kiyori, now totaling 27 points. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto and Kurosawa Ryuki were locked in a fierce standoff, evenly matched. Kurosawa glanced at the time and said, "Suguru, let us continue this duel another day." With that, he leapt to a nearby tree, swiftly disappearing from view. "That Kurosawa-senpai sure is quick," Aoi Kiyori quipped, observing the vanishing figure. Suguru Geto smiled contentedly, lost in thought as he watched Kurosawa depart. "Achoo!" Aoi Kiyori suddenly sneezed. "Damn that Satoru Gojo. He must be talking behind my back again. Can he not go a single day without slandering me?" She fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Suguru Geto merely smiled, remaining silent. Outside the forest, Yakanji Kaisen and his companions watched intently, their expressions solemn and words scarce. Suddenly, a tremendous sneeze erupted. Achoo! Everyone turned toward the source of the sound. Satoru Gojo rubbed his nose, completely unperturbed by the disruption he caused, flashing a smile at the onlookers before turning his attention back to Aoi Kiyori and Suguru Geto. "It's definitely Kiyori talking bad about me. I never get sick. How could I sneeze? It must be Kiyori cursing me," Gojo declared confidently, leaving no room for doubt. Yamaga Mikamesa sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Soon after, updates on the team competition were announced. It's now 10 a.m., and the current leaderboard shows Aoi Kiyori from Tokyo in first place with 27 points, followed by Kurosawa Ryuki from Kyoto with 16 points, Suguru Geto from Tokyo with 15 points, Meimei from Tokyo with 12 points, and Aika from Tokyo with 10 points, while Yoshida Arako from Kyoto has 4 points. With only 2 members left from Kyoto, should we ambush them, Suguru? Aoi Kiyori inquired, surveying her surroundings. Suguru Geto, hands casually tucked in his pockets, exuded an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the competition. "I don't think we need to. The forest is quite vast, making it difficult to locate anyone. Besides, they will come looking for us on their own." Aoi Kiyori blinked, finding his reasoning sound. As long as she remained in first place, they would inevitably make a move to confront her. Today had indeed been fortuitous. Not only had she encountered a flurry of paper cranes at the outset, but now she stumbled upon another cluster. Observing the slowly fluttering paper cranes in front of her, Aoi Kiyori raised an eyebrow at Suguru. "Look at my luck, Suguru. Just wandering around, and I find another batch of paper cranes. Thanks to Kiyori. I've also hitched a ride on your good fortune," Suguru teased. Chapter 52. Who Stole the Cake? Unlike the initial batch of paper cranes floating over the small river, this new assembly appeared to be in distress, as if an aircraft had crashed into the forest and become entangled in the branches. Aoi Kiyori and Suguru Geto effortlessly collected several points, with Suguru's score climbing to 17 and Aoi's soaring to 28. Afterward, Aoi Kiyori seemed to be on a roll, encountering paper cranes at every turn, or finding them trapped beneath the branches. Outside the forest, Yakanji Kaisen remained silent. Yet an aura of tension surrounded him. Anjuin, standing behind him, cautiously stepped back, fearing Kaisen's ire might be directed at him. He never anticipated that this path of paper cranes would be discovered by Aoi Kiyori and Suguru Geto, as it had been intended for Kurosawa Ryuki and his team. Unfortunately, only 2 members from Kyoto remained uneliminated, with Kurosawa Ryuki currently in second place, and Yoshida Arako, is he lost? Going around in circles in the same spot? Anjuin expressed his exhaustion, realizing it had taken him an hour and a half to accumulate merely 4 points. How could he not see that large paper crane in the tree? Anju lamented, feeling utterly drained by this batch of students. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 10:30 a.m. It is currently 10:30 a.m., and at the top of the leaderboard stands Aoi from Tokyo School with 30 points. Following closely behind is Suguru Geto, also from Tokyo School, with 19 points, while Rei Kurosawa from Kyoto School holds the third position with 18 points. In fourth place is Mai, another student from Tokyo School, with 15 points, and in fifth is the songstress, Yuta, also from Tokyo, with 12 points. Lastly, Yoshida Arako from Kyoto School sits in sixth with a mere 5 points. They must be using some sort of cheat. How can their scores be so high? In frustration, Yoshida Arako struck a nearby tree with his fist, only to have a paper crane fall from its branches, precisely the crane he had needed. He quickly collected the point, but thinking there might be more, he struck the tree several more times, only to dislodge leaves and nothing else. As the remaining 2 hours unfolded, Aoi score soared from 30 to 42 points, leaving the competition in the dust, with a staggering 15-point lead over Suguru Geto. Once the team competition concluded, Tokyo School emerged victorious in this year's inter-school exchange, while Aoi and her companions departed amidst the displeased expression of Kanesaki Yoshinori, their teacher, laughing joyfully. Life returned to its usual rhythm: classes, practical training, and missions. In mid-September, a significant collapse occurred at the Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, triggered by none other than a piece of cake. Might as well demolish the school, Yoshinori Yaga grumbled, his face dark with displeasure. Kneeling before him were none other than the troublemakers, Satoru Gojo and Aoi. Teacher, you must stand up for me. Aoi accused me of stealing her cake. I have never even entered her room. How could I possibly have eaten her cake? Satoru exclaimed, indignantly glaring at Aoi. Unwilling to back down, Aoi shot him a defiant look and retorted, nonsense. Out of the four of us, you're the only one who loves sweets. You enjoy bullying me. You thrive on being my adversary. Who else could it possibly be? I've told you it wasn't me. Satoru insisted vehemently. It was you. You devoured my cake and still refused to admit it. Satoru, how pathetic. Aoi sneered. Aoi, do you want to be hit again? Satoru raised his fist menacingly. Go ahead. Do it in front of the teacher if you dare. I'm not scared of you. Aoi boldly challenged, even leaning closer to Satoru. Unless I show you some consequences. You'll think I'm an easy target. Satoru was about to teach Aoi a lesson when Yoshinori swiftly intervened, delivering a sharp knock to their heads. Satoru Gojo. Aoi, if you two continue bickering, you'll run laps around the training ground for 500 laps. Instantly, both Satoru and Aoi fell silent. A single lap is 800 meters, meaning 500 laps equates to 400,000 meters, or 400 kilometers. Wouldn't that take 2 days and nights to complete? Observing the suddenly docile pair, Yoshinori rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I just can't fathom it. It's merely a piece of cake. If it's gone, buy another. Is it really worth fighting over a cake? Yoshinori remarked, visibly annoyed. Aoi shook her head gravely. No, it's not just any cake. Satoru and Yoshinori exchanged puzzled glances at Aoi. It was the first cake I ever made by myself, Aoi declared, her expression turning serious, tinged with pride. I hadn't even had a bite before I went to wash a dish, and when I returned, the cake was gone. Aoi paused, turning to Yoshinori to accuse him. Teacher, this is undoubtedly Satoru's doing. Who else could it be? Satoru, did you do it? Yoshinori inquired, directing his gaze at the culprit. If I did it, I would admit it. If I didn't, I wouldn't. Satoru huffed indignantly. Then what about the missing cake? Aoi pressed. Satoru shrugged and replied, how would I know? You can't just wrongfully accuse me. Besides, I'm not the only one who enjoys sweets. Suguru does too. Why don't you suspect him? Suguru would never steal my cake. He is not like you, who loves to bully others. Aoi shot back disdainfully. I never bullied you. When did I do that? Satoru retorted angrily. Seizing the opportunity, Yoshinori hastily intervened to quell the impending argument. All right, I'll call Suguru in and ask him. Suguru Geto and Kinji Hikari had been waiting outside the office, equally bewildered as to why Aoi and Satoru had suddenly clashed. Especially since Aoi had even resorted to summoning techniques, causing half of the dormitory to collapse. Suguru, did you take Aoi's cake? Yoshinori asked. I did, Suguru replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Aoi's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Suguru, her face a canvas of confusion, as if questioning why he had taken her cake. See, I told you it wasn't me. You don't believe me. I'm genuinely heartbroken. What about trust between people? Satoru began his theatrical performance, portraying Aoi as a faithless companion who had betrayed him. Aoi felt a slight heat rise to her face, awkwardly touching her nose as she curiously asked Suguru, why did you take my cake? Suguru, feigning innocence, replied, You said you wanted cake, so I came to get it. When I went to take it yesterday, you just happened to be absent, so I left you a note. Aoi recalled the note, which she had dismissed as scrap paper, thinking little of it. After all, when she opened the refrigerator and found the freshly made cake missing, she had acted impulsively and stormed into Satoru's room, leading to their ensuing brawl. Realizing the extent of her blunder, Aoi covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, feeling utterly foolish for causing such a commotion. Some people just misunderstand others and never bother to apologize, Satoru remarked sarcastically. Taking a deep breath, Aoi lowered her hands and looked at Satoru earnestly. I'm sorry, Satoru. I misunderstood you. Please forgive me. Not sincere enough, Satoru declared, refusing to let her off easily. Aoi bit her lip, contemplating her next words before tentatively suggesting. How about I make you some daifuku? Or tell me what you'd like, and I'll make it as an apology. I can't guarantee it'll be delicious, but it'll be edible. Satoru, of course, could not resist the allure of sweets and begrudgingly accepted her offer. With the matter resolved, Yoshinori turned his attention to other pressing issues, such as the damaged dormitory. This is my fault. I'll take care of it, Aoi said with an apologetic expression. Chapter 53, Summer Snowfall, Blossoms in the Snow. Aoi did not call for anyone to repair the dormitory. Under the curious gaze of her peers, she summoned Earth and Wood spirits. Earth Spirit, Master, you summoned us. Is there something you need? Aoi, see that collapsed building over there? Please help me repair it. Earth Spirit, no problem, leave it to us. Then, the two spirits flew towards the ruined dormitory. The Earth Spirit began restoring the foundation and walls, while the Wood Spirit repaired the wooden floors and furniture, working with astonishing speed. Within just 20 minutes, the area was completely restored. Aoi, wanting to avoid Satoru, gently patted the heads of the Earth and Wood spirits before summoning them back. Turning around, she found Satoru staring at her in awe. Don't even think about it. My spirits only listen to me. Shanchuan Qingli seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in Wuqiao Wujia's mind and gently declined his request. Undeterred by the rejection, Wuqiao Wujia approached Shanchuan Qingli with a cheerful demeanor, tugging at her sleeve. Hey, Xiaoli, don't be so stingy. Just lend me that little critter for a while. Shanchuan Qingli was exasperated. What a ridiculous notion. The Earth and Wood spirits, though no larger than one's palm, were ninth-tier magical beasts. They might appear gentle and harmless, but once provoked, they could summon a whole legion of spirits. Teacher Yiya prohibits us from using techniques at school. Shanchuan Qingli invoked the omnipotent authority of Teacher Yiya. But you just used a technique. Wuqiao Wujia persisted. That was only because I had to fix the dormitory building. Shanchuan Qingli shrugged her shoulders, indicating her inability to lend him the Earth and Wood spirits. Wuqiao Wujia feigned a handsome pout, turning to lean on Suguru Geto's shoulder. Wailing dramatically, Wah, Geto, I'm so heartbroken. Suguru Geto, chuckling, pushed Wuqiao Wujia's head away, remarking, Wujia, I can't see any signs of sorrow in you. Geto, how could you undermine me? Wuqiao Wujia exploded. I'm merely speaking the truth, Geto shrugged nonchalantly. Observing Wuqiao Wujia being put in his place by Suguru Geto, Shanchuan Qingli hastily took the opportunity to pull the onlooker, Ika Arisato, into the dormitory. They dashed into her room. Ika, would you like to appreciate snow in summer? Shanchuan Qingli asked mysteriously. Ika Arisato was taken aback. Snow in summer? Here? Shanchuan Qingli grinned, presenting her hands together as if revealing a treasure, then slowly opening them to reveal a small spirit clad in a shimmering silver gown, quietly perched in her palms. This is the snow spirit, Shanchuan Qingli said, her eyes sparkling as she gestured for Ika to touch it. Ika Arisato curiously extended her hand. The touch was somewhat cold, but not the harsh chill of ice. Rather, it felt like sunlight dancing upon snow. Master, what should I do next? The snow spirit inquired. Gently sprinkle some snowflakes, but be careful not to bury my friend. Shanchuan Qingli instructed. Understood, Master, the snow spirit replied. Ika Arisato, unaware of their conversation, watched in fascination as the snow spirit suddenly took flight. Its crystalline wings fluttering before her, leaving delicate snowflakes in its wake. It resembled the enchanting spirits from the television, mysterious and beautiful, dainty yet graceful. Each pass of the snow spirit felt like a shooting star streaking across the sky, a silver light swirling in the air. How lovely! Ika exclaimed, her eyes alight with wonder. She had never seen such exquisite snow before. The snow bestowed by the spirit blanketed the ground, creating a dazzling expanse of white, glimmering with silvery specks. After a moment of admiration, Ika suddenly recalled the school rules, saying, Qingli, if Teacher Yiya finds out you're using techniques at school, you'll be in trouble. Shanchuan Qingli, brimming with pride, replied, can you guess why I dared to use techniques so openly? Ika, puzzled, asked why. Shanchuan Qingli immediately adopted its tsundere expression, proudly declaring, "I've set up a barrier in my room similar to a tent. Not even teacher Yiya can monitor it. Let alone the windows. That is impressive. No wonder you're Qingli." IKA praised without reservation. "Of course, I am Shanchuan Qingli," she said, crossing her arms and raising her chin, exuding an air of arrogance. "Speaking of summer snow, let us create flowers amidst the snow." Shanchuan Qingli suddenly had a whimsical idea, waving her hand to summon a flower spirit. One might wonder how it was instantly recognized as a flower spirit. Its gown was composed of an array of vividly colored blossoms, resembling a dress that would bloom, captivating yet not chaotic. Following Shanchuan Qingli's command, the flower spirit conjured one bloom after another upon the snowy ground, some flowers even unfamiliar to them. Among them was a flower that resembled an orchid, though its petals were semi-transparent, shimmering with a silvery halo at the edges, making it hard to fathom it was indeed a flower. As IKA Arisato knelt down to touch the translucent bloom, a memory flickered in Shanchuan Qingli's mind. The icy jade snow orchid could cure all ailments and mend broken bones. Yet it was exceedingly rare, as only the flower spirits of the Elven Kingdom could cultivate it. And entry to that kingdom was forbidden without an invitation from the Elven King. Reminiscing about the past, a shadow of melancholy enveloped Shanchuan Qingli, which was immediately sensed by the snow and flower spirits bound to her. They flew over, encircling her. "Master, what troubles you?" the snow spirit asked. "Don't be sad. Let me create a few flowers for you." The flower spirit chimed in. IKA, noticing the shift in mood, inquired with concern, "Qingli, what's wrong?" Shanchuan Qingli brushed aside the inexplicable discomfort in her heart and smiled at IKA. "I'm fine, just recalling some unhappy memories." IKA sighed in relief, having initially thought it was due to Shanchuan Qingli's energy being depleted. "Qingli, I adore both snow and flowers. Thank you for this thoughtful gesture," IKA expressed sincerely. Shanchuan Qingli blinked and smiled. "I'm so glad you like it. Ever since I awakened my techniques, there haven't been any sorcerers around. I didn't know who to show them to, fearing they'd think I was a monster and drag me off for experiments." After a brief pause, she continued, "Wujia and Geto are boys, so they wouldn't appreciate it. You're the only one I can show." IKA and Shanchuan Qingli exchanged knowing glances, bursting into laughter in unison. "Oh right, you can keep this icy jade snow orchid," Shanchuan Qingli said, bending down to pluck the translucent flower and handing it to IKA. "Icy jade snow orchid?" IKA inquired curiously, gazing at Shanchuan Qingli. "Yes, this is a flower meticulously cultivated by the flower spirit. It can cure all ailments and mend broken bones. You might not need it, but it's perfect for collection. Once plucked, it will remain in this moment forever. Never wilting," Shanchuan Qingli explained, casting a glance at the flower spirit. "Master, how could you give the flower I gave you to someone else? I'm getting upset." The flower spirit protested. Now, it's for my dear friend, not just anyone." Shanchuan Qingli reassured the flower spirit before turning to the dazed IKA, offering her the flower. "IKA, I hope that no matter what happens in the future, you remember that nothing is impossible. Summer snow and flowers in the snow." Shanchuan Qingli gazed intently into IKA's eyes. IKA felt as though there was a deeper meaning in Shanchuan Qingli's words, but she couldn't discern the reason behind them. Returning to her room with the icy jade snow orchid, she sought a safe place for it. Everything that had just transpired felt like a wondrous dream. Yet the icy jade snow orchid on her bedside table was undeniably real. Summer snow, flowers in the snow, it was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 54. Let us have an exhilarating cake battle. Since the conclusion of the inter-school exchange event, Yiya Zhengdao combined the practical classes of the second-year and first-year students. Under the pretense of fostering friendship, during the first semester, the songstress and Mei Ming were assigned training by the directorate, spending most of their time away from the high school, which resulted in the two cohorts being rather unfamiliar with each other. This lack of acquaintance led to a rather disjointed exchange event between the two schools. Starting today, the first-year practical classes would be held alongside those of the second year. Yiya Zhengdao adjusted his sunglasses, surveying the 6 individuals standing before him. Is there a problem, Wataru?" Yiya Zhengdao inquired, turning his gaze towards Wataru. "No issues here," Wataru replied, wearing an expression that suggested he wouldn't dare raise any concerns. Following this, Yiya Zhengdao instructed them to engage in sparring. After a session of interaction, Shangquan Qingli developed a profound understanding of her two seniors. Mei Ming appeared graceful and composed, yet beneath that facade lay a cunning fox, rivaling Shei Jie in craftiness. Her smile could bewitch the hearts of others, lulling them into a false sense of security before delivering a swift and painful blow. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Mei Ming exuded an undeniable charm. On the other hand, the songstress, while initially appearing aloof, revealed a warm and patient demeanor towards her juniors upon closer interaction. One day, as Shang Qingli made her way to class as usual, she noticed the absence of Wataru, Sheiyujie, and Jiaru Naozi, leaving her puzzled as to why the three had seemingly skipped class. Not until noon did she catch a glimpse of them. What on earth? Where did they go? Shang Qingli searched for them in vain, even checking the dormitory, yet they were nowhere to be found. In her frustration, she decided to approach Ye Zhengdao for answers. Teacher, have you seen Jiaru Naozi, Wataru, or Sheiyujie? They were absent from class today. This time, Ye Zhengdao looked equally bewildered, exclaiming, what? They skipped class? I can understand Wataru and Sheiyujie, but why would Naozi join in? Ye Zhengdao, equally clueless about their whereabouts, pondered the oddity of their absence. Where could they possibly be? Surely they wouldn't have left the school grounds, would they? Ah, Qingli, this is a package from your mother, Ye Zhengdao said, retrieving several beautifully wrapped gift boxes from his drawer and handing them to Shang Qingli. Did Qi Ben and Nai send me something? Shang Qingli, not in a rush to open the boxes, first expressed her gratitude to Ye Zhengdao and then hurried back to her dormitory. After washing her hands, she was ready to unwrap the gifts. Upon opening the box, she found a card from Qi Ben and Nai wishing her a happy 15th birthday. Inside, she discovered a Lucky Star bracelet. As expected, the gift from Shang Quan by Yi was a CD, and upon opening the box, she confirmed it was indeed a CD from his concert. Every year, his birthday gifts consisted of either CDs or concert tickets, or recordings of his performances, never anything new or surprising. The other two boxes contained gifts from her grandparents, a beautifully crafted kimono from her maternal grandparents, and a new model smartphone from her paternal grandparents. After expressing her thanks over the phone, she decided to call Jiaru Naozi. After 2 rings, the call connected. Naozi, where have you been? Shang Qingli asked, feeling a bit wronged. Don't even ask, it's just tears all around. I was forcibly dragged out by Wataru and Sheiyujie to go shopping, Jiaru Naozi complained. Why would they take you shopping? Did they need your input on something? Shang Qingli inquired, perplexed. Perhaps? Who can decipher what those two are thinking? Jiaru Naozi replied uncertainly. Oh, by the way, about your skipping class, Teacher Yi knows, Shang Qingli mentioned casually. Seriously? Naozi, it was unintentional. It's fine. I was dragged out by them anyway. I'm sure the teacher will understand, Jiaru Naozi said, unfazed. Alright then, come back soon. It's so boring without you. Shang Qingli pouted, playfully whining. Jiaru Naozi seemed to smile indulgently and replied, okay, I'll try to return early. The afternoon class, originally a practical session with Ye Zhengdao, was converted to a theoretical class due to her being the sole student. Attending class alone felt isolating and dull. She missed Jiaru Naozi, Sheiyujie, and Wataru, as the presence of others brought vibrancy. After class, she absent-mindedly took a few bites at the cafeteria before returning to her dormitory. As she pushed open the door, a loud explosion-like sound filled the air, followed by a synchronized shout, "Happy birthday!" Even though she was somewhat prepared, Shang Qingli was still startled, staring in bewilderment at the unfamiliar sight of her dormitory. It was adorned with balloons, and in the center was a 3-tiered strawberry cake, topped with candles, while a banner proclaiming Happy 15th Birthday, Little Lizzie, hung on the wall facing the door. Come on, Little Lizzie, make a wish. Wataru called out, sitting casually beside the cake. All right, Shang Qingli approached, taking her place at the cake's forefront, while Jiaru Naozi sat beside her, placing a crown upon her head. With her eyes closed and hands clasped together, the familiar melody of Happy Birthday began, first sung by Jiaru Naozi, then joined by Wataru and Sheiyujie. As the song filled the air, a sense of tranquility enveloped her, allowing her to make a sincere wish. May my family, friends, teachers, and classmates remain healthy, free from afflictions, and be blessed with good fortune. Upon concluding her wish, Shang Qingli opened her eyes, inhaled deeply, and blew out the candles. Woohoo! Time to eat cake. Wataru cheered, raising the cake knife high. Wataru, let Qingli take the first slice. Sheiyujie quickly intervened, seizing Wataru's hand. Fine, Wataru said, visibly dejected. Shang Qingli took the knife, slicing the cake and serving a piece to each. Just as she finished her first piece, a hand reached out, and she felt something smeared across her face. In a daze, she wiped her face and found cake on her hand. Turning to identify the culprit, she saw Wataru grinning mischievously, preparing for another round. Without a second thought, Shang Qingli swatted Wataru's hand, inadvertently directing it to Sheiyujie's arm. With a grin, Sheiyujie retaliated, smacking the remaining cake in his hand onto Wataru's face. Jie, you're done for, Wataru exclaimed, wiping his face with his clothing, his voice laced with indignation as he reached for the cake on the table to hurl at Sheiyujie. Sheiyujie dodged just in time, while Shang Qingli shut her eyes tight, unaware of the cake that had landed on her face. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Wataru had accidentally smeared it on Jia-Ru Naozi's chin. Naozi, I swear it wasn't intentional, Wataru said. Blinking innocently, with a smile that belied any ill intent, Jia-Ru Naozi swiftly grabbed a nearby cake and hurled it at Wataru, who barely managed to evade it but still ended up with icing on his clothes. Thus began an epic cake battle. Shang Quan keenly pondered why they had purchased such a large cake. It became evident that it was for the sake of this very cake fight. The entire dormitory was transformed into a chaotic scene of flying cake, with none of the 4 faces remaining unblemished. As Shozen Aoi seized the opportunity while Inuma Natsuko and Suguru Geto were cornering Satoru Gojo, she grabbed the remaining bits of cake and smashed them directly onto Satoru's face, simultaneously taking out her phone to snap pictures. Satoru, come on, smile, she exclaimed. Shozen Aoi, Satoru shouted as he charged towards her, using his face to attack. Let go of me. Don't wipe your face on my clothes, came Aoi's desperate cries. The thrill of throwing the cake was soon overshadowed by the sight of their disheveled dormitory, with cake splattered across the walls and floor. And even the bed was unavoidably smeared with cream. Aoi let out a sound of despair. Fortunately, with the help of Natsuko and the others, Aoi would not have to clean up the mess alone for an eternity. Chapter 55, A Celebration of Indulgence. It is quite a coincidence that Aoi's birthday is on September 14th, Natsuko's is on November 7th, and Satoru's is on December 7th, essentially forming a consecutive sequence, with only Suguru's birthday on February 3rd standing apart. By the end of November, Aoi successfully passed the Level 1 Sorcerer assessment, achieving the rank of a first-class sorcerer. I am now a first-class sorcerer, and soon I will be the 3rd special grade sorcerer in the Jujutsu world, she proclaimed proudly. Very well, a future special grade sorcerer. Suguru replied with a grin. Little Aoi, do your best to become a special grade as soon as possible, Satoru encouraged. It was rare for Satoru not to dampen Aoi's spirits, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Has Satoru taken the wrong medicine today? Aoi wondered to herself. To celebrate Aoi's promotion to first-class sorcerer, let us go out for a sumptuous meal, Natsuko suggested. Yes, Aoi agreed enthusiastically. I heard there's a new dessert buffet in Sumida. Let us go there, Satoru said excitedly. However, he was met with unanimous opposition. Why not? Aoi, don't you love sweets the most? Aoi blushed, responding, it's not that I love sweets, it's that I enjoy them. Eating sweets every day can get tiresome. You know? Satoru looked at her with a betrayed expression. Besides, unlike you, I can't eat endlessly without gaining weight. I too fear becoming chubby, Aoi added. In the end, they abandoned the dessert buffet and opted for a newly opened restaurant in Ginza. The establishment exuded a simple charm, reminiscent of a bygone era. Upon entering, they felt as if they had stepped into another world, separated from the cacophony outside. When Aoi and her friends arrived, the restaurant housed only 2 or 3 patrons. The owner personally welcomed them and guided them to a 4-person booth, providing each with a menu. The menu was folded, featuring a plethora of offerings including sushi, tempura, soba, miso soup, ramen, onagi rice, sukiyaki, teppanyaki, sashimi, and desserts. Diners could select dishes according to their preferences, with the owner serving each course in sequence. Under the major categories were subcategories. For instance, sushi included nijiri, maki, kairashi, inari, box sushi, gunkan, and aburi sushi. Aoi, who frequently indulged in maki, chose her favorites, bluefin tuna belly roll and avocado cheese roll, along with a grilled cheese sweet shrimp nijiri. She also selected bluefin tuna sashimi, sea bream sashimi, Kanto-style sukiyaki, tonkatsu ramen, prawn tempura, wagyu teppanyaki, and teppanyaki tofu. For dessert, she chose 3-color dango, strawberry parfait, and strawberry chocolate crepes. Can you finish all of that? Satoru asked, having appeared beside her, noticing her extensive selection, including 4 main dishes. Aoi closed the menu and returned it to the owner with a smile, saying, why wouldn't I be able to finish? Don't underestimate me. Satoru shrugged, muttering, just don't come crying to me for help if you can't finish. I won't need your assistance, Aoi shot back at him. After finalizing their orders, a server approached to inquire about their drink preferences. Options included sake, shochu, beer, cola, and orange juice, all complimentary. Suguru chose sake, while Satoru and Aoi opted for cola. To Aoi's surprise, Natsuko decided on shochu. Natsuko, can you handle alcohol? Aoi asked curiously. Natsuko laughed heartily. Don't worry, 10 of Suguru couldn't make me fall. What kind of new measurement is Suguru? Aoi expressed her confusion. Natsuko, we should have a little sparring session when we have time, Suguru said with a smile. Sure, watch me drink you under the table, Natsuko replied cheerfully. Wait, are they really deciding on a drinking competition? Who uses drinking as a measure of skill? At that moment, the servers arrived with wooden trays laden with their dishes. Aoi received her bluefin tuna and sea bream sashimi, while Natsuko had salmon and surf clam sashimi. Satoru had sweet shrimp and sea urchin sashimi, and Suguru had red snapper and sea-based sashimi. The four were in perfect sync, each selecting only 2 different types of sashimi. The bluefin tuna sashimi presented a beautiful cherry blossom pink, visually delightful, and paired with sashimi soy sauce, it melted in the mouth. The sea bream sashimi, translucent and paired with wasabi, offered a tender and chewy texture with each bite. Not long after finishing their sashimi, the main courses arrived. Aoi had ordered 3 sushi and a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, while Natsuko and Suguru only had 2 sushi each. As for Satoru, "You criticized me for ordering too much, yet you've ordered this many," Aoi remarked incredulously at the 7 or 8 sushi in front of Satoru, along with a bowl of seafood ramen. Suguru chimed in, "Satoru's stomach is a bottomless pit. No matter how much he eats, he never seems full. And the key is, he doesn't gain weight." "Well, I'm still growing," Satoru said while devouring sushi one bite at a time. Aoi decided not to argue and began to relish the exquisite food. She started with the bluefin tuna belly roll, followed by the grilled cheese sweet shrimp nigiri, avocado cheese roll, and finally, the tonkatsu ramen. After finishing their sashimi, Suguru and Natsuko watched Aoi and Satoru eat, occasionally clinking their glasses together. The tonkatsu ramen boasted chewy noodles and a rich, flavorful broth, complemented by chashu, making it utterly appetizing. Aoi and her friends could see the chefs in the restaurant preparing teppanyaki. Suguru had ordered octopus teppanyaki, while Natsuko and Aoi chose wagyu teppanyaki. Satoru, on the other hand, ordered a plethora: 2 portions of wagyu teppanyaki, 1 portion of octopus teppanyaki, 2 portions of grape shrimp teppanyaki, 2 portions of lobster teppanyaki, 1 portion of silver cod teppanyaki, 1 portion of teppanyaki tofu, and 3 portions of prawn tempura. As soon as Satoru finished a portion, the servers promptly cleared away the empty plates and brought out the next. Aoi's order began with wagyu teppanyaki, followed by teppanyaki tofu, then prawn tempura, and finally, Kanto-style sukiyaki. Aoi and Satoru were responsible for eating, while Suguru and Natsuko took charge of drinking, having already polished off a bottle of sake and 2 bottles of shochu. Once Aoi savored her final bite of fatty beef and took a large gulp of cola, she sighed contentedly. "After such a hearty meal, can we still manage dessert?" Natsuko inquired, observing Aoi's satisfied expression. At that moment, the waitress was serving desserts. Shokoin Eri, beaming with delight, remarked, "If your stomach cannot accommodate it, that is a matter for your stomach, not mine. I can certainly eat. If you cannot finish, I shall assist you." Fushiguro Megumi, with a mischievous grin, reached out to take the strawberry chocolate crepe, only to have it swiftly swatted away by Shokoin Eri. "Remove your hand. Do you not have your own?" she chided, promptly shifting her dessert out of reach to prevent Fushiguro from attempting to snatch it again. Fushiguro took a bite of the cheese chocolate crepe and glanced at Shokoin Eri, saying, "I just want to taste yours. I will order my own." Observing his unwavering gaze on the strawberry chocolate crepe, Shokoin Eri took a bite of her dango. A bite of the strawberry chocolate crepe, and a spoonful of the strawberry parfait, effectively thwarting Fushiguro's attempts to reach for her dessert. However, by the end of the meal, Fushiguro had not ordered a strawberry chocolate crepe for himself. After relishing this delightful meal, the 4 wandered leisurely through Ginza for an entire afternoon before returning to Jujutsu High. Chapter 56. The malevolent cursed spirit must be exorcised. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered Kurosawa Rinkai and others, who were just about to leave the dorm. "Congratulations, Shokoin. You have successfully advanced to the rank of a first-grade sorcerer," Kurosawa Rinkai said with a smile. "Thank you," Shokoin Eri replied politely. Subsequently, they entered the dormitory while Kurosawa and his companions exited. This marked Shokoin Eri's first encounter with Kurosawa and the others in the dormitory during the first semester. She had hardly paid attention, mistakenly believing that the 2nd and 3rd year students were preoccupied with their own affairs. A few days later, Fushiguro's birthday arrived, and everyone celebrated joyously outside until evening before returning to the dorm. As fate would have it, the very next day, Shokoin Eri received a mission, and notably, it was assigned to her personally by the Executive Council, requiring her to participate alone. "Is it really just you going alone?" Ijichi Shoko asked with concern in her eyes. Yaga Yoshinobu nodded gravely. Why would the Executive Council suddenly assign Shokoin Eri a mission at this time? Are they no longer wary of the Shokoin and Kinji families? Is there some ulterior motive at play? Typically, the Executive Council disseminates missions through the Sorcerer app, and Yaga Yoshinobu usually assigns participants based on those mission postings. "Those old men, do they intend to target Eri?" Fushiguro remarked, his tone laced with displeasure. After a moment of contemplation, Yaga Yoshinobu ultimately left the decision in Shokoin Eri's hands. "Eri, I will send you the mission details. You may consider whether to accept it. If not, I will refuse the task outright." "All right," Shokoin Eri nodded, retrieving her phone to open the Sorcerer app. On October 14th, a murder occurred at a photography studio named Shikita in Shibuya. The informant was the owner of the newspaper office adjacent to the studio, who reported that the day before the incident, he had seen several young individuals enter the photography studio for a photo shoot, but had not seen them exit. Since he was not constantly stationed at the door, he had not thought much of it. It was only when he heard strange thudding sounds coming from the studio close to closing time that he sensed something was amiss. However, believing he had misheard, he chose to ignore it. The following morning, upon arriving at work, he was met with a strong scent of blood, prompting him to report the incident to the inspection bureau. The victims were 5 boys and 3 girls, their flesh entirely consumed, leaving only a pile of bones, a truly horrifying sight. What was most unsettling was that all 8 individuals bore a uniform, eerie smile, their lips stretched up to their cheekbones. Following an investigation by the inspection bureau, it was revealed that the photography studio had been transferred to another owner years prior. Yet that individual had long since passed away due to illness. So, who was it currently operating the studio? After several days of investigation yielded no leads. The inspectors who looked into the case returned home only to mysteriously perish under circumstances identical to those of the victims from the photography studio. Ultimately, the inspection bureau concluded that a cursed spirit was responsible and handed the case over to the executive council, which dispatched a window to investigate. The window reported that a first-grade cursed spirit was at work, and now the executive council had assigned the task to Shokoin Eri. Having just ascended to the rank of first-grade sorcerer, she was now faced with a first-grade mission, personally assigned by the executive council. Should she express her gratitude to the council? Shokoin Eri remained silent with a wry smile, reassuring Ijichi Shoko before addressing Yaga Yoshinobu. Teacher Yaga, I will accept the task. Since the executive council has entrusted me with this mission, I see no reason to decline. However, Fushiguro voiced his dissent. Who knows what those old geezers are plotting? I suggest you refrain from going. Eri, this mission seems too suspicious. I advise against it, Suguru Geto said, his concern unmistakable in his gaze. Shokoin Eri understood their apprehension. But she was Shokoin Eri. Even if a bottomless abyss lay ahead, what was there to fear? Do not worry, I am well aware. I merely wish to see what tricks the executive council has in store, she retorted with a cold smile. In the executive council meeting room, voices rose in debate. Why was this task assigned solely to Shokoin Eri? One high-ranking member questioned. She has now achieved the rank of first-grade sorcerer. This task is merely a training exercise for her, another replied. But why is she the only one participating? If something goes awry, the Shokoin and Kinji families will not let us off easily, cautioned a third. She is not obligated to accept this mission. She has the right to choose. If she were to tragically fall, it would not concern us, another added. We also aim to gauge her true capabilities, another voice chimed in. For this mission, I will arrange for Kamiiizumi to accompany her, and he will meticulously document the entire process, a higher authority concluded. The next day, Kamiiizumi Akihito and Hiragi Tanichi arrived to escort Shokoin Eri. Yet, to their surprise, Fushiguro and Suguru Geto accompanied her as well. This mission is solely for Shokoin. You are requested to return, Kamiiizumi Akihito said, unable to meet Fushiguro's gaze, instead locking eyes with Suguru Geto. Fushiguro scoffed, a hint of impatience in his tone. Are those old men tired of living? Or are you too? Kamiiizumi Akihito sensed the oppressive aura emanating from Fushiguro, rendering him breathless. I am merely following orders. Please do not make this difficult for me. He managed a wry smile, caught between 2 formidable forces. The executive council specified that Eri should be the only participant. They did not prohibit others from accompanying her. Suguru Geto remarked with an affable grin. We shall wait outside. We will not intrude. After a moment of hesitation, Kamiiizumi Akihito acquiesced, overwhelmed by Fushiguro's menacing presence. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at their destination. The air above Shikita photography was thick with a distinctly dark red residue of cursed energy. While ordinary people might be oblivious, sorcerers could keenly sense it. Kamiiizumi Akihito felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having received cursed objects for protection from the executive council, fear still clung to him. Eri, be extremely cautious. Suguru Geto advised earnestly, his gaze fixed on her. Understood, Shokoin Eri nodded. Do your best, Eri. We will be waiting for you outside, Fushiguro added, his tone lighthearted. Shokoin Eri glanced at Fushiguro and replied, all right. With that, she crossed the caution line, followed closely by Kamiiizumi Akihito, while Hiragi Tanichi initiated the barrier. Kamiiizumi, I may not be able to look out for you later. Take care, Shokoin Eri stated calmly as she stood her ground. Koji Kamitsujo adjusted the brooch on his chest and spoke hesitantly. There is no need for you to worry, Yoki-san. I am equipped with cursed objects for self-defense. You may proceed to exorcise the cursed spirit without hesitation. Observing Koji's demeanor, Aoki Kiyori chose not to engage further and surveyed the Shikita Photography Club, where an ominous dark red residue of cursed energy permeated the atmosphere. As she approached, a pungent stench assailed her senses, an odor reminiscent of decay, lingering for days, festering within the confines of the room. Disgusted, Aoki scrunched her nose and forcefully kicked open the club's door. As the door swung open, a crimson, unidentified liquid erupted from within, splattering onto Aoki's face. Reacting swiftly, she turned her head, narrowly avoiding the foul substance, which instead struck the floor behind her, corroding it into a small pit. It was unsettling to imagine that had she not evaded it, her face would have suffered the same fate. Such a malicious cursed spirit must be eradicated. Chapter 57. A defiant gesture to the heavens, thunder strikes. Peering through the now open door, Aoki was met with a sight drenched in blood-red hues, a viscous mass interspersed with flesh that writhed grotesquely, inciting a wave of unease. Koji glanced at the scene and quickly turned away, fearful that even a moment's longer gaze would provoke his stomach to revolt. What a revolting cursed spirit. Suppressing her own nausea, Aoki summoned the snow spirit butterfly. Attack the grotesque mass on the ground and reveal its true form, she commanded. Yes, my master. The snow spirit butterfly responded. With a graceful flutter, the butterfly unleashed two swift and lethal blades, striking the crimson mass. At the moment of impact, the sinister substance heaved and writhed, swiftly morphing into an unsightly humanoid shape. Why did it take on such a grotesque human form? Because its entirety was a ghastly hue of red, interspersed with glistening flesh and eyes, the latter of which remained fixated on Aoki with an unsettling stillness. The snow spirit butterfly's attack seemed to have no effect. Akin to striking a cushion, no ripples were provoked. The butterfly darted before the cursed spirit, its sharp wings piercing through the creature's form, cleaving it in twain, yet in the blink of an eye, the body rejoined. Its recovery was remarkably swift. Aoki observed with a mixture of admiration and frustration. This cursed spirit was like water, effortlessly reassembling itself despite being torn asunder. Contemplating her next move, Aoki summoned the ice spirit to freeze the cursed spirit, and then instructed the snow spirit butterfly to slice the spirit into countless fragments. Finally, the ice spirit detonated the frozen shards, obliterating the cursed spirit into fine powder, which vanished into the air. Sensing the absence of cursed energy within the photography club, Aoki retracted both the snow spirit butterfly and the ice spirit and turned to the dazed Koji. Please convey my regards to the directorate, she said, her gaze fixed on the brooch adorning his chest. In the directorate's office, the discussions were already unfolding. She is indeed perceptive. She has already caught on, remarked a senior member. The entities she summons are unprecedented in their nature. Can we truly control her? Another questioned. In my opinion, she poses a threat that must be eliminated. Such techniques should not exist in this world, another chimed in. How easily you speak of elimination. Yet do you not consider the powerful families backing her? If you are eager for death, I shall not intervene, countered another voice. So we shall simply allow her to flourish? What if she becomes uncontrollable, akin to Satoru Gojo? A concerned member interjected. Silence fell over the room. If she is uncontrollable, let her perish at the hands of the cursed spirits. The Aoki and Shizen families will not trace their troubles back to us, a senior member concluded. I am in agreement, another affirmed. Once she graduates from the Jujutsu High, we shall bring her to the directorate to serve us, another added. Truly, Mr. Edo, you are astute, came the praise. Aoki Kiyori remained blissfully unaware of the machinations concerning her future beyond graduation, and had she known, she would have laughed at their naive aspirations. When the ominous presence of cursed spirits dissipated, she promptly dismissed the barrier. Emerging unscathed, Aoki was followed closely by Koji, who regarded her with a gaze of astonishment. Until then, he had not perceived the prowess of her summoning techniques, but witnessing it now, he found it to be astonishingly formidable. Aoki had effortlessly vanquished the cursed spirit without lifting a finger, and the beings she summoned were unlike any creatures of this world. Although the documentation described her summoning as a product of imagination, could such vividly lifelike beings truly be conjured from mere fantasy? The realism was striking. Koji, observing the summoned entities up close, felt a profound sense of awe. Unperturbed by Koji's thoughts, Aoki completed her task and departed with Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. As the day was still young, the trio decided to indulge in some leisure before returning. Suddenly, Satoru proposed a spar with Aoki's summoned spirit. Aoki raised an eyebrow, questioning his seriousness. Absolutely serious. I've long wished to engage in battle with your summoned spirit, Satoru declared with enthusiasm. Suguru also expressed his desire to join the fray. Aoki gladly accepted the challenge. They ventured to a remote area outside Shibuya, where Aoki established a barrier, and the three of them commenced their battle. Had Kinji Hikari been present, he would have exclaimed, "Why are you all engaging in a brawl?" Alas, he was left behind at the Jujutsu High, unable to witness the spectacle. Within the barrier, the atmosphere was electrifying, with Satoru's limitless techniques, Sugiru's cursed spirit manipulation, and Aoki's summoning arts clashing in a chaotic melee. Aoki summoned 4 spirits at once: the Silver Moon Wolf King, the Snow Spirit Butterfly, the Man-Eating Flower, and the Rainbow Cloud Bird. The Man-Eating Flower stood imposingly at 5 meters tall, while the others reached a height of 3 meters at most. "Kiyori, why are all your summoned spirits so tall?" Satoru inquired mid-battle, his curiosity piqued. Aoki shot him an exasperated glance, uninterested in answering. "Kiyori, if I pierce your spirit, will it perish?" Satoru posed another question. Aoki had not considered whether her spirits could die, as they were summoned from their true forms. She pondered for a moment and decided to inquire of the highest-ranking spirit. "The Silver Moon Wolf King. My master, should we perish here, we will return to the Brahma continent, but our rank will diminish by 1 level." The Silver Moon Wolf King informed her. Aoki was taken aback by the Wolf King's knowledge. "How do you know this?" she asked. "When you summoned me." A mysterious voice conveyed this information, the Wolf King responded. A mysterious voice? Aoki paused, then realized it might have been the Phoenix speaking. It was understandable. They could be summoned through her soul as a medium, relying on the enhancement of cursed energy, especially since they were not beings of this world and thus would not die here. Satoru launched an attack using his technique, striking at the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Wolf King calmly raised its crescent moon to intercept the blow, which should have pierced through, but instead struck a silvery shield of light. This was the Silver Moon Wolf King's ultimate defense, capable of deflecting a lethal attack. "Kiyori, your summoned spirit is quite impressive," Satoru exclaimed. "To think that I could withstand your sorcerer's counterattack," exclaimed Satoru Gojo, a grin spreading across his face as he gave a thumbs up to Apsara Kiyori. Kiyori yearned to inform him that her strength was still suppressed by the heavenly path, had they been on the Brahma continent. 10 Gojo would not suffice to match her prowess. Contemplating this, Kiyori defiantly raised her middle finger to the sky. "Kiyori, are you challenging me?" At that moment, Suguru, perched atop a cursed spirit resembling a devil fish, caught sight of Kiyori's gesture and mistakenly believed it was directed at him. "Oh no, I'm not disparaging you. I'm disdainfully addressing the heavens," Kiyori hastily clarified. Fortunately, Kiyori had established a tent, or else she might have witnessed thunderous calamities descending from the sky. Originally, Shibuya was under clear blue skies, but suddenly, several bolts of thunder struck, startling the inhabitants into thinking a torrential downpour was imminent, prompting them to rush home. Yet, after those few strikes, the spectacle ceased. Had Kiyori known, she would likely have quipped, "Is the heavenly path monitoring me? Must I be warned even for a mere gesture of defiance? How petty." Chapter 58. Let us hope this day never arrives. Since that incident, the director had refrained from causing further disturbances or assigning tasks to Kiyori. During the 3rd semester, on Suguru Geto's birthday, Kiyori gifted him a large bottle of purification liquid. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Kiyori had successfully transitioned from a first-year to a second-year student, while Yaga Mazamichi had ascended from homeroom teacher to principal. Meanwhile, 2 new students joined the first-year class, Kinji Hikari and Yuji Itadori. Kiyori reflected on how each successive cohort seemed to dwindle in number, leading her to believe that Yaga's earlier words were mere fabrications. Feeling a sense of seniority, Kiyori resolved to refrain from engaging in childish brawls with Gojo, wishing to avoid becoming a source of amusement for her juniors. "Yet Gojo, you lunatic, stop right there." Kiyori fumed, her teeth grinding as she chased after the white-haired man provocatively glancing back at her as he ran. "Oh, little Kiyori is angry. Come chase me. Come chase me. If you catch me, I'll return it to you," Gojo teased, waving the bracelet he had snatched from her. The situation unfolded as follows. The Lucky Star bracelet gifted to her by Anya Zenin had been removed during her bath, and she intended to put it back on post-bath. However, that scoundrel Gojo had unexpectedly appeared from nowhere and seized it, resulting in this chaotic chase. Kinji Hikari and Yuji Itadori, passing by, stood agape at the sight of the 2 racing past. "The seniors are so lively. I want to learn from them," exclaimed Itadori, his eyes sparkling. Hikari, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel that his peers' thought process was rather peculiar, noting that those 2 seniors seemed quite unorthodox. Kiyori had not anticipated that. Upon the commencement of the school year, her image would plummet in the eyes of her juniors, earning her an unflattering reputation. Notably, both the 1st and 2nd-year homerooms were under Yaga Mazamichi. Was he the sole instructor at Tokyo Metropolitan Jujutsu Technical School, juggling the roles of both principal and homeroom teacher? Kiyori truly wished to voice her grievances. Yaga typically taught Hikari and Itadori, occasionally allowing Kiyori to substitute. Speaking of which, one must mention that insufferable white-haired man, who, relying on his seniority, mercilessly bullied his juniors, even referring to Hikari as Hikari-kun, though Kiyori herself enjoyed calling him Hikari-kun. Hey, don't think I didn't hear you two gossiping about me. Gojo dodged Hikari's attack and charged toward Kiyori, who merely scoffed at him with a dismissive gesture. With her reputation already tarnished, she resolved to act according to her whims, doing as she pleased. As the practical class concluded, neither Hikari nor Itadori managed to land a hit on Gojo. Gojo-senpai is truly remarkable, Itadori exclaimed, awe evident in his voice. Indeed, Hikari replied nonchalantly, smoothing out his wrinkled clothing. When will I be as formidable as Gojo-senpai? Itadori's voice brimmed with anticipation. As long as you believe in yourself, one day, you too shall become a powerful individual, Hikari reassured him. Yes, when that time comes, we'll exorcise curses together. We shall become formidable, Itadori declared with confidence. In June, the director's office received a mysterious letter claiming that two Susanoo-like entities had been spotted in Sendai. Thus, Gojo and Geto were dispatched to investigate. Yaga, while diligently teaching, suddenly summoned Kiyori to assist with substitute teaching before hurriedly departing. It was rare to see Yaga in such a flurry, leading Kiyori to suspect that something significant must have transpired. However, the Jujutsu Sorcerer Forum bore no whispers of any incidents, and with Gojo and Geto absent for 5 days, unease began to creep in. Would any unforeseen calamities arise? Yet, recalling Gojo and Geto's formidable strength dispelled such thoughts. You may not have witnessed my techniques yet. With Yaga-sensei absent today, I shall take you for a spin, Kiyori said with a smile as she summoned a wind bird and a rainbow cloud bird. Wow, a big bird. Itadori gasped in exaggerated wonder. Hikari looked on with curiosity, eager to see what Kiyori had in store. Wind bird. Kiyori, summoning me is one thing. But why bring it along too? Rainbow cloud bird, dumb bird. Wind bird, I am not a dumb bird. You are the foolish one. Rainbow cloud bird, silly bird. Wind bird, Aya, you infuriate me. As the two birds prepared to squabble before her, Kiyori promptly intervened. Enough. If you continue your racket, I shall pluck every feather from you. Wind bird, understood. Rainbow cloud bird, yes, mistress. Kiyori leaped onto the wind bird, beckoning Hikari and Itadori to mount the rainbow cloud bird. The wind bird soared into the sky, followed closely by the rainbow cloud bird. Itadori, feeling a bit anxious, tugged at the feathers of the rainbow cloud bird, only to find it remarkably stable, allowing him to release his grip and gaze at the scenery below. Look, Hikari. That's our school down there. Hirahara, you pointed at the shrunken school and spoke to Nanao Kenjin. Nanao Kenjin surveyed the vibrant cloud bird, gently stroking its feathers, and was astonished by the remarkably lifelike texture, akin to that of a genuine bird's plumage. It was utterly unbelievable. It was hard to fathom that this was summoned through cursed energy. Kamiiizumi Aoi escorted Nanao Kenjin while Hirahara circled around twice before returning to the ground, hesitant to venture outside the barrier for fear of being seen by ordinary people. So what do you think? My technique is rather impressive, isn't it? Kamiiizumi Aoi wore a look that urged them to praise her. Indeed, your technique is extraordinarily powerful. Hirahara exclaimed, gesturing with his hands. Kamiiizumi Aoi turned her gaze to Nanao Kenjin, her golden eyes sparkling with intensity. Yes, it's incredibly powerful. Nanao Kenjin reluctantly complimented. Who do you think is more formidable? Me or Satoru Gojo? Kamiiizumi Aoi inquired further. Hirahara hesitated, torn between the two esteemed seniors he admired greatly. Unlike Hirahara's indecision, Nanao Kenjin replied without a moment's hesitation, you are the stronger one. Kamiiizumi Aoi nodded with satisfaction and then pulled out 2 small boxes from her pocket, handing them to Nanao Kenjin and Hirahara. Upon opening them, they discovered a translucent flower that resembled a magnolia, yet was distinct, with the edges of its petals shimmering with a silvery luminescence. This is the ice jade snow orchid, capable of curing various ailments and mending broken bones. Simply consuming a petal will activate its effects. Remember to carry it with you. Kamiiizumi Aoi paused before earnestly adding, I hope you never have to use it. Chapter 59, The Indestructible Ant Swarm, Leaving No Trace. Senbon Anai sat in the garden, savoring her afternoon tea, when the shadow beneath her suddenly twisted, and a figure cloaked in black emerged from the distortion. Young miss, there is a substantial bounty on Miss Aoi in the black market. The cloaked figure knelt before Senbon Anai. Her eyes narrowed, fingers gripping the teacup with such force that it seemed ready to shatter. Investigate this matter. I wish to uncover who dares to threaten my daughter. Senbon Anai's voice was calm, yet a chilling coldness flickered across her face. Yes, young Mississippi. The cloaked figure complied and retreated back into the shadow. Senbon Anai rose, gazing into the distance as if longing for Kamiiizumi Aoi, who was far away in Tokyo. Aoi, rest assured, I will spare no one who dares to place a bounty on you. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Kamiizumi Aoi was shopping with Yeri Shoko, Nanao Kenjin, and Hirahara Yu. I wonder what Seo Jet and Satoru Gojo are up to lately. They seem to have vanished, Aoi asked, linking arms with Yeri Shoko. How would I know? You don't even know? So how could I? Shoko replied, shaking her head. Aoi sighed, reflecting on how, without Gojo and Seo, and with Anka and Mei off on missions, it was just the two of them along with first-year students Nanao Kenjin and Hirahara Yu in class. Look over there. Hirahara Yu suddenly shouted, pointing at a scene. Aoi turned to see a tall man in a tank top and red shorts grabbing a passerby and stabbing them repeatedly in the abdomen with a knife. The area erupted into screams of terror, with people fleeing in panic, none daring to intervene. Aoi furrowed her brow, about to call the inspector's office when she saw Hirahara Yu dart towards the assailant. What? Why did he charge in? No, call the police with Shoko. I'll go after you, Aoi instructed, sprinting towards the scene. Where's Hirahara Yu? Upon arriving, Aoi found the victim lying lifeless in a pool of blood. But Hirahara Yu and the assailant were nowhere in sight. A sense of foreboding gripped her, compelling her to find Hirahara Yu swiftly. Seeking an isolated spot, Aoi summoned the indestructible ant swarm, instructing them to locate Hirahara Yu. The indestructible ants were a rare breed of magical beast from the Brahmin continent. They were tiny, even smaller than a pinky finger, yet numerous. Each swarm contained a queen, and as long as the queen survived, the swarm could endure even the most brutal of circumstances. Moving with incredible speed, 10,000 indestructible ants could devour a beast the size of a small mountain in an instant. Aoi gently stroked the queen's two white antennae, causing her to form a heart shape with them in delight. All right, let us see where Hirahara Yu has gone. Aoi chuckled, poking the queen's antennae playfully. Indestructible ant queen, understood, master. Aoi placed her finger on the queen's antenna, her mental energy flowing into the queen's multifaceted eyes, flooding her mind with information about the positions and visions of all the indestructible ants. Ugh, Aoi groaned, feeling discomfort. Indestructible ant queen, if you are unwell, I can search for your companion. Aoi's mental energy swiftly scanned until it locked onto one specific indestructible ant. Through its information relay, she discovered that Hirahara Yu had been knocked unconscious and left on the ground, with two men standing nearby, one being the earlier assailant and the other wearing a mask that obscured his features. The indestructible ant then transmitted the location information to Aoi. Exiting the mental connection, she called Yeri Shoko and quickly made her way to the destination. Are you certain she will come looking for us? The man in red shorts asked the masked figure beside him. The masked man, flipping a wooden gun in his hand, replied emotionlessly, rest assured, she will definitely come. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected guest arrived on the rooftop of the dilapidated building. It was Kamiizumi Aoi. True to form, the young lady from the Simbon family arrives with remarkable speed. The masked man chuckled. Since you know my identity and still wish to draw me in, you must have complete confidence in your ability to detain me. Aoi showed no sign of shock at having her identity revealed. Instead, she discerned the masked man's intentions. Clever as expected of the Simbon family. Since you are aware, let us dispense with pleasantries. Prepare to meet your end. Before he could finish, the masked man aimed his wooden gun at Aoi and fired several rounds. Aoi had long anticipated such an attack, deftly evading the bullets and leaping forward to kick the gun from the masked man's grasp. Seeing this, the man in red shorts lunged at Aoi with his knife. Aoi deftly dodged, using the momentum to leap away. As she landed, the masked man attempted a sweeping kick to knock Aoi down, but she rolled to the side, creating distance. The man in red shorts glanced at the masked figure, grasping the unconscious Hirahara Yu and pressing the knife's tip against his neck. Miss Aoi, I'm sure you don't want your friend to get hurt, the masked man taunted. Aoi's expression hardened as she looked at Hirahara Yu. Let him go. That's not possible. This is leverage against you. After all, the masked man replied, smirking while patting Hirahara Yu's cheek. Aoi sneered coldly, fixing her gaze on the masked man and the man in red shorts, calmly stating, you're not worthy to threaten me. The masked man was about to retort, implying that Aoi must not care for her friend, when he felt something crawling up his pant leg. Glancing down, he was horrified to see that the ground was now swarming with countless ants, climbing up his shoes and pant legs. Upon a closer look at Shanjin Qingli, her surroundings resembled a vacuum, devoid of even a single ant. In stark contrast, the figure clad in red shorts was infested with black ants. Who on earth are you? Before the question could be fully articulated, her gaze was consumed by the crawling ants, and her mouth was filled with them. It turned out that Shanjin Qingli had commanded the Undying Ant Queen to direct her minions to swarm the rooftop, awaiting her signal. The Undying Ant Queen ascended Shanjin Qingli's pant leg to her shoulder, its two white antennae brushing against her cheek, reminiscent of a playful nuzzle. You truly know how to be affectionate, Shanjin Qingli remarked with a hint of resignation, placing her right index finger near the queen's mandibles. The queen's mandibles grazed her finger, causing no pain, but rather a slight tickle. Moments later, the queen withdrew, affectionately rubbing her antennae against Shanjin Qingli's finger. Meanwhile, the undying ants had devoured the masked man in red shorts, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After recalling her army of ants, Shanjin Qingli went to rouse Huiyuan Xiong. Huiyuan Xiong had intended to intervene against the man in red shorts, but found himself unexpectedly knocked unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, he heard someone exclaim, "The fish has taken the bait," before everything faded to black. "Senior Shanjin, am I particularly useless?" Huiyuan Xiong lamented, trailing behind Shanjin Qingli, his voice heavy with self-reproach. Instead of saving someone, he ended up needing to be saved. Shanjin Qingli halted and regarded Huiyuan Xiong, her golden pupils filled with encouragement. "Huiyuan, your sense of justice has already triumphed over many. Countless witnesses to the crime were too frightened to intervene, yet you rushed forward to confront the assailant, demonstrating your bravery, kindness, and sense of responsibility." Huiyuan Xiong was momentarily taken aback by her words. "However, this cannot happen again. This time we were by your side, when acting alone. You must prioritize your safety and refrain from rushing in blindly. What if there are traps, right?" Shanjin Qingli imparted earnestly. "Yes, I understand, Senior Shanjin," Huiyuan Xiong replied, gazing at her with admiration, his eyes sparkling like stars. After reuniting with Iri Shoko and the others, they continued their shopping spree, tacitly avoiding any inquiries regarding the fate of the masked man in red shorts. Chapter 60. I Seek Someone. On this day, Shanjin Qingli visited the office in search of Yaga Mazumichi, hoping to inquire about any tasks that needed attention. However, upon arrival, she discovered the office vacant. Just as she contemplated leaving, her curiosity was piqued by a document on the desk. Driven by intrigue, she opened the file, thinking it would be a fleeting glance. "An outsider has commissioned Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto, yet I am considered an outsider too," she mused, her gaze falling upon the bolded line at the bottom. "This operation must remain undisclosed to outsiders. It seems they have discerned my unusual nature," she thought, placing the document down with newfound determination as she exited the office. If Tenjin wished for her to refrain from involvement, she would defiantly intervene to uncover his intentions. Tenjin, an immortal sorcerer from a millennium past, possessed the ability of immortality, requiring assimilation with a star entity every 500 years to sustain his life. Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto had been tasked by Tenjin to escort the star entity Taneko to the Star Palace, during which they would face significant resistance from the Ponching sect and the Q organization. The Ponching sect believed Tenjin's assimilation with the star entity sullied his divine form, thus seeking to eliminate the star entity. Conversely, the Q organization, composed of curse users, aimed to dismantle the existing order of the Jujutsu world. Unsure where to locate them, Shanjin Qingli received a notification on her phone, a social media post from Gojo Satoru featuring a selfie of him and Suguru Geto in swimwear. Captioned, "Okinawa is so much fun. Excellent. I found them," she concluded, tucking her phone away. After a brief tidying up, she informed Iri Shoko and departed the school, heading straight for Okinawa. Upon disembarking from the private jet, she received intelligence from the Chiba family regarding Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto, detailing their arrival time in Okinawa, the duration of their beach activities, dining choices, and their current hotel accommodations, the thoroughness of which was almost alarming. It was a testament to the Chiba family's immense influence, capable of procuring information even on Gojo Satoru. As she stepped off the plane, a Chiba family bodyguard arrived to escort her. "Miss Qingli, please," the bodyguard respectfully ushered her into the vehicle. "To the Tenjo Hotel," Shanjin Qingli replied, fastening her seatbelt and providing the destination. The drive proceeded smoothly to the Tenjo Hotel, where she instructed the bodyguards to return, entering the hotel alone. "Good day, miss. Do you require accommodation?" a hostess inquired with a smile. Shanjin Qingli glanced at her, nodding politely and responding calmly, "I am here to find someone." The hostess appeared bewildered, taken aback by the request. Find someone? She seems so young. Is this world truly targeting children? Should Shanjin Qingli have heard the hostess's thoughts, she would have clarified that her search was entirely legitimate, not of the dubious nature implied. After verifying the room number provided in the intel, before Shanjin Qingli could even kick the door down, it swung open from the inside. "Xiaoli, what a coincidence. You're staying at the hotel too." Gojo Satoru greeted her with a cheerful expression. Shanjin Qingli shot him a glare, pushing past him into the room. Addressing the figure blocking Taneko's path, "Miss Taneko, Miss Kurwa, greetings. I am Shanjin Qingli, a peer of theirs." Taneko appeared bewildered, glancing between Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru, as if questioning the sudden intrusion of Shanjin Qingli. Kurwa Misaki regarded her with a guarded demeanor. Suguru Geto sighed in exasperation, surprised by Shanjin Qingli's direct approach. "Qingli, what brings you here?" he inquired. Shanjin Qingli huffed dismissively, taking a seat on the opposite sofa. "I wish to participate in the escort mission for Ms. Taneko." "Hey, this mission is one that Geto and I have been undertaking. We've already made significant progress and are set to depart for the Star Palace tomorrow. Are you here to stake a claim?" Gojo Satoru addressed her from a superior stance, looking down at her. "I'm concerned that you may not adequately protect Ms. Taneko, which is why I came. Yet you seem to have misconstrued my intentions," Shanjin Qingli retorted, catching sight of the dark circles under Gojo Satoru's eyes, indicating his exhaustion. "Wait, are you implying that Geto and I can't protect Taneko? What a ridiculous joke!" Gojo Satoru exclaimed. Taneko chuckled at their banter, remarking, "Your manner of speaking is quite similar to how I converse with Misaki." However, her expression shifted to one of melancholy as she considered her impending assimilation, though she once viewed it as a source of pride. The reality of the situation stirred feelings of regret. "Fear not, Miss Taneko. You may take your time to contemplate. There is still a chance to reconsider before we head to the Star Palace tomorrow," Shanjin Qingli reassured her, prompting a glance of surprise from Suguru Geto, as those were precisely his thoughts as well. "Is that true? If I choose not to assimilate with Lord Tenjin, can I do so? Wouldn't that be too selfish?" Taneko pondered aloud, her gaze dropping. In this moment, the scene evoked memories of a past life for Aoshirin Kiyori. What appeared to be an unavoidable responsibility was, in truth, a burden entirely unnecessary. One ought to live authentically, from the heart. Aoshirin Kiyori approached and gently lifted Taniri Riko's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. With solemnity, he declared, "That is not selfish. You possess your own life, cherished friends, and a unique journey. You have the right to follow your heart." Taniri Riko was momentarily taken aback by his words. "Though life is fleeting, it is also resplendent and vibrant. You have ample time to savor it. Do not allow those so-called responsibilities to shackle you. They are not burdens meant for you to bear." Aoshirin Kiyori's golden eyes locked onto Taniri Riko's, radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of winter, gradually illuminating her heart. Taniri Riko felt her eyes grow warm, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as if a dam had burst. "Oh no, I've made her cry." Aoshirin Kiyori panicked, quickly seeking assistance, only to find Wataru Gojo indifferent, declaring, "You made her cry. That's not my concern," while Suguru Geto offered no aid. Truly, what wonderful companions she had. Ultimately, it was the ever-reliable Misaki Korwa who came to Aoshirin Kiyori's rescue, soothing Taniri Riko to sleep. In the room, there were only 2 beds. Taniri Riko and Misaki Korwa shared one, leaving the other bed insufficient for 3. Consequently, Aoshirin Kiyori claimed the remaining bed, while the 2 towering young men, both nearly 6 feet tall, squeezed onto the sofa for the night. Chapter 61. 5 set out, 3 return. The following day, Taniri Riko was in less than stellar spirits. Still grappling with the decision of whether to assimilate, Aoshirin Kiyori suggested taking her time to ponder, as there was no rush. They returned to Tokyo in the morning, indulged in a leisurely stroll, and after lunch, prepared to head to the Hozikyo. The Hozikyo, located beneath the Tokyo Jujutsu High School, was safeguarded by a labyrinth of over 1,000 doors, with only one leading to the correct entrance, which had to be accessed at a specific time as instructed by Tenjin. At precisely 3 o'clock, they arrived at the foot of the Ensho mountain at Jujutsu High, and upon entering the school's barrier, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. "We're inside the high school's barrier now." Suguru Geto stood beneath the torii gate, hands on his hips. Taniri Riko, panting from the climb, accepted a handkerchief from Misaki Korwa and remarked, "So we should be safe for the time being, right? Wataru, you've really worked hard." Suguru Geto replied sincerely. Wataru Gojo, with his hands in his pockets, sighed and, shutting his 6 eyes, disdainfully stated, "I never want to babysit kids again." Aoshirin Kiyori was about to question why Taniri Riko was considered a child when suddenly, Wataru Gojo was pierced through the chest, blood spraying forth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? Wasn't this within the barrier? How could an assassination occur here? This was the interior of the high school's barrier. Suguru Geto stared in shock at Wataru Gojo and the assailant behind him. Wataru Gojo glanced back at the assailant and asked, "Haven't I seen you before?" The attacker was a tall, muscular man with black hair, clad in a tight black shirt that showcased his formidable physique. "Don't mind me. I can hardly remember names," the man replied. Aoshirin Kiyori, uninterested in whether he could recall the man's name, snapped her fingers, summoning the spirit fox to enchant the assassin. Seizing the opportunity, Wataru Gojo freed himself from the blade embedded in his chest. "Wataru, are you alright?" Suguru Geto rushed towards him, concerned. "It's fine. Although the technique didn't T-activate in time, I avoided any damage to my organs. It's as if a pin passed through a knitted sweater. Truly, I'm fine." Wataru Gojo reassured calmly. Though he spoke of being fine, Ayashira and Kiyori sensed that he was far from it. Was he really explaining himself? Don't worry about me. Prioritize Taniri. I'll handle this, Wataru Gojo said, turning his attention to the mesmerized assassin, stretching his limbs. You all head to Lord Tenjin. Ayashira and Kiyori observed the blood on Wataru Gojo's chest, unusually refraining from mocking him. Could he truly manage? No problem. I am Wataru Gojo, he asserted confidently. Then take care. Ayashira and Kiyori replied, casting a deep glance at Wataru Gojo before glancing at Suguru Geto, then at Taniri Riko and Misaki Kurwa. Let us go? They traversed a path of blue bricks and entered a door, taking the elevator down. During this descent, aside from Suguru Geto informing Ayashira and Kiyori of the assassin's identity, silence reigned. After all, an assassination within the high school's barrier was not something one could easily reconcile. Ayashira and Kiyori hadn't even noticed how the assassin had appeared behind Wataru Gojo. The assassin must have been incredibly powerful to strike so swiftly and silently. Upon exiting the elevator, Misaki Kurwa halted at the entrance, calling out to Taniri Riko. Miss Riko, I can only accompany you this far. Please, I ask you to. Before Misaki Kurwa could finish, Taniri Riko rushed forward to embrace her. Kurwa, I really like you. I always have, and I always will. I like you too, Misaki Kurwa replied, returning the embrace. Witnessing the two girls in a heartfelt embrace, Ayashira and Kiyori felt a pang of emotion. The four had diminished to just Ayashira and Kiyori, Suguru Geto, and Taniri Riko. The three walked silently through the stone path, and upon emerging into a spacious area, they found a large, tree-like branch reaching up to the ceiling, surrounded by neatly arranged buildings. This is the residence of Lord Tenjin. The foundation of the main barriers in the country, the Hozikyo's main hall, Suguru Geto announced, gazing ahead. He continued, descend the stairs, pass through the gate, and you will reach the roots of that great tree. You will enter a unique barrier that differs from the one surrounding the high school, accessible only to invited guests. Lord Tenjin will safeguard you until the assimilation concludes. Naturally, Tenjin would protect Taniri, as the assimilation required her to merge with the star matter. Ayashira and Kiyori mused. Yet something felt amiss. They had descended for nearly 10 minutes. Why hadn't Wataru Gojo caught up? Alternatively, you might want to turn back and return home with Ms. Kurwa. As Kiyori said, your life is just beginning. Suguru Geto paused before adding, regardless of your choice. We will ensure your future. Taniri Riko lowered her gaze, biting her lip, before finally sharing her story. Since birth, I have been told, you are special. Different from everyone else. I have grown accustomed to being special, and throughout my life, I have avoided danger, living solely for this day. Her voice trembled as she recounted the loss of her parents. She barely remembered it, and felt neither sorrow nor loneliness. She believed that even if she were to assimilate and part ways with everyone, it wouldn't matter. No matter how painful it may be, one day, sadness and loneliness will fade. Yet I still. Taniri Riko's tears flowed freely. I still want to be with everyone again, to explore various places. To see all sorts of things, too. Ayashira and Kiyori resonated deeply with Taniri Riko's words, and, unable to contain herself, stepped forward to embrace her. Then let us return. Yes. Taniri Riko responded, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Striking the protective barrier Ayashira and Kiyori had instinctively raised in her moment of anxiety before falling to the ground. They had missed their mark. The voice of Fushiguro Megumi echoed through the stone path. A tremor coursed through Aoi Tsukino's pupils. If Fushiguro Megumi were alive, then Satoru Gojo. How could you be here? Suguru Geto cast a sharp glance at Fushiguro Megumi, his eyes narrowing. Oh, I killed Satoru Gojo, Fushiguro Megumi taunted. With a sudden crack, a pitch-black rift tore open in the air, and from it emerged the semi-grade cursed spirit, Kuriko. Aoi, take Riko and leave first. Suguru Geto commanded the Kuriko to charge at Fushiguro Megumi. Aoi Tsukino clenched her fists, casting a worried glance at Suguru Geto. She closed her eyes for a moment, reached out, and grasped Riko Amanai's hand, fortifying her with an additional layer of protective shield. Be careful, Geto. Observing Fushiguro Megumi attempting to pursue Aoi Tsukino and Riko Amanai, Suguru Geto swiftly obstructed him. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The following words were lost to the chaos as Aoi Tsukino pulled Riko Amanai back along their path. Along the way, they stumbled upon Michiru Kurwa, collapsed in a pool of blood. Michiru. Riko Amanai rushed forward, cradling Michiru Kurwa in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Aoi Tsukino deduced that Michiru Kurwa, having returned alone, must have encountered dire peril. Miss Amanai, I understand this is difficult, but the enemy remains. It would be prudent for us to leave swiftly. Aoi Tsukino urged. But Michiru. Riko Amanai insisted on taking Michiru Kurwa with them. Aoi Tsukino sighed in resignation, lifting Michiru Kurwa into her arms and stepping into the elevator, with Riko Amanai quickly following suit. Upon returning to the surface, gazing at the azure sky, she fell into a trance. If even Satoru Gojo could not stop Fushiguro Megumi, then Suguru Geto. What's wrong? Riko Amanai inquired. Noticing Aoi Tsukino's sudden halt, her brow furrowing in confusion, Aoi Tsukino summoned the rainbow cloud bird, proclaiming, "My technique is summoning. This is the spirit I have called forth. It will protect you and can also escort you and Miss Kurwa away from here. Do you wish to return?" Riko Amanai appeared momentarily dazed, as if a thought had struck her. "Yes, I can't rest easy knowing Geto. Gojo is already." Aoi Tsukino's heart ached at the thought. "I cannot abandon Geto any longer." After the rainbow cloudbird carried Riko Amanai and Michiru Kurwa away, Aoi Tsukino returned to the underground via the elevator, hastening through the stone path, her heart fervently praying for Suguru Geto's safety. Yet reality dealt her a crushing blow. Fushiguro Megumi withdrew his long blade from Suguru Geto's body, and upon seeing Aoi Tsukino retrace her steps, he remarked with mild surprise, "You've come back. Commendable courage." The loss of two comrades sent Aoi Tsukino's fury to its zenith as she summoned four spirits: the Azure Sky Demon Ape, the Silver Moon Wolf King, the Azure Moon Wolf King, and the two-headed Demon Dragon. Aoi Tsukino commanded the four spirits to assail Fushiguro Megumi in unison. "Well, kid, your physical prowess is impressive." The Azure Sky Demon Ape praised as Fushiguro Megumi effortlessly caught its fist. Fushiguro Megumi squinted, wielding his weapon in retaliation. Seizing the opportunity, while Fushiguro Megumi was momentarily occupied, Aoi Tsukino summoned a wood spirit to heal Suguru Geto. "Geto, don't die." Fortunately, the timely intervention allowed Suguru Geto to be rescued from the brink of death. Sensing his feeble presence, Aoi Tsukino exhaled in relief, summoning the wood spirit back. Summoning 6 spirits concurrently proved exhausting. She needed to eliminate Fushiguro Megumi swiftly. Fushiguro Megumi attempted to close in on Aoi Tsukino, but was intercepted by the Azure Sky Demon Ape. "Want to leave? You must first pass through me." Aoi Tsukino could not afford to engage him in close combat, for both Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto had fallen to his hand. She could not offer herself as another victim, thus she remained at a distance, vigilant against potential ambushes from Fushiguro Megumi. "Such a nuisance," he muttered as he dodged the Silver Moon Wolf King's attack, only to be met by the two-headed Demon Dragon's offensive. He cleaved through it with his blade, followed by the Azure Moon Wolf King. The depletion of her cursed energy was alarming. Aoi Tsukino urged her spirits to finish Fushiguro Megumi quickly. "Feel the might of my Sky Blue Mountain Strike." The Azure Sky Demon Ape unleashed its ultimate technique. The Silver Moon Wolf King and the Azure Moon Wolf King likewise executed a joint attack against Fushiguro Megumi. The two-headed Demon Dragon unleashed a torrent of searing dragon flames. The 3 assaults converged upon Fushiguro Megumi, leaving him no chance to evade. At that moment, Aoi Tsukino, draining the last vestiges of her cursed energy, summoned the face-controlling fox, enchanting Fushiguro Megumi and rendering him unable to dodge. "This must be the end for you. You were fortunate to control me once." Fushiguro Megumi's voice crept into her ears, followed by the sound of flesh being pierced. Aoi Tsukino stared blankly down at the blade protruding from her chest, a searing pain radiating from her core to her limbs. And her vision blurred. She thought she heard Satoru Gojo's voice calling out to her. Aoi. Chapter 62. The Second Trial, Part 1. Aoi Tsukino opened her eyes once more. No longer in the Palace of Stars, but in the Realm of Souls. Gazing at the phoenix spiraling above, she realized she had perished, her second death. How could Fushiguro Megumi be so resilient? Having endured 3 of her spirit's ultimate techniques, he still survived. She had not anticipated that he would evade the enchantment of the face-controlling fox. She wondered how Geto would react upon discovering she and Satoru Gojo had both perished. She hoped he would find the strength to rally. "You, in your second resurrection, shall forfeit 2 portions of your soul." The voice of the phoenix resonated in Aoi Tsukino's mind. 2 portions? Wasn't it 1 last time? Does the first resurrection cost 1 portion, the second 2, and the third 3? Indeed, came the response. Understood. Aoi Tsukino nodded in acknowledgement. The second trial commences. In a flash, her consciousness faded once more. "Aoi, wake up! Aoi, wake up!" A familiar voice called out, accompanied by the distinct sensation of someone prodding her cheek. Aoi Tsukino, deep in slumber, was rudely awakened by Satoru Gojo. Blinking her eyes open, she found him standing there, and her irritation flared. "Gojo, why do you keep barging into my room?" Aoi Tsukino scolded, grabbing a nearby plush toy and flinging it at him. Gojo evaded the plushie with the agility of an eel, and upon seeing him dodge, Aoi Tsukino promptly pursued him, intent on delivering another playful strike. The plushie was harmless, but Gojo's exaggerated reactions only fueled her amusement. Hey, I was merely trying to wake you up, he protested, his expression feigning injury. Following her initial frustration, Aoi Tsukino's mind began to clear. Last night, Yaga had assigned a mission to her and Satoru Gojo, requiring them to head to the mission site at dawn. She had slept so soundly that she had forgotten. How embarrassing. Aoi Tsukino offered a sheepish smile to Gojo, her voice slightly hesitant. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Gojo huffed, crossing his arms, adopting an air of dignified indifference as he strolled out of the dormitory. Aoi Tsukino hurriedly changed her clothes, rushed to wash her face, and brushed her teeth. It struck her as peculiar that today the sun seemed to rise from the west. Why would Gojo be the one to wake her up? True to his character, he should have abandoned her to carry out the mission alone. Something felt off, deeply off. Aoi Tsukino pondered this as she went to find Satoru Gojo, preparing to leave together. Gojo Satoru cast a displeased glance at Kamishira Aoi, seemingly still brooding over the earlier incident where she had struck him. Come now. Don't wear such a sour expression. I'll treat you to some edamame cream hikyu fukahachi, he remarked. Kamishira Aoi, considering the impending mission that required her to remain in his company, felt a headache coming on. You said it yourself. I will only eat the edamame cream hikyu fukahachi from that particular establishment, Gojo Satoru replied with a haughty tilt of his chin. Aoi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and smiled, understood. However, her composure faltered when she learned the details of the task. Following the massacre of 112 innocent villagers in a small mountain village, along with the deaths of his parents, Suguru Geto had defected from Jujutsu High and subsequently seized control of the Ponching sect, becoming its leader. According to the regulations of Jujutsu, Article 9, Geto was classified as a curse user and sentenced to death. It had been several days since Aoi had seen Geto, yet how could he have committed such an atrocity? This was not in keeping with his character. Aoi pondered this and voiced her thoughts. Gojo Satoru, shrouded in silence, finally spoke. I too find it hard to believe that Geto would act in such a manner. We must confront him directly. What if he is being wronged? Aoi bit her lip, retrieving her phone to call Suguru Geto. After 2 rings, the call was answered, but to her surprise, it was not Geto's voice on the line, but that of a sweet-voiced girl. Aoi felt a flutter of anxiety. How could there be another girl around Geto? She had dialed his number, after all. Hello. I'm looking for Suguru Geto, Aoi stated. All right, please hold on, the girl replied, and the line went quiet. A moment later, Geto's voice emerged. Aoi. Are you looking for me? Aoi switched to speaker mode. Suguru, Gojo and I have received a mission regarding a massacre in the mountain village. The higher-ups have deemed you responsible, and I want to know what is going on. Are you being wronged? Geto fell silent for a rare moment. Aoi's heart raced as she gripped her phone, dreading his inevitable confirmation. It was me. Her heart skipped a beat. The very thing she least wanted to believe had come to pass. Suguru, how could you? Do you have some unspoken reason? Aoi struggled to accept that her longtime friend could commit such acts. Aoi, ordinary people devoid of cursed energy are like monkeys. Why should I protect them? It is precisely these monkeys that breed curses, resulting in the birth of cursed spirits, causing the casualties of sorcerers, Geto stated, pausing before continuing. How many sorcerers have perished just to protect these monkeys? Mahito has fallen too. Aoi instinctively wanted to argue that Mahito was not dead, but the image of his demise replayed in her mind. No, Suguru, your reasoning is flawed. Are you truly advocating for the extermination of all ordinary people? Aoi suddenly arrived at a terrifying conclusion. Geto's laughter echoed through the phone. You are as astute as ever. Indeed, I intend to eradicate all ordinary people. I aim to create a new world devoid of curses, cursed spirits, and monkeys, a paradise for sorcerers where sacrifices will cease. Geto's ideology was so extreme it sent chills down Aoi's spine. Suguru, you once urged me to protect the weak. Why now do you choose to act in opposition to your former beliefs? Gojo's tone was laced with disappointment. Times have changed. The world must transform, Geto replied. The phone call ended with their disagreement unresolved. Aoi stood frozen, clutching her phone, her intuition telling her that Geto was not inherently this way. But why had he changed? Could it be a result of that severe injury? Turning to Gojo, she posed the question. Gojo, unusually contemplative, recounted the last mission he and Geto undertook together. Aoi remained unsettled after hearing the account. They had promised to go out together. Yet it had resulted in the tragic death of Tenri Riko before their very eyes. How much anguish must have filled Geto's heart? A 14-year-old girl had perished right in front of him. Surely, no one could forget such a sight. Yet, why had Geto chosen to betray Jujutsu High and even kill innocent people? Chapter 63, The Second Trial, Part 2. What should we do now? Should we go find Geto? Aoi inquired, glancing at Gojo. His eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, betrayed no emotion. I do not know what has transpired with Geto, but I cannot carry out the death sentence. Aoi's golden irises brimmed with compassion. The higher-ups were cruel to assign them this task. Geto was her dear friend, and even more so, Gojo's closest companion. As Aoi observed Gojo's clenched fists, she sensed the depth of his internal turmoil. He had shared the best of times with Geto. Yet now he was forced to enact a sentence upon his closest ally. The higher-ups were truly merciless. I wish to confront him directly, Gojo stated, gazing into the distance as if reminiscing about cherished memories. Very well. Subsequently, they followed the address provided by the higher-ups to the Ponching sect. At that moment, the sect was in session, with everyone attentively listening to Geto's speech when the doors were suddenly flung open. A man and a woman entered. The man sported striking white hair, while the woman had flowing black locks, both clad in the uniforms of Jujutsu High. Intruders. Quickly, protect the leader. It's the white-haired one. He has the 6 eyes. Gojo's here. Run. The attendees scattered in a flurry, while a handful remained around Geto, attempting to shield him. Who is protecting whom here? Are they actually trying to protect Geto? They might soon need him to protect them. Geto, donned in a black monk's robe complemented by Gojo's Haori, greeted them with an air of nonchalance. Satoru, Aoi, you have arrived. Suguru, why did you kill those people? Did you not tell me to protect ordinary people? Gojo confronted Geto. Geto's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded Gojo now. I see those ordinary people as nothing more than monkeys. Why should we protect a group of monkeys devoid of cursed energy? Curses stem from these monkeys. Without them, the world would not be plagued by curses, and Mahito would still be alive. I intend to construct a world solely for sorcerers. A brand new world. The leader is wise. Long live the leader. Lord Geto is the greatest. Long live Lord Geto. The followers surrounding Geto erupted in praise and cheers. Aoi felt her lips twitch, silently scoffing. Aren't you all just the monkeys he spoke of? How blissful you are, unaware of the fate that awaits you. So, in your quest to create a world without ordinary people, you chose to kill your own parents? Gojo queried. If I am to forge a new world, then my parents must also pave the way for this new existence, Geto replied, devoid of emotion, as if discussing what to have for dinner. This version of Suguru Geto was entirely unfamiliar to Aoi, so alien. In the past, Suguru Geto had always been envisioned in her heart as a figure of wisdom, courage, cunning, and righteousness. Yet now, he emanated an aura of malevolence, calmly uttering words of profound blasphemy. Geto, do you truly intend to slay my parents as well? Shoko Yeri could not help but inquire. Geto appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her sudden question. Deep down, Shoko harbored a glimmer of hope. Alas. Geto spoke the very words she dreaded most. All monkeys must perish, he declared with an icy gaze, his words colder than the winter's chill. In that instant, Shoko clenched her fists, her golden pupils dimming. Geto, family is my bottom line. Geto seemed to smile, yet his tone was laced with frost as he replied. I have already paved the way with my own parents. What do you think, Shoko? Geto, are you truly so resolute? Shoko's voice tinged with anger as she questioned him. I have always been unwavering. The monkeys must die, Geto asserted. Shoko, infuriated by his words, retorted. If you dare to harm my parents, you shall have to step over my corpse. Family would forever remain Shoko's foremost priority. She would never allow anyone to threaten her parents. Just as she prepared to summon her spirit and confront Geto, she was seized by Satoru Gojo. What are you doing? Gojo, Shoko exclaimed, attempting to wrench her arm free, but Gojo's grip was unyielding. Instead of fighting him here, it would be wiser to return and safeguard your parents. With those words, Shoko suddenly regained clarity. Indeed, Geto was known for his mastery over cursed spirits. If he were to manipulate cursed spirits to attack her home, the consequences would be catastrophic. Without hesitation, Shoko dashed out the door, leaving Gojo behind. He exchanged a glance with Geto, a silent understanding passing between them, abruptly severed. Next time we meet, we shall be enemies, Gojo stated as he turned away. Geto paused, his expression unchanged as he replied, since the moment I betrayed Jujutsu High. We have been adversaries. Gojo walked away from Geto, his departure resonating with profound solitude. After graduating high school, Gojo chose to remain at Jujutsu High as a teacher, while Shoko returned home to protect her family, inheriting her grandfather's underworld business. Initially, she worried that Geto might launch a surprise attack, but over the years, no formidable cursed spirits had appeared near her home. It dawned upon her that Geto's earlier words were deliberately spoken to draw a clear line between them. But why? Until the night parade of 100 demons. When she emerged from her seclusion and rushed over, she found Geto slumped on the ground, conversing with Gojo. Shoko, you've come. Geto managed a strained smile. Shoko closed her eyes briefly, and upon reopening them, her gaze was filled with accusation. Geto, you deceived me. You never intended to kill my parents. Geto chuckled softly, seemingly acknowledging her words. If it were otherwise, how could you have distanced yourself from me? But you are my dearest friend. I have so few close friends. Just you, Kinji, and Gojo, Shoko lamented. Geto smiled again, coughed up a spatter of blood, and uttered his final words. Since this is the end, you might as well utter a curse. Suguru Geto would forever rest in eternal slumber. Shoko gazed at his closed eyes, crouching to check for breath, her mind in disarray. How could Geto have died? He should not have perished like this. He should. What should he have done? Flashes of vague memories flickered through Shoko's mind, but dissipated before she could grasp them. The higher-ups initially intended for Gojo to incinerate Geto's body, but he refused and, despite vehement objections from the higher-ups, resolutely buried him on the back mountain of Jujutsu High. Shoko watched as Geto was gradually enveloped by the earth until he was entirely out of sight, a tearing pain resonating deep within her soul. As if her very essence was being cleaved in two. One half whispered, "This is Suguru Geto's final resting place." The other half insisted, "No. Geto surely deserved a far better fate." Meanwhile, Gojo stood before Geto's grave, seemingly oblivious to her torment, silent and unmoving. They remained there for an eternity. Until the heavens wept, the gentle rain transforming into a torrential downpour, as if even the skies mourned. Gojo's heart must have been heavy with sorrow. After all, he and Geto had shared a profound bond. How fondly he recalled those moments of playful mischief together. Wait, playful mischief? Why did she phrase it that way? In her memory, there seemed to be no such recollection. Shoko suddenly felt a wave of confusion wash over her, a sharp pain piercing through her mind. And under the intensity of the agony, she collapsed to the ground, her face smeared with mud. Yet Gojo remained, seemingly oblivious, standing at Geto's grave, as if he were alone. "Gojo!" Shoko cried out through her pain. Gojo remained as still as a statue. A chill raced down Shoko's spine. Could he truly not see or hear her? What was happening? Yet the pain in her head would not allow her to be distracted. The anguish deep within her soul persisted, accompanied by the conflict of her fractured essence. In a haze, she glimpsed the Suguru Geto she had first encountered, the one who had enlightened her, kind-hearted and eager to assist. And then she saw the Geto who had uttered threats against her parents. "Pleased to meet you. I am Suguru Geto." The former smiled, extending his hand. "Shoko, I am not dead. Are you happy?" The latter also smiled, reaching out. Shoko glanced between the Geto adorned in the Jujutsu High uniform and the one in Gojo's garb, and without hesitation, she placed her hand in the palm of the Geto in the Jujutsu High uniform. This was the Suguru Geto she recognized. His smile would forever be etched in her memory. The moment her hand touched the palm of the Geto in the Jujutsu High uniform, the illusion shattered like a broken mirror, the pain in her head dissipated, and the torment deep within her soul vanished. She found herself back in the Phoenix's divine space. Second trial passed. In Chapter 64, the bridge will naturally straighten itself. While Shoko underwent her trial, elsewhere, Satoru Gojo was slain by Kinji Hikari, and in his dying moments, he grasped the reversal technique, instantly healing his fatal wounds. As Gojo sought out Geto and the others, he spotted a vibrant cloudbird carrying Noritoshi Kumo and Misato Kurwa soaring through the sky. Midway through their flight, they suddenly vanished. Noritoshi Kumo clutched Misato tightly, eyes shut in fear. Just as she believed she was about to plummet to her death, a figure caught her by the collar and rescued Misato. Upon opening her eyes, Noritoshi was astonished to see the deceased Satoru Gojo. "Why you were supposed to be dead?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Gojo did not respond, gently placing her on the ground before vanishing in an instant. He reappeared in the main hall of the Star Palace, witnessing Kinji Hikari drawing his blade as Shoko lay on the ground. "Shoko!" Gojo exclaimed, rushing to catch her, but to his dismay, he grasped nothing but air. To his astonishment, Shozen Aoi vanished directly before him, leaving even his 6 eyes perplexed as to how she had disappeared. "You are quite fortunate to have survived," Fushiguro Megumi remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gripping his blade tightly. "Thanks to you, I have grasped the art of reversal at the brink of death, achieving the true pinnacle of strength." Satoru Gojo extended his hand, creating a gesture that unleashed a crimson wave of cursed energy directed at Fushiguro Megumi. Reversal technique, red. Fushiguro Megumi met the attack with his sword. Gojo smiled and said, "Before you meet your demise, behold my most formidable technique. Curse technique, blue." He raised his left hand, conjuring a sphere of azure energy. Reversal technique, red. He raised his right hand, forming a sphere of crimson energy. The two orbs then intermingled, coalescing into a singular violet sphere of power. Void technique, purple. The energy wave struck Fushiguro Megumi with devastating force, obliterating a significant portion of his body and even piercing through the hull of the starry sky, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. "Do you have any final words?" Gojo inquired calmly, gazing at Fushiguro Megumi. In 2 or 3 years, my child will be sold to the Zenin family. Do as you wish with that, Fushiguro replied, bowing his head as the light of life faded from him. With Shozen Aoi gone, Gojo was left to return to Jujutsu High with the gravely injured Suguru Geto, along with Amanai Riko and Korwa Misaki. Jotaro Shoka could scarcely fathom that only 2 of them returned from their mission, one of whom was badly injured while Shozen Aoi had vanished entirely. Despite her anxiety, Jotaro Shoka prioritized treating Suguru Geto's wounds. As she tended to him, Gojo took the opportunity to inquire about Amanai Riko's future plans. Riko appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly at a loss. With Korwa Misaki deceased, the one she cherished most was gone. Where was she to go now? I will help you spread the word of Misaki's passing and arrange for you to leave the country. Carry on with her legacy, Gojo assured her. As her gaze fell upon Korwa Misaki's lifeless form, tears glimmered in Riko's eyes. After Gojo resolved Riko's situation, Jotaro Shoka had successfully treated Suguru Geto's injuries and sat quietly. Observing Gojo, burdened by the weight of his revelations, Gojo recounted the events leading to Shozen Aoi's mysterious disappearance. At that moment, Jotaro Shoka abruptly dashed out of the infirmary. Noticing her unusual behavior, Gojo immediately pursued her. She rushed back to their dormitory and entered Shozen Aoi's room, retrieving the 7th book from the second shelf of the bookshelf. The cover was blank, and upon inspection, the pages were also empty, save for the initial few, which bore Shozen Aoi's handwriting. If I should suddenly vanish one day, please do not search for me. I shall return. Additionally, during my absence, kindly extend greetings to my mother regularly to prevent her from becoming suspicious. The subsequent pages were filled with notes and reminders. It was then that Jotaro Shoka realized why Shozen Aoi had suggested, if you have time, take a look at the books on my shelf, particularly the 7th book from the left on the 2nd row. It dawned on her that everything had been meticulously planned. Shoka, everyone possesses their own secrets. All we can do is trust her, Gojo consoled as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Jotaro Shoka nodded in agreement. However, Shozen Aoi's absence extended to an entire month. Initially, Gojo explained to Yaga Mazumichi that Shozen Aoi had returned home for personal reasons, and it was only with Jotaro Shoka's testimony that Yaga accepted this. As the month drew to a close without Shozen Aoi's return, Yaga prepared to call Zen and Anya. Just then, the door swung open, and Shozen Aoi burst in. Hey sensei, surprise, I'm back, she exclaimed with a grin. Yaga, wearing a grave expression, rapped on his desk. Aoi, next time you need to return home for personal matters, you must inform me. You cannot just disappear without a word. Realizing the excuse Jotaro Shoka and the others had concocted for her, Shozen Aoi promptly replied, I understand my mistake, sensei. It shall not happen again. After receiving her repeated assurances, Yaga finally relented. Exiting the office, Shozen Aoi shared a knowing glance with Gojo, Jotaro Shoka, and Suguru Geto. At the basketball court, Gojo shed his Jujutsu High jacket to reveal his shirt beneath. Aoi, it's been a month. Shall we have a game? Shozen Aoi, undaunted, replied, certainly. Let me see if your skills have deteriorated in my absence. What? You can't have a game without me. Suguru chimed in with a grin. Jotaro Shoka, clutching the jackets of the 3, settled into the viewing area, resting her chin on her hand as she watched the exuberant Shozen Aoi. It's truly wonderful to see Aoi well. Gojo prepared to shoot, but Suguru dashed forward and dunked the ball. Seizing the moment, Shozen Aoi launched a surprise attack from behind, snatching the basketball, spinning around, and leaping, sending the ball in an arc toward the hoop. Gojo executed a kangaroo jump, blocking Shozen Aoi's shot. The trio vied for control of the ball, neither willing to concede, and an hour passed with only 2 baskets scored by each. As their enthusiasm waned, 3 hours had slipped by. Shozen Aoi drained her water bottle in one go and wiped the sweat from her brow. Nearby, Gojo and Suguru sat on the ground, their shoulders linked, engaged in hearty conversation and laughter. Watching them share such camaraderie stirred an unfamiliar ache within Shozen Aoi's heart. Was it the weight of having faced a second trial that made her feel this way? What could this trial possibly be? Why did the sight of Gojo and Suguru laughing together cause her discomfort? It seemed illogical. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. What is meant to arrive will eventually come. Chapter 65. The King of Curses, Duality of the Cursed Spirit. During Shozen Aoi's month-long absence, apart from Gojo, Suguru, and Jotaro, no one else was aware of her disappearance. Concurrently, Gojo reported to the higher-ups that Fushiguro Megumi had killed Amanai Riko, who was subsequently declared dead. The integration of the celestial body had failed, leading to a refusal of the assimilation process. In October of the same year, the council's 6th-in-command, Ikeda Tomoya, was slain by the advisor Nishijo Keiho, who was subsequently sentenced to death. The following month, Shozen Aoi aided Fujiwara Izumi, inadvertently discovering that his puppet manipulation could control not only inanimate objects, but living beings as well. By December, an unprecedented surge of cursed spirits appeared across the nation, scattering Shosen Aoi, Gojo, and Suguru to various locales to exorcise them. By April 2007, Shosen Aoi, Gojo, and Suguru were in their final year of high school, with both Gojo and Suguru being recognized as special grade sorcerers. Shosen Aoi applied for the same designation but was denied due to her lack of experience. As the number of cursed spirits continued to rise, second-year students Nanami Kinjo and Hibara Yuya joined the ranks of exorcists, while the newly enrolled first-year student Ijichi Kiyoshi narrowly escaped calamity. Ugh, this is infuriating. There seems to be no end to these cursed spirits. Shosen Aoi lamented as she summoned her familiar, dispatching the spirits with ease before hurrying to her next assignment. In recent days, she had been trapped in a cycle of exorcising, and more exorcising, collapsing into bed each night upon returning to Jujutsu High. She could not fathom why there had been such an overwhelming influx of cursed spirits in recent months. Had she unwittingly disturbed their nest? The next destination for Aoki Sora is a certain school in Sendai. Within its confines, several grade 1 cursed spirits have manifested, resulting in numerous students falling victim to their malevolence. In an effort to prevent further tragedies, the principal has declared an early holiday, effectively vacating the premises. However, one must ponder whether these cursed spirits are truly only grade 1. Standing at the entrance, Aoki Sora gazes up at the distorted, colossal remnants of cursed energy looming above the school, her skepticism growing regarding the accuracy of the assessments. Such immense cursed residue bears a striking resemblance to that of special grade entities. Nevertheless, having arrived, she resolves to venture inside and investigate. Aoki Sora casts a barrier and steps into the school. Outside, she encounters only low-level cursed spirits, posing little threat. The most concentrated cursed energy resides within the dormitory and the academic buildings, particularly the latter. She decides to tackle the least tainted spirits first, systematically increasing in difficulty, ultimately aiming to exorcise the deeply corrupted academic structure. For Aoki Sora, exorcising these grade 1 spirits is a mere trifle. As she purges a portion of the cursed entities, a sudden twist of fate occurs. One of the grade 1 spirits possesses the fingers of a special grade cursed object, the King of Curses, Ryman Sukuna. It becomes clear why the overwhelming cursed residue could be sensed from outside the school. This special grade object is the source. After consuming Sukuna's fingers, the spirit's power begins to surge alarmingly. This cannot continue. It must be stopped. Aoki Sora promptly summons 3 familiar spirits to jointly assault the cursed entity. Fortunately, the spirit's consumption is sluggish, allowing her to exorcise it directly. Once the spirit vanishes, the special grade object plummets to the ground. As Aoki Sora approaches and picks it up, a jolt surges through her as an ephemeral sensation flits by, elusive and intangible. After contemplating, she retrieves a tissue to wrap the special grade object. As she currently lacks a means to seal it, she decides to let her familiar, the storage rat, absorb it into its space, intending to hand it over to Yaga Mazumichi upon returning to the Jujutsu High. Upon returning to the school, she finds that Gojo Satoru and the others are absent, likely still on missions. Consequently, Aoki Sora heads straight to Yaga's office, only to discover he is also unavailable. In her attempts to contact him yield a message indicating he is out of the service area. Resigned, she decides to wait for Gojo and the others to return. Having completed her tasks for the day, she returns to her dormitory to rest. The recent flurry of exorcising curses has worn her out, and as soon as she lies down, she succumbs to sleep, plunging into a vivid dream. In her dream, she finds herself in a pitch-black realm, with only a peculiar sight before her, a small mountain built from human skulls, atop which rests a throne fashioned from bones. Seated upon this throne is a shadowy figure, its features obscured, but it boasts 4 arms. Could it be the King of Curses? Yet, how could such a figure manifest in her dream? Your physique is quite remarkable. A deep, magnetic voice resonates behind her, laden with an oppressive aura. Aoki Sora turns around, only to find Ryman Sukuna standing ominously behind her, locking her in a grip of intense pressure, as if trying to pin her down. Gritting her teeth against the overwhelming force, she faces Sukuna, their gazes locking. Who permits you to look me in the eyes? Sukuna's voice drips with cold disdain, amplifying the pressure upon her. Aoki Sora struggles to maintain her composure against the encroaching weight of power, retorting defiantly, is the King of Curses truly so petty? Bullying women is hardly a mark of prowess. Unexpectedly, Sukuna, who had spared her life, is taken aback by her audacity. He covers half of his face, letting out a sinister, low chuckle. Bullying women? My greatest delight lies in witnessing their screams, their despair, their terror. Once I've savored enough, I shall devour them whole. Aoki Sora furrows her brow, her disinterest in Sukuna's twisted menu evident, yet he shows no signs of relenting. Leaning close to her neck, he inhales deeply, a look of rapture crossing his face. Yes, this is the flavor I crave. Women like you are the most delectable, tender flesh, sweet cries, truly a feast for the senses. You're insane, Aoki Sora retorts angrily. To her surprise, Sukuna merely bursts into laughter, seizing her neck and drawing her close. His mouth gaping wide as he prepares to consume her. You should consider yourself fortunate. This is but a dream. Otherwise, I would truly devour you. Just as it seems she is about to be consumed, Aoki Sora jolts awake in her bed. What nonsense. The king of curses is a lunatic. Always talking about eating. Has he been reincarnated as a starving ghost? That evening, upon the return of Gojo Satoru and others, Aoki Sora hastily hands Sukuna's fingers to Gojo for sealing. Take it away. I never want to see this again. It's utterly revolting. The mere sight of it churns her stomach. Gojo, unaware of the turmoil caused by her recent dream, jokes. Hey, Sora, look at this chicken foot. It's quite the specimen. Are you sure you don't want to give it a taste? Aoki Sora shoots him a glare, responding curtly, 1,000-year-old chicken foot? Why don't you give it a try? Gojo scratches his nose, somewhat dejected, and proceeds to prepare for the sealing. The fingers of Ryaman Sukuna collected by Jujutsu High are all sealed within the Kiki library of the Starry Palace, under the protection of the Tenjin. Chapter 66. Aoki Sora, 100% reliable. Aoki Sora dismisses Sukuna's words, for how much upheaval could a long-dead figure from a millennium ago, with nothing but 20 fingers remaining, truly create? Eating her, he can continue dreaming. The following day, Aoki Sora embarks on her usual mission. While waiting at a traffic light on her way back to the Jujutsu High, she unexpectedly encounters Fujiwara Izumi. Aoki-san, long time no see. He greets her from afar with a warm smile. Fujiwara-senpai, she replies politely. Just finished a mission? He inquires with a perfectly charming smile. Yes. She responds nonchalantly as the green light illuminates. Without waiting for Fujiwara, she strides ahead. At that moment, a nearby car suddenly revs its engine and hurtles towards her. Just as she prepares to dodge, her wrist is yanked back by someone. With a look of concern, Fujiwara gazes at her. Aoki-san, are you alright? I'm fine, she replies, glancing down at the hand gripping her wrist. Realizing he still holds her, Fujiwara quickly releases her, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. I was too worried about you and forgot to let go. It's alright, Aoki Sora responds coolly. Fortunately, as she crossed the street, only she and Fujiwara were present. So no harm was done. The car, having missed her, careens off and collides with a stone pillar on the roadside, leaving a significant dent in its hood. Aoki Sora approaches the vehicle, attempting to pull the door open, but it resists her efforts. Just as she considers breaking the window with her fist, Fujiwara stops her. Shanshuan Qingli turned her head to Fujihara Izumi and asked bluntly, "Why are you holding on to me?" Fujihara Izumi released her arm, his expression one of disapproval as he replied, "Smashing the car window is too dangerous. How could I let a girl do such a thing? What is that? Are you discriminating against girls? Can't a girl break a car window with her bare hands?" Shanshuan Qingli was exasperated, wishing to pry open Fujihara Izumi's mind to see what thoughts occupied it. Unbeknownst to her, Fujihara Izumi pondered, am I being considerate enough that she might feel deeply touched? Disinterested in further conversation, Shanshuan Qingli delivered a powerful punch to the backseat window, leaving bystanders in utter shock. My goodness, she is incredible. Breaking glass with her bare hands. Are today's girls really this fierce? Dad, look. That sister smashed the glass. How amazing. I want to learn from her. Little one, that is a dangerous action. Do not attempt to imitate. The crowd chattered excitedly, some even pulling out their phones to snap pictures and post updates. Today, I encountered a young lady who smashed a car window with her bare hands. Was the window too fragile, or was she just that formidable? Reaching through the shattered glass, Shanshuan Qingli unlocked the car door and lowered the front seat's backrest to shield the broken glass. She then bent down and pulled the unbuckled driver out. The driver, having not worn a seatbelt, had been thrown against the windshield due to inertia when the vehicle collided with a stone pillar. Checking for a pulse, Shanshuan Qingli found he was still alive and promptly called the inspectorate to report the accident. The inspectorate arrived swiftly, perhaps motivated by the viral footage of a youthful girl breaking a car window, and after dispersing the onlookers, they began inquiries into the incident. At that moment, the inspectors were still wondering who this remarkable individual was that could smash glass with such ease, but upon seeing Shanshuan Qingli's Sorcery Academy student ID, everything became clear. So, she is from that school. Miss Shanshuan is quite impressive at such a young age. The future holds great promise for her, one inspector remarked with a smile. Shanshuan Qingli glanced at him without engaging further, turning her attention to the leader of the group, calmly asking, "May I leave now?" The apparent head of the inspectors bowed respectfully and gestured for her to proceed. "Miss Shanshuan, you are free to go." She returned the courtesy politely and walked away, completely disregarding Fujihara Izumi as if he were air. Fujihara Izumi remained unperturbed, his jade-like visage adorned with a warm smile. Upon returning to the Sorcery Academy, it came as no surprise that Wu Jiao Wu and the others learned of her daring glass-shattering rescue. "Hey, our great hero has returned. Shouldn't you go welcome her, Jie?" Wu Jiao Wu quirked an eyebrow and nudged the nearby Yaga Jie. Yaga Jie subtly evaded Wu Jiao Wu's elbow, retorting, "Wu, why don't you go welcome her? Are you perhaps envious?" Wu Jiao Wu grimaced, dismissively stating, "Me? A great hero? Jie, what nonsense are you talking about? I have no desire to play the role of a hero." Shanshuan Qingli didn't spare Wu Jiao Wu a glance. As she passed him, she merely scoffed. "Hey, what was that supposed to mean?" Wu Jiao Wu exploded with indignation, quickly catching up to block her path. "What did you mean by that scoff?" Shanshuan Qingli looked at Wu Jiao Wu with a smile that didn't reach her eyes and replied, "I meant nothing. I just had a slight discomfort in my throat." "Nonsense. You clearly scoffed." Wu Jiao Wu insisted vehemently. Shanshuan Qingli pouted innocently. "Believe it or not, that's up to you." She then bypassed him and returned to her dorm, shutting the door behind her. Wu Jiao Wu stared at the closed door, glancing at Yaga Jie, bewildered. "Did I really miss here?" Yaga Jie simply smiled in silence. In the following days, Shanshuan Qingli was occupied with missions until an incident occurred involving Haiyu and Xiong. Nanami Kinto and Haiyu and Xiong had just been promoted to second-grade sorcerers and often operated together. One day, they received a mission, arriving at the designated location. Upon entering the tent, they engaged in combat with a cursed spirit, only to discover that the window had misreported the spirit's level. They were actually facing a first-grade cursed spirit. "Nanami, you go ahead. I'll cover you," Haiyu and Xiong shouted while fending off the cursed spirit's attacks. "We leave together." Nanami Kinto was not one to abandon his partner. "Nanami, survive." Haiyu and Xiong turned and flashed a spirited smile at Nanami Kinto before resolutely charging at the cursed spirit. "Haiyuan." The cursed spirit clamped down on Haiyu and Xiong's lower half. Nanami Kinto's eyes widened, adrenaline surging through him as he gripped the bandaged thallium knife tightly, unleashing a 10-slice spell that struck a critical blow at the cursed spirit's most vulnerable spot, leading to its demise. The cursed spirit vanished, but Haiyu and Xiong's lower half was gone. Cradling Haiyu and Xiong, Nanami Kinto gazed at his closed eyes, his heart heavy with pain, sorrow, and a tumult of emotions. Just as Nanami Kinto prepared to carry Haiyu and Xiong back to the Sorcery Academy, something slipped from Haiyu and Xiong's palm. It was the iced jade snow orchid that Shanshuan Qingli had previously gifted them. Hope surged. Haiyuan could be saved. Nanami Kinto gently placed Haiyu and Xiong down, opened the small wooden box containing the crystalline petals, and recollected that while the entire plant was cumbersome to carry, he had taken the petals for convenience after consulting Shanshuan Qingli. This moment proved fortuitous. Carefully feeding the petals to Haiyu and Xiong, Nanami Kinto fixed his gaze on the area where Haiyu and Xiong had lost his lower half. In mere moments, the severed area twisted and contorted as if bubbling, gradually reforming, first bone, then flesh, and finally skin. Nanami Kinto stood in astonishment. Previously, he had thought Shanshuan Qingli unreliable. Now, he realized he needed to revise that assessment. Shanshuan Qingli was incredibly reliable. No, she was 100% reliable. Chapter 67, Two Types of Spirit Power. Although Haiyu and Xiong's lower half had regenerated, his life force remained weak. Nanami Kinto purchased a pair of pants for Haiyu and Xiong and hurriedly carried him toward the Sorcery Academy. Passers-by stared in shock at Nanami Kinto. "Goodness, look, my word. The world has gone awry. Is it no longer fashionable for men to conceal affection?" Poor Nanami Kinto was mistakenly assumed to be gay. Riding the train with Haiyu and Xiong in his arms was awkward. The entire carriage turned to gawk, their scrutinizing gazes overwhelming him. Under immense pressure, Nanami Kinto disembarked at the last stop, then hailed a taxi, finally escaping those unnerving stares. The driver, aside from asking for the destination, remained uncurious about his passenger's situation. Upon arriving at the Sorcery Academy, Nanami Kinto fortuitously encountered Shanshuan Qingli, who had just returned from a mission, and thus the three met at the Academy's barrier entrance. Near the Torii Gate, "What happened to Haiyuan?" Shanshuan Qingli queried, her gaze fixed on the unconscious Haiyu and Xiong cradled in Nanami Kinto's arms. "Senior Shanshuan, please save Haiyuan." Kiku Shiranui gazed earnestly at Aoki Shiratori, seemingly convinced that Aoki could save Hayabusa Yu. Aoki immediately surmised the situation and hastily summoned a wood spirit to heal Hayabusa. The wood spirit said, "Master, he has ingested iced jade snow orchid. His external injuries are negligible. However, Half of his soul has been devoured by a cursed spirit. I currently lack a method to address this. Aoki inquired. If I were to use my soul power to replenish his spirit, would he return to his former self? The wood spirit cautioned, Master, I advise against it. Your soul power is hard-earned. It should not be freely given to a mere human. Aoki retorted, he is my junior. As a senior, it is only natural for me to look after him. If there is a way to save him, why would I not act? A life hangs in the balance. The wood spirit, observing Aoki's resolute demeanor, understood that her heart had formed new bonds. Following the spirit's guidance, Aoki placed her fingers upon Hayabusa's brow, closed her eyes, and gently directed her soul power into him, mending his fractured lower half. As the lower half gradually solidified, Aoki's complexion shifted from rosy to pale, eventually becoming ghostly white. Witnessing this transformation, Kiku felt a surge of concern, not only for Hayabusa but also for Aoki. He yearned to advise her to refrain from overexerting herself, yet feared that speaking out might distract her and jeopardize the healing process. Hayabusa's lower half began to regain its color, transitioning from ashen to a healthy hue, while Aoki's face grew increasingly pale, although her condition otherwise remained unchanged. She merely felt discomfort from the sudden depletion of her soul power. After confirming that Hayabusa was stable, Aoki summoned the wood spirit back. Hayabusa was now out of danger and would awaken shortly. Kiku gently laid Hayabusa down and stood, solemnly addressing Aoki with a deep bow, hands pressed against his trousers. Thank you, Aoki-senpai. Despite her pallor, Aoki's golden eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the firmament. Kiku, rise. Hayabusa is my junior. I would never allow him to perish. As Aoki helped Kiku to his feet, she firmly declared, You too. If ever you find yourself injured, I will spare no effort to save you. Kiku's eyes narrowed momentarily. Recognizing the unwavering resolve in Aoki's gaze, he understood that she spoke from the heart. With a bittersweet smile, he replied, If that day ever comes, it will surely be the most perilous of times. I hope Aoki-senpai can be a little selfish. How could that be? Both you and Hayabusa are my juniors. It is my duty to care for you, Aoki insisted. Senpai, you are under no obligation to look after us. If such a day arrives, please do not trouble yourself on our behalf, Kiku stated, bowing once more. Aoki felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She understood Kiku's sentiment, yet she was merely following her own convictions. If she could save even one life among the few students at Jujutsu High, how could she not? In this instance, Aoki had used her soul power to mend Hayabusa's spirit, which was distinctly different from the power extracted by the phoenix. To be precise, the phoenix had taken the essence of his past life, which could not be restored, whereas Aoki utilized the soul power cultivated in this life. She was unable to access her past life as soul power, as if sealed away. It was clear who had done the sealing. Only the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, possessed such capabilities. It had aided Aoki in her rebirth, consequently extracting the corresponding soul power. Each trial of rebirth was, in essence, a test from the heavenly order. After all, in this world, there is no such thing as resurrection. If it were, one would no longer be human. Aoki gazed intently into Kiku's eyes, enunciating each word. Kiku, my care for you is not born of obligation as a senior. I, Aoki Shiratori, make every decision in accordance with my heart. I am acutely aware of my actions. Kiku's heart trembled at Aoki's words, leaving him momentarily speechless. So, if that day ever comes, I will indeed save you. Even at the cost of my all. Should I fail, I will feel no regret. Kiku, do you understand my meaning? Aoki regarded him with a gentle smile. I understand. Aoki-senpai, Kiku replied, bowing solemnly once more. Oh dear, must you bow so often? Aren't you tired? Please rise. Aoki chuckled, swiftly assisting him to his feet. At that moment, Hayabusa stirred and awakened, his eyes widening as he beheld Aoki-senpai and his fellow junior. Why are Aoki-senpai and Kiku here in the afterlife? Hayabusa's mind still lingered on the moment when the cursed spirit had consumed him. Kiku, witnessing Hayabusa's bewildered state, sighed in exasperation. Hayabusa bounced on the spot, then waved his hands in front of Aoki and Kiku, seeking confirmation of their identities. Hayabusa, you're alive, Kiku exclaimed as he noticed Hayabusa reaching to pinch his cheek. Huh, came Hayabusa's incredulous response. What do you mean, huh? I saved you. You should be thanking me. Aoki crossed her arms, her golden pupils gleaming with a hint of playful arrogance. Although Hayabusa was unsure of what had transpired, he felt compelled to express his gratitude upon hearing Aoki's words. Thank you, Aoki-senpai, for saving me. Chapter 68, Pre-Dinner Exercises. Following Hayabusa's heartfelt thanks, Aoki hurried back to the Jujutsu High dormitory to restore the portion of soul power she had lost. It wasn't until the following day that she finally regained what she had expended. After a sleepless night of training, She was grateful that there were no tasks scheduled for that day. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to fatigue. Aoki hastily consumed a light meal to satiate her hunger before returning to catch up on sleep, dozing from 11 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, only to be roused by the infuriatingly energetic Gojo Satoru for dinner. Aoki yawned and shot a half-hearted glare at him. I kindly invited you to rise for dinner. And you glare at me? Little Rico, you possess no sense of gratitude. Gojo feigned a hurt expression. No sense of gratitude? As if you yourself have any. Aoki retorted with exasperation. How can I lack a sense of gratitude? My heart is as big as the sky. Gojo argued, pulling Aoki closer. Who was it that sneaked into my room at midnight to raid my fridge for desserts? Aoki shot him a death glare. Gojo looked up at the ceiling. Oh, what a brilliantly white ceiling. Who was it that doodled all over my face? Aoki continued her glare. Gojo was engrossed in counting the grains of rice on his plate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And who, pray tell, enters my room without knocking? Aoki's frustration mounted. She genuinely wished to capture Gojo and stuff him in a sack for a proper beating. Every time she reminded him to knock before entering, he never heeded her words. The door was locked, so he climbed through the window. When the window was secured, he pried it open. She could not fathom why Wataru Itadori was so fond of intruding into her room. Although her chamber boasted a refrigerator filled with an array of desserts and cakes, that hardly justified his audacity to breach a girl's dormitory. Fortunately, she, Aoi Tsukishiro, had no romantic interest in Wataru. Had it been any other girl, he would have been held accountable by now. Upon hearing Aoi's remark, Wataru shot her an indignant glare, exclaiming, as if you ever knocked before entering my room. Aoi rolled her eyes, retorting, is there really a difference between knocking and barging in? Do you sleep in the nude? I do not sleep in the nude. Wataru bellowed, as if seeking to clarify something. Across from them, Suguru Geto chuckled. Wataru loves to sleep in the buff. Geto, what nonsense are you spouting? Wataru snapped back, visibly agitated. Meanwhile, Kinji Hikari sipped his cola, thoroughly enjoying the lively debate unfolding before him. Oh, are you flustered now? Did Geto hit the nail on the head? He teased. Who would have thought, Wataru, that you had a penchant for sleeping in the nude? Aoi shook her head, her expression suggesting surprise and a hint of amusement. You actually enjoy sleeping in the nude, Geto echoed Aoi's words with a gleeful grin, clearly relishing in Wataru's discomfort. Wataru's fingers crackled as he clenched them in frustration. Geto. Hikari, shall we head to the training ground for a spar? Absolutely, let's consider it a pre-meal workout, Aoi agreed without hesitation. Wataru, don't start crying if you lose. Geto teased him. Huh, am I going to cry? Are you telling a highbrow joke, Geto? Wataru questioned, bewildered. As they spoke, the four arrived at the training ground, where Kinto Nanami and Yuji Itadori were finishing their class and preparing to leave. Aoi-senpai, Geto-senpai, Hikari-senpai, Wataru-senpai. Yuji greeted them energetically, his voice brimming with vitality. Showing no signs of fatigue from the earlier lesson, Kinto politely acknowledged them as well. Let us watch the seniors spar before we eat, Yuji suggested, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked at Aoi, Wataru, and Geto. The trio, Aoi, Wataru, and Geto, stood in a triangular formation. Aoi took the initiative, launching a swift attack aimed at Wataru's midsection. With agile movements, Wataru narrowly evaded her strike, only to find himself facing Geto's onslaught. Oh, you two are ganging up on me, aren't you? Wataru dodged Geto's attack, swiftly retreating to a safer distance. How can this be considered bullying, right, Geto? Aoi grinned at him. Geto, with a warm smile, wholeheartedly agreed with Aoi. Exactly, this isn't bullying at all. We're merely engaging in a pre-meal workout. Wataru, watching the two harmonize in their banter, felt a sense of frustration brewing within him. You two are colluding. As the three began to spar, their pre-meal workout lasted a full half hour, delighting Yuji, who watched with rapt attention, praising their skills, while Kinto picked up new combat techniques. After finishing their meal in the cafeteria, Aoi intended to return to her dorm to continue her cultivation of spiritual energy. Reflecting on the day's events, she let out a soft sigh, summoning a wood spirit and requesting a few iced jade snow orchids. Aoi knocked on Geto's door, handing him a small vial of purification liquid. He accepted it with sincere gratitude. Geto, keep this just in case, she said, then offered him a small wooden box containing the petals of the iced jade snow orchid. These petals can cure ailments and mend broken bones. Take good care of them. Aoi, are you that concerned about me? Geto asked, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he looked at her. Aoi met his gaze earnestly, her tone lighthearted as she replied, of course. You are the first sorcerer I've come to know and my second dear friend. Oh, the second? Who is the first? Is it Wataru? Geto casually inquired. Upon hearing Wataru's name, Aoi smirked. Him? Does he even qualify? Then, with a laugh, she added, my first dear friend is undoubtedly Hikari. Geto's smile widened further. After parting with Geto, Aoi pondered for a while before finding herself standing before Wataru's door, grappling with the decision to deliver her gift. She hesitated for quite some time, to the point that Wataru, growing impatient inside, flung the door open and snatched the small wooden box from her grasp. "Why are you taking so long to give me a gift, Hikari?" Wataru grumbled, his annoyance apparent as he opened the box and inspected a petal of the ice jade snow orchid. "Just one petal? Can it really cure ailments and mend bones?" He had overheard Aoi and Geto's conversation clearly, considering the effort Aoi had put into bringing it to him. He decided not to dwell on the matter of whether it was appropriate or not. Such was Wataru's generous nature. "If you don't believe me, feel free to return it." Aoi shot him a sidelong glance, reaching for the small box. Wataru raised the box high above his head, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. "Hey, Hikari. It's not every day you give me a gift. I must cherish it." "You're unbelievable," Aoi scoffed, rolling her eyes before turning back to her room. Chapter 69. A Thousand Threads, Assassination? Wataru watched as Aoi retreated to her room, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the small wooden box, lost in thought. It took Aoi nearly 2 days to restore her depleted spiritual energy, and fortunately, there had been no tasks assigned during that time. Perhaps the supervisor had a moment of conscience, realizing that incessantly burdening them with missions was rather unkind, and allowing them a respite. Little did they know, a seismic shift was occurring within the supervisory board. In the office of the third-in-command, Narumi Matsui. "Son, why must you kill me?" The blade pierced through Narumi's chest, revealing a pristine tip, crimson blood trickling from the wound onto the floor. Behind him stood the very person he had let his guard down around, his own son, Saka Matsui. Had Narumi turned around, he would have noticed the stark change in Saku. With vacant eyes and an expression devoid of emotion, Saku ruthlessly thrust the dagger forward, ensuring Narumi's demise before withdrawing the blade and discarding it on the ground. He then approached his father, took one of his fingers, and used his blood as ink to inscribe 2 bloody characters on the floor. As Narumi delayed in attending the meeting, his secretary, Naya Komatsu, came to check on him. 3 rhythmic knocks echoed through the door. "Mr. Matsui, it's almost time for the meeting." After waiting a moment without hearing his usual acknowledgement, she assumed he had fallen asleep. Muttering an apology as she pushed the door open, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the building. The security team rushed towards the source of the scream, only to find themselves at Matsui's office. "Ms. Komatsu, what happened?" The team leader, Arashir Tsutomu, inquired curiously, noticing Naya collapsed on the floor. With trembling fingers, she pointed towards the desk. "And Mr. Matsui, he's dead." Arashir's expression hardened as he rushed to the desk. Narumi lay sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open, lifeless in a pool of blood, with a bloody dagger lying not far from him. In the early morning, Arashina Shudo cautiously removed his gloves and gently probed Matsunari's nostrils with his fingers, lamenting, "Mr. Matsui has already succumbed to the absence of life." At this moment, Komatsu Nayako had risen unsteadily and staggered over, staring at Matsunari, who lay in a pool of blood, covering her mouth in disbelief. "How could this be? Mr. Matsui, so gentle and dependable. Who could wish him harm?" "Captain, there are words here." Arashina Shudo glanced at his team member, who was attempting to lift Matsunari's arm, only to discover crimson letters beneath his palm. The vivid scarlet must signify that Matsunari had glimpsed the visage of his assailant, thus leaving behind a clue. The characters were somewhat smudged. "Come over and see. What do you make of these 2 characters?" Arashina Shudo beckoned his team to gather around as they pulled Matsunari's arm away. "The first appears to be Sun, and the second seems to be Han." "Sanban." Komatsu Nayako's eyes suddenly widened, her expression morphing into one of dread. "Sanban, could it be that family has returned? Is this a portent of their resurgence?" Nayako swallowed hard, surveying the familiar office, only to feel an unexpected surge of fear. The fact that they could commit murder in the director's tower without detection was a testament to their regained power over the years. "No. I must urgently report this to Lord Sato." Komatsu Nayako, alarmed, dashed out of the office towards the conference room. Arashina Shudo, too, began to feel a sense of dread. The entire structure of the director's tower, including a 100-mile radius, was enveloped by Lord Tingen's barrier. Logically, without Lord Tingen's permission, no one should be able to enter. Yet, here lay Matsunari, a victim of assassination, and the barrier remained unbreached, indicating that the murderer could traverse the barrier undetected. Today it was Matsunari who was slain. What of tomorrow? A cold sweat broke out on Shudo's back, and the thought of this unknown peril filled him with trepidation. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Nakui Raku remarked, "Matsui is growing old, regressing with age. It has been 5 minutes, and he still hasn't arrived. It seems he doesn't regard Lord Sato at all." He cast a furtive glance at Sato Tomoya, who occupied the esteemed position, though Sato Tomoya was not physically present. Only a projection of him occupied the chair, rendering Nakui unable to discern any emotion from the image. The others, noticing Sato Tomoya's silence, hesitated to speak. When suddenly the door to the conference room swung open. Nakui Raku was about to reprimand the intruder when he recognized that it was Komatsu Nayako, Matsui's secretary. Nayako, why are you here? Where's Matsui? Nakui Raku's gaze inadvertently flicked over Nayako's visibly heaving chest. Ignoring Nakui's inquiry, Komatsu Nayako turned to the projection of Sato Tomoya. Lord Sato, Mr. Matsui has been assassinated. In an instant, the tranquil conference room erupted into chaos. How could this be? This is the director's tower, exclaimed Asakusa Janki, visibly shocked. But the barrier showed no signs of disturbance. No one could infiltrate the director's tower. How could Matsui be killed? Questioned Goto Jinjo, bewildered. At this juncture, Komatsu Nayako's expression turned fearful as she declared, Mr. Matsui was murdered by that family. The mere mention of that family sent shivers down the spines of the senior members of the director's council seated at the table. What? That family? Nayako, are you certain it was them? Asakusa Janki's pupils dilated, his voice involuntarily rising. I am certain. Before dying, Mr. Matsui inscribed the characters Senbin. The captain of the guard, Shudo Arashina, can corroborate this, Komatsu Nayako asserted confidently. The Senbon clan suddenly assassinated Matsui. Could it be they discovered something? Inquired Hirakawa, pushing his reading glasses up his nose. Impossible. We executed that matter without a hitch. They couldn't possibly know. Nakui Raku retorted vehemently, standing up. Hirakawa chuckled softly, maintaining a calm, steady tone. How could they not know? Let us not forget, their shadow assassination technique allows them to lurk within shadows. Nakui Raku deflated, sinking back into his chair. A pallor of dread etched across his aged face. What do we do now? Silence enveloped the room. Perhaps we should summon all sorcerers to eliminate them. Nakui Raku suddenly proposed, his expression animated. Hirakawa smiled amiably, yet his words disregarded Nakui's dignity. Do you know the exact whereabouts of the Senbon clan? Nakui's face darkened. Do you suppose your shadow harbors a Senbon assassin? Nakui's complexion turned ashen. Eliminating them sounds easy enough, but by the time you locate their stronghold, you might already be dead without a sound. Each of Hirakawa's words struck at Nakui's vulnerabilities, leaving him speechless, powerless in his seat. Chapter 70. Suspected special grade cursed spirits in Kanagawa? Wait, there is one person who must know, Goto Jinjo hinted. Are you referring to Kamiizumi Aoi? Asakusa Janki quickly deduced who Goto was speaking about. Indeed, as a member of the Senbon clan, she must know their stronghold's location, Goto stated. A glint of shrewdness in his eyes. The others exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement forming among them. Just then, Sato Tomoya, at the forefront, finally spoke. If you intend to take action against the Senbon clan, do it discreetly. Do not let the Kamiizumi clan discover your plans. Should they take offense, prompting government intervention, even I would be unable to shield you. Rest assured, Lord Sato, we will ensure the Kamiizumi clan remains unaware, they replied. Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High, Kamiizumi always suddenly sneezed. That wasn't me cursing you. I didn't utter a single word, Wataru Gojo said innocently, defending himself. Kamiizumi Aoi rubbed her nose and shot Gojo a glance, not intending to place blame on him, as she was deep in thought. The Director's Council had unexpectedly assigned her a task, specifically requesting her execution. And the task's location was Kanagawa, near her own home. Cursed spirits had been proliferating since last year, but Kanagawa had remained relatively unaffected, with few cursed spirits present. However, the task indicated that 2 households in Kanagawa were suspected of being slain by special-grade cursed spirits, necessitating an investigation. The council, aware of her origins, designated her for this investigation. Aoi felt an unsettling notion that this situation was more complicated than it seemed. Nevertheless, the emergence of special-grade cursed spirits in Kanagawa was not entirely improbable, as she had encountered one when she was 12. As this realization dawned, Aoi's expression grew serious. If indeed a special-grade cursed spirit had appeared, she needed to return swiftly. Do you require our accompaniment? Suguru Geto instinctively asked, noticing Aoi's sudden solemnity. Aoi smiled, adopting a light-hearted tone. Geto, have you started to doubt my capabilities? No. I merely thought you might feel lonely on a solo mission, Geto replied. Fear not. Everything will be fine, Aoi reassured him. Should anything arise, remember to message me or Wataru. Satoru Gojo uneasily retrieved an object from his pocket and handed it to Aoi Uremi. Here, consider this a temporary loan. Remember to return it once you're finished. Aoi Uremi glanced at the item and discovered it to be a cursed tool. This tool, named Yuan, can withstand up to 10 attacks if someone attempts to ambush you. Satoru Gojo elaborated. Thank you, Aoi Uremi replied graciously, accepting it without hesitation. Satoru Gojo continued, though I am uncertain of the intentions of those old oranges. Do not let your guard down. They are notorious for their schemes and manipulations, so be wary of their traps. Aoi Urami, surprisingly, did not dispute his words, but listened attentively and nodded in agreement. Little Riko, do return soon. Satoru Gojo feigned indifference as he said this. Understood. Aoi Urami smiled before departing. Let us hope there are no conspiracies brewing at the headquarters, Suguru Geto mused with a smile. But his expression turned cold as soon as Aoi Urami left, fixating on the distance. Perhaps the first encounter was merely to gauge Riko's strength. The purpose of this second meeting remains unclear, Satoru Gojo pondered. Let us hope it does not lead to the worst possible outcome, Suguru Geto sighed. Meanwhile, Aoi Urami was on the Shinkansen, returning from Tokyo to her familiar hometown of Kanagawa. Unbeknownst to her, she had already stepped into an unknown conspiracy the moment she entered Kanagawa. As she walked, she called for the bodyguards from the Senbon family to pick her up. While two children nearby were chasing each other in playful antics, one child ran ahead, turned back with a laugh, and unexpectedly collided with Aoi Urami. Ouch! The child fell to the ground, and seeing the child's face crumple, Aoi Urami swiftly produced a lollipop, unwrapped it, and placed it in the child's mouth. Do not cry. It was you who wasn't watching where you were going, she reassured, helping the child to his feet. The other child rushed over, anxiously inquiring if his friend was hurt. Their parents soon approached, looking apologetic, and took their child away. Aoi Urami paid little heed to this minor incident, unaware that something had been added to her attire. Two households, suspected to have been murdered by a special-grade cursed spirit, were located at 89 and 173 Jincheng Garden, with the latter being just a street away from her home, Bu Yuntian. Standing outside Jincheng Garden, Aoi Urami gazed across the street at Bu Yuntian, silently reflecting. Mother, please forgive me for not being able to return home just yet. If it truly was a special-grade cursed spirit, she could not risk bringing unknown dangers to her family. At that moment, two plainly dressed elderly ladies passed by, discussing the matter. Hey, Huifeng, I heard there was an incident at Jincheng Garden. Is it true? I haven't heard a whisper of it, inquired one woman, adorned with a rustic woven hat. The other, wearing a cream-colored beret, sighed. Oh dear, don't mention it. I've lived here for nearly 20 years, and this is the first time something like this has occurred. What happened exactly? The woman in the woven hat pressed. Her curiosity piqued. The woman in the beret glanced around and noticed Aoi Urami standing some distance away, engrossed in her phone, and whispered, in Jincheng Garden. Two households are said to have died overnight. The next day, during a routine water meter check, the technician sensed something amiss and contacted the property management. Heavens! The woman in the woven hat exclaimed, only to be silenced by her companion's hand over her mouth. Keep your voice down. I only heard this from someone else. And they've already cordoned off the area. Many inspectors have arrived. As the two elderly ladies continued their conversation, they made their way toward the guardhouse of Jincheng Garden. Good afternoon. The guard greeted with a smile. Good afternoon, the two ladies replied warmly. Observing them enter, Aoi Urami calmly followed behind. The guard noted that the young girl looked somewhat unfamiliar, but assumed she was a relative visiting one of the older ladies. Aoi Urami nonchalantly slipped into Jincheng Garden. She could have revealed her identity directly, but that would have been cumbersome. Once a crowd gathered, someone would inevitably recognize her, and if word got out, the Senbon family would surely inquire. It was best not to admit she was merely there to join the commotion. Chapter 71, Jincheng Garden 89 and 173. Aoi Urami glanced at the street sign and decided to first investigate the nearer 89. Even from a distance, she could see the house shrouded in cursed spirit residue. Just as the two elderly ladies had mentioned, the area was cordoned off, and two inspectors were conversing in the front yard. One of them attempted to call her back as she approached, but the other suddenly recalled that someone else had been assigned to investigate. Are you Miss Aoi? An elderly officer approached, lifting the barrier for her. Aoi Urami nodded and stepped into the yard, her cursed energy perception sweeping over the house and its surroundings. There were 4 occupants in this household. 2 had died in their bedrooms, 1 in the bathroom, and another in the study, Aoi Urami calmly stated. The younger inspector looked at her in shock, exclaiming, How do you know this? The specifics about the locations and the number of deaths were never disclosed by the inspectorate. How could she know this upon her arrival? Aoi Urami, unfazed by the young inspector's astonishment, continued walking toward the interior of the house, responding in a serene tone, I just know. The young inspector, scratching his head in confusion, was met with a knowing glance from the older inspector, who signaled him to refrain from further questioning. Miss Aoi, do you require our assistance? The older inspector inquired as they followed her. Aoi Urami turned to him, politely declining, Thank you, but no. The older officer nodded and led the younger inspector outside. Master, why aren't we following her? Aren't we investigating this case? The young inspector asked curiously. The older inspector cleared his throat and replied slowly. This case involves matters beyond our scope, They have sent her specifically to handle the investigation. The younger inspector nodded in dawning comprehension, albeit still somewhat puzzled. Meanwhile, Aoi began her examination of the first floor, which featured a guest bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a living room. Everything appeared tidy, except for the faint trace of cursed spirit residue lingering in the kitchen, which extended towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Jinsheng Garden 89 was decorated in a vintage style, with wooden stairs and flooring that creaked slightly underfoot, a chilling sound in the silence of a house where death had recently occurred. Aoi composed herself and ascended to the second floor. Here, the presence of cursed spirit residue was markedly stronger, especially in the master bedroom, bathroom, and study, where the aura was particularly dense. Before she could proceed with her next move, a cursed spirit suddenly descended from the ceiling, its gaping maw aimed to devour her. Shanchuan Qingli's body suddenly tilted to the side, sliding swiftly in the direction of her fall. The motion was so rapid that the cursed spirit mistakenly believed it had ensnared a human, revealing a joyful grin. However, it was met with the sight of Shanchuan Qingli, arms crossed, staring at it as if it were a fool. Enraged, the cursed spirit roared and charged towards Qingli. With a snap of her fingers, the snow spirit materialized at her side, freezing the cursed spirit entirely just as it approached. A gentle touch from the snow spirit caused the spirit to shatter into countless tiny ice shards. As the cursed spirit vanished, the foul aura of the spirits on the second floor dissipated. Was it really resolved so effortlessly? Shanchuan Qingli pondered, though after searching thoroughly, she found no other cursed spirits. Could it be that the special grade cursed spirit resided in another house? With this thought in mind, she arrived at number 173 of the Jinbi Garden. In stark contrast to number 89, this house appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. A dense, foul aura emanated from the old residence above, as if shrouded in some malevolent force, lingering ominously over the premises. "Are you Miss Shanchuan?" A middle-aged man's voice called from nearby. Qingli withdrew her gaze from the ominous sky above the old house and turned to face the speaker. It was a portly inspector, his face round and jovial, squinting as he smiled. Although his demeanor seemed somewhat insincere, Qingli chose not to confront it. She nodded in acknowledgement. The inspector's smile became even more genuine, his cheeks folding into layers of flesh. "Oh, Miss Shanchuan, your arrival is most fortuitous. I truly need your assistance. You have no idea, this house is cursed." The inspector's expression shifted to one of agitation, his eyes betraying a palpable fear of the old residence. "Oh, how cursed is it?" Shanchuan Qingli inquired with an air of curiosity. "Well, the house once belonged to an elderly lady and her husband, who resided here for over 30 years. It was only after their passing a decade ago that their daughter inherited the property. This daughter, having achieved success in her career and acquired her own home, rarely returned. She arranged for a housekeeper to conduct thorough cleanings every week." The inspector paused momentarily before continuing. "A few days ago, the housekeeper arrived as scheduled. But according to the security guard at the gate, she entered the house and never emerged. By the next day, when she still hadn't appeared, the guard alerted the property management to search for her. Tragically, they discovered that the housekeeper had died within the old residence. In the days that followed, we searched for the perpetrator, investigating whether it was a homicide or a murder. However, to our dismay, we found that the only individual to enter the house was the housekeeper. Why did she mysteriously perish inside? And in such a manner?" The inspector swallowed hard, seemingly haunted by the memory, his throat itching as if something within him had sparked a chemical reaction. His reaction indicated that the housekeeper's demise had been particularly gruesome, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. "And what do you mean by cursed?" Shanchuan Qingli asked, her hands tucked into her pockets. The inspector hesitated, as if weighing his words carefully. Shanchuan Qingli was not in a rush, allowing him the time he needed. Eventually, the inspector composed himself, his gaze meeting hers with a flicker of trepidation. "That house is peculiar," he murmured softly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. "Initially, I had 2 colleagues accompanying me to investigate. We entered together and split up to conduct our inquiries. At one point, I attempted to call one of my colleagues for assistance, only to discover that my phone had no signal. I decided to search for him." His expression turned pale. "I scoured the entire house and could find no trace of my colleague." Realizing what was about to unfold, Shanchuan Qingli listened intently. As expected, aside from the deceased housekeeper, he was utterly alone. "I was terrified, drenched in cold sweat, and fled the old house. Only after exiting did my phone regain signal. And one of my colleagues called me. He asked, 'Where have you gone? Aren't we supposed to be investigating the old house?' I'm at the entrance now, but when I reached the entrance, I was utterly alone. My colleague claimed to be at the door, yet I was the only one there." The inspector trembled as he recounted his experience. Even more chillingly, he recalled. He then said, "I see you. What are you doing here?" The voice came through the phone as if it were right beside me. I could distinctly feel a cold presence brushing against my neck, freezing me in place. I was terrified. The inspector's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, a testament to his genuine fear. Shanshuan Qingli listened attentively, her formidable mental energy gradually enveloping the inspector, soothing his distress. The inspector closed his eyes and continued. I shut my eyes, fearing what I might see. After a while, the chilling sensation behind me vanished, and I heard my colleague's voice from within the house. He said he didn't know what had happened, that he had disappeared inside, and they had searched multiple times without success. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He had lost his colleague, and his colleague had lost him. Miss Shanshuan, do you think I encountered a ghost? The inspector inquired. A ghost? Such entities are far less terrifying than what may truly lurk here. Shanshuan Qingli mused inwardly, though she maintained an expression of calm reassurance. Do not dwell on it. I shall take charge of this case. You should return home and rest well. Upon meeting her gaze, the inspector seemed to find solace, his demeanor calming as he smiled. Thank you, Miss Shanshuan. Once the inspector had distanced himself, Shanshuan Qingli promptly activated her realm. A potent aura of special-grade cursed spirits emanated from within the old residence, confirming that the special-grade spirit still resided inside. Summoning the snow spirit once more, Shanshuan Qingli kicked open the front door of the old house, a wave of frigid air rushing towards her, attempting to assault her. Yet, it was thwarted by the ice shield of the snow spirit. A chilling, sinister voice echoed from within, growing nearer. The special-grade cursed spirit, shrouded in a mist of blood-red fog, was obscured from view. You are the sorceress, Shanshuan Qingli. Shanshuan Qingli's expression turned serious. How did this special-grade cursed spirit know her name? Who had divulged her identity? Was it the old men from the board? Or was someone deliberately spreading her name? Since you are aware of my identity, you must also understand my techniques, she declared, snapping her fingers. Instantly, 5 summoned spirits materialized behind her, launching an assault on the special-grade cursed spirit. Yet, the spirit remained unfazed, even emitting a sinister chuckle. My true form is not present here. At that moment, the summoned spirits struck nothingness, as if the cursed spirit had no physical body. Despite being within arm's reach, their attacks fell short. If your true form is not here, then it must be outside this realm or nearby, Shanshuan Qingli deduced. My avatars are indestructible. Are you so certain? Shanshuan Qingli raised an eyebrow. Upon receiving her signal, the snow spirit waved its hand, and the special-grade cursed spirit was instantly encased in ice. Your doppelganger is indeed elusive, yet my summoning spirit is no trivial matter. It is more than capable of handling you. The snow spirit gently exhaled, causing the special-grade cursed spirit doppelganger to shatter. At that moment, the phone rang, echoing ominously in the desolate old residence. The call came from an unfamiliar number. Shang Quanqing Li answered the phone. Shang Quanqing Li. Can you guess where I am right now? A friendly reminder. I'm just across the street, came the voice of the special-grade cursed spirit. Shang Quanqing Li's expression darkened. Across the street was none other than Bai Shui Yuntian. What do you intend to do? I heard your family is also in Bai Shui Yuntian. Guess how long it will take for me to find them? The special-grade cursed spirit laughed menacingly from the other end of the line. Shang Quanqing Li's face grew grave as she hung up the phone, urgently contacting Du Yin while racing toward Bai Shui Yuntian. Upon arriving, she found no trace of the special-grade cursed spirit, but upon entering her small villa, she discovered that her home was empty. Shang Quanqing Li sought out Du Yin, inquiring about her parents' whereabouts. Du Yin replied, just a moment ago, someone called your mother, and she rushed out with your father. I was about to contact the master when you arrived. A phone call. Could it be that the special-grade cursed spirit called her mother? This is bad. Her mother is in danger. A sense of foreboding washed over Shang Quanqing Li, and she hurriedly called Qian Ben and Nai, but the call remained unanswered, intensifying her unease. Ultimately, she had brought danger to her family. Just as the call was about to end, it was suddenly answered, and Shang Quanqing Li's anxious heart finally eased, only to be gripped by dread again. For the voice on the other end was not Qian Ben and Nai, but that of the special-grade cursed spirit. Hee, surprised, aren't you? It's me, not your mother. The special-grade cursed spirit chuckled wickedly. Shang Quanqing Li's golden pupils darkened, shrouded as if by a veil of despair. Where's my mother? Rest assured, your mother is quite well. Let's play a game. If you can find me within 5 minutes, I won't harm your mother. However, the special-grade cursed spirit's voice dripped with malice. If the time elapses, I shall consume a piece of your mother's flesh or a finger every minute. I wonder how long she can endure. A fierce flame ignited within Shang Quanqing Li's heart, her eyes ablaze with fury. She summoned 7 spirits, including the indomitable ant swarm, to conduct a thorough search centered around her home, channeling her mental energy into these spirits. Meanwhile, Qian Ben and Nai received an unexpected call claiming her daughter had been kidnapped, demanding a ransom to secure her release and revealing the location. Initially skeptical, she was taken aback when a text message arrived with a photo of Shang Quan Li in distress. When her attempts to reach her daughter by phone failed, Qian Bin and Nai resolved to act independently, yet Shang Quan Yi insisted on accompanying her for protection. Unable to refuse, she reluctantly allowed him to join her. Upon reaching the designated spot, however, they found no kidnappers, nor any sign of Shang Quan Li. It was then that Qian Bin and Nai realized she had been deceived. Suddenly, the area was engulfed in darkness, and a grotesque entity emerged from the shadows. Emitting a gleeful laugh, "The little lamb has taken the bait. What an ugly creature. It looks revolting," Shang Quan Yi grimaced. The special grade cursed spirit's laughter abruptly ceased. It had rarely encountered a mere human so audacious. "You dare mock me, human? I shall devour you," it roared, lunging towards Shang Quan Yi. Unfazed, he stood his ground as shadows twisted before him, giving rise to a dozen figures clad in black, who intercepted the charging special-grade cursed spirit. These black-clad individuals were from the Qian Bin family, tasked with protecting Qian Bin and Nai and Shang Quan Yi. The special-grade cursed spirit, taken aback, wondered how these seemingly ordinary humans possessed such remarkable agility, especially since their weapons could inflict harm upon it. Chapter 73, The Peculiar Uncle. The daggers of the black-clad figures seemed to be laced with poison, leaving bloody marks beneath the cursed spirit. Well, you foolish humans are quite impressive. It seems I must show you my true colors." As the special-grade cursed spirit prepared to unleash its full power, it was suddenly ensnared by the relentless swarm of indomitable ants, realizing the ground was swarming with them. These ants, known for their insatiable appetite, had left nothing in their wake on the Veni continent, let alone a cursed spirit. Qian Bin and Nai and Shang Quan Yi exchanged glances, a flicker of fear in their eyes. The black-clad figures retreated to shield Qian Bin and Nai and Shang Quan Yi, vigilant against the ants, lest they turn and attack. "You insignificant ants, how dare you attempt to devour me?" The special-grade cursed spirit screeched, a crimson mist emanating from its form. Within this miasma, the indomitable ants fell lifeless to the ground, as if poisoned. The Ant Queen reported, "Master, my children have been affected by this red mist. Our connection has been severed temporarily." Such an eerie red mist? It could forcibly sever the bond between the Ant Queen and her swarm? The special-grade cursed spirit expanded the reach of its red mist, causing the ants that had enveloped it to drop to the ground. Shang Quan Li commanded the Ant Queen to withdraw the swarm, as reinforcements had arrived. The sky demon ape descended from above, targeting the special-grade cursed spirit and crashing down upon it, creating a deep pit. "It seems I stepped on something." The sky demon ape scratched its head, its feet firmly planted on the special-grade cursed spirit. The fire spirit, snow spirit, wood spirit, human-faced fox, and shadow cat demon converged from all directions toward the special-grade cursed spirit. To ordinary humans, the spirits were invisible. Thus, Qian Bin and Nai and the others witnessed the creature being pressed into the ground by an unseen force, forming a colossal crater. It was baffling how this special-grade cursed spirit had failed to activate its domain, being so easily thwarted by a single punch from the sky demon ape. "I haven't even exerted myself yet. How could you be so fragile?" the sky demon ape remarked. "All right, I know you're formidable. Please ensure my parents' safety until they return home," Shang Quan Li instructed. "Girl, I've noticed that you've learned to command others now that you've come this way." To command me," the sky demon ape replied. Shang Quan Li, uninterested in further banter, severed their mental link, erasing all traces of her presence before departing. Unexpectedly, she realized she could not let Qian Bin and Nai know she had returned home. It was far too complicated. This mission hadn't felt particularly off-kilter. What conspiracy lay behind the supervisor's intentions? Shang Quan Li rested her chin in her hand, staring blankly at the strawberry parfait before her, lost in thought, completely oblivious to the figure approaching her. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, may I share your table?" Upon hearing the voice, Shang Quan Li turned to the side. It was a tall, gloomy-looking man with peculiar stitches on his forehead, wearing an inexplicable smile and donning a rather archaic men's kimono. Instinctively, Shang Quan Li declined. "I'm sorry, but I have a bit of social anxiety." As a result, that peculiar older gentleman sat across from her and smiled, saying, "There's nothing to worry about. Social anxiety can indeed be overcome." Shang Quan Li glanced around, noting that there were numerous vacant seats, yet this strange man insisted on sharing her table. Not to mention the faint, ominous fluctuations of cursed energy emanating from him, he exuded an unsettling aura, as if he were being observed by some dark, damp creature, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, she did not recognize him. What could possibly be his purpose for approaching her? While savoring her strawberry parfait, she discreetly scrutinized the eccentric older man. The stitches on his forehead suggested a previous head injury that had been sewn up. What sort of wound could inflict harm on the head without proving fatal? Moreover, he had not taken a single sip from the coffee before him. There were far too many peculiarities. Hastily finishing her parfait, she muttered that she would take her leave and quickly departed. The older man's gaze seemed to cling to Shang Quan-Ching Li until she was out of sight, at which point he withdrew his attention, revealing a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The most unique physique. Shang Quan-Ching Li reported the events of the encounter to the supervisory committee as she boarded the Shinkansen back to Tokyo. Ever since the second trial, she had sensed that her illusionary eyes were on the verge of awakening. Each morning upon rising, her eyes felt warm, as if scorched by fire. However, now her eyes were ablaze once more, the sudden agony causing her to stagger, only to be steadied by a pair of icy hands. How is it that you've become so weak in such a short time? The voice Shang Quan-Ching Li shielded her suffering eyes and peered through the cracks to discern the speaker. It was none other than that strange older gentleman. How could he possibly be on this train? No, he hadn't been present when she boarded. Turning to survey the carriage, she realized that the once crowded space was now devoid of anyone but her and the peculiar man. A chill crept into her heart, tightening its grip. Who exactly are you? Why are you following me? Shang Quan-Ching Li retreated while covering her eyes, remaining vigilant. The older man seemed to chuckle lightly, approaching her leisurely. Me? I'm merely a humble sorcerer. I was simply concerned for your safety due to your remarkable beauty, fearing that you might attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Hence my desire to protect you. What? No, what did he just say? Ill intentions? Protection? He appeared to be the very embodiment of a villain. He was the one harboring ill intentions. It was utterly shameless, a thief crying stop thief without an ounce of shame. The intense burning sensation escalated, ultimately rendering her unable to open her eyes. The excruciating pain precluded her from remaining vigilant, leaving her with just enough time to cast a protective barrier. In her previous life, when her illusionary eyes fused, they burned for a full 7 days and nights, during which she scarcely managed a moment of restful sleep. The most harrowing moments saw her eyes weeping blood, dripping onto the ground and corroding it with each drop. She had not anticipated awakening at such a moment. The sense of crisis and the searing pain tore at her body. What a remarkable physique. The strange man's cold voice echoed ominously in her ears. Shang Quan-Ching Li lacked the time to ponder the implications of his words, enduring the pain as she summoned a wood spirit for healing. Master, your illusionary eyes are awakening. My healing can only alleviate the burning sensation during this process. Hurry. The wood spirit formed intricate gestures with its hands, channeling pure energy into Shang Quan-Ching Li's eyes. Flames coiled around her gaze, clashing with the wood spirit's gentle green energy, ultimately subduing the fire. Once the burning sensation receded, Shang Quan-Ching Li fixed her piercing gaze upon the strange older man, her tone icy. What is not yours shall never be yours. Do not dare covet another's body. Chapter 74. The Successful Awakening of the Illusionary Eyes. The strange older man suddenly chuckled softly. Shang Quan-Ching Li could not fathom the reason behind his laughter. She assumed he intended to use her body for experimentation. The stitches on his forehead could very well be scars from his own participation in such experiments. How cruel. If you relinquish your resistance, perhaps I can be a tad gentler. A bizarre, gleeful smile danced upon his lips. Shang Quan-Ching Li wore an expression of incredulity, summoning a spirit. If it comes to battle, I shall never surrender. A flicker of combativeness ignited in her golden eyes. The strange older man's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as Shang Quan-Ching Li prepared for confrontation, the older man suddenly chuckled, saying, "Very well, let us leave it at this for today." With that, his figure was enveloped in a cloud of crimson mist, and as the mist dissipated, he vanished without a trace. Instantly, the carriage was filled with the other passengers who had been present when she first boarded the Shinkansen. Seemingly oblivious to the sudden appearance of Shang Quan-Ching Li, summoning back her spirit, she sat down, still trembling from the encounter, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Who was that man? Why did he desire her body? And why did he refer to her as special? Did he perceive the uniqueness of her physique? Impossible. How could that be? Had her eyes not been ablaze just moments ago, she would have certainly confronted him. A shadow crossed her gaze. The urgent matter at hand was to hasten her illusionary eyes awakening to prevent a recurrence of today's events. She had been far too passive. Through the glass of the train window, she gazed at her reflection, where the depths of her golden eyes revealed flickers of flame. Upon reaching Tokyo, she swiftly contacted the supervisory committee to arrange her return to the Jujutsu high school. As she entered the grounds of the school, the burning sensation in her eyes intensified, and with great effort, she summoned a wind bird to carry her back. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru and Geto Suguru were engaged in a game of basketball, while Shiuji Nanami watched them with mild boredom. Suddenly, Gojo turned his gaze to the window, announcing, "Little Lee is back." The three of them exited the basketball court just in time to see the wind bird circling above, and upon spotting Gojo and the others, it descended, flapping its wings to indicate they should come aboard and assist Shang Qinli. Her eyes were tightly shut, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she endured the intense, burning sensation. Little Lee is not in good condition, Gojo observed, and upon analyzing her state, he immediately leaped onto the wind bird's back to carry her down. Shiuji Nanami attempted to use reversal techniques to heal her, but found it utterly futile, unable even to alleviate her pain. Qinli, Nanami felt a pang of sympathy as she dabbed Shang Qinli's brow with a tissue. Despite her eyes burning, she remained conscious, managing a faint smile as she bore the pain. My eyes are awakening. This is a necessary process. Little Lee, you can do it. Stay strong. Gojo encouraged her, while Geto's open eyes brimmed with concern for Shang Qinli. We shouldn't linger at the entrance. Let us hurry and get Qinli back to her dormitory, Nanami suggested. Subsequently, Shang Qinli was escorted back to her dorm, with Nanami staying behind to care for her while the others were politely asked to leave. After approximately half an hour, the burning sensation in her eyes gradually waned, replaced by a warm, soothing feeling, as if her eyes were filled with the afterglow of a setting sun. Shang Qinli opened her eyes and bestowed a grateful smile upon the ever-watchful Yeri Shoko, who had been by her side. Yeri Shoko gazed vacantly into Shang Qinli's eyes, which appeared shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, rendering them somewhat inscrutable. It was as though she had witnessed a divine phenomenon, utterly captivated by those golden orbs, immersed in an ocean of gold from which she could not extricate herself. Realizing that Yeri Shoko had inadvertently succumbed to her enchantment, Shang Qinli swiftly closed her illusionary eyes to rouse her companion. Upon hearing Shang Qinli's call, Yeri Shoko managed to break free from the golden abyss. Gazing at her with a look of bewilderment, "What just happened?" she inquired. Shang Qinli blinked innocently and replied, "My eyes have just awakened, and I had not yet closed them when you looked into them. Thus you were mesmerized." "Mesmerized?" Yeri Shoko asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, mesmerized. The ability I awakened is called illusionary eyes. When activated, anyone who locks eyes with me will be entranced and drawn into an illusion. Furthermore, if someone harbors ill intentions towards me, they too will fall under the spell within 3 meters of my presence," Shang Qinli explained. "Impressive," Yeri Shoko exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in agreement. "Hee, it's nothing much," Shang Qinli said, shyly rubbing her nose. After exchanging a few more words with Yeri Shoko, she summoned Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto to her room. "I encountered a rather peculiar individual today. He had a conspicuous scar on his forehead, with black hair and eyes, a mustache beneath his nose, a somber expression, a cold voice, and he wore an antiquated men's kimono. He was roughly the same height as Geto, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, Shang Qinli recounted as she reflected on the encounter. "I had just finished my mission and went to a dessert shop to indulge in a parfait as a treat for myself. Yet, that man insisted on sitting across from me, despite the abundance of empty seats around. What was more, he held a cup of coffee that he never touched, instead fixating his gaze upon me throughout the entire encounter. I could no longer bear it and hastily finished my meal. Catching the Shinkansen back, she complained, her expression darkening as she stared at the floor, as if trying to bore a hole through it. Shortly after boarding the Shinkansen, my eyes suddenly began to awaken. In the brief moment I closed them, everyone around me vanished. In their place stood that strange man from the dessert shop, looking at me as if he wished to devour me, remarking that my body was quite extraordinary. Shang Qinli's face twisted in disgust at the thought. Gojo Satoru pondered for a moment, rummaging through the recesses of his mind until he conjured an image that matched Shang Qinli's description. He rose, approached the desk, and began to draw with swift strokes. Once finished, he handed the paper to Shang Qinli. "Is this the person you described?" Upon receiving the drawing, Shang Qinli's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed the peculiar man she had encountered. "Wow, you're quite talented. This resemblance is uncanny," she praised, unable to contain her admiration. Gojo Satoru struck a proud pose, hands on his hips, "Of course. There is nothing I cannot do." Yeri Shoko directed her gaze towards Gojo Satoru, who, sensing her attention, added, "Except for drinking." Suguru Geto, stroking his chin, leaned closer to Shang Qinli to scrutinize the drawing. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "This resembles Kamo Noritoshi, the most malevolent sorcerer of the Kamo clan, does it not?" "The most malevolent sorcerer?" Shang Qinli replied, bewildered. "Yes, the most nefarious sorcerer," Suguru Geto affirmed, his face revealing a barely concealed distaste. "Over 150 years ago, Kamo Noritoshi conducted an experiment that combined humans with cursed spirits, resulting in 9 cursed wombs, now known as special grade cursed objects, the 9 hells. earning him the title of the most wicked sorcerer in history, a stain upon the Gojo clan. How repulsive. I cannot fathom that a human could merge with a cursed spirit. How utterly despairing that woman must have been. Shanshuan Qingli shuddered at the thought, her skin crawling as she contemplated whether that man sought to intertwine her fate with a cursed spirit. But he died over 150 years ago. Then who did I encounter? Shanshuan Qingli questioned, quickly sketching the scar on her forehead, emphasizing the surgical-like seam. The person I encountered looked exactly like the one you drew, except his forehead bore a seam, as if he had undergone surgery. Gojo Satoru examined the scar closely, piecing together Shanshuan Qingli's words and speculated. Could it be that something has caused him to return to life? Perhaps something within his brain? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Shanshuan Qingli rubbed her fingers together, her gaze clouded with obscurity. How dare he covet my body? Regardless of whether he is alive or dead, the next time we meet, I shall consign him to the flames. I refuse to believe that even if his entire being were incinerated, he could rise again. Gojo Satoru observed as Shanshuan Qingli smiled ominously, leaning towards Suguru Geto. He whispered, is Shaoli going mad with rage? Her smile is quite sinister. Suguru Geto squinted and replied, I suspect she is concocting a plan to skin Kamo Noritoshi alive should they cross paths again. Hey, that is not what I was thinking. Shanshuan Qingli exclaimed, darting over to Suguru Geto's side in protest. Your laugh was so wicked. You must have been thinking that. Gojo Satoru countered, wearing an expression that conveyed both accusation and disbelief. Shanshuan Qingli glared, her left hand reaching towards Gojo Satoru in an attempt to pinch him, but he deftly evaded. I was right, wasn't I? You're furious now. Gojo Satoru teased, making a face by pulling down his eyelids. Shanshuan Qingli rolled her eyes, retorting, Gojo Satoru, you are quite annoying. Oh, me? Annoying? Gojo Satoru feigned incredulity, looking at Suguru Geto and Yeri Shoko, who all nodded in tacit agreement. I'm utterly heartbroken. You all have ostracized me. Bully me. I shall report you to Teacher Yaga. Gojo Satoru lamented, covering his face with one hand and clutching his heart with the other, adopting an exaggeratedly sorrowful expression. Suguru Geto, hands in his pockets, chuckled lightly. Satoru, have you finished your performance? In an instant, Gojo Satoru snapped back to reality, leaning towards Suguru Geto, tugging at the collar of his kimono, and said, somewhat irked, Geto, we are good brothers, dear friends. How could you accuse me of acting? Suguru Geto narrowed his eyes, nonchalantly brushing away Gojo Satoru's grip, completely disregarding his friend's dignity, stepping back with a smile. Not anymore. Shanshuan Qingli burst into laughter. Huh? Geto wouldn't want to be your friend anyway. You childish fool. How old are you? Yet you still threaten to tell the teacher. Are you a kindergarten child? Gojo Satoru felt the heat rising to his head, infuriated by Shanshuan Qingli's laughter and taunts. All right, Shaoli. I see you need a lesson. You dare openly slander me. You shall pay. Shanshuan Qingli mimicked Gojo Satoru's earlier grimace, playfully taunting, I'm not afraid of you. Yeri Shoko, with an expression of excitement, had already chosen her spot, ready to witness the unfolding drama. As the two prepared to clash, she cheered for Shanshuan Qingli. Go Qingli. Suguru Geto strolled over, joining Yeri Shoko as they both settled in to enjoy the spectacle. How might one describe the scene at that moment? It is akin to a large family. Suguru Geto and Shoko Yeri serve as the parents, while Satoru Gojo and Aoi Tadu play the roles of siblings. The two siblings, embroiled in a petty quarrel, engage in a playful scuffle, their parents watching indulgently from a distance. Amidst their tussle, Satoru inadvertently brushes against Aoi's armpit, causing her to startle and instinctively clamp down on his hand, her expression one of utter shock. What are you doing? She exclaims. What do you mean? What am I doing? Satoru, blissfully unaware, responds with a remarkable lack of sensitivity. Aoi glares fiercely at him before releasing his arm. As Satoru retracts his hand, a wicked grin suddenly spreads across his face. Aoi, you wouldn't happen to be ticklish, would you? Aoi gasps, realizing her vulnerability has been exposed. Reacting faster than her mind can process, she pivots and bolts away, though Satoru's mischievous hand proves quicker still. Seeing Aoi's intent to escape, Satoru stretches out his arm and seizes the back of her collar. Aoi, you're done for. No. Her scream resonates through the air, a sound that could shake the heavens. The following day, Aoi emerges from her room with an expression reminiscent of someone who has been thoroughly drained. Her face a mask of grievance. Who knows how long she laughed last night? It infuriates her. Being tickled by that tyrant, Aoi Bakuya, was one thing. But to endure the same fate at the hands of that insufferable white-haired Satoru at school is utterly unacceptable. And to add insult to injury, neither Shoko nor Suguru came to her rescue. Such betrayal. The memory of Shoko and Suguru watching the spectacle unfold only deepens her sense of despair. Times have truly changed. Shoko is no longer her innocent, sweet, and kind-hearted best friend. Woe is me. While Aoi broods over her misadventures, a more sinister threat quietly approaches the chosen family. That night, a rare and extensive fire breaks out in Kanagawa, devastating nearly 1.3 acres, with casualties yet to be determined. Just as Aoi prepares for class, she receives a call from Anai Chosen. What? Grandfather is in trouble? Aoi responds, shock evident in her voice. Anai's weary tone emerges from the phone. Last night, for reasons unknown, a fire erupted. My father was in the stone chamber meditating and did not notice until it was too late to escape. Aoi freezes, her grip on the phone tightening as she asks, her voice trembling, Grandfather? Fortunately, the stone chamber is adjacent to a lake, and her father managed to punch through the wall and leap into the water, narrowly escaping the inferno, though he sustained some arm injuries. I'm relieved to hear he is safe. Aoi breathes, instinctively exhaling a sigh of relief. Have the cause of the fire been determined? She inquires curiously. Not yet. Anai responds. According to Natsuki, the flames appeared suddenly and spread rapidly. I suspect it may have been the work of a cursed spirit. Cursed spirit? Wait. How does mother know about cursed spirits? Chapter 76. Leaving school, just to come here? On the other end, Anai seems to catch the unspoken thoughts of Aoi and chuckle softly. Years ago, our chosen family had connections within the sorcery community. The governing council would enlist us as bodyguards, but those old fools unjustly accused us of a fabricated crime and exiled us from the sorcery world. Aoi pouts in displeasure, thinking how those old men are blind to their own ignorance. They are not worth her time. By the way, Aoi, do you have plans following your graduation? Will you attend the University of Tokyo or continue at Jujutsu High? Anai suddenly asks. Aoi is taken aback. The topic shift feels abrupt. Mother, I haven't given it much thought yet. She replies honestly. You should consider it carefully. My suggestion is to pursue university. It broadens your horizons and allows you to meet new people. Of course, if you have your own ideas, feel free to share them with me, Anai gently advises. All right. I understand. Should I return to check on grandfather? Aoi asks. No need to worry. I will handle everything here. Just focus on your studies at Jujutsu High. Anai assures her. Despite Anai's reassurances, Aoi feels an unease creeping in, though she refrains from pressing further as Anai reiterates that all is well. Once the call ends, Anai's gentle demeanor transforms into an imposing coldness. Though seated upright in an ebony chair, she exudes an air of authority reminiscent of a ruler. Before her, a figure clad in black kneels respectfully. Have you found anything? Anai inquires, gesturing for the figure to rise. The figure stands and speaks through a mask. The third in command of the governing council, Matsui Neru, has died. The words chosen were found beside him, leading the council to attribute the blame to our family. Anai's expression remains impassive as she taps the armrest of her chair, signaling for the figure to continue. The fire last night has brought some clarity. Someone has discovered our location and released a cursed spirit, resulting in the widespread outbreak. Anai listens in silence, her gaze unwavering as the figure grows increasingly anxious under her scrutiny, uncertain of what aspect of the report might be flawed. My lady, please clarify, the figure implores. Since you state that someone has discovered our location, why have you not investigated who it is? Do you expect me to conduct the inquiry? Anai's eyes pierce through the figure, her presence as imposing as a towering mountain. I will investigate at once. The figure replies, kneeling again in deference. Go, and do not disappoint me again, Anai commands, withdrawing her gaze to rest her elbow on the armrest, her fist cradling her chin. Those old men have used such tactics for 30 years to force them from the sorcery community. Why do they still resort to such methods to frame them now? The chosen family has always maintained a low profile, remaining undisclosed until now. Why has their position suddenly been compromised? Is it related to the special grade cursed spirit from that day? Anai's thoughts swirl, realizing the urgent need to relocate the chosen family to prevent further ambushes by either individuals or cursed spirits. Meanwhile, Aoi arrives at school, only to find herself alone with Joko Ijichi. It seems the others have all been dispatched on missions. Ijichi, long time no see, Aoi greets with a smile. Ijichi bows nervously. Aoi-senpai. Hello. Why so tense? Get up, Aoi encourages, rushing to lift him from his bow. Ijichi, rigid with nervousness, finds it difficult to know where to direct his gaze. This is his first time being so close to a girl. Aoi-senpai shines like a radiant sun, dazzling and inspiring admiration, yet also instilling a sense of trepidation akin to the sun's fierce glare. Unbeknownst to Aoi, she holds a significant esteem in Ijichi's eyes, as she contemplates what fun activities to engage in with her junior today. Just then, Yoshinobu Yaga approaches to teach them. Today, it's just the two of you, so I'll share the history of the sorcery world. Aoi groans, her expression weary. Teacher, you've already covered this several times. Can't we switch topics? Yaga Mazamichi cleared his throat and stated with a serious demeanor, "Allow me to elucidate the methods for exorcising cursed spirits." "How about this, sensei? I shall conduct the lesson for Idichi," suggested Aizawa Kiyori, making a gesture to halt. Yaga Mazamichi cast a doubtful glance at Aizawa Kiyori. It wasn't a matter of distrust, but rather that prolonged exposure to Satoru Gojo had led him to perceive Aizawa Kiyori in much the same light as Gojo. "Then you mustn't take him off campus," Yaga Mazamichi conceded. "Okie dokie. I promise not to take him out." Aizawa Kiyori flashed an enthusiastic okay sign at Yaga Mazamichi, beaming with a bright smile. Yaga Mazamichi let out a slight sigh of resignation. It must be said, there is a truth in the old adage. One who stays close to vermilion will turn red, and one who stays close to ink will turn black. May they not lead the second and first years astray. Once Yaga Mazamichi departed, Aizawa Kiyori approached Idichi Kyoko with a cheerful demeanor. "Come on, Kyoko. Let me show you the world outside." Idichi Kyoko looked at Aizawa Kiyori in bewilderment and hesitantly inquired, "But the teacher said we shouldn't leave campus." No. Rules are meant to be broken," Aizawa Kiyori proclaimed, raising a finger and shaking it mysteriously. Idichi Kyoko continued to gaze at Aizawa Kiyori in confusion, struggling to keep pace with her thought process. "Don't worry, even if we get caught, Yaga-sensei won't punish us harshly. The worst we'll face is writing out the school rules or running a few laps," Aizawa Kiyori said nonchalantly. "Huh?" Idichi Kyoko stared at Aizawa Kiyori in shock. Only someone like Satoru Gojo or Aizawa Kiyori could speak so lightly of copying school rules or running laps as a punishment. These two frequently found themselves in trouble, inciting Yaga Mazamichi's ire, making such penalties a regular occurrence. However, for the newly admitted Idichi Kyoko, he fervently wished to be spared from such fates. He was not ready to copy school rules or run laps just yet. Unfortunately, Aizawa Kiyori was blissfully unaware of his thoughts, cheerfully inviting Idichi Kyoko to join her outside. "Kyoko, can you bear to refuse a senior's request?" Aizawa Kiyori blinked her eyes playfully, feigning a look of vulnerability. With no other choice, Idichi Kyoko reluctantly yielded, gazing at the dessert shop before him. He remained silent for a considerable time. So this is what a classroom looks like. A place worth defying the teacher's orders to visit? Is this what she means by experiencing the world? Watching Aizawa Kiyori delightfully indulge in bites of strawberry cheesecake and strawberry pudding, her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel. He couldn't help but notice the resemblance to his neighbor's 6-year-old sister, who also had an insatiable sweet tooth.